Our story begins with meeting the prince of the royal family. It was not the first time Jamie Walton had woken up from a dream he had been tired of for a long time. He is the eldest son of the Walton royal family and its legitimate heir. But no one knows who he was before he was reborn in this body. During another battle more than 50,000 years ago, he found himself in a difficult position, but did not admit his defeat. Fighting with the 12 gods, this magician declared that they could not defeat him because all they could do was seal him. With a loud laugh, he declared that he was not against this, but warned his enemies that after his rebirth, the bright lights of the 12 gods would be plunged into total darkness. Known in the past as Diablo Wolfer, he promised that he would not let them die easily and they would regret defying him. Thus the 12 gods were able to seal him, but after a huge amount of time, a crack appeared in their barrier, thanks to which he was able to escape and eventually reborn as a son of this family. Being the son of the royal family, he received an incredible amount of attention, and his parents were delighted with his appearance. This was the first reincarnation of a great magician from the past. As a child, he tried to say something in response to his annoying parents, but his vocal apparatus was not developed enough. He became an aristocrat, dearly loved by his parents. About 9 years have passed since that moment. Still, he was forced to play his role as a child. For a great magician who lived more than 50,000 years, it was very tiring. Resting from the excess of attention, he understood that another boring day was waiting for him. When he woke up, a nanny came to see him, who also admired the young heir of the family. Jamie behaved decently and always treated his elders with respect. Having high manners, when asked what he was doing at such an early hour, the guy politely replied that he was admiring the beautiful morning sky. Not only his parents were annoying, but also the nanny who complimented him during every meeting. The good woman offered to help the heir to get dressed, because his parents were already waiting for him. As is customary in the royal family, they spent breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Approaching the door to the dining room, the nanny politely announced that the young master had arrived for breakfast. Realizing what was waiting for him, Diablo Wolfer sighed heavily. As soon as he entered, an incredible amount of care from the family was directed in his direction. The great magician from the past played his role perfectly. In addition to the heir, the royal family also had a daughter. Their parents never got tired of noticing how cute and beautiful their children are. The only daughter of a noble family, Belle was actually not the real mother of the young master. Jaime's father was the head of the Walton royal family, one of the 5 sword masters of their kingdom named Argino. Although he has a really impressive status and is a formidable and powerful swordsman, he is madly obsessed with his wife and children. Sister Sarah was much younger than her promising brother. Jamie got along well with her and played along in every way. During every joint meal, he could not avoid her attention. Perfectly playing his role, he caused great joy in the parents, who were very proud of their children. This happened almost every day. The great magician behaved like a child, while in fact he would like to enjoy solitude. Returning to his room was a real relief for him. It was difficult for him to get used to such a way of life. Over time, it became easier because he had a greater variety of occupations. This mansion didn't seem like such a bad place to him. His family's private library was the most interesting place. In addition, Jamie got an interesting pet. Being alone, he could call him to help him. And also, thanks to the fact that he was reborn, he got a new ability. His hatred for the 12 gods did not subside, because they continued to exist even after 50,000 years. Because of such a young age, he was not yet capable of much. Since there was little information about dark magic in the era of his reincarnation, time was on his side. Experiencing hatred for the 12 gods, he dreamed of how to get rid of their intrusive existence. But at one point, his happy solitude was interrupted by a visit from a nanny. The woman said that it was time to read children's books together with the mistress. Every time these words seemed like torture for him, but because of his young age, he was forced to show politeness so as not to reveal his secret. Sometimes playing the sweet boy was so hard that he missed the times when he was sealed in the trap of the gods. Unlike him, the younger sister, as always, was delighted with such a pastime. But as soon as the reading of the book began, Sarah fell asleep. After reading a fairy tale about a magician named Heinz, a caring mother asked if the children liked it. With a smile and a twinkle in his eyes, James said that he wanted to become as cool a magician as the main character of the fairy tale. Mom did not even doubt that he would achieve success, because despite the fact that he is only 9 years old, he defeated all 3 magic teachers who were hired to train him. He gently put his hand on the head of his beloved son, The lady said that his father invited him to visit the strongest magician among those he knows. After these words, the magician had hoped that he would finally meet a worthy contemporary master. After reading a fairy tale with his mother, Jamie decided to do something more interesting and went to the library. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't find anything interesting, and another book about using mana turned out to be a waste of time. It was lunchtime, and Jamie decided to come before the nanny went to pick him up. But as soon as he left the library, he saw a strange stranger in front of him. The gray-haired man was looking at one of the statues in their luxurious mansion and was surprised that the Walton family was using a rare artifact as a decoration in front of the entrance to the dining room. The young master had never seen this person before. When the old man paid attention to him and greeted him, Diablo Wolfer, for the first time since his rebirth, saw such a large amount of mana that it seemed to literally flow from the owner's body. Evaluating the stranger by modern standards, the mage from the past assumed that before him was a master of at least the 7th level. He still didn't understand how he managed to sneak inside their mansion so unnoticed. Jamie was suspicious of him, although the old man did not look hostile. The young master aroused special interest in the advanced master of magic. While Jamie was trying to find out who he was and what he was doing inside their house, the old man analyzed his mana and was surprised that he was already a mid-level master at such a young age. Of course, the well-bred heir of the royal family understood that he had started their conversation wrongly, but he was annoyed by the calm demeanor and fixed gaze of the stranger. The 9-year-old magician was enraged by this situation and decided that the stranger should be taught a lesson. The boy's behavior surprised the stranger, and he became curious about what would happen next. Jaime could not believe that in response to his use of mana, a stranger would dare to do the same. He was filled with anger at the fact that some old man had dared to test him. His pride was justified because in his past life he was almost able to destroy all the gods with his own strength. Concentrating the mana on his fingers, Jaime repeated the attack, with which he was able to defeat all the magic teachers he employed. But in the end, this attack did not live up to expectations and did not bring any result at all. It became clear that the old man significantly surpassed him in mana reserves and the ability to use it for defensive purposes. Seeing what the heir of the royal family was capable of, the old man was simply in awe and could not believe that such a capable magician was only 9 years old. After a moment, a mage of at least the 7th level shouted that this was a good request, after which he began to form a counterattack. This mage was significantly superior to those whom the heir had encountered earlier. His attack seemed very serious. But in this situation, there was one thing that prevented Jamie from reacting seriously. He understood from the very beginning that this attack was not aimed at him, so there was no point in ducking. The old man was simply shocked that despite the demonstration of frightening power, the boy did not even blink an eye. Suddenly, for both sides, the swordmaster Argino intervened in their show of strength. Dissatisfied with the situation, the host turned to the guest and declared that he had gone too far. After that, he turned to his dear son and asked if everything was all right. In response, Jamie began to behave confusedly, and to take revenge on the impudent old man, he decided to cry demonstratively. As soon as Mr. Argino saw the tears of his beloved son, he, in a threatening tone, asked the magician to step aside for a serious dialogue. The old man felt awkward, seeing that the boy's reaction was fake. In response, a master of magic named Marcus Linmel began to laugh loudly and said that for him this situation seemed like a very funny conflict, after which he admitted that he was very jealous of the Count. As it turned out, this magician was the man whom Mr. Walton had hired to train his son. Their conversation began with the Count's dissatisfaction with the fact that the magician behaved recklessly in relation to the heir of the Welton family. In response, the old man said with a smile while sipping tea that he knew about it. Hearing such carefree words, Mr. Argino got angry, for no reason. The old man asked him to listen to him and calm down, because the swordmaster's aura exerted great pressure on him. Marcus decided to start the conversation with a question about how much the Count knows about his son. A man who spent all his free time raising his own children could not understand what he was talking about. As it turned out, the old man meant that he simply admired the genius of the heir to the Walton family. In response, the excited Count said that this was the reason why he entrusted him to the best of the magicians he knew, but it was not clear to him why the old man took and suddenly attacked his son. The respected magician said that, most likely the local Count does not really know everything about his son. Mr. Welton couldn't help but listen to his words about his son's magical abilities because Macris considers Linmel to be the strongest 8th grade master among all living mages. Based on this, the father began to worry that someone like him would hardly recognize his son, and maybe even Jamie was not as good as he thought. Noticing the hostess's excitement, the old man warned him that he was absolutely serious. Unexpectedly for the swordmaster, the 8th level mage declared that he could not take his son as an apprentice, as he simply could not handle him. With a sincere smile, the great master of magic admitted that Jamie could read all his actions. The swordsman doubted his words, thinking that this was impossible, no matter how smart his son was. To dispel his father's misunderstanding, the old man explained that his son immediately understood that his spell was flying by. The great magician admitted that he was surprised that the heir of the Walton family did not even flinch when a very strong magic was aimed at him. Then, with a very satisfied look, the old man declared that Jamie had already become a 3rd-class magician thanks only to self-study. He believed that if they closed their eyes to the limit of his body, then his level is even higher than the 4th. The Grand Master seriously declared that the heir of the Walton family is not just a genius, but a real monster who needs no teacher. He believed that the son of a great swordsman only needed support, then he would continue to improve himself. After these words, he declared that the Count had born a legendary magician of the 9th class. As expected, the Count was simply shocked by the Grand Master's words. After that, the magician stood up and asked for forgiveness for attacking the heir of the Walton family.
He said with hope that with the appearance of such a talent, the whole thing for huge discoveries.
After the solemn announcement, the old man began to use the magic of teleportation and disappeared. Count Argino Welton was left alone. He was not ready to hear something so shocking, so he wanted to think about what to do next. The evening came. The great magician from the past, who was reincarnated in the body of the heir of the Walton family, once again felt incredible fatigue due to relations with such a caring and attentive family. As soon as his mother found out about what had happened between her son and the magician, she threw herself at him with tears and promised that she would deal with the old man who offended Jamie. The guy thought that despite the hard day, everything was not so bad, because he managed to see the real spell of this time. It wasn't that bad. The reincarnated Diablo Wolfer believed that the composition, technique, and balance of this spell were at the highest level. But it was not Mr. Marcus who impressed him more, but his father, Count Argino Walton. With a smile on his face, Jamie said aloud that such a strong swordsman deserved to be his father. Suddenly, for the heir, Mr. Marcus appeared on his bed and with a sincere smile asked what made the young heir feel such joy. An experienced magician from the past was simply shocked by the sudden appearance of a magician in his room. The old man suggested that Jamie had not noticed him because he was too absorbed in his thoughts. Demonstrating his acting game, the guy got scared and fell on the floor, after which he panicked and asked what the strange old man had forgotten in his room. With a loud laugh, the old man was surprised that such a young genius could be so easily frightened. First of all, Jamie wondered in confusion how he got into his room. Getting up from the bed, Marcus Linmel answered that he used teleportation. From the very beginning, Jaime understood that he was not an ordinary old man, but he could not believe that he was able to teleport to his room without any problems. Pointing his finger at the young man, the magician noticed that the heir was modest when he was with his father, after which he wondered why the boy behaved differently when he was in front of strangers. Getting up from the floor, the heir grumpily replied that family and strangers are completely different things. Then the old man approached the heir of the Walton family and unexpectedly said that he was not strong enough to train such a rare genius. After that, he held out a magical memoir in his direction. The guy wondered why the old man decided to give him this book. In response, the old man shocked him by saying that the magic Jaime uses is already outdated. Jamie began to feel uncomfortable with such an expression, which seemed to him humiliating. With a smile on his face, the old man thought that his reaction meant that he was touched by the gift. Telling about the book, the old man said that it contains many of his own spells, and that the heir Walton will be the first to read it. Hearing his words, the boy immediately started reading because he was filled with interest in what kind of spells this great magician created, and how much the magic of this time differs from his own. Noticing the boy's interest, the old man decided to distract him from reading before saying goodbye. With a serious look, the great magician declared that he had great hopes for the future young master of the Walton family. Leaving the room with the help of teleportation, He said that he was very interested in what the young genius would be when they met next time. Saying goodbye to him, Jamie confidently stated that he would become much stronger than the old man thought. Magicians pass all the magic that exists in this world through themselves and then absorb it with their hearts. This is the most effective way to learn how to control your mana. But there is one big problem. This is the limitation of the young master's body. Since Marcus Linmo called the heir's magic too old, he wanted to know what kind of spells the great magician used. The eager-to-learn guy was in awe of what he saw. But after a few minutes, he closed the book, thinking that it was too complicated. In order to use her knowledge, the magician must try hard to feel every particle of mana so that it can pass through the body and skin. The guy did not understand who was capable of such madness. In addition, he managed to find 2 minuses of the old man's method and decided that the old methods will not surpass him, and it is not worth bothering himself with such training. But after a moment, he remembered that he was the great magician of the past, Diablo Wolfer. After that, inspiration returned to him. With a smile on his face, he opened the book and said that the old man had opened his eyes. Jamie was determined to read every page of the precious book, which was far superior to anything he had dealt with before. To begin with, he decided to use help from the outside and called his pet. Turning to the black pet, he asked it to spray some mana. Flying up, the black man fulfilled the request of his master. The first disadvantage of the old man's technique was that the absorption of grains of mana by his body has a limit, in which all proportions must be strictly observed. But the young genius could not worry, because this problem was solved by a pet. Chernish, with whom he has a contract, can spray the necessary amount of mana, so the problem with proportions has been solved. The second minus was the body of Jaime himself. He had a limit on the amount of mana that his heart could take. But the inventive magician decided that it was possible to avoid this problem. He distributed all the mana to different parts of the body, and thereby avoided the limit. Jamie was so engrossed in the process of learning the old man's skills that he didn't notice when morning came. Seeing what was happening in his room, the worried nanny was forced to ask the count for help. Mr. Argino Welton could not believe what he saw. It shocked him that the mana was swirling around his son. He knew that Marcus had given Jaime something, but he couldn't understand how his son had learned to control mana in just one night. Overwhelmed with love for his son, he suggested that cute Jaime has a lot of hidden talents that they don't know about yet. Turning to the nanny, the master asked not to worry and to send someone to his door, because it is not known when he will leave his room. In response, the caring nanny said that she would personally look after the young master so that my lord would not worry about his condition. As he was leaving, Argino Velton understood that his son would become a magician, not a swordsman. Still, he was genuinely happy about his son's prospects, despite the fact that Jamie would not follow in his footsteps. Using his pet as an assistant, the magician continued to master modern methods. After 12 hours of hard training, he returned to reality, because he managed to master such a complex method of mana control. At first, it was quite difficult to control the mana, because her movements were unpredictable for him, but after several attempts he achieved the result. Despite the success, it seemed to him that at that age, his limit was the 4th level of a magician's strength, judging by modern standards. Sighing heavily, he realized that he was close to reaching the 5th level, but the limitations of his body prevented him from reaching a higher level. Alternatively, he could improve his body with one of the methods available to him, but he was not going to risk it, because Jaime's body is too young and weak. The great magician from the past decided to be patient, because he is not limited in the time of development, because the gods will not go anywhere, and he has already gone too far to rush events. After that, with a flick of his finger, he used the invisibility ability on his pet. Since the black man was upset because of the sudden use of force on his body, Jamie explained that he wanted to meet his father, so he wanted to make sure that he did not find out about him. When he moved a little further, he was convinced that the presence of the pet was too weak to understand that he was here. The guy was confident that his father would definitely not notice that he had Chernish. As soon as he approached the room where his father was, he heard that he had guests. The master was surprised that such a busy person decided to visit him. The man replied that he just wanted to greet the local count. The stranger said that he knew that there had never been a problem with religion in the lands of Haze, so he would like to thank the count for giving their genus cult a chance. In response, the swordmaster said that he thought it would be very nice to help his people, so he decided to give their cult a similar chance. The cult member took these words ambiguously and wondered what he meant. The count replied that he always strives only for the best, so he decided to make the cult of Janus the largest in his lands, because now many people support him. The representative of the cult took these words as a kind of warning that the people of the land of Haze should not be considered great worshippers of the gods. He decided that he should treat the local count more seriously than expected. After that, Arjuna Velton offered to end their conversation, assuming that the representative of the cult is a very busy person. Saying goodbye, they exchanged pleasant compliments and wishes. Still, the cult member understood the situation perfectly. The head of the Walton family was forced to show sympathy, although in fact he was suspicious of the emergence of their cult. Being nearby, Jamie couldn't help but see who his father was talking to. Looking at the sudden guest, he only justified his guesses. The sign of the crescent moon with a yellow sphere and the dark aura emanating from the cult member told him that it was Janus. The guy was filled with anger because this god dared to spread his influence in the place where he lives. It remained a mystery to him, the reason why his father suddenly decided to make his lands religious, and why he chose the Janus cult out of all religions. The great magician from the past began to get seriously nervous because he could not allow this to happen. Due to some circumstances limiting the ego's freedom of action, he had few options for solving the problem. He understood that this religion was officially allowed by his father, so the only way to get rid of it was to force him to drive them out. As soon as Jamie entered the living room, his father's mood changed. With a smile on his face, Master Arjuna inquired how his son was doing. Jaime happily replied that he had managed everything. In response, the man assumed that his son liked magic very much. Jamie confirmed his words. But instead of joy for his son, Arjuna thought about something. Jamie decided to ask if everything was okay. In response, the count said that he thought he would grow up like an ordinary child. The fact is that he understood that living the life of a genius is not such a simple thing. When a child shows his talent, everyone starts applauding him. However, when this talent annoys everyone, the same people begin to make fun of this child. So he was not sure that his genius was really a gift of fate, or vice versa. The thought of this made him nervous and move on to a more serious conversation. Turning to his son, he said that if he does not like practicing magic, then he can leave this business and start doing something else. But if this decision is final, then he will not oppose him, and like a father, he will help everyone in whatever way he can. With a carefree smile, Jaime asked him not to worry, confidently saying that he would never give up magic. His son's intentions were clear, so Arjuna did not object. And yet, looking at him more carefully, he did not understand how a 9-year-old boy could possess so much mana. He could already feel the mana emanating from his entire body. But as soon as he realized that the magic of his son is stored not only in the heart, but also in other parts of the body, he was in complete shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he asked how much his son had managed to learn from the memoirs Master Marcus had given him. The guy calmly answered that he managed to master all the knowledge that was shared with him. In fact, he also improved some of the techniques described in that book, but he could not admit it in order not to arouse suspicion. Now Mr. Welton realized the full seriousness of what Marcus had told him. Seeing such a transformation of mana distribution, it was difficult for him to imagine how much this child could learn in just one night. Now he had no doubt that Jaime was indeed the one who could become a legendary wizard of the 9th class. It seemed to him that compared to his own son, he was a total nothingness. An awkward laugh surprised the guy, and he asked if everything was okay. The father replied that he only laughed because he was especially proud of his son at that moment. Masterfully playing his role, the great magician laughed in response. Next, Master Arjuna Welton carefully patted his ego on the head. At that moment, the great magician felt awkward, because considering his true age, he could not get used to being treated like a child. After this loving gesture, the father suddenly pointed his finger at his son's hidden pet and asked if he had managed to summon it himself. Hearing this, Jamie was frightened and uncertainly asked if his father could really see him. He did not understand how this was possible, because he made sure that he imposed invisibility on the black man and even checked how hard it was to feel his presence. The father closed his eyes and, presenting the pet, showed its approximate dimensions and assumed that it was something similar to a bat, but with a more rounded body. Jamie really did not expect that his father was so advanced in the sense of mana. He still hoped that he did not understand what the pet was doing with the help of dark magic. As soon as Mr. Weldon found out that his son had made this bat with his own hands, he rushed at him with a tight hug and shouted again that he was proud of his success. Leaving the guest house, Jamie was simply devastated. He is incredibly tired of the fact that his parents love him so much. After another tiring dinner, the guy returned to his room and locked the door. He decided to take action this evening. Putting on a long cloak with a hood to hide his true identity, the guy called his pet, which without a word, took on a winged form. The great magician could not allow the cult to settle on his territory, so he decided to find out their motives on his own. For this, he used the power of his pet and left the mansion to check the events in the city. Members of the Livil criminal organization operated in one of the alleys of their city. The guy with the purple long hair named Philip was a little agitated because of the boss's order. His friend Jans agreed with his fears, believing that the boss would make any sacrifices in order to achieve his own goals. The man with the scar on his right eye understood that the local count had only allowed their organization to coexist peacefully with everyone as long as they did not cross a certain line. But he was sure that it would all come to an end once they started implementing the human trafficking plan. In response, Philip said that if they were lucky, they would be able to escape quietly and no one would catch them. Since it was about luck, his friend could not put up with such risks. Remembering the Count's love for his own children, Jans declared that they would end as soon as he found out that they were using other children to trade on his lands. He understood that if this happened, then all criminal organizations would be destroyed by the hands of one of the strongest swordmasters in the kingdom. In response, Philip assumed that their boss was simply confident that they would not be caught. But Jans believed that joking with the swordmaster was bad and would not lead to anything good. They did not have many options. Philip believed that they could escape either by running away or by turning their boss over to the police. All the same, they agreed on the idea of fleeing so as not to violate the rule of the underworld, which states that people who bear a certain responsibility in the mission should in no case surrender the organization and reveal the plan of their actions to third parties. Jans wondered if a friend could suggest a plan, considering that no matter how big these lands were, the boss's men would search every corner to find them. Philip replied that it would be better to take a chance, because it is simply impossible to avoid the swordmaster's wrath. They simply had no other way to survive other than escape. While they were discussing how crazy it was to engage in the slave trade in this place, they were already being watched. Of course it was Jamie, and he heard everything they were talking about. At one point he decided to appear, and the guys realized that now their plan was at risk of failure. Jans immediately asked who it was that interfered in their affairs. In response, the young magician haughtily said that the bandits were not in a position to ask questions. His words got on the nerves of self-confident Jans. He shouted that if the stranger decided to remain silent, then it would be the end of him. Both bandits rushed to attack, but as soon as they tried to strike, their enemy suddenly disappeared. Looking around, they could not see where he had gone. After a moment, they began to feel such a strong fear that they could not move from their place. The same stranger appeared right in front of them and asked in a terrifying voice what they were talking about. He was surrounded by an incredible amount of mana, extending his hand in their direction. He said with an evil smile that he would like to hear more details. After a moment, the technique of dark magic began to affect the mind of the bandits, so that they could not move from their place. As a result, Philip and Jans completely surrendered to the young magician. They told everything they knew about this mission. Jamie was surprised that those guys decided to do what his father despises most. It seemed strange to him that those idiots hoped to succeed in such a matter, being in the lands where the great master of the sword is an earl. Most of all, he was annoyed by the fact that now, not only the gods turn people as they please, but also the people themselves dared to do something similar, no different from those disgusting creatures. It also seemed strange that the boss of these bandits decided to do something similar, although he probably knew his father's character very well. He had an extremely bad premonition about all of this. Using dark magic, Jaime once again began using his mind control ability. He ordered these guys to go to the Count's estate and tell him everything they knew. Under the influence of magic, the bandits unconditionally began to carry out the order. The young master understood that the morning in their estate promises to be stormy. He managed to do a good job of getting his father to investigate the activities of some groups connected to the occult. Having done all that was necessary, Jamie once again resorted to using his pet's wings to return home. But after a moment, two bodies flew past him. Looking around, he realized that these were the same guys he used to tell his father about the cult's intentions. Later, the culprits of his failure also appeared. There were 4 people, but the most suspicious was the boisterous man in the middle. Jamie thought he had already done it, but because of some psycho, the work only increased. Again using dark magic, Jaime asked the stranger how he dared to touch the people who were following his orders. After that, a huge seal appeared behind him. Using his magic, he pronounced that he forbids his wards to die until they fulfill his orders. After that, the bodies of the recently mortally wounded bandits began to recover, filling with the mana of their new master. An employee of the rival criminal organization named Khan Ni was surprised that one more person was involved in this case, so he asked his wards to drag those 2 unfaithful guys and a strange guy in a cloak to his feet. In order to hurry up his bandits, he threatened them with reprisals if they did not proceed with the execution of the order. The young owner was surprised by the self-confidence of the bandits. They stole the bodies of traitors to their organization right in front of him. With tears in his eyes, Philip asked the magician who did not know him to help him. The cruelty of the criminals living on his father's lands drove Jamie out of his mind. He hatefully called Han Ni a scoundrel and asked how he dares to do such a thing in these lands. With loud threats of death, the criminal used magic and attacked Jaime, hitting him in the head. With a terrifying thirst for blood, he continued to attack the body of a magician he did not know, who interfered in the affairs of their organization. Using his power, the confident thief completely destroyed the body of the guy in the cloak.
But at the same moment, the warrior scared to death asked what bad their brother Finn had done to him.
Khan Ni didn't understand what he was talking about because he hit the stranger with all these furious blows. After a moment, Jamie appeared next to him and wondered if this was really all he was capable of. Frightened Khan Ni was frightened by the terrifying voice and looked around, asking what was going on at all. After that, with a frightening look, Jaime asked if it was fun to kill his partner. Shocked by what was happening, the thief realized that if his opponent was still alive, then all the attacks he carried out were aimed at someone else. In addition, it was the first time in his life that he had seen such an ominous aura emanating from the mage's body. After a moment, Jaime was right in front of his opponent and frighteningly said that the thief was taking on too much, being only a third-class magician. As expected, such words greatly hurt the pride of the opponent's ego. Realizing the danger of the situation, Han Ni resorted to using a third-class spell called Buster. He believed that even if it could not be compared to the magical explosion of the 5th class, it would be enough to incinerate the small body of the stranger, thus leaving no traces. But as soon as he tried to use his power, he found himself under the complete control of the young master, who offered him to listen to one thing about how the human mind is structured. Controlling the feelings and the body of his enemy, Jamie frighteningly said that people feel complete helplessness when faced with a subject who is many times superior to them in strength. He confessed to his puppet that this is precisely why he loves to manipulate those who are much weaker than himself. Although the great mage of the past, Diablo Wolfer, could not yet regain even a small part of his former power, he easily conquered this 3rd-level mage. With no chance of resistance, Han Ni fell face first onto the surface. The wards of this villain were simply shocked by the fact that the little magician easily defeated the leader of their group. Realizing that a real monster is in front of them, the trembling bandits decided to run, but it was already too late. Using his power, Jamie said that they should take this defeat as ordinary bad luck. After a moment, the dark magic of the young master captured the bodies of the thieves. Clenching his fist, Diablo Wolfer used destruction magic. Having dealt with the petty thieves, he returned to their group leader. He raised the head of Han Ni, who was lying on the ground, and ordered him to answer all his questions. The mage of the 3rd level completely submitted to the will of his new master. Lost control over his body and mind, he repeated the same thing as the previous guys. True, Jamie had already heard this and was wasting his time, because Philip and Jans should convey this information. The question that remained was what to do with Han Ni, even though the mage had stopped his death. But his soul was almost destroyed, so he would hardly be able to hold on much longer. Since he is only a 3rd-class mage, he can be turned into an undead. But if he does so, he will quickly become useless due to his soul. On the battlefield, such an undead would look quite normal, but using it in a peaceful place seemed far from the best idea. Based on the circumstances, the genius Jamie decided to use the second method. A 3rd-level mage is a vessel for a good amount of mana. The guy took advantage of the situation and absorbed his strength. Because of his human characteristics, the mana was overflowing with impurities. but it was not bad. Diablo Wolfer did not expect to be able to use such a large amount of mana at such an age. The second question was how to deal with ridiculous wards. The magician had already given them a little of his mana, but he understood that they would hardly be able to last long in such a state. I had to turn to the abilities of the black man. Those guys had unfinished business, so Diablo Wolfer gave them a chance to enjoy life a little longer. He turned to necromancy, an ability that allows you to revive the dead, but with some peculiarities. In fact, a resurrected person by this power is a complete contradiction to the laws of nature. From this moment, his servants took on a new form. They were commanded to live despite the fact that once they had already died. Now they were ready to carry out orders. Although Jaime was able to use the necromancy ability from his past life, this time it was not without its oddities. Some black smoke remained around the bodies of his servants, and the boy thought that he might have made some mistake. Chernish began to get nervous and squeal piteously, fearing that it was he who was to blame. Dissatisfied with Jaime's behavior, his ego asked him not to take everything to heart and not to think too much. The guy thought that his pet actually did everything perfectly. Trying to calm himself down, he played with it like a rubber toy, guessing that he himself had done something wrong. Diablo Wolfer was depressed because it was hard for him to admit that he had made a mistake in using magic. Usually he does not get attached to his past achievements, but this time it was still a shame that the skills were beginning to be lost. Because of this strange and suspicious aura, he understood that their use is impossible and they will attract the attention of the guards, so the only way out of the situation is simply to get rid of the unfortunate servants. In addition, it will not be possible to return to the genus cult either, because their magician users will also suspect something. But the black man did not agree with his reasoning. The dark pet sat on the mage's shoulder and began to behave very strangely. Jaime yelled at him for biting his master's cheeks. It turned out that he just wanted to draw attention to himself before starting to solve the problem. Sitting on Yansa's head, he began to absorb the dark aura that surrounded his body. Diablo Wolfer had never seen a pet do anything like this before. As it turned out, he had no need to absorb excess mana, because in his past life, the master's magic was more rational. The little black man swallowed all that volume of the undead's dark aura with difficulty. Now Philip and Jans were ready to carry out orders. But the correction of the situation made itself felt. Chernish was simply overwhelmed with mana and felt a certain heaviness. The young master thanked him for his work and praised him for successfully correcting the spell error. Next, it was time to give names to your first two servants. Jans got a new name Hazard, while Philip got the name Rise. The young master approached his servants, but their reaction indicated that they did not understand what was happening at all. Jaime decided to give them some time to come to their senses. After several minutes of silence, the cold began to look more adequately at the surrounding world. Azard was the first to start a dialogue. He suggested that there was a man in front of him who brought him back to life. Jaime authoritatively confirmed the ego's guess. Hazard could reason based on his previous experience, so he was shocked by the fact that in front of him was such a powerful mage who looked no more than 10 years old. In addition, he noticed his huge and ominous aura. It seemed to him that in front of him was some character from a book he had read when he was little. The young master looked like an ominous creature that should not be in the world. He felt that this magician could challenge the whole world himself. Of course, Diablo Wolfer couldn't help but feel his fear. He suggested that the servant thinks that his master looks like a demon lord. His words turned out to be an accurate description of how he was perceived by these guys. Rise gathered all his determination together, because he no longer had anything to lose. He loudly declared that he had no idea who was in front of them, but in his eyes, the young master certainly did not look like a man. Jaime was surprised by his reaction. The servant behaved too aggressively and seemed not to understand that his master was in front of him. He assumed that there were some flaws in his spell, but this did not mean that he would simply turn a blind eye to it. With a flick of his fingers, he demonstrated his superiority in strength, and Rise instantly found himself facing the surface. When Jaime began to go to meet him, the servant's whole body began to tremble from the impossibility of resisting. With a frightening look, the young master said that he would forgive the servant just this once, but threatened that if he raised his voice at him one more time, he would not get away with it. The chilling speech made the former thief take his words seriously. After communicating with one servant, the young master warned the second that this also concerns him. That's what subjugating the souls of dead people is. It didn't matter if they wanted it or not, but as long as they were bound by the contract, their lives belonged to the magician. This is the essence of the dark magic used by Diablo Wolfer. Before leaving, the guy remembered an important detail. He asked the servants not to think that he is the Lord of Demons. Polite Hazard asked for permission to find out who their master was. With a sweet and harmless expression on his face, the young master called himself an ordinary dark magician, although he could not specify that he was also the one who once tried to kill the gods, and having been reincarnated in a new body, considers this goal his only reason for existence. Trying to behave modestly, he ordered the servants to follow the Church of Genis and collect all the information related to it. In addition, he wanted anyone who might know something about human trafficking to be brought to him. He wanted him to be the one to tell his father about everything instead of them. Faithful Rise and Hazard bowed before the young master. When there was silence, they looked up. It turned out that the young master had already left. At that moment, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, they began to be awkwardly silent. The guys understood that they could not obey the owner's order, so they decided to do as he said. Returning home, the black man began to worry about the undead, but Jamie assured him that everything would be fine with them, because they were too scared, so they would not be able to obey his orders so easily. In addition, those guys will give information to his father so that he can solve the problem of the slave trade with his own hands. Afraid to get into trouble, the pet again began to pull the owner's cheeks, and dissatisfied with such treatment, Jaime explained that he could no longer allow the cult of Genis to do something similar on his lands. Jamie suggested that the black woman return to the mansion, but something unexpected happened. The magician did not even notice how someone suddenly approached them, then hit him on the back. The stranger himself was surprised that he managed to crash into someone in the middle of an empty road. The young master was a little enraged by the situation. Looking at the stranger, he called him blind, and then he was surprised that it was still a child. In response, the stranger shouted that the bold young man is still also a child. Diablo Wolfer felt embarrassed when he remembered that he was actually only 9 years old. Turning, he haughtily said that this time he would let the stranger go, after which he asked him to be more careful in the future. Strange behavior and speech of the same boy annoyed the stranger. In response, he furiously whispered to himself that the cheeky guy thinks he's an adult, even though he doesn't even have a single gray hair on his head. As soon as the black man heard this, he jumped on his master's head and changed his hairstyle. Jamie was surprised at the sudden commotion. Looking around, he realized that the reason for his pet's behavior was the words of the offended child. Chernish did it only because a stranger joked about his hair color. Diablo Wolfer did not understand how Chernish dared to climb on his head and where his manners had disappeared. Nevertheless, he decided to take this situation more seriously, so he turned to the boy in a terrifying voice and threatened that he should watch his tongue if his life was dear to him. Apologizing, the stranger began to run away. Having fulfilled the wish of his restless pet, Jamie calmly returned home. Still, the guy decided to punish his pet. Chernish felt guilty, while the owner asked him to think about his concession, after which he warned that if he did something similar again, he would not get off so easily. However, the beast summoned by dark magic forgot its manners due to the long absence of its owner. Falling face down into the pillow, Jamie sighed heavily because he was tired, because he used more strength than he originally thought. He understood that now he would have much more to do, and that his easy and carefree life had come to an end. However, an enemy will soon appear on his lands. This is the god whom he hates the most, Genis. Despite the fact that Diablo Wolfer had not yet recovered even a fraction of his former strength, he did not care how strong the enemy cult would be. He promised that this time he would get rid of all enemies once and for all. Meanwhile, Hazard and Rise arrived at the den of thieves. One of his companions was shocked that he was still alive, while the servant asked his new master to tell him where the elder was. That frightened boy could not understand why his comrades were still alive, because Han Ni was going to get rid of them personally. He couldn't believe that guys who didn't have magic could defeat a third-level mage. But Hazard was not going to play with the old friendship. He demonstratively smashed the wall in his old friend's head with his bare fist and said that he would not repeat his words twice. A thief named Pip did not understand what had happened. He did not see the rest of his comrades, who would surely make a big scandal if they found out that Jans had returned. The bewildered thief understood that these guys had dealt with the rest of the bandits, so in order not to risk his own life, he assured them that he had no idea where the elder brother had gone. But after a moment he was shocked. He learned that Philip also survived. The rebel Philip with the new name Rise asked if Pip was sure of what he was saying. Bewildered Pip, not even thinking about what he was saying, said with a tremor in his voice that he was not lying, and this could be clarified with the others. True, the others were already dead. Oh well. It was clear from Raiz's face that he was furious. He had had enough. He needed to find his old boss to carry out his master's order, since the older brother knows everything that is happening in the city, so there is a great chance that he has some information about the Janissa church. Addressing his old friend with all seriousness, he asked him his own opinion about where the boss might be. Scared to death, Pip understood that he needed to give them some kind of normal answer, because otherwise they would blow his head off without delay. In a frightened voice, he suggested that since the boss likes girls and he likes to drink, then you can check out all the bars that are nearby. Hazard and Rise agreed that this was a very good idea, so they decided to go to the nearest bars. Seeing that the guys were leaving, Pip sighed with relief. But a moment later, Hazard punched him in the face. He returned because he remembered the hostess's request to find any witness. It seemed to him that Pip was suitable for this role, but he did not know where to hide him, so he assumed that it would be possible to simply tie up the poor man and throw him in the forest nearby. Rise praised his version, but said that it would be easier to close it in the basement of the house. They spent too much time digging for information, so they decided to hurry up and find the boss. Meanwhile, one of those who was absent during the actions of Hazard and Rise returned to their lair. Looking around, the boy could not understand what had happened. All the guys around were unconscious. The child that Jamie ran into on the street worked for these bandits and thought that he would be beaten again because he did not comply with the norm, but as it turned out, he was not in danger anymore. In this case, he decided not to risk his own life and ran away so that others would not suspect anything. The next morning, Jamie woke up later than usual. This was not surprising, because he had to start his actions, and it turned out to be tiring. He understood that now he would not be able to avoid meeting with enemies. On the way to the dining room, he apologized to his pet for the fact that he was going to call him back so that he wouldn't catch his father's eyes. As soon as he approached the entrance, he asked his parents how they slept. With a smile on his face, Argino wished his son good morning. In response, Jamie was surprised that his mother still hadn't come. As it turned out, she was hiding behind the door and suddenly jumped out at her son. Playing the role of a sweet child, an excited Jamie wondered how she managed to hide so inconspicuously. Of course, this question was played. The mother began to laugh at the fact that her son was frightened by her jokes, but the boy boldly declared that he instantly straightened up when he realized that this was his beloved mother. After that, mother and sister hugged him, continuing to talk about their love. Then they began to have breakfast, and this time Sarah sat next to her parents, not her brother. Mom continued to hug her and play even at the table, showing a huge amount of love for the child. Watching this, Diablo Wolfer thought that he himself would not mind touching his little sister's cheeks, because they are always soft in children. But as soon as he realized what he was thinking about, he nervously hit his head on the table, realizing that a great magician who is going to destroy the gods should not get used to such a peaceful life. Having finished breakfast, the parents began to discuss their plans. Noticing this, Jamie wondered what would happen the next day. The father was surprised that the children did not know yet. The mother justified herself by saying that because her son had made her worry, she had completely forgotten about it. Most likely, she meant Jaime's technique, which he used to accumulate mana. Knowing her character, he understood that she was very worried about him. As a polite and well-mannered son, Jamie guiltily apologized for his behavior. Mom carefully answered that she understood that nothing would happen to him.
But after she would demonstrate her excitement and declared that if Herman continued to exhaust himself like this, she might faint somewhere in the corridor because she would become too sad.
After another apology, Jamie decided to return to the previous question, and as it turned out, the Walton family was going to go to the ball together. It will be a huge ball organized by Count Simon and Count Welton, and it will be attended by almost all the nobility living in the north of the Seldom Empire. Mom was happy that the children were attending such a noble event for the first time, while Diablo Wolfer understood that his precious free time would soon end. The evening of another boring day came. After dinner, the young master again used his pet's wings to visit his servants. Earlier, he indicated the meeting place to them, so he went to one of the given cities. As soon as the master entered, his servants got up from the table. Taking off his hood, Jaime asked if they had done what he asked. With a feeling of guilt, The excited Rise apologized for the fact that they had not been able to find out anything about the Janus cult, since it was created not so long ago. Hearing his answer, Diablo Wolfer realized that even the members of Lival would not be able to get any information in just one day. After that, he inquired about the success of the second assignment. Everything went well with the second assignment, and the guys introduced their friend's mistress named Pip. As soon as that guy saw the color of the young man's hair, he immediately understood that the Walton family had taken care of their affairs. Rise introduced Pip as one of the members of Lival's cult, that he actually knew that Connie was going to kill them. They believed that this only proves that this guy is not an ordinary pawn. Since Pip didn't say anything, Jamie decided to interrogate him using his own methods. To begin with, he asked to untie the captive's mouth.
As soon as they did, Pip took it.
After that, he began to shout and beg the hostess to spare his life, saying that he didn't know anything, but he would get any information if he was released. He looked up. He could not understand why he trembled so much at the sight of a child. As it turned out, he felt an infinite amount of his frightening power. In response, Jamie said that he had no reason to kill him, and he just wanted the prisoner to do his bidding. Lowering his head, Pip cried tearfully that he would do anything he was told, even find the boss, so that his life would be spared. After the young master Welton called the poor man too loud, he lost the gift of speech. Further, Diablo Wolfer put his hand on the thief's head and, using his dark magic, ordered him to go to the Count's estate and tell him about everything that their organization was doing. When the boy rose to his feet, it became clear that he was no longer in control of his consciousness. He silently left the Rise house and walked towards the Walton family mansion. Addressing the servants, Jamie asked them not to worry about the prisoner, saying that the Leeville organization was unlikely to catch him. At least he was sure that his father would be the first to deal with him. Then he ordered the guys to leave the garden and hide somewhere. Noticing a similar reaction, the black man whispered something in his owner's ear. Jamie agreed with his remark and with surprise asked the guys why they were not interested in the reasons for such an order. Having bowed low, the servants replied that the mistress's orders are the law and they cannot obey them. After that, Rise admitted that he most likely understood the motives of their host. Most likely, they guessed what position they were in. After all, having heard information about the criminals' plans, Mr. Welton would surely destroy the Lival organization, and I would like him not to know about the existence of Rise and Hazard. Leaving the building, Jamie warned the servants that he would be gone for a few days, so the guys should behave quietly until he returned. Doubts continued to worry the guys, and Rise ran out into the street. He shouted after his mistress. Jamie turned around and asked the servant with surprise what happened. As it turned out, Philip's personality wanted to know who they ended up being. He knew that they had perished, and that there was no way to fix it. In addition, he did not even want to return to his past life. He was sincerely glad that he had become stronger, but he could not rest until he found out what kind of creature he had become. Rise surprised the young master with his curiosity. He assumed that he was now an undead of the highest rank. In response, Jaime began to laugh and Reese felt awkward, which made him apologize for his stupid question. But the young master explained that he was laughing because people usually ask whether they have become undead or not, while Rise surprised him with his easy perception of reality. These guys seemed like an unusual find to him. Diablo Wolfer had never met such servants. Usually, everyone refused to accept that they had become monsters and lost their humanity. But Rise and Hazard looked like they could become really valuable wards. Nevertheless, the young master explained to the guys that now they are the most ordinary zombies because he saved their forms before they died. After they became zombies, their strength also increased, so now they are much more powerful than ordinary people. All the same, such news slightly upset Ryza, who hoped that at least after death he would gain a special power. To support them, the young master with a smile on his face said that everything depends only on them, and maybe they will one day become zombies of the highest level. Of course, such a speech really inspired the guys. Then the host and his hearers politely said goodbye. Returning home after a long walk, Jamie asked his pet not to think of his servants as pitiful. He thought that they were quite interesting and very much resembled one person from his past life. That night, the house of the Veltons was restless, as one of the members of Lival, a huge criminal organization located in Hayes, decided to betray his association. The Count had to stay to deal with some matters. Therefore, only 3 of his family went to Regan, the largest city located in the east. In fact, Jaime could already get to this place. He only used the teleportation skill, but he decided not to attract too much attention and used his usual transport. He was already much stronger than before. In addition, thanks to the study of the old man's book, he learned that magic has reached incredible progress and is now radically different from what it was in his time. But the problem is that he has no idea how much time has passed since his death. The events that took place after his death were described in history books. They mentioned an army of demons that attacked people led by a demon lord. Despite some very loud events, there have been no wars in the last few hundred years. Considering all this, it could be said that a lot of time has passed since his previous life. Analyzing the situation, Diablo Wolfer understood that his enemies could not unite. It was even better for him because separately they are much weaker. But in the near future, the priority task was their family ball. As soon as they entered the city, Jamie could not hide his surprise at its beauty. Mom explained with a smile that this is the most advanced city in their kingdom, and it is impossible to find a place through which such a huge amount of money passes, as through Regan. Now Jaime understood why their support had so much effect on the development of the center of their lands. After some time, they almost arrived at the palace. Jamie continued to behave modestly and admitted that he wanted to see Count Simon so badly that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. As usual, hugging her son tightly, the mother called him cute and asked not to worry. She suggested that Jamie admires Uncle Simon so much because he also wants to become a magician. In response, tired of her hugs, he agreed with her words. Mom explained to her son that Count Simon is simply incredible because being the same age as his father, he was already a wizard of the 7th class, and along with him is one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Council of Nobles of the Kingdom, and he is also the lord of the city of Regan. The magic of the local city, according to people, is like a red lotus, which is why he was nicknamed the Magician of the Red Lotus. They say that with one of his spells he can kill 1,000 people at once. Hearing this, Jamie wondered what kind of person the Count was. Mom thought deeply before answering the question. The first thing that came to her mind was to say that the Count's hair is as red as blood. In fact, the young hostess did not care about these things. But the power with which the Count could take such a huge number of lives was what really interested him in his conversation with Simon. His conversation with Marcus Linmel was a little useless because it was too short. So he hoped that with the help of the Earl, he could find out more about modern magic. Mother was the first to get out of the carriage, and then she called the children. They were already met by the polite butler of this mansion, who assumed that the wife of Count Walton was in front of him. Having made sure of this, he offered to accompany them to their rooms. While the whole event was just huge for them, the butler also said that if they have any wishes, they can contact him. The guests admired Count Simon's care. A separate room was even allocated for the young owner. Jamie was glad of such attentiveness, because he could not even imagine how difficult it would be to be together with his family all this time. Addressing the children, the mother asked them to sort out their belongings and return to her. A few minutes later, she was already in the center of attention of the maids. They took care of her hair for the ball. The woman looked simply incredible, and her son could not help but express his admiration. Hearing this, my mother was very happy with his words. In front of the maids, she demonstrated the relationships within their family. The mother almost jumped on her son to hug him, but one of the maids politely asked the lady to hold herself in her hands. Otherwise, her hairstyle might lose its appearance. It seems that she took it too personally and could not believe that now she could not hug her beloved children. Meanwhile, young Mrs. Sears had also finished her preparations. As expected, Mom could hardly contain her emotions when Jamie said that Sarah looked like a doll. The girl was especially happy about her older brother's compliment. All the same, they both agreed that these clothes were not very comfortable, but agreed that they would suffer in this form until the very end of the holiday. In the end, Jamie was also forced to change his image a little. Then they went to the banquet hall of Count Simon's castle. Everyone was amazed by the incredible size of this hall, and Jamie wondered if ballrooms had always looked so luxurious. Taking his seat, the boy wondered if Count Simon really loved luxury so much. Mom answered that this is so, and most likely the son will be even more surprised when he meets him in person. Next, 2 beautiful ladies approached Madame Welton, who immediately noticed her incredible appearance and chic dress. Watching these fake conversations, Jamie felt disgusted, realizing that they were actually trying to sneak up on their family. He had met many people like them in the past. In those times, which are not mentioned in history, such people flattered the gods, whom he hated so much. Although this sight was disgusting, Jamie understood that his mother knew how to behave with such persons. Meanwhile, the greeting of all visitors to Count Simon's castle began. In front of them, the host of the ball, Rival Banner, who was also a member of the administrative bodies of the city of Reagan, presented himself. The whole hall immediately turned their attention to him. With a smile on his face, Rival declared that the ball would soon begin and it was time to take your seats. After that, he asked the visitors to get ready to welcome Count Simon and his entire family, which will be here from minute to minute. After a few minutes, the organizer of the celebration appeared. Of course, the appearance of such an incredible mage made the young master emotional. He could not help but notice the pressure in the air from the appearance of an advanced master. A man with red hair greeted everyone present. The 7th grade mage impressed the young master with his presence. Count Simon hoped that everyone would enjoy this event. While everyone was discussing the appearance of the organizer of the ball, Jamie could not sit still. He was surprised that Count Simon was almost on the same level as the great magician Marcus Linmel, or even stronger. The magician of the Red Lotus really exceeded all his expectations, and the boy was in anticipation of their conversation. At the same moment, the family of the local count approached the Walton family. As befits, Mrs. Welton exchanged polite greetings with them. The magician was surprised that his fellow swordmaster had not arrived. Further, he learned that Mr. Argino would be coming closer tonight, as he had some problems. After that, the count paid attention to the children of his friend. A caring mother introduced her son. After that, she introduced her daughter Sarah. The children politely expressed their admiration for this event. Mrs. Simon could not contain her surprise at how sweet and well-behaved Mrs. Argino's children are. While the two ladies were talking to each other, the two magicians began to look closely at each other. Jamie was not interested in the ball, but the personality of the Red Lotus mage seemed very intriguing to him. In addition, he noticed how the count examined every corner of his body. This was exactly what the young master wanted, so the count warmed up his interest in his personality and even showed a good possession of mana. This demonstration aroused the interest of the great magician. He decided to personally meet an interesting child. Jamie said with a smile on his face that he admired the feats of the count. After that, the Red Lotus mage came closer to him and offered to talk later in a more relaxed atmosphere. As soon as they agreed, the man interested in the talented young man decided to go further. The young master was satisfied. The count exceeded all his expectations, and he was looking forward to their second meeting. The host of the event invited the visitors to feel at home and enjoy the evening. Those present began to get up from their tables to find interlocutors and make good connections. Meanwhile, one red-haired young man looked closely at the child of another noble family. Of course, the ego was interested in Jamie Walton. Count Simon's wife and 2 sons were sitting at the table. One of them asked his father what he thought of Count Walton's son. When asked what made him interested in a 10-year-old child, the young master of the family, Simon, answered that although the master of Jamie is young now, he will become the head of the family in the future, and it would be nice to meet them as peers. At that moment, the count remembered the rumors that his son was showing leadership qualities among noble children. It seemed stupid to him that his son was trying to get his recognition in this way. However, he was not against playing along a little, so he called his son wise beyond his years. When his son asked if he could tell something else, the count decided to remain silent. Instead of answering, he simply asked to give him an aperitif, thereby demonstrating that he was not going to give his younger son any hints. The mother volunteered to support her son. She gently and carefully placed her hand on his arm, after which she asked him to get along with young Mr. Walton, since their families have long been allies. With a sly smile, the boy agreed with his mother. Mrs. Simon was glad that the question had been resolved. After that, she decided to join the meal. But the young master continued to experience some tension. He was ashamed in front of his mother, because in fact he was not even going to get along with the son of the Walton family. He couldn't wait to make the noble child of the Walton family crawl on his lap before him. All this was only for the sake of one goal. He hoped that this way, he would receive the recognition of his father. The younger brother noticed his sly smile. He understood what was being said and anticipated interesting events. The ball continued, and the Walton family decided to get up from the table. Mom asked her son to be polite and make friends with everyone. As soon as she left, Jamie felt relieved. He had no interest in making acquaintances with minors, so he decided to spend this time alone with his mind. Hoping to find a secluded spot in this mansion, he went outside. Looking around, he saw incredible gardens and realized that magic is not the only virtue of the Simon family. He thought about how the count was able to reach such a high level. A moment later, he heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. Someone quietly approached him from behind. Because of this, the guy did not hesitate to turn to the use of magic. But as it turned out, he threatened a girl of his age with his lightning spear. The young master behaved extremely rudely. Seeing that in front of him was an ordinary girl, he canceled the effect of his magic. The little girl sighed heavily after such an unexpected greeting. Then, with a trembling voice, she asked if it was possible to attack so suddenly. Jamie infuriated her with his answer, saying that she had snuck up on him too suddenly. The young master continued to behave unexpectedly rudely, and without extra manners, asked who she was and how she managed to sneak up on him. The girl's eyes began to sparkle. She thought that the young master was interested in her, but she doubted whether she was telling him her name or not. He said that after his concession, she somehow did not want to communicate. As expected, Jamie found her speech unpleasant, as well as the very fact that she was able to suddenly appear behind his back. Still, he continued to behave rudely and used his magic, shooting her near the leg. The girl was frightened by his behavior. The heir of the Walton family introduced this technique as an air bullet, a second-level magic. He warned that if her magical defenses were not developed enough, then such an attack would pass through her, and most likely, for such a little girl like her, it would be fatal. The girl just wanted to get to know the polite son of the Walton family, but she began to understand that she was dealing with a real psycho. Turning to the poor fellow, Jamie asked if he should continue. The panicked girl told him to stop. The situation forced her to stop being mysterious. She confessed that her name is Ash Vale. As it turned out, this is the eldest daughter of Viscount Vale, who is a summoner of spirits. Summoners are magicians who have entered into a contract with the mysterious spirits of nature. There are not so many summoners on the continent. They are considered outstanding magicians and can claim the title of Baron. This explained the fact that she was able to approach him silently. Jamie assumed that she used the spirit of the wind because it was possible in his past life. What was more surprising was that she was the same age as him, but already a summoner. Usually, to unite with nature, they start studying from the age of 10. But this girl, apparently, was born a genius. And when she starts studying, she will most likely be able to conclude a contract with the so-called king. After Miss Val introduced herself, she asked the ruffian to hurry and introduce himself, because it was a mystery to her who dared to use such dangerous magic inside the Simon family palace. The guy was surprised by her question. He could not believe that she would try to interrogate him after revealing her identity. Judging by her character, he understood that she does not like to lose. Ash wanted to know who he was dealing with. However, Jamie decided to satisfy her interest and introduced himself as the heir of Count Walton. Hearing this, Ash was shocked, because in fact, the Vale family are loyal vassals of Count Welton. Meanwhile, Mr. Argino had already managed to deal with the Lival organization. Grabbing their leader, he admitted that the gang annoyed him, but he didn't touch it because that's all they did. Besides, sometimes they were even useful. Lifting his head with his boot, he angrily asked why they decided to repay his kindness by engaging in human trafficking. With a cold look, he declared that on his lands, either a madman or someone who was tired of life could take up this. Believing that the leader of Laval wished to die, Mr. Welton promised that he would fulfill his wish. As expected, the leader of the criminal group begged for mercy, but the trembling of his body did not cause pity in Mistress Argino. Addressing his wards, he asked to get rid of the thief. The wards unconditionally accepted his orders. Then he asked to prepare the wagon for immediate departure. Mr. Walton went to the ball. At the same time, his wards led the criminals to the place of execution. Meanwhile, they were already being followed by the real customers of human trafficking. The Lival organization let them down, so they had to start a plan B. The young master of the Walton family continued to walk around the palace of the Simon family, but could not concentrate on his thoughts. He couldn't be alone because of Ash's obsessiveness, so he got mad and nervously asked why she was following him. Jamie said that if her father was a vassal of his father, then it still doesn't mean anything. He asked the shy girl to stop communicating with him as if they had a business relationship. As soon as he asked to leave him alone and decided to leave, the girl grabbed his hand. In this way, she only brought the ego out of herself even more. Looking her in the eyes, he asked her directly why she stuck to him. The shy girl replied that she had met a boy her age for the first time, so she wanted to make friends with him. Hearing this, the guy was confused. There was silence between them, because he did not even think that this was the reason. He could still assume that it was a servant, but he had no idea why she needed a friend at all. Sighing heavily, he thought that friends are very important for children of her age. At the same time, he believed that this was not his problem, because such a friendship could take up too much of his time. Jamie decided to move on and advised her to find someone else, since he himself does not need friends. With tears in her eyes, Ash asked him to stop and called him worthless. Still, he managed to get alone. He thought that she is still a child and does not understand that friendship, like any relationship, is irrational. He judged based on his past mistakes. Diablo Wolfer believed that if he immediately got rid of such feelings, he would not have had to experience something terrible in his past life. This situation spoiled his mood because of it, he remembered something unpleasant. His solitude suddenly came to an end, as he was once again distracted by his peers. This time it was 3 guys, in front of whom stood a red-haired young master. Seeing them, Jaime immediately understood that someone who most likely is the son of Count Simon addressed him in such an impudent tone. Instead of introducing himself to him, he asked him to repeat his appeal. One of the impudent friends of the young master, Simon, asked disgruntled how Walton dared to address their brother in such a disrespectful tone. The second guy clarified that Jamie had to understand that Mr. Alf was in front of him. After that, they both shouted that this is the son and heir of Count Simon's family. In response, Jamie, with a sly smile, called them too noisy and used a silencing spell. At the same moment, 2 bold guys were speechless. The young master of the family, Simon, was perplexed by what had happened. Confused, Alf asked in an uncertain tone if he had actually cast a silencing spell on them. With a joyful laugh, Jamie was surprised that the young master Simon had heard of him, and assumed that in that case, he was better than these naive monkeys. Calling the young master of the Walton family a smug bastard, a nervous Alf asked if he realized he was older than him. In response, Jamie calmly asked him not to go into details and get straight to the point, until he had done to him the same as he had done to his comrades. The situation heated up, and young Master Simon began to think about how to get out of this situation. However, he decided not to aggravate the situation. Addressing Jaime, he falsely admitted that he did not come to fight, because he wanted to chat a little. Moreover, he went further and even called him incredible for being able to use the mute spell. Despite his request to correct the situation, Jaime replied that he had already listened to useless chatter, after which he suggested that the son of the Count go his own way. As expected, Alf was simply shocked and decided to make sure that the brat knew exactly who he had the honor of talking to. Nevertheless, he decided to put up with this refusal, believing that the time for a serious dialogue simply had not come. He asked the son of Count Walton whether they would maintain communication in the future. In his justification, he asked them to understand them correctly, named the reason why they treated him like that, in his rude reply upon acquaintance. Further, Alf said that since they will become the nucleus of the nobility of the eastern region in the future, it would be good for them to make friends at such an age. Listening to the lying speech, Jamie thought that this red-haired guy was some kind of clown, because if he did not show him skills, then their company would try to make friends by force. The reason for his behavior was clear to him from the very beginning. Alf wanted to subordinate his ego to himself. Jamie was already irritated by the fact that he allowed himself to listen to something so pathetic, so he decided to answer directly and, refusing the offer of friendship, declared that he didn't care about his ideas and everything like that, after which he once again asked to leave him alone. When he heard the refusal, Alf came out and shouted that Jamie was a disgusting jerk, that he was getting on his nerves. After these words, he shouted that he would mercilessly trample the feeble magic of the self-confident heir of the Walton family to smithereens. Pointing his magic wand at the enemy, he confidently declared that Jaime had no choice but to serve him. In response, the heir of the Walton family did not even blink an eye. With a sly smile, he decided that it would be better to put him in his place now than to continue playing further. Addressing his adversary, Jaime said that in fact, Alf originally planned to resort to brute force. In response, Earl Simon's nefarious successor admitted that this was true, then clarified that he had changed the plan slightly after Weldon used his magic. In the end, he decided that he would act in his usual style. Diablo Wolfer felt a certain disgust at such a two-faced enemy at such a young age. He wondered if he really thought that adults would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Jamie was sure that his peer would be in trouble if something happened. With a confident smile, haughty Alf replied that there was nothing to worry about. After that, he took out a magic layer and said that no one will see them while he has this thing in his possession. He then applied the artifact and a seal appeared under their feet. Looking around, Jamie assumed that the enemy had a magical artifact of illusions in his hands. Alf replied that if Jamie knew what it was, then he really was a magician. Despite this, he was confident in his superiority and shouted that soon the haughty heir of the Walton family would ask him for mercy. At the same moment, he was surprised that the enemy decided to dispel the silence spell. The servants of the young master Simon were freed from the spell. They began to talk about how hard it was to endure something like that, after which they returned to the threats of a member of the Walton family, who said that he was tired of living and that he would not get away with it. While the enraged servants of the young master threatened the heir of the Walton family, he admitted that the son of Count Simon possessed a very good artifact. Jamie called this situation extremely interesting. Self-confident Alf replied that he simply did not understand the situation he was in. He did not let him talk to the end. Jaime used a spell, called his enemies to suffer. His incredible pressure affected the self-confident guys so much that their noses began to bleed, and they could do nothing to ease their torment. With a sly smile, Jaime advised them not to turn off the artifact, because in the second case, everyone would see them drown in hellish torment. With a loud cry, they all fell to their knees as Jamie began to haughtily laugh at their pathetic behavior. In the end, Alf still stopped using the artifact and remained the only one of the three who did not lose consciousness. He had such a severe headache that he could not hold back his nausea. This condition seemed incredibly humiliating to him. His entire body shuddered at the thought that his opponent was a mage of the 4th rank, while he was some pitiful 2nd-level mage. He did not understand how everything could turn out like this. Alf knew in advance that Jamie was born into a family of knights, so he believed that he was significantly stronger than him, because he could not come to the ball with a sword. He could not understand how his peer had such magical power if their family specializes exclusively in swordsmanship. He assumed that it was an exceptional talent that he himself did not have. Rising from his knees, he was filled with hatred. He declared out loud that he would not forgive his enemy and would not leave it just like that. Absorbed in rage, Alf, who believed that he was defeated by talent, thought that he would do everything to crush the enemy and make it so that Jamie could never use magic again. As soon as the heir of the family Simon returned to the mansion, he again planned something insidious. This time his comrades were not so confident in themselves because it was about stealing a magical instrument. The young master was dissatisfied with their excitement and declared that the servants have no right to ask questions, but must silently and blindly follow the boss. At that moment, they were suddenly startled by the mention of Alpha's name. As it turned out, Lennon's younger brother approached them. The older brother asked why he was here and not at the ball. Lennon replied that it was related to recent events. Extending his hand with magical objects towards his older brother, Lennon said that he couldn't be calm when Alf was offended by the actions of some fool. Seeing the object in his brother's hands, Alf was alarmed, realizing that it was a very dangerous thing. With a smile on his face, the caring Lennon asked his older brother not to worry about where he got such a thing, after which he advised him to teach the understudy of the Walton family. Alf admitted that he was right, because he was simply seething with hatred for the heir of the second great family. Later that day, the master Argino Walton finally arrived at the ball, and Count Simon personally went outside to meet him. For the first time this evening, a sincere smile appeared on the face of the Red Lotus Mage Count. Argino Walton was also glad to see him. He even laughed at the surprise that the Count was meeting him in person. As soon as they exchanged pleasantries, the organizer of the ball invited the dear guest to go inside. The ball has already come to an end, and according to the red-haired Count, the event was a success as always. But more than the ball, he wanted to discuss the meeting with young Mr. Walton. The father was interested to hear the opinion of the great magician about his son. First of all, Mr. Simon noted that the Walton family loves their children very much and admitted that they are very jealous of their friend. Argino assumed that nothing had changed for them. There was silence since Master Simon did not want to remember it. However, he returned to the original topic and stated that Jamie did not just surprise him, he was completely amazed by this meeting. Argino was not surprised by such an answer. He understood that the Blood Lotus Mage was walking around and around. In order not to waste time, the swordsman politely suggested that his friend considered his son talented. With an interested look, Mr. Simon replied that the word talent would not be enough. He thinks that Jamie is the best he has ever seen. The great magician said that perhaps in the history of all mankind, there was no more talented person than the heir of the Walton family. Argino admitted that Marcus Linmel had the same opinion about his son. With some sadness, he said that he also knew about his talent when he was younger, but he never thought of it as something special. Therefore, he asked Marcus for a favor, because if someone is so talented in magic, then he should become a magician, despite the traditions of the family. With a smile on his face, Mr. Simon admitted that his friend's son was very lucky to have such a strong teacher as Marcus. When he learned that the great magician refused this request, he treated this information with understanding, after which he declared that Jamie was an unsurpassed genius who would be able to achieve anything by himself, even becoming a legendary magician of the 9th rank. After that, he suddenly stated that he envied that the young man was born more talented than himself. But on the other hand, it was very interesting for him to see how far the supreme magician could advance with such power. Hearing his friend's speech, Argino began to get nervous, realizing that he was leaning towards a very dangerous topic.
After that, Mr. Simon talked about the fact that although people are weak, they were able to build a great civilization.
On the other hand, he understood that compared to dragons, high elves, and other creatures, their magic was insignificant, like a breeze in the background of a hurricane. The great magician believed that only thanks to their unity they could resist some threats. Turning to his comrade, he stated that thanks to sword masters like him, they could still fight for life in this world. With a foreboding smile, he asked his friend what would happen if a magician of the 9th rank was born. With incredible enthusiasm, he declared that even such masters of magic as dragons would not stand by him. Despite his comrade's concern about his words, he declared that he longs with all his heart for people to become true owners of this world. Count Walton, who was more modest and worried about the fate of his son, said that Mrs. Simon's words were very arrogant. But the red-haired mage replied that even if his words are arrogant, it is not a bad thing, because they both know about the forgotten history that was erased from the face of the earth. The story that Count Simon mentioned is a secret that was known only to a few on the entire continent. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared due to some incident. Due to extraterrestrial perfect creatures who decided to protect people from those secrets, Count Simon dreams that people will gain such power that would prevent them from being held in check. He wanted humanity to acquire a similar power in order to prevent the history of their civilization from repeating itself, as well as the risk of their sudden disappearance. After this tense dialogue, they said goodbye and went to rest. The caring father could not approach his son, looked at him. He wondered whether such expectations on the part of Jaime would be justified. As a father who has such a talented child, he was very worried. It was difficult for him to accept that his dear and beloved son would one day become a support for all of humanity. Argino Welton hoped that his son would grow up to be a righteous person. He was ready to give his all for this purpose. In the morning, the event continued, and all the guests returned to the guest house of the Simon family. Jamie was very thoughtful. He was worried about the reason his father was worried, but he wasn't going to use mind control just because of his simple interest. In addition, he understood that his abilities were not yet sufficiently developed. His calmness was again interrupted by Mrs. Ashe. As soon as she came to say hello, an already puzzled Jamie asked her not to bother him with her obsessive behavior. In response, the girl slyly said that this time she has an interesting job. After that, he loudly called his sister. Jamie understood that the situation was getting worse because Ashe suddenly decided to increase the number of annoying interlocutors. To avoid such pastime, Jamie tactfully got up from the table and said that he was leaving, as he had no intention of getting close to them. In response, the girl shouted that he should at least get to know his sister, since their families are so close. After her words, the eldest daughter, Rebecca Val, came up to them and called her speech rude. She asked her younger sister not to discard formalities in a conversation with the Count's son. Seeing her face, the guy froze in place and no longer paid attention to the dispute between the two girls. Noticing his reaction, Ashe began to laugh and said that he fell in love with her older sister. Diablo Wolfer was devastated. He did not understand how Jane ended up here. He meant the beloved of his whole life, who was given to the gods for her own good. This is where the story of the great magician of the past begins, who was deprived of his human emotions. At the same moment, a young man who hated the heir of the Walton family rushed to them. Filled with rage, Alf was about to take his revenge. He again armed himself with dangerous artifacts, believing that now he was ready to finish off his offender. But Jamie did not pay any attention to the heir of the Simon family. He again named the eldest daughter of the Vale family after the love of his life. Hearing this, the girl was confused because she did not understand who was talking about. Seeing the look of young Mr. Walton, Ash said aloud that he had fallen in love. The sneaky Alf decided to take advantage of this moment. He shouted that now Jaime would obey him, after which he used the power of a rare magical artifact. Jamie didn't pay attention to this, while Ash was scared of the danger of the spell that was directed in their direction. At the same moment, a frightened Rebecca rushed towards her sister. But after a moment, the young Master Welton fearfully turned to the enemy, asked him not to interfere, after which he dispelled his attack. Alf Simon could not believe his eyes. He knew that the artifact created by his father, the Phoenix Ring, belonged to the 6th rank of fire magic. He was confused, not understanding how a 10-year-old mage could repel his ego's attack. Releasing his mana, Jaime hatefully said that it was time to die. He used an ice spell on his opponent. Ice began to spread over the body of the heir of the Simon family. The frightened boy began to feel an incredible cold and could not resist this force at all. Alf began to scream from the pain he was experiencing. Despite the fact that the opponent was suffering in front of everyone present, Jamie was absorbed in his malice and was not going to interrupt the spell. But at the same moment, the Master of the Sword approached him and said that this was enough. His father, Master Argino Welton, came to deal with his rage. He asked his son not to worry and said that everything is fine now. Looking around, Jamie was convinced that the girl, who was the reincarnation of his beloved from the past, was unharmed. After that, he lost consciousness due to the use of magic by his father. This incident happened in front of everyone present, and in the center of events were 2 counts and their children. Mr. Argino could not believe that Jamie was really going to use such a terrifying spell on his peer. Talking with his friend, at first he thought that he had made a mistake. But seeing the power of the spell and the impossibility of resistance on the part of the heir of the Simon family, he realized that these actions on the part of his son were serious, and if he could not stop him, Alf could die. At the same time, Mr. Simon was not at all worried about his son, considering the actions of the future 9th rank mage to be amazing. He understood that alpha magic was weak and less than half of his own, but if the artifact worked, then everyone present would burn alive. Such a turn of events did not make him nervous, because he was filled with admiration for the future child, who would be able to fulfill his long-standing dream. At the same moment, his wife throws a tantrum about the fact that Jamie almost killed their child, while the Count is completely calm. Her words hurt the feelings of Jaime's mother. She asked the lady to express herself correctly, because the only one who tried to kill was Alf. As an argument, she stated that it was the heir of the Simon family who first attacked their son. In addition, she mentioned that Alf had prepared in advance and used the artifact in his direction. Her words were true and put the mistress of the Simon family in an awkward position. With tears in her eyes, she tried to justify herself. Mrs. Sears Walton demanded that she finish speaking. Mr. Argino intervened in their conflict. He told his wife that it was enough. Under the gaze of all visitors, a woman who loves her unattended son tried to find support. Her husband took a few steps forward. She was sure that even though he is strict, he will now resolutely stand up for his child. But her hopes came to an end as soon as he admitted in front of all the visitors that their son had behaved rudely on such an important day. Turning to Madame Welton, he offered his sincere apologies. Mistress did not expect that the Red Lotus mage would really take the side of justice. She could not come to terms with the fact that she is surprisingly kind, and after such a sorry person cannot be angry. In response, Mrs. Welton thanked the Count for resolving the dispute and said that she would go to her room. Count Simon took it for granted and suggested that Argino also go to rest. As soon as he resolved the conflict, he apologized to the rest of the guests for the spoiled dinner, after which he asked them to return to their rooms and have a good rest. On such a note, the ball was over. There was silence in the hall, which could only be interrupted by the quiet whispers of those present. Turning to her husband, Mrs. Simon asked in a trembling voice why he had done so. With tears in her eyes, she shouted that their son had suffered because of the actions of the heir to the Walton family. At the moment when she turned to rudeness, the Count, with a cold and piercing look, told her to be silent. He said that there are many extra ears here, so she and her son should return to their rooms. Despite the requests of the mistress, Mr. Simon nevertheless approached his son and assumed that he was trying to attract his attention. With a malicious look, he asked him not to be silent. While the son was trembling in fear of his father, the man wondered if he thought that his actions would spoil their reputation in the eyes of the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom. Looking up, he could not hide his fright. Alf thought that he just wanted his father to notice him. However, he did not find the courage to confess, so he shouted that Jamie had been rude to him. After his words, in an even more malicious and threatening tone, the Count asked where he got the phoenix ring. Scared to death, the son was afraid to answer. The father asked him to hurry, said that he did not like to be repeated twice. With tears in his eyes, Alf confessed that his younger brother had given him the phoenix ring. Hearing this, the Count freed his youngest son. As soon as Lennon went inside, he understood what was going on. He could not believe that his older brother was so pitiful that, despite the conditions created in advance, he still failed. Lennon decided to pretend that he did not know what was going on, so with a good smile, he asked his father what was the matter. In response, the father directly asked if he was the one who gave Alf the phoenix ring. The younger brother admitted this, so the Count asked why he gave him something so dangerous. Lennon began to distort the facts, said that he did not want Jamie to make fun of his older brother. But moments later, his father's words made him tremble, because he said that Lennon did not do this for his brother, but simply wanted to manipulate them. Lennon found himself in an awkward position. He did not understand how his father guessed what games he was playing among his peers. Only at that moment did Alf realize that he had become part of his younger brother's cunning plan. After looking at the children, the Count declared that the children had most likely already guessed that they were not interesting to him. With a cold look, he asked if they knew why everything was like that. Without waiting for an answer, he said that despite the fact that his blood flows in their veins, they lack talent. On the other hand, he noted that this does not mean that he is not aware of their vile and base thoughts. At that moment, the children could not squeeze a single word out of themselves because they were afraid of their father, who was cold towards them. Turning to the children, Count Simon said that if they are so eager to get his attention, then they should not waste time on such tricks. Instead, he asked them to work to prove that they were worthy of his blood. Leaving the hall, he warned them that he would no longer interfere in their plans, so they themselves must deal with the mess they had made. He explained that Alf and Lennon should ask Jamie Walton for forgiveness when dawn comes. As soon as his father left the room, Alf was worried that he would again have to meet the heir of the Walton family, whom he hated so much and considered the cause of his problems. Just the thought of it made him shudder, and he admitted it. I asked my brother if he was going to follow his father's order. He didn't hear anything in response and looked at Lennon, thinking that his father's words made him sick. But as it turned out, his younger brother was delighted with his father's words. He swore to himself that his father would see that he was truly worthy of the royal blood of the Simon family. That evening, the excited Mrs. Sears could not sleep for a long time. She watched her sleeping son because she could not forget how serious his thirst for blood was towards the heir of Count Simon. Mom could not imagine what could have happened to a 9-year-old child to make him in such a state. The moment she realized that they weren't just fooling around, she realized the danger of using such a powerful artifact of fire magic. The woman could not forgive Alf, even after he was forgiven by Count Simon. As soon as her son rolled over in his sleep, she completely forgot about her anxiety. She took hold of her face, not understanding what she was thinking at all. At that moment, her husband came to her aid. Mr. Argino asked if she was all right. She didn't know how to answer his question. It was clear to her that her caring husband sees her condition, but still she could not admit her worries about the situation. The man asked what he should do for her to make her feel calmer. With a smile on her face, the lady remembered how he stopped her during the conflict after the incident between the children. Mr. Argino said that he was just worried that she would only spoil her mood even more. Mother mentioned that Count Simon immediately apologized politely, so she did not want to create a conflict among the Eastern nobles because of such nonsense. The excitement disappeared, and they even started to laugh at the fact that the heir of the Simon family had gotten so bad for his impudence. After that, they decided to leave so as not to disturb their son's sleep. Of course, Jamie was awake and heard all their conversations. He understood their excitement, because he could not control himself at that moment of the conflict. In fact, he did not pay him any attention. The only thing he thought about since meeting the elder sister of the Valle family was that his beloved from the past life had also reborn at this time. For the great magician, this did not seem too strange because he himself was reborn after tens of thousands of years. He considered it impossible that it was not her, but as it turned out, Jane had no memories of her past life. All the same, it was normal because he is a special case, since his rebirth is the effect of his power. Nevertheless, he did not understand the very fact of her reincarnation at the same time as him. He had already begun to wonder whether this was just a coincidence or fate, or whether the 12 gods were involved. His doubts were dispelled by his pet. Jamie admitted that it was nonsense to assume the intervention of the gods, because if they had known about his reincarnation, he would not have had a peaceful life.
Playing with the black man as if with a toy. He is not to fill his necessary thoughts.
But all the same, memories from his past life did not give him peace. This was due to the fact that then he lost his beloved Jane. Since such an opportunity arose, he was not against meeting her again. Meanwhile, the members of the cult have already learned that great changes are coming in the world of magic. One of them has already prepared a report for his management. In this report, it was written about the eldest son of the Walton family. He indicated that at the age of 9, he was already a wizard of at least the 4th rank, and, most likely, his incredible talent would soon turn the whole world upside down. In the morning, Jaime went to Count Simon's garden. The atmosphere was pleasant because it was outside the noise of the event. At the same time, a black man was also walking with him. As it turned out, he didn't really like spending time like that. Diablo Wolfer understood that it was quiet here because most of the guests had already gone home, as it was the last day of the ball. It was good for him because he enjoyed being alone. Before returning home, he thought about the fact that he needed to meet his beloved from his past life once again. But in the midst of this silence, he suddenly felt mana. Its use was accompanied by some sounds. The guy looked around, but did not see the source or the user of the power. He decided to use me and quickly found the location of the user. As soon as he ran to the pond, he saw who caught his attention. As it turned out, it was Rebecca Vala. She used her power and communicated with a spirit named Undine. The spirit and the eldest daughter of the Vale family were surprised when they noticed that someone had decided to distract them. Looking around, she was surprised that the Count had come to her. First of all, she asked if everything was okay with him. After his answer, Jamie awkwardly tried to remember her name. Seeing his strange behavior, the beloved from the past began to laugh sincerely. He reintroduced himself to him as Rebecca Vale, not even bothering about the fact that the heir to the Walton family was rude when he forgot her name. Diablo Wolfer could not take his eyes off her. He remembered the last words of his beloved, who asked not to forget her. He understood that Rebecca, like Jane, is also a summoner of water spirits. The daughter of the Vale family was distracted from the deep, thoughtful ego. She politely asked why he looked so sad. Jamie could not admit that they had already met in a past life and were lovers. Rebecca herself began to feel sadness, assuming that he had not yet moved on from yesterday's events. She understood that she could help him and took the first step. The reincarnated Jane hugged her lover from the past life and comforted him with the words that everything would be fine. The feeling that she was near seemed to him a remnant of feelings from the past, but he was not against enjoying this moment a little more. After a short conversation, they sat down by the pond and began to laugh. With a sincere smile, Rebecca mentioned that her father taught her that it is easier to get through difficulties if you share them with someone. Jamie immediately understood that it was Visconti Vale. The girl happily replied that he was right. After that, he admitted that he was glad to be able to talk normally. Jamie replied that this thought also occurred to him. Although he was pleased with the girl's sweet smile, he thought that she was a completely different person. During the conversation, he mentioned that he had heard that the Vale family had a tradition of making a contract with the spirits of the air. Rebecca agreed. But as it turned out, due to her strong connection with the spirits, they themselves appeared to her. But she immediately refused to enter into a contract and then left. However, on the second day, Undina came to her and said that she would conclude a contract with her. This was her destiny. With an awkward laugh, she admitted that it was an important decision and she should have discussed it with her father. But she accidentally made a contract with the water spirit the first time he appeared. Everything fell into place because Diablo Wolfer understood that the King of Spirits knew exactly about her reincarnation. The contract with the King of Spirits is different from any other. It can be called a contract of the soul that binds life. The moment Jane's soul was reincarnated in Rebecca's body, the Spirit King immediately understood it. Jamie politely inquired if her father had punished her for this. Rebecca replied that Viscount Vale was not angry, but he looked upset, however, like herself. Looking into the eyes of his beloved, Jamie said that this is something special. He surprised the girl, said that he had never heard of an elemental independently appearing to someone and offering a contract. Jaime said that even though she was not able to conclude a contract with the spirit of air, she was chosen by a water elemental, so she should believe in herself. The girl was surprised by his unexpected caring words. She thanked him with a sweet smile. After this pleasant conversation, Jamie thanked her for the day and said that he needed to go. As soon as he said goodbye, he immediately ran away without waiting for her answer. The girl sadly thought about what she would like to talk to. She was embarrassed, not understanding what kind of feelings she felt when she was next to him. On the way back, Jamie laughed at how awkwardly he behaved, but he thought that such an official speech was appropriate, because Rebecca seems more mature than the other children of this event. Then he calmly returned to the mansion. As soon as he returned, he heard an awkward appeal in his direction from his peers. These were the heirs of the Simon family who came to meet him at the request of his father. Jamie asked what they wanted from him. His peer, Alf, felt awkward, but nevertheless gathered his resolve and shouted an apology. The heir of the Walton family was surprised and asked why he suddenly decided to change his opinion about the situation. After that, he assumed with a sly smile that the Count had forced him to go and apologize. Alf was confused by Jaime's reaction. Still, Jamie understood him, but on the other hand, he did not know what another son of the Simon family was doing here. He asked Lennon why they came together, believing that Alf was afraid to come and apologize himself. The younger son confessed that he was the one who gave the magical artifact to his brother. Now everything fell into place. Jaime directly said that in this case, the brothers wanted to get rid of him, combined their forces. After that, he asked his younger brother what his name was. Not experiencing any embarrassment at the words of his peer, Lennon introduced himself with a sly and self-confident smile on his face. Jamie felt that he was not so simple, so he decided to test his abilities with the help of mana. Looking at the self-confident and even arrogant air of the great magician, he noticed that he was not just cunning, but also quite talented, and he could not be compared with the second son of the Simon family. Alf was surprised that his hated enemy was so interested in his younger brother. In fact, Jaime was surprised that even such a talented son was not enough for Count Simon. Lennon acted just as cunningly. He noted that it was good that nothing terrible had happened. After which he said that since the heir of the Walton family had heard their apologies, they could be free. At that moment, the interest of the young master of the Walton family only increased, realizing that this guy thought he was an idiot. On the day of the incident, Lennon did not even appear among those present, although he was the real instigator of their conflict. Diablo Wolfer suggested that there are no interesting and important people for this young manipulator, except for his father. He understood that if he let him go just like that, then he would continue to stick sticks in his wheels. In order to warm up these guys a little, he decided to infuriate the eldest son and asked if it would be difficult for him in the fight for the inheritance. At the same moment, he asked the younger son if he was right. As soon as Lennon decided to leave the conversation, Jamie appeared in front of him and put his hand on his shoulder, menacingly said that since the entire conflict was the work of his hands, then he must be punished. After that, he began to use one of his peers' frightening spells. Lennon got mad and asked what Jamie was doing, but after a moment, he felt that there was no one else next to him. It was dark around him. He became very cold. Shivers in his body began to cause serious agitation in him. After that, he saw a terrifying aura of a piercing gaze that said that this was his last chance. Scared to death, Lennon fell to his knees. He didn't even notice how tears began to flow from his eyes. Despite his self-confidence, he only at that moment realized that he had fallen under the influence of a strong illusion. He didn't know what it was, but he couldn't get rid of that feeling of horror. The cunning manipulator has never faced anything so dangerous. His body trembled with fear and he barely remained conscious. With a satisfied smile, Jamie waited for the answer of his impudent peer. Looking at him, Lennon realized that he definitely understood that this was his last chance. Bowing his head before the heir of the Walton family, he apologized for his behavior. It was time to say goodbye. The carriages of large families arrived at the main entrance to the mansion. Jamie was really glad that he was finally going home. In fact, he was already tired of such trips outside the city, and began to think that it was better to be held by his mother and stay at home. As soon as he thought about this, he began to laugh because he had become too emotional and loving after his rebirth. At that moment, the Count approached him and remarked that he was glad to see the heir of the Walton family in a good mood. Although Master Simon had promised to talk to Jaime, he did not have a suitable time for this dialogue. The young Master Velton replied with a smile that he was just glad to be back home soon. The Count admitted that he was sorry that he never had the chance to communicate with a very promising magician. Polite Jamie replied that he also hoped for this, so he shared the interlocutor's feelings. Hearing his agreement, the Red Lotus Mage offered him to stay, but Jamie politely refused, saying that his desire to go home was stronger because he was completely exhausted. After that, he suddenly caught the experienced Count by surprise, said that the reason for his fatigue was known to both of them. Sighing, the Count politely laughed and agreed with the words of the talented young man. After this, he said that Jamie should be careful, because after this event, the world of magic began to watch him. In response, the guy said that it was expected for him. The Count was surprised, and with a sincere smile came to the conclusion that Jamie already knew who he was. In response, Jamie said that he really knows his price. While walking near the mansion, he remembered the owner's younger son and said that he was forced to teach him a lesson. Count Simon thought so. He said that Lennon was not himself for the second day. Demonstrating some bewilderment, Jamie wondered in surprise whether Master Simon was angry because of the situation. The magician replied that he saw no reason to be evil, because these were the consequences of their decisions. Seeing his reaction, Jamie finally understood what those two brothers were missing and why they had become so impudent and rude. In order to have a little influence on the situation, he mentioned that Lennon is quite talented and should be trained. The Count assured him that he knew more about the abilities of his younger son than anyone else. He said that Lennon is worth nothing. In order to dispel his self-confidence a little, Jamie continued to press him and said that he should try because if Lennon tries, he will be able to reach the level of his father, but he has no chance to show his talent now because he is under such pressure. After that, the heir of the Walton family allowed himself to rudely point the finger at Count Simon and say directly that it was his fault because it was precisely because of the fact that he could not see the talents of the children that they became such bullies. Jamie thought that Alf was quite ordinary, but Lennon seemed promising to him. Hearing this, the master felt embarrassed and began to admit that he had underestimated his own son. He could not believe that the talent that he, an 8th-level mage, could not see in his son, could be discovered by the child. Count Simon, being one of the strongest magicians of our time, felt as if he was not a child, but a great magician. He was completely shocked and wanted to know how Jaime came to such conclusions, but the boy did not have time to hear his words. His mother Sears turned to him and asked him to hurry, as they were already on their way. Hearing this, Jamie politely said goodbye and finally asked not to attach importance to the words of a stupid child. In just a few minutes of communication, he was able to create an incredible impression. The bright glow of the young magician's incredible talent disturbed Count Simon. All the same, the meeting justified the ego's expectations. From the very beginning, he thought that after meeting this talented person, only a feeling of desolation would await him. As soon as Jamie arrived home on the first night, he went to meet his servants. The meeting place was set in the forest, and the black man immediately felt where his master's wards were. Jamie asked the servants to hurry up in a displeased tone. Immediately after his words, Rise and Hazard appeared from the bushes in new, noble costumes. They apologized for appearing a little later than their master wished. In response, Jamie asked to get down to business and tell him everything they had learned. To begin with, Riz reported that the Zenith Church has for some time been engaged in useful works within the boundaries of the lands of Keys. They provide food and shelter to the needy, and also recently organized their orphanage, which created a good impression about themselves. As it turned out, they began to act immediately after the destruction of the Laval criminal organization. They came to the poor, served them, and preached the will of God. At first, civilians did not attach importance to it. However, after the long-term activity of the church, people began to depend on it and soon became believers. As a result, the position of the Zenith Church in Hisa rose to incredible heights. The news that people worship the Zenith Church as the most generous and respected one in Hisa caused anger in the young owner. There was a reason for his feelings. He knew that the deity would never engage in charity just like that. After that, he decided to direct his indignation at the servants and asked if they believed that war and peace could coexist. The guys looked at each other in confusion and hesitantly answered that there was no. In turn, the more erudite Rise said that he believes that war and peace are connected. Jamie agreed with his words and said that this is the whole Zenith, because peace under his rule is time, the price of which is countless victims, and war is a true manifestation of his divinity. After that, He declared that everything that the priests of Zenit do contradicts his will and arouses suspicion. He was sure that something was hidden under this nobility, so he ordered to find out what was the reason for their actions. He was right, because more and more children appeared in the shelter of the Zenit Church, devoted to their faith. Addressing one of God's servants, Reiki said with admiration and joy that compared to begging and constant beatings, this is paradise. It was possible to understand him because what he saw was just a beautiful picture. It's been a month and a half since they got to the shelter, and Reiki was really happy. He believed that if they were not sheltered, they would be doomed for life. They finally got a cozy home. Sister Anna always met him with a smile on her face. Unfortunately, she is blind. Knowing this fact, their parents simply abandoned them and ran away. To protect his sister Rika, he did a lot of evil. It's hard to live on the street, and even adults were indifferent to their misfortune. It was a hopeless life when no one would help you. After all the terrible events, the Zenit Church was the first to extend a helping hand to them. The child's life suddenly changed, perceiving this false mercy as a second chance. He wanted to share his happiness with others, and for this he was going to become a priest of God to spread the so-called miracle. The children were encouraged by various news. For example, the news that their peer Shino received a divine blessing became a motivation to demonstrate even more loyalty to their religion. Having received a divine blessing, the child will be able to become a priest after training in the main church. After a conversation with his subordinates, Jamie looked around the garden and was about to return to the mansion. But at the same moment, the black man began to point out something strange to him. Listening to his opinion, Jamie looked around again and noticed something strange. Some knight in a long cloak was lying unconscious on the sidewalk, which looked very strange. As soon as Jamie got closer to him, he felt that he possessed a very strange energy. He understood that he was talking about a disgusting divine power, so he assumed that he was a priest. But when he saw his weapon, he understood that this was a high-ranking minister of the church. All the same, the fact that the holy knight was lying on the road like this seemed strange. It seemed like a brewing problem. Putting his foot on the head of the vile servant, Jamie thought that this was a convenient moment to get rid of him. At the same moment, the servant suddenly grabbed the ego by the other leg. The servant caught him by surprise, and Jamie was frightened. It seemed that this person did not understand what was happening at all. He tried to say something but could not finish his speech. It was clear that this guy was exhausted to the limit. In the end, he managed to shout that he was damn hungry, after which he lost consciousness again. Jamie was indeed frightened by his behavior at first, but since the servant did not pose any danger to him, he decided to leave him lying there. Leaving, she hoped not to meet again with this strange knight, possessing a disgusting divine power. But as it turned out, peace is very tight, and they were destined to meet already the next morning. A knight so disgusting to him joined their family breakfast. The stranger said with a good laugh that if it weren't for the Count's help, he would have died of hunger on the pavement. Mr. Argino replied that it was the merit of the guards who brought him to the mansion. Despite his words, the knight Raz continued to thank the Count, said that he had excellent soldiers. As it turned out, this man is a knight of the world. Jamie felt incredible discomfort at the presence of such a person at their family table. Moreover, he did not understand the reason why Mom and Dad treated the stranger so well. Next, the knight told that he serves the Church of Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. As it turned out, Mrs. Welton was very surprised when she found out about this. Turning to the knight, she asked if he had ever heard of Bishop Sefer. The knight was surprised and assumed that the lady was from Afton. He was shocked when he found out that she came from the Bell family. As soon as he heard this, he suddenly got up from the table. After that, he bowed low before the lady, expressing his greeting. The situation became even more confusing in Jaime's eyes. He knew that the Pyro Church was located in Afton, on the territory where the Bell family is located, but he understood that this should not be the reason for his prostration. The one before whom the knight behaves in this way must be of no lower rank than the bishop, so he turned to his father for an answer. Diablo Wolfer was forced to take advantage of the privileges of his age, and with a cute expression on his face, he inquired why their guest greeted his mother in such a manner. The father replied that it was a long story, after which he said that he would probably tell about it another time. Jamie could not believe that his clever trick did not work, and because of this, he had to experience some humiliation. He thought that if the Bell family really had such close ties with the Pyro Church, then it could become an inconvenient problem, because the patroness of those religious fanatics is the one he would have to kill one day. After breakfast, Mr. Argino decided to talk to the knight in private and first of all inquired how he ended up in his lands. This seemed strange because the Pyro Church does not conduct business in the eastern region of the kingdom. Without waiting for an answer, the Swordmaster assumed that the knight was here to expand their influence. Sir Russ was moved by his words and began to object, saying that he had never planned to do such a thing, but only ended up here because he had been stalking someone for a long time. After being asked who was his target, the man answered uncertainly that he is the one who is engaged in unthinkable and cruel experiments that no one should conduct. He meant the mysterious creator of chimeras. Hearing the mention of such a master, Mr. Walton was confused and felt anger at the fact that such a person was on their land. Enduring an awkward pause, the knight apologized, said that the rest of the information is so secret that even inside the church, not everything is known about it. Despite the fact that he could not tell anyone about this, he nevertheless decided to share the information with the Count in case he listens to his request and they conclude a contract. Therefore, he asked the Swordmaster for help, hoping that it would greatly help their cause. Mr. Argino had not heard of the existence of such conjurers for a long time. It is known that the external part of the chimera body is created from different creations, but their creators are treated worse than ordinary criminals, because the basis of the chimera is a human being. Perhaps there were those who did not use people to create them, but history did not know such precedents. In response, Mr. Argino could not promise his full support, but said that since he knows about the relations of the relatives with the Pyro Church, he cannot turn a blind eye to this incident. Hearing his speech, joy and a blush appeared on the young knight's face. Nevertheless, Mr. Welton directly declared that he would help his unexpected guest. Hearing his words, the knight burst out of joy, but the Count asked him to leave his courtesies and wondered why the church was pursuing the creators of chimeras alone and not asking for help from the kingdom.
After this question, he began to feel uncomfortable. The fair-haired Raz admitted that the kingdom would help them, but they did not resort to their help. In this case, the authority of the church would be greatly undermined.
In addition, this case was personal because the creator of chimeras, who is being pursued by their church, kidnapped more than 10 knights of the goddess. Based on this, the Swordmaster came to the conclusion that chimeras were created that used divine powers. Meanwhile, Jamie went out into the yard of their mansion. Although he was tired of family relations, this time he could not wait for the next tea party. Sears and Sarah were already waiting for him here. They asked him to hurry. An attentive and caring mother immediately noticed her son's dissatisfaction. She asked what he wanted to know so much about. As expected, Jaime wanted to hear more about the mysterious knight and why he bowed to her. It seemed extremely suspicious to him that the knight of the world would solemnly greet a man whom he had never seen before. With a sweet smile on her face, my mother said that the reason for his behavior is that his family is somehow connected with the Pyro Church. As it turned out, his mother's grandfather, whom he had never seen, is the savior of Pyro's church. Hearing this, Jamie was unpleasantly surprised that his relative was the one who supported his enemies. According to Mom, in the past, when a very important thing that they kept was stolen from Pyro's church, her grandfather helped them. She spoke of an incident known as the Portsmouth Garden Incident. It was an incident in which the followers of the Demon King used a sacred relic, but were still unable to summon their master. The great-grandfather of the talented magician died trying to stop the summoning of the Demon King. After that, the Pyro Church gave their family the title of Archbishop and swore that the next 100 years, the head of the family would be equal to the rank of bishop. Hearing the story, Jamie understood why his mother looked sad when she met the knight. In addition, he believed that it was foolish of Pyro to make such a reward, but all this was all they could do in the hope of thanking the savior for returning their only relic. Diablo Wolfer believed that these circumstances would have a good effect on his future plans, so he planned to take full advantage of these occultists in order to get rid of their patron. At one point, the gloating smile on Jaime's face disappeared because his mother suddenly turned to him. The beloved son again returned his childish behavior to the joy of his mother. Having learned interesting information, Jamie carelessly continued drinking tea. Meanwhile, the younger brother of Genesis Church, Shino, was elected as the new priest. Acting priests blessed his upcoming journey and raised their glasses, calling this day significant. The guy was filled with joy, believing that he would soon become the same savior as the one who gave him a second chance at life. While saying goodbye, many friends gathered around him, who could not hold back tears of joy. Before leaving for Mount Chongbon, he said goodbye to his comrades. The decision about the trip was sudden, so he did not even expect that the guys would come to say goodbye to him. Rejoicing for Rika's friend, he said with a sincere smile that the priests were going to send him too, but a little later, so he asked his friend not to be sad about loneliness. Clenching his fist, Shino, with a blush on his face, promised that he would wait for the arrival of his comrades. After these words, his carriage set off. Riki was sincerely glad for his friend and promised himself that one day he would also become a priest. Although we were talking about Mount Chongbon, the road to it, to the young man's surprise, did not take much time. After a few hours, they suddenly stopped and the priest asked him to hurry. Looking outside, the guy realized that it was not quite like the place he was talking about. Approaching some ominous apparition, he thought that the wagon could not have traveled such a distance in such a short time. Shino uncertainly asked the priest if this was really the main branch of the Pyro Church. The man with a strange smile did not answer his question, but only asked to follow him. Looking around, the guy apologized and expressed his opinion that they were in the wrong place, but the priest asked him not to worry and trust the church. After that, he pushed the guy inside. As soon as they entered the ominous, dimly lit building, the priest asked him to come down. Continuing to descend into some deep and cold basement, Shino tried to convey to the priest that this was not like the place he had been told about. When he spoke about how this place seemed strange and not quite as he imagined it, large doors appeared in front of him, leading to a mysterious room. Looking inside, he saw something terrible. In an uncertain voice, he whispered to the priest that he had seen something strange. But the priest did not pay attention to his words, after which he saw another minister of the church in front of him, and addressing him as a bishop, he said that he had brought the child he was talking about. The boy was shocked to see the bishop in such a place. With tears in his eyes, he fearfully turned to him, said that he was here because he was chosen by God. But at the same time, he expressed that this place was strange. With a tremor in his voice, he admitted that he had seen some kind of monster. With a hypocritical false smile, Bishop Lincoln answered that Shino was indeed chosen. Hearing his words, the boy with tears in his eyes asked why he was then in such a terrible place, and not on Cheongbon Mountain. In a horrifying voice, the bishop said that this is the place where they have reached utopia. After that, he gloatingly said that he wanted to know what such a pure and innocent child like Shino would turn into. After that, Lincoln led the frightened child into one of the rooms. A terrible man with a face resembling some kind of monster appeared in front of him. He said that this time he came across a really worthy experimental object. Extending his hand towards the trembling boy's head, he declared that he would become a beautiful chimera. The next morning, the young master was forced to go to the biggest street of Haisa together with the knight of the world, whom he could not stand. The reason why he had to show the city to this man was quite simple. During the morning tea, the father suddenly said that Jamie would show the city to their dear guest. He was not even asked if he wanted it, but as expected, due to his politeness, he had no opportunity to refuse. While the boy felt incredible discomfort, believing that he was cursed with bad luck, the attentive knight of the world wondered where the 9-year-old boy had such endurance and such a developed memory. Sensing some tension in their walk, he decided to turn to the young owner. With a sincere smile on his face, he thanked him for the opportunity to look around his father's lands. All the same, the polite Jamie replied that he actually hadn't left the house for a long time, so he wasn't against a walk, especially with such a benefit. Extending his hand to the young man, the knight offered to return to the mansion, but Jamie refused the offer to go by the hand and instead asked if he could ask him one question. Sir Russ was confused because he thought that the young master should be treated like a child of his age. Feeling awkward, he said that he was happy with any questions. After these words, Jamie looked him in the eyes and asked what they were talking about with his father. The knight was shocked by such a sudden question. He expected that the child would ask him something about his service. To avoid this question, he said that they discussed the talent of the young heir of the Walton family and what a handsome man he would grow up to be. In response, Jamie showed his displeasure and directly asked him not to lie. The pressure from the young man turned out to be surprisingly great. The knight expected that boys of this age liked to hear something similar, so he began to justify himself for telling the truth. Realizing that there would be no constructive conversation, Jaime angrily declared that even children would not believe such nonsense. Feeling embarrassed, the knight of the world apologized for the lie and said that he could not tell him about what they talked about with the count, because this dialogue concerns only adults. Although he didn't say anything specific, now Jamie was able to make sure that something was definitely going on in Heisa, and most likely, this was the reason why he was asked to show the garden. While the knight was trying to appease the heir of the Walton family, he was trying to understand what other clues there might be. At the moment when the knight felt incredible devastation due to the fact that he had offended the son of the great count, Jamie suddenly said that he had forgotten to show one more interesting place of this city. The Knight of the World thoughtfully asked what was going on. With a smile on his face, Jamie said that they should visit the Church of Genus of the Heisa lands. After some time, they arrived at their destination, but the white-haired master did not stop pestering Jamie with questions about whether he was angry with him. In this place, they had to come across Rika, who, as usual, was cleaning up in the territory of the church.
Of course, he couldn't help but recognize the guy he once bumped into on the street late at night.
Jaime was exhausted by the energy of the Knight of the World, so he continued to wonder at everything around him and behaved too loudly. At that moment, there was another problem. Pointing a finger at Jamie, Ricky shouted that he was the black-haired boy they saw once at night. The knight noticed the boy and asked the young master if they were friends. Jamie definitely did not expect to meet in such a place that guy with whom he accidentally met once in his life. The change in hair color did not help him to avoid excess attention. He did not want to cause himself problems, so he did not even look in his direction and said that he was seeing him for the first time. Riki shouted in displeasure that the black-haired guy was behaving extremely unfriendly. After these words, he ran to his side and with a kind smile and a friendly tone said that he barely recognized his friend after he dyed his hair. As soon as he ran out onto the road, he heard that a wagon was coming towards him. The man who was driving it began to panic and shouted to the boy to run away from the road immediately. It was already late, and the guys understood that if they didn't do anything, trouble would happen. The horse-drawn carriage was a moment before it collided with the young men. Fearing the death of the child, Sir Russ desperately rushed to his aid. Riki, with tears in his eyes and trembling in his body, froze in front of the horses that were a moment before the collision. It was obvious that the child could not be saved, so the great magician decided to intervene. He used a chainfield spell to stop the cart. The knight managed to grab the boy, hoping to soften the blow with his own body. But after a moment, he saw that they were saved. The wagon was stopped by the magic of the chains. Riki could not believe that he survived. As soon as he moved away from the state of shock, he rushed to the side of his savior and squeezed him even harder than his mother did. While Jaime tried to calm him down, Knight Raz was deep in thought. He could not believe that the magic that Jaime used to save the child was much stronger than any other that he had ever seen. He could not believe that such a powerful magician was only 9 years old. It seemed obvious that in 10 years, Jaime would become so powerful that the knight would not be able to look him in the eye. The young master's sudden conversion took him by surprise. Jamie asked the bewildered knight to calm down and go further to the church. To the misfortune of the young master, Riki also headed towards the Genesis church and said that he knew it like his own home. With a smile on his face, he said that this is a shelter where children live who, like him, have nowhere to live. As soon as they arrived at the building, they were met by a sister of the church with a high status. She asked where their student had disappeared to, and then asked who he came with. Approaching her closer, Riki emotionally told about the fact that they saved him from imminent death. Clasping her hands in front of her, the woman thanked the saviors for the fact that Riki had passed a terrible fate. In response, the knight declared that this was trifles, because this is what any servant of Pyro should do. Hearing this, the woman became alarmed. Moreover, the chatty knight of the world also implicated the young master in all this, saying that he made a much greater contribution. When the woman asked who he was, the knight answered that in front of her was the son of the ruler of these lands. Jamie was forced to introduce himself to her, forgetting about trying to hide his identity. In response, the woman admitted in a slightly confused voice that she was so shocked by what had happened that she did not immediately guess who she was dealing with, even though she saw his emerald hair. Jamie was wary of her reaction, knowing that those born in Heisa would immediately recognize his family by the color of their hair. In addition, she was noticeably agitated, which indicated that they were trying to hide something from the rulers of these lands. Then the woman assumed that the guys decided to just take Riki to the shelter, but the Knight of the World replied that he came because he heard that Genesa's church had announced itself here only this year, so he wanted to see how things were going. The sister invited Pyro, a representative of the church, to follow her, after which she asked Rika to conduct a tour for the young master. Jamie immediately noticed her desire to separate them, he began to suspect that Russ would be in danger if he remained without his support. In order to protect the knight a little, before parting, he asked him not to forget that he had dinner with his parents that evening. Hearing this, Ras was a little confused. It is not clear whether he understood the intention of the young master, but with a kind smile he thanked him for the reminder. With a slightly bewildered tone, Reiki tentatively showed where the shelter and dining room were located. However, he did not know how he should communicate with Jaime after hearing about his noble status. Finding his behavior ridiculous, Jaime begrudgingly asked him to drop the formalities. Reiki was surprised by the words of the young master, so Jamie was forced to repeat that he was not concerned about formalities and that you could communicate with him in the same way as before. The child from the shelter was so happy that he began to annoy the great magician. With a sincere smile, the happy Reiki offered to inspect everything that the Janissa Church is proud of. He showed most of the boring places he offered to visit him. Opening the door, Reiki told his sister that he had brought a friend with him. Jamie once again felt tense because someone he does not consider to be a friend calls him a friend. The blind girl was surprised by her brother's words, and with a sweet smile approached the door. When Jamie saw her, he was simply shocked. Calling Jamie an amazing person, Ricky introduced his sister Anna. At the same moment, he noticed some strange reaction of his friend to his sister. As it turned out, Diablo was shocked by the presence of a holy essence in the girl, especially the fact that her eyes overflowed with holy power. A God-hating magician understood that she is the representative of God on earth. Therefore, her powers are greater than those of any other person. At birth, one of the parts of the body of the representative of God has a huge concentration of holy power. Most likely, Anna went blind due to the powerful holy power. But the moment she wakes up, all the true streams of this world will be revealed to her divine eyes, and with great probability, in the future, she will cause the enemy of the gods many problems. Diablo Wolfer thought about getting rid of her, but he understood that if he could find out her essence, then the high-ranking priest should also know about it. Based on this, he decided not to hurry, because getting rid of her now is much more dangerous than later. The silent and mysterious behavior of the young master made Rika assume that he had fallen in love with his sister. Hearing this, Anna decided to intervene and teach her ill-mannered brother a little, hit him on the head with a book. She asked for help with reading the part. It was quite a hit on the back of the head. Reiki agreed to help her with the reading. The guys sat down on the bed, and Jamie continued to look at them while standing, thinking about whose holy power Anna possessed. He understood that it would be better to keep an eye on them, because if someone took advantage of their talents, it would lead to trouble. Still, he had nothing to do here, so he decided to leave. Reiki was surprised that Jamie was in a hurry. He was happy that he had a real friend, so he decided to take him to the exit. On the way out, he continued to press the young master with his sincerity and sociability, asking if Jamie would visit them again. At one point, the heir of the Walton family was interested in why Reiki returned to this place every time. The servant of the Genos Church thought that it was a friendly interest, which made the young master even more nervous. Reiki admitted that at first it was enough for him that he could be close to his sister, but after he got to this place, he changed his mind. With a smile on his face, he declared that he wanted to be chosen by Master Genos and become his priest. Then the boy remembered that yesterday, one of his shelter friends was elected a priest and went to Mount Chongbon. All the children sincerely envied that lucky boy. As soon as Jamie heard about it, he began to feel a connection. The connection between all the recent events is about the sudden appearance of the church on their lands, as well as the fact that local criminals suddenly crossed the line of what is permitted and began to engage in human trafficking. Jamie felt that he was close to the answers, so he nervously asked where Ricky was before he got to this shelter. When Reiki hesitantly answered that he was on the street, Jamie asked him to remember his life before. After this question, the young man was forced to admit that he had previously been a member of the Leval criminal organization. After these words, the assumptions of the young master created a complete picture, and he smugly thought that he was a real genius. After inspecting the Church of Genos, the knight Ras thanked his sister for the excursion and a pleasant time. Next, the woman offered to take him to the young owner. The knight himself noticed that she was too silent, so he assumed that the locals did not trust the priests of other churches and even suspected that it might be connected with the Chimera. The guys met again. Reiki boasted that he showed the shelter to their dear guest. At one point, unexpected people joined their dialogue. It was the archbishop accompanied by a strange knight. The man was surprised that such an important guest had visited them in his absence. After saying hello to Rika, he turned to the young host and said with a smile that it was an honor for him to see him in their church. Jamie introduced himself to the bishop, thinking that now everything is coming together and most likely it was they who kidnapped the children, using the services of a criminal organization. Then, Ras Armetic introduced himself. He did not forget to mention the fact that he is a minister of the Pyro Church. Jamie thought about why the bishop appeared before them at such a moment and assumed that it was connected with the unexpected visit of the Knight of the World. After Ras Armetic introduced himself, Lincoln pitifully said that it was a shame for him that he was absent during the visit of Pyro's church representative. Ignoring Genos' servant's lying words, Jamie felt a strange energy emanating from the knight standing behind the bishop. Judging from the level of divine power, he assumed that there was a paladin in front of them. But what was more strange was how the knight Ras reacted to his presence. Analyzing the tense situation, the young master understood that something was wrong with that paladin. Returning back, Ras was lost in thought. In order to warm up his interest a little in the actions of the Church of Genos, Jamie shared the words of Rika that his friend was chosen by God, and then sent to the main church to become a priest. Hearing this, Ras was shocked, but decided not to give evidence. In response, he said that Reiki is a good guy and will surely be able to succeed, just like his friend. After his exaggerated reaction, Jamie realized that a slight hint was not enough. He decided to act more cunningly and inquired whether the knight had heard anything interesting from his father lately. Since Ross didn't understand what he was talking about, Jamie decided to give him some ideas, saying that 2 months ago, their guards destroyed the Laval gang, which kidnapped and sold children. Then Jamie remembered that before the shelter, Reiki was also a member of that organization. The young master was glad to see the knight's reaction to his words, hoping that he was already close to understanding the situation. Manipulating the understanding of the knight's situation, Jamie added the key fact that the Genos Church spends a lot on charity. After these words, Ras Armetic angrily clenched his fist, as he remembered the fact that the Genos Church had never been involved in charity. Now it became clear to him that the shelter was only a cover for using children as material for creating chimeras. As soon as the knight returned to the mansion of the Walton family, he met with the Earl and shared his observations. In response, Mr. Welton reported that, according to reports, the Genos Church has a positive influence on the ego of the land. After that, Ras Armetic mentioned the meeting with the bishop, next to whom stood a strange paladin. He said that he felt a powerful divine power from him, but at the same time, it was impossible to determine whether this paladin served Genos. In addition, he shared the opinion that this divine power was mixed with something else. After these words, Mr. Welton realized that, most likely, it is a chimera that consists of various types of magical energy. Realizing the danger of the situation, Walton exploded on the spot and declared that in such a case he would immediately send his knights to the Church of Genos. In response, Ras Armetic said that first they needed to make sure that their guesses were true. He promised that he would find proof of this. Mr. Welton did not want to let him go alone, but the knight asked him not to worry, said that he was ready for dangers. After that, the swordmaster asked to clarify the chance of success. Ras Armetic replied that he feels that he has an advantage in this situation. In order not to expose the guest to unnecessary risk, Mr. Welton called 3 fighters and said that they would help him in the battle. Looking around, Ras was surprised because he did not even feel their presence until the moment they appeared. He immediately noticed that although they wield 1.5 swords, judging by their appearance and stealth, they are definitely assassins. The Count explained that these are knights who protect the Walton family from the shadows. He called them professionals who would be useful in completing the task. The Knight of the World thanked him for his help and promised that he would definitely reveal the true intentions of the Genos Church. Using his pet, Jamie eavesdropped on their conversation and learned about a chimera with divine power. He thought that using children as raw material to create such monsters is quite evil. However, he was not surprised, realizing that the gods remained vile creatures as they were. Analyzing the actions of the cult members, he came to the conclusion that their preparations were far from ideal, which means that they are in a hurry for some reason. Based on this, he decided to slightly change his plans. With the help of his pet, the magician sent a message to his servants that they were nearby. He himself had already begun to plan to join the battles and become a real headache for Genos, whom he hated very much. Realizing that in the upcoming battles, magic of the highest level will be needed, Diablo Wolfer used a subconscious technique that pre-prepares complex spells for later use. Meanwhile, his wards were in the building opposite the church. Azard was dying of boredom. He did not see any suspicious knights, and because of this, he could not wait for the cancellation of the master's order. In response to his whining, Rise asked to be grateful for life and do as they were told. Hazard agreed with him and continued to sway in his chair. Their peace suddenly came to an end. Rise heard footsteps behind him. It was a paladin full of murderous desire. A moment later, his blow was directed at Azard. He managed to bow, but was simply shocked by the incredible divine power of the enemy. Despite the unsuccessful attack, the paladin was not going to stop. Having an immeasurable desire to kill, he went on a rampage. Turning to his friend, Rise asked him to inform the hostess about the incident as soon as possible. They understood that they had no chance of victory, so Hazard ran towards the exit. But at the same moment, an enemy attack was directed at him. Hazard was careless. Seeing the approach of the sword, he understood that it was too late to bow. At the last moment, Rise rushed to his aid. He pushed his comrade towards the window and asked him to hurry. Azard fell out of the building and shouted the name of his friend as he flew down. Riz was wounded in the stomach by an enemy blow. After a moment, the entire building was surrounded by a protective barrier called the Dark Dimension. The owner came to the rescue in time. Looking at his faithful subordinate, he pronounced his name. Addressing the knight, Jaime declared that now no one would know about what was happening, because he had used a sufficiently strong barrier spell. Still, he was a little unhappy that he couldn't come earlier. He took a long time to understand the use of the subconscious, even with the help of his pet, but the magic of the 6th rank is still too heavy for a child's body. Paladin was not at all concerned about the appearance of a strong opponent. He single-mindedly rushed into the attack, being filled with a thirst for murder. Jaime didn't even flinch. He confidently resorted to using gravity, rank 5 magic. This power increased the force of gravity in the enemy's area and suppressed the target to such an extent that the paladin could not move and fell to the ground. Next, he used a death grip on a lying enemy, a magic that summons the dead to hold the target. The next step was an equally powerful sacrifice spell that sacrifices the summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. The paladin immediately sensed an incredible danger. After using the power of the 5th rank, Jaime was surprised that he could not quickly achieve the result. The knight was badly wounded, but was still able to get to his feet. At that moment, Jaime logically assumed that his opponent was at the level of an expert. The paladin again rushed to attack, wanting to destroy all life around him. Demonstrating his strength of spirit, he surprised the young mage. But Jaime did not even move from his place. Turning to the enemy, he used another spell and told him that, unfortunately, he chose an enemy that did not match his level.
It was a puppet spell, a magic for the soul of the target. Paladin was stopped a moment before striking.
Unable to resist and remove the restraints, he fell to the ground. In addition, his condition did not allow him to clearly analyze the danger. Having immobilized the enemy, the great magician of the past began to slowly walk towards the ego. Approaching him, Jaime, with a mad look, decided to satisfy the enemy's interest and reported that the fragments of the dead fell into his body, creating an explosion. Paladin continued to demand resistance, but all was in vain. The magician said that now he completely belongs to him and he is no longer able to continue the battle. Using a set of his algorithms, the artificially created paladin realized the loss of control over the body and the impossibility of using black magic. He came to the conclusion that there was no point in continuing the fight. Turning to his instincts, he remembered that the best action against an invincible enemy is flight. Seeing an incredible concentration of power in one point of the enemy's body, Jaime was shocked that he resorted to self-destruction. The magician could not allow the loss of this specimen, and immediately rushed to its side. He used the Hand of Darkness to stop the self-destruction of the enemy. He directed his energy to the place of accumulation of mana, which continued to increase its power. But as soon as he intervened in the process of the paladin's self-destruction, he realized that he could not stop it. After a moment, the enemy's equipment gained full power. The explosion was inevitable, while Jaime, who was next to the enemy, realized that he would not have time to dodge. The powerful energy of the paladin's self-destruction filled the building, but thanks to the young mage's dark barrier, no one felt it. Jaime was able to avoid serious injury by using his pet's mana. Still, it seemed a miracle to him that the enemy managed to get out of the dark dimension, releasing all his holy energy. But even so, he was not going to stop and ordered his pet to swallow all the light inside the building. The enemy was already running toward the window, but Jaime was not going to let him go. Directing a powerful blow in his direction, he forced the weakened enemy to reveal his true form. The chimera itself that was hiding in the paladin's body finally appeared before him. To stop the enemy, the mage again used the field of chains and enveloped the enemy's body. Chimera tried to resist, but all efforts had no result. Stopped by the paladin, Jaime finished off his ego with a fatal blast. A blast of darkness that destroys even solid armor knocked the paladin out of action. The enemy's physical shell was in a critical state, and the chimera could no longer move, so it resorted to using its last function. Now Jaime saw the real face of the enemy. The small creature left its physical shell and ran away from the barrier area. As soon as the battle was over, Rise turned to his master to see if he was all right. He noted that the master had done a great job, but Jaime suddenly replied that he had missed the true body of the chimera. The servant was confused. He was surprised by the master's inaction and suggested that now they should urgently track down and catch up with their target. Jaime surprised him with the answer, saying that even if they missed the target, it was not important. Rise apologized for not understanding the hostess's motives, then politely asked if he could explain his plan. In response, the young magician said that during the battle, the chimera absorbed a lot of his black mana, the traces of which will not be easily erased. At the moment when the paladin pierced through the hand of darkness, he was completely filled with the black mana of the mage from the past, which meant that he could now easily trace the location of his target. Meanwhile, Lincoln went about his business with a smile and did not even suspect that something was going wrong. After a moment, he was shocked by the appearance of the true body of the chimera in his window. He could not believe that the holy chimera knight, filled with bright energy, would be destroyed. The bishop began to fear that their plan had been revealed and that the strongest masters of the Hyza lands had come against them. Continuing the conversation, Rise expressed concern about the fact that the dark energy of the hostess could be seen by their opponent. In response, Jaime asked not to worry, said that his current powers are completely different from the usual understanding of black magic. And yet, he did not understand why black magic was so weak against the holy energy that the chimera used. He explained to his servant that from the very beginning, his magic was created to kill the gods. Demonstrating his powerful mana, he showed a form of darkness created to kill holy creatures, which also completely erases their existence without leaving any traces. This is exactly how his magic became after its re-realization, after 1,000 years in a sealed state. Therefore, no matter how hard the enemies using the holy energy tried, they could never find out about his existence. Explaining the details of his power to the concerned servant, Jaime placed the paladin's body in the magical dimension. Just as they thought about where Hazard was, they heard the front door creak. The excited servant ran back and first of all asked his comrade if everything was all right. As soon as he saw the host, he began to rejoice, thinking that now everything is in order. He confessed that he was afraid that that night would turn his brother into a pile of bones. But in response, the master with a displeased look said that it was his merit, since he alone solved the problem, after which he asked where Hazard himself had gone. The slightly confused servant said that he lost consciousness when he fell out of the window, and when he came to, he immediately ran inside the building. The guys were surprised by his testimony because it is strange to hear that a zombie has lost consciousness. After that, there was an awkward pause. As a measure of punishment, Hazard fell headfirst to the floor, and the master sat on his back. Addressing his wards, he canceled the surveillance order and said that their actions were noticed too quickly, and they would surely be caught if they continued to monitor in such a careless way. The guys took note of it. After that, Jaime released some energy and directed it at the subordinate. Rees was surprised when he felt the energy of his mistress on his stomach. What followed was the shock that a young magician could so easily restore his body. Jaime urged him to be more careful, even though he was already beyond the limits of the concept of death. Turning to the second servant, he asked him not to leave his companion and to protect him from danger. Then the young magician decided to go further. Jumping out of the window, he asked his wards to be more careful in the future. Meanwhile, the bishop's indignation reached its peak. He could not understand how his impeccable paladin had suffered in battle. Moreover, he could not believe that an expert-level chimera created from 4 life forms could turn into something so pathetic that he placed inside a small jar. The situation was extremely dire, and he thought about the worst. He was afraid that the Swordmaster Walton could personally take care of their church, because he is the only one who can destroy such a creature. But on the other hand, he understood that this was hardly possible. It seemed to him that if it had been Count Walton, the main body of the Chimera would hardly have survived. In addition, the connection between him and the Paladin was broken in an instant, which meant that a similar power was used by some mage who had previously used the barrier. In this region, he saw only one mage with a probable possibility of using such power, and that was a young master. Still, he was sure that it wasn't him, because according to reports, Jamie Walton is only 4th rank, while to defeat a chimera, you need to be at least 5th rank. As soon as he thought about how to increase the speed of experiments, a blade appeared at his throat, and someone's voice asked how he had allowed his second plan to fail. Behind him appeared a girl with gray hair with a hood on her head. He accepted the bishop's silence as a sign of consent. The old man answered uncertainly that this is not the end yet. The woman haughtily asked why their sample was in such a poor condition. Justifying himself in the face of death, he shouted in a panic that some obstacle stood in their way, so the paladin would be ready after a couple of experiments. In response, he was told that he was too chatty for someone who couldn't detect interference. The woman threatened that if the bishop did not succeed, he would become part of the experiment. Before they disappeared, she said that she would follow the bishop and also warned that everything would be over if the count entered the game. The old man could not believe his failure. Previously, he had not even guessed that the 7 knights of the Janus Church were following his success in the experiment. The swords of the Janus Church are the protectors of the archbishop himself in the main church of Janus. They all have master level. The bishop was filled with anger. He hoped that as soon as he finished the experiment, he would be able to rise to the position of archbishop, and no one else would instruct him or threaten him. As soon as Jaime returned to his room, he took out the body of the defeated paladin from the 2nd dimension and admitted that he had overdone it a bit in the battle. However, looking at the body, he noted that seeing the Holy Chimera, one can say that the learned churches have created something interesting. Knowing that the paladin's body is made of different life forms, the guy decided to find out which ones. He concluded that the experimenters had done a good job of combining so many different things together. Here the insect's legs and internal organs, which have fire resistance, were used. Moreover, the paladin's eyes were the faceted eyes of an insect with rather high sensitivity. The core of the paladin was the human body. In total, 4 life forms with magical resistance and excellent speed were connected, and the core was a layer filled with divine power. Experimenters created a paladin from a chimera thanks to divine power, but it was not clear why they needed such a warrior. It was logical to assume that Janus was planning to start a war. Having finished his research, Jamie said that it doesn't matter to him what purpose the enemies are pursuing. There is nothing more disgusting than the gods, who still continue to look at people as they do at insects and raw materials. At that moment, memories flooded him. Diablo Wolfer was filled with a desire for revenge in the name of his comrades, who urged him to live in the name of justice. Once people have already lost everything because of divine villains. The reason why Diablo was reborn in this world after thousands of years is the uprising of mankind in order to stop the arrogant and cruel gods. The strongest magician from the past was not going to tolerate their behavior a second time and was going to see the matter through. Meanwhile, the bishop negotiated with the chief scientist of their experiment with the help of a magic ball. He justified himself to him despite the fact that their common work crumbled to dust. Apologizing to the scientist, he excitedly talked about the fact that the appearance of a third party was to blame for everything. The scientist was beside himself with rage. He demanded to work out the next plan well. With a sly grin, the bishop said that he had one more talented example. Hearing this, the scientist immediately thought of a child with a holy essence and declared that if he received such material, he would be ready to test it with all his heart. In response, the bishop hit the table hard and shouted that they should not even dream about it, because they will not waste the holy essence for the sake of some chimera. Despite this, he promised that the material will not disappoint. It was about a faithful servant of the Church of Janissa, the only blood relative of the holy essence, Rika. He did not even guess what fate awaited him. Cleaning the yard with a smile, he thought about what a wonderful life he had and how great it would be to become a priest. At one point, a nun approached him. She informed the boy that everyone was asked to gather in the main hall. As soon as he arrived in the main hall, he met many looks that were directed at him. His sister and friend were already there. Ricky got mad as soon as he saw that Ben had sat down next to her. Sitting down next to him, he asked him to keep his distance from Anna. As Ricky calmed down, he asked his comrades why the church had suddenly decided to hold a meeting. The sister replied with a smile that it was possible that a new chosen one had appeared. Of course, she hinted at Ricky, and the guy froze, waiting for the announcement. As soon as the hall became quiet, the bishop greeted everyone present. He declared that they had wonderful news, because another prediction from their god had come down to them. The whole hall was intrigued. Some assumed that it was the same prediction as with the boy named Shino. Hearing their whispers, the hypocritical bishop laughingly said that they were all right. Everyone was shocked when they heard that Jenny's again wants to get another loyal subordinate. Saying these things, the hypocritical bishop could hardly contain his laughter at the sight of the faces of those who only want to become the chosen ones. He believed that for such ordinary orphans as them, becoming a paladin is a real blessing. Hiding his evil grin, he agreed that they should be excited about this. It was time to announce the new contender, and the whole hall fell silent. Stretching his hand forward, he expectedly said that Reiki is the one mentioned by their god Genus. The guy was simply shocked by this pleasant news, not even realizing that they actually wanted to make a chimera out of him. Jamie did not even suspect that the members of the Genus sect were already planning to make a new paladin and had chosen a suitable victim. On a rainy evening, he was forced to spend tea together with his mother. Tired of such events, the magician continued to diligently play the role of a loving son and said that the smell of rain is refreshing and being with mom is even better. After these words, he was plunged into even greater despair because of his mother's hugs. At one point, they were disturbed by the butler. He suddenly announced that a guest had come to the young hostess. The man mentioned that he was a commoner, that he said he was a friend of Jama's and had come to see him. Having heard that it was a commoner, Jaime realized that it was not Vale's sister. After a moment, he realized that it was most likely the guy from the street. The guy got up from the couch and asked the butler to bring his guest to him. As soon as Reiki entered the room, he somewhat bewilderedly thanked for the opportunity to visit and apologized for the sudden intrusion. Sears was very happy to see that her son Jaime had made friends. A friendly conversation followed between them, in which Reiki told that he lives in Genesis Church. After a short dialogue, my mother asked why he decided to visit Jamie. Reiki took her question a little wrongly and began to tell about how they met. Heard the beginning of his story, the young master understood what he was talking about. He immediately covered his friend's mouth and tried to take him aside so that his mother would not find out that he was leaving the mansion at night. Turning to his mother, he hesitantly said that he would go play with a friend, while she already had time to rest. Seeing his actions, the woman was surprised that her son was so embarrassed to communicate with his friends in front of his parents. She was not against it, but said that in this case, Jamie should kiss her goodbye. Trying to escape his mother's embrace, the great magician faced an even more difficult test. Still, he had no other choice but to fulfill her request. Seeing his friend's relationship with his parents, Reiki froze in place. Leaving the tea room, Mrs. Sears wished them a good time. With a sincere smile on his face, Reiki noted that Jaime had an excellent relationship with her mother. He couldn't even imagine how hard it was for Jaime himself. The young master asked to forget what he had seen, after which he asked why he decided to visit him. In response, Reiki said that he was chosen, so he will soon leave this place, and before that, he decided to say goodbye.
Jaime realized that the Church of Jenny was not going to stop after losing.
Meanwhile, the Knight of the World, Raz, suffered from idleness. For the last couple of days, he was unable to find a strange paladin, whom he met during a visit to the Church of Genis. He did not learn anything until he watched the church for several days and was very puzzled by the situation. Walking around the palace of the Walton family, he suddenly saw Ricky. Leaving, the smiling guy said goodbye to the royal family and was already heading to the church. At one point, he suddenly noticed a knight walking here and happily greeted him. Ras ran up to him and with a smile on his face offered to call him elder brother. Then he found out that Reiki came to his friend for the last visit because he was given a prediction from their god Genis. Hearing this, Ras was alarmed. Joyful Reiki shouted again that he had been elected and would go to the main church in a day. Now in the knight's head came the full realization of how the ministers of the Church of Genis fooled children and used them in their inhumane experiments. Despite his feelings, he could not spoil Rika's worldview. Placing his hand on his head, he said with a smile on his face that he would make an excellent priest. Riki agreed with his words and declared that he would become the one who would help the needy, like his older brother from the church, Pyro. After that, he said goodbye and promised that one day he would visit the Walton family palace. As soon as the guy left, the Count's assassins appeared behind the knight and helped him with the task. Addressing his team, Ras Armetic assumed that they had heard everything, after which he announced that in the morning they would follow the wagon in which Ricky would travel. He was going to show the real punishment to those who would defame the service of the deities. On the morning of the next day, it was time to say goodbye to the shelter. With tears in her eyes, Anna saw her brother on his way. Turning to his friend, Ben promised that he would take care of his sister. With a sincere smile and tears of happiness, the girl asked her brother not to worry about her and wished him luck with his studies. She was the most precious person in Rika's life. In farewell, he hugged her, after which he asked them to obey their sisters and fathers, and also to eat well. Saying goodbye, he did not hold back his emotions when he said that he would write to her constantly and would try to return as soon as he became a priest. With a smile, Anna accepted his promise and said that she would look forward to their next meeting. After saying goodbye, the carriage set off. Ricky was thinking about the changes in his life while he was already being watched. Ras Armetic and his team went after the wagon. All this time, Jamie was focused on what was happening. He was following the events at the Church of Genis, and now he made sure that Reiki was on his way. After that, he decided that it was worth checking how his bug, imbued with his energy, was doing in the chimera that was in the bishop's room. He verified that traces of black mana really belonged to the Church of Genis. Based on the information gathered, 3 things are needed to create a holy chimera. The first is a sacrifice. The second is the creator of the chimera who leads the experiment. And the last is a high-ranking priest who pours his holy power into the core. There is only one high-ranking priest in this area who is capable of this. So Jaime came to the conclusion that the Bishop of Genisa will take part in the creation of the chimera. He was confident that Ras and his father's knights were quite capable of dealing with the creator of the chimera on their own. The great magician was not against entrusting them with this mission, while he himself decided to take care of the bishop. With such a simple plan, he did not even doubt that the enemies would not be able to finish what they started. Meanwhile, the bishop was already going to visit the basement where the experiments were taking place. Thinking that Reiki would become a holy knight, he put his hand through the magic mirror. On the other hand, there was a boy who was going to be used as a basis for a chimera. Approaching his hand, he was in anticipation of whether the orphan would be able to pass the test of despair. But as soon as his hand approached the frightened young man, he stopped. His body was bound by some kind of magic, and he heard from the stranger that he should not hurry. Despite the resistance, he could not suppress the enemy force. The bishop fell to the ground and the portal was closed. The embittered man asked the stranger to name himself and asked how he dared to interfere with him. Seeing a stranger in a cloak, he assumed that he was some warlock. After that, the bishop cried out that he understood that he was most likely the one who defeated their holy knight. Gathering sacred energy, he nervously asked the enemy how he dared to stand in his way. Offering the enemy to know the wrath of God, he activated the zone of the blessed sanctuary. Being in it, the priest repeatedly increases his power. Jamie understood that if this sanctuary was created by the bishop's hands, then his strength would increase so much that he would be able to break the boulder with his bare hands. Having created favorable conditions, the bishop declared that he was going to finish the enemy quickly. After these words, he summoned a sharp blade and rushed to attack. Threatening the enemy, he directed his strengthened fist in the direction of the magician. Despite his speed, he missed with the first attack. Jaime was amazed at his incredible speed, yet he did not fight much after his rebirth. Feeling superior, the haughty Lincoln inquired about the sorcerer's well-being. Aiming his blow at the body of the young master, he angrily shouted that he was also using his body to create a chimera. He believed that he was about to strike a victory blow. But after a moment, his fist stopped and despair appeared on his face. Stopping the enemy's fist with his god-killing magic, Jaime wondered if the bishop was capable of more.
The bishop was shocked by the enemy's actions. He eagerly asked why the sorcerer could use black magic in his sanctuary.
Hearing his words, Jamie was surprised. Shaking his captured hand, he suggested that the enemy take a closer look. The bishop could not believe his eyes because his sanctuary was engulfed in darkness. In desperation, he began to shout that this is impossible. In response, Jamie cheerfully clapped his hands and declared that the priest overestimated the power of the gods. At the same moment, the magician of the past delivered a powerful magic blow to his opponent. Unable to resist, the bishop flew into the wall. The strengthening with the help of the sanctuary stopped completely, and the blow turned out to be very effective. He no longer had any more powerful spells in reserve. Not feeling any danger, Jamie came closer and said that he had some questions to answer. With a crazy expression on his face, Lincoln said that it was foolish to hope that he would say something. In response, with an equally insane look, the magician from the past said that the priest misunderstood him. Using a magic seal and bringing his hand to his opponent's head, Jamie said that he didn't need his permission. After that, he literally embedded himself in the connections of the bishop's brain. The priest could not resist in any way. Not even suspecting what was happening, the scientist studying chimeras could not find his place. He destroyed everything around him, calling the bishop a useless idiot. Their experiment was delayed, and he feared that he himself might become a victim of the archbishop's knights. One of the priests of the church turned around and hesitantly said that he would check the bishop's whereabouts personally, but after a moment he caught a magic arrow in the back of the head. Enraged by the situation, the scientist got rid of his ward because he could not stand how slowly the servants of the Janissa church performed their duties. At the same moment, a scientist with a transformed body during countless experiments felt that they had unexpected guests. The knight Raz-Armetic arrived to them, accompanied by the assassins of Mistress Velton. The guys broke through the protection of the entrance to the building and went inside, where they encountered a strange closet. As soon as they approached the bookshelves, they realized that this was the key to the next room. The assassins felt the wind, and the girl reported that there was something behind the bookshelves. As soon as Ras came closer, he noticed that among the books there was one without a layer of dust on it. Believing that this is the key, he bent it over himself. Immediately after that, the hidden door opened.
The Knight of the World felt the disgusting smell of creatures in the hilt of his sword. He also asked his comrades to be on the lookout.
After a moment, an enemy chain headed in their direction. Ras-Armetic barely had time to react and defend himself from such an unexpected attack. He was excited as he blocked this attack. He was surprised that it turned out to be so strong. Not giving him rest, the unknown enemy continued to attack. Having blocked another blow, Russ was forced to jump to a safer distance. One of the Count's knights excitedly turned to the leader of their group. The Knight of the World replied that he was fine, and then shared his opinion that they had come to exactly the right place. A huge creature armed with a chain and mace. Without any doubt, it was a chimera. Meanwhile, Diablo finished mining the information. Having subjugated the bishop's mind, he ordered him to inform the Count of all information concerning their activities in these lands. To be safe, the magician from the past additionally strengthened the influence of his own spell. Without further questions, the bishop left the building and headed for the Walton family estate. Jamie strengthened the brainwashing spell so that Lincoln would definitely not remember the recent events and the fact that the Earl's son had fought with him. To move to the scene of the church's crime, he decided to use the portal through the mirror. In order to brighten up the time a little, Jamie was going to use the image of a bishop. At the same time, the scientist resented Lincoln's absence. He was furious because the unexpected guests were already approaching, and because of the unreliability of the partner, their experiment was under threat. He remembered that he still had a good option for getting out of the situation. He had no second choice but to send a more advanced version of the chimeras into battle to take care of the uninvited guests. In addition, he was oppressed by the fact that Reiki, although he was a promising guy, did not have the holy strength and body. And yet, he hoped that this experiment would satisfy the Archbishop's interest and nothing else would threaten his life. He was distracted by the long-awaited appearance of the bishop, who immediately apologized for his lateness. Angered by his tardiness, the scientist wanted to know where he was so late. But as soon as he saw his condition, he decided to ask first of all what had happened to him. Jamie, using the image of a wounded bishop, replied that a strange man had attacked him, so he stayed while he dealt with him. Seeing the scientist's surprise, he added that he most likely encountered the one who killed the Holy Knight. He also reported that he was unable to take the enemy alive because he was too strong. The scientist assumed that that strange person was working together with the brats who invaded their laboratory. He called on the bishop to hurry because if they somehow delayed, it would interfere with their experiment. After that, he nervously asked to give him a body. Jamie, in the form of a bishop, was confused and asked if he really wanted to continue, despite the fact that they were invaded. Handing the body of the chimera to the scientist, Jamie found out that he had already sent some sample to their leadership, so he believes that everything will be over soon. As soon as he received the body of the chimera, he was beside himself with anticipation that he would soon be able to confirm the results of the experiments. Using the chimera's body on Rika, he wondered how strong his creation would be this time. Continuing the experiment, he was interested in Lincoln's opinion. Jaime did not expect that the scientist would want to maintain a conversation, so he awkwardly replied that this specimen would be stronger than the previous, failed paladin. The scientist was very surprised that his friend was saying something so obvious. After that, he took out a mysterious syringe of blue liquid and said that it was time to put the finishing touches on their experiment. He pressed the body of the chimera so that it merged with the body of the boy faster. The scientist was so excited by the process that while waiting for the result, he could not hide the trembling of his body from pleasure. Then he asked his friend if he was happy as well as he was. When the bishop boringly answered that it was so, the scientist suspected something was wrong. Addressing him, he furiously asked who he really was. At that moment, Diablo realized that these two madmen had something in common, because of which he was able to calculate the replacement. Screaming angrily that he would not be fooled so easily, the scientist gave him a surprise attack with magic. Jaime realized that his secret plan had failed. Meanwhile, Ras and his companions finished the battle with the chimeras sent by the scientist. Just as they were about to go down to the basement, one of the knights was suddenly attacked by another enemy. Chimera pressed one of the count's subjects with a huge hand. Seeing this, the girl with red hair attacked the enemy's hand, but as it turned out, she was only able to slightly damage his hand. This chimera was on a completely different level compared to the subject they had fought before. Ras shouted that they should change their tactics because the descent into the basement is too narrow a place for him to carry out his attacks. At the same moment, he decided to divert the chimera's attention to himself. Pyro, a knight of the Holy Church, ran past the enemy and headed towards the room from which he came. As soon as he was in a place where he could use his power, he immediately used his sword of justice on the enemy. With a quick lunge, he delivered an instant attack that disabled former opponents. But as it turned out, this was not enough. This chimera was actually on the second level and not only survived, but did not even feel any effect of the knight's attack. The enemy struck back. Ras Armetic did not have time to dodge and thought that this was the end. At the last moment, his comrades pounced on the enemy. Chimera was wounded and screamed in pain. The Count's subordinates appeared before the Knight of the World and shouted that they needed to retreat. Ras Armetic accepted their proposal, considering it reasonable, so he suggested that they first think of a way to get their comrade out. Despite his words, the assassins replied that they would drop him here. Ras could not believe their words, so the assassins replied that they had been ordered to help the Knight of the World with the fulfillment of their task. Tears appeared on the boy's face as soon as he heard their words that they should not pay attention to such distractions that jeopardized the outcome of their mission. After these words, one of the assassins rushed into a desperate attack. Jumping up before the blow, he shouted that he would open a way for them to escape. The assassin who remained turned to the bewildered Knight of the World and said that while his comrade was distracting the enemy, they should leave immediately. In response to Ras's indignation, he said that he understood his feelings, but advised him to put up with such a fate of phantom knights who act in order to obtain the most optimal results. Of course, Ras Armetic was far from the concept of absolute loyalty to the mistress, which was the sole purpose of the existence of strong knights. Their own life is just a tool in the hands of the Count, and Ras could not put up with such madness. Seeing how one of the assassins was trying with all his might to hold back the enemy, who greatly outnumbered him in strength, he promised himself that he would never take such an approach. Before his eyes, the enemy delivered a terrifyingly powerful blow that destroyed part of the room. The entrance to the basement was blocked by stone barriers. Right before their eyes, the chimera lifted the fallen assassin from the ground. The last of the phantom knights asked the Master Ras to gather his thoughts and run, but Ras Armetic could not leave the knights to die in agony. Demonstrating his cruelty, the enemy squeezed the body of the weakened knight right in front of their eyes, and he began to scream in pain. Seeing this, Ras shouted that he must immediately release their comrade. Now he was determined enough to turn to the use of more destructive force. In his eyes there was hatred for the enemy and unwillingness to accept the situation. The Phantom Knight was agitated by his raging mana. In response, Ras Armetic asked her not to worry, saying that he, like a holy knight, serves the goddess of mercy and justice named Pyro. Focusing, he began to use the Saint Martial spell. Gathering all his strength together, he delivered a furious blow. A powerful cut split the enemy's body in half. Ras Armetic is a member of the Seven Holy Knights, who were given unique power by the goddess of mercy and justice, Pyro. It is useful only for short attacks, but after that a strong reaction comes down, demonstrating a huge amount of sanctity. The rescued assassin surprised his comrades. He could not believe that he was still alive. The holy power given to the knights serves as punishment for the wicked and infinite mercy for the righteous. The guys felt great thanks to the marshal's power, but as soon as it runs out, all their suffering turns on the one who used it. Of course, Ras Armetic could not share this secret with them and continued to smile as if nothing was happening. Having defeated a formidable enemy, they went further. Meanwhile, a fierce battle began inside the laboratory. The scientist modified his webbing to dodge them. Jaime was forced to use his pet's wings. Calling the opponent a fucking black magician, the furious scientist asked how he dares to interfere with his incredible experiments. Jamie was surprised, said that he could not even think that he would hear such words from someone who mocked his body like that. In response, the scientist, filled with fanaticism, called him a fool who could not see real art. Showing his more advanced form with large black wings, he said maliciously that he would now arrange a special performance for the unexpected guest. Disappointed in the choice of an opponent, Jaime awkwardly replied that the chimera's wings are an insignificant, tasteless thing. Of course, his words made the enemy lose control even more. He plunged into a deep rage. Jamie did not stop taunting him, and after a moment, he ripped the main material of the scientist from the boy's body with the help of his god-killing magic. Clenching his fist, he cheerfully declared that it was quite interesting for him to play with such poor experimental material. After these words, the magic around the body of the chimera contracted and the material was destroyed, and the mage from the past began to mock the enemy, demonstrating that he did it inadvertently. As expected, after such a sudden action, the scientist went completely mad with rage. Diablo Wolfer was very cruel in relation to the mental health of the enemy. He released the magic seal, and surprised by the emotions of the scientist after the loss of one toy, offered him to change the place for further actions. After these words, his seal expanded, and both fighters were under its influence. This was unexpected for the scholar of the Genus Church. The man assumed that before him was the magic of spatial movement. He thought that not even a wet place would remain if he took care of its destruction. Hitting the barrier, he self-assuredly thought that he would deal with the minor magician without any particular problems, which was getting on his nerves. But as soon as he saw that the enemy's technique did not yield to his blows, he realized that it would not be possible to tear this magic to pieces. The scientist was shocked by the fact that the battle was not going according to his dictation. Captivated by spatial magic, he nervously bit his lip and began shouting insults at his opponent. All this disrespect towards the young magician did not matter, because after a moment they appeared in a place more suitable for battle. It was a forest far from people. Filled with anger, the scientist asked why he could not break through this magic. In response, Jamie decided to put even more pressure on his psyche and harshly declared that he was simply terribly weak. Arrogantly pointing his hand at him, the great magician from the past, Diablo Wolfer, suggested to the enemy with mental trauma to rest a little and have fun in the forest. With a mad look, he continued his speech and said that as soon as the game time was over, he would tear the naive scientist's body to pieces and make him his personal slave. Trying to attack the enemy with tentacles, the scientist shouted furiously that the dirty mage thought too much of himself. Humming some kind of melody, Jaime easily escaped injury and dodged every attack. Jumping a little higher on a tree branch, he thought out loud that things in the basement had already been sorted out. In response, the scientist said with a malicious grin that he would send 2 elite chimeras, so you should not be confident that everything went smoothly with your comrades. Hearing this, Jamie became more serious. The scientist was not going to slow down the pace of the battle. He strengthened his hands with a chimera. He shouted that the magician should not be distracted during the battle. After that, he delivered a powerful blow to the tree, on the branch of which Diablo was sitting. Having wings at his disposal, the magician from the past was not at all worried about this. Continuing his speech, the self-satisfied scientist hoped that he would bring the boy out of himself. Said that although his comrades somehow managed to deal with one elite chimera, but after such a battle, they would not be able to defeat the second specimen. After a thoughtful pause, Diablo Wolfer calmly said that the madman had crossed all the lines of saneness. Launching into another attack, the scientist replied that this is not madness, but confidence in one's own abilities. Continuing to observe the enemy, Diablo was able to calculate that he had implanted 7 different forms of life in his body, so it was already difficult to call him a human. In fact, he did not even expect that this whole ridiculous combination would show a good result. Feeling the excitement of the battle, he began to make a magical, dense sphere to attack with the thought that he wanted to get such a servant. Meanwhile, the guys went down to the basement unhindered, not expecting any more danger. Seeing this place, one of the knights was shocked that it belonged to the church. The Knight of the World suggested that they hurry up with the search for the child, realizing that he had only 20 minutes left before the marshal's will was released, which is a side effect of his divine sword power.
The guys began to look around, but did not find anything interesting.
Then Ras decided to open the door to the next room, which seemed suspicious to him. After a moment, he sensed danger. It was a huge amount of evil energy. Addressing his comrades, he asked them to be more careful. The approach of the enemy attack forced him to react instantly and save his comrade from the defeat zone. When he saw the enemy, he was so shocked that he could not move from his place. A chimera appeared before him with the body of a woman with wings. He could not believe his eyes that there was an even more dangerous, vile creature here, which, moreover, would be armed. After that, one of the ghostly knights turned to him and anxiously asked to look at one more unpleasant news. They discovered another chimera that combined an ogre and a demonic horse. Ras Armetic was shocked by this, realizing that these were monsters against which even experts could not cope. He was afraid that he himself would not be able to oppose such creatures. But one thought about the child made him be more determined than ever. Taking out his blade, he urged his comrades to prepare for battle. They were very close to Rika. The guy began to regain consciousness after the ministers of the Janissa church tried to intervene in his body. When he got up, his eyes began to shine, and his body radiated a noticeable amount of divine energy. Examining the room, he did not understand what he was doing here and where the priest had disappeared to. There was no one around him, but he noticed strange vessels. Looking closer, he saw a person familiar to him. With horror on his face, he realized that Shino was in front of him. Ricky was shocked by what he saw, not understanding what he was doing here in such a terrible way. Now a puzzle began to form in his head. The words that they were chosen by God lost any meaning for him. The guy realized that something like this cannot be called a blessing. When he realized the horror of the situation, his body began to tremble, and tears appeared in his eyes. Despite all this, he found the strength to pull himself together. In such a situation, he did not know how to help the child. It was enough that he found the determination to leave this place. All the same, his upbringing made itself felt. Before leaving, he turned to someone whom he sincerely considered a friend. Despite the trembling in his body, he promised that he would definitely come back for him. Ricky promised that all these horrific crimes will not escape the hands of the Church of Janus. But now, all he had in mind was how to get out and find people who would help him return to the city. Remembering the way he came, Reiki headed for the exit. Returning to the stairs, he heard some noise and assumed that someone had come to help him. They were nearby, and the curious child decided to see who was participating in the fight. The battlefield looked frightening, and he thought that it would be better to return. But as soon as he saw the guys who were desperately fighting, he felt much lighter. He was filled with joy when he saw a knight benevolent to him. With a shiver in his body, Ras Armetic could barely withstand the blows of the elite chimera. Rika, happy at such a meeting, did not even notice that they were in a difficult situation. Ras couldn't believe that he was still okay and even found a way out on his own, so he friendly replied that he could call him Big Brother. At the same moment, the chimera discovered a weak and unarmed target. Following her instincts, she rushed into the attack to quickly reduce the number of enemies. Unable to do anything, Ras asked his comrades for help. Ghost Knights rushed to the boy's defense, but the chimera turned out to be much faster and after a moment was next to Rika. The guys didn't have time to help him. Experiencing some kind of panic, the Knight of the World shouted to Rika that he should run away from this place. The fighter who was closest to the enemy suddenly got stuck behind the destroyed floor. Frightened by the enemy, Rika could not move from his place. The enemy was a moment before striking. Ras Armetic, unable to help, shouted the boy's name. He tried to reach the enemy with a further sword attack. But this blow did not bring any result. The rest were already attacked by the second elite chimera. With tears in his eyes, the Knight of the World realized that everything was in vain. He thought that despite all his efforts, he could not change his fate. At the last moment, Reiki fearfully stretched his hand forward. He bit his lip, resigned to his death. Saying goodbye to his older brother, he did not even notice how divine power began to ooze from his body. To the surprise of everyone present, the terrible destructive force of the Chimera's blow did not harm the boy. Being shocked by what had happened, Ras urged the boy to run to him faster. Reiki immediately rushed to his side. Being under his protection, he was not afraid of enemies. Ras looked around to analyze the situation. The Ghost Knights could barely cope with the multitude of heavy enemy attacks. Church Minister Pyro understood that he had no more than 10 minutes left. He couldn't fight while protecting Reiki. Turning to the boy, he asked him to go upstairs first. The guy agreed because he understood that if he stayed here, he would only hinder his saviors. After that, he rushed towards the exit. Turning to his elder brother, he asked him to return safe and sound. In response, Ras Armetic raised his fist in agreement. Now he needed to focus on the battle. One of the elite chimeras has already fallen from the joint attacks of the guys. The enemy rushed towards him, which was a combination of a demonic horse and an orc. With incredible malice in his eyes, Ras shouted that he would grind the enemy to powder. Climbing the stairs, Reiki could not stop thinking about what had happened. When the enemy pounced on him, he instinctively began to defend himself. At that moment, a lot of energy appeared around his ego body, which he did not have before. After this light scared away the monster, Reiki noticed that his stomach rumbled. In addition, he was also surprised by the strange feeling he experienced when he saw the monster. Approaching the exit, he remembered that it reminded him of the anger he felt when he worked for Laval's criminals. The entrance door to this gloomy building appeared in front of him. Then he finally got out. Ricky stopped for a moment to catch his breath. Looking at the sky, the guy wondered if it was all a lie. The words about salvation and faith in the deity suddenly became for him only a lie, because of which he began to lose the desire to live. At the same moment, he remembered that his sister Anna was alone in the shelter. He was afraid that someone might hurt her. From this thought, he felt some terrible feeling, hatred for those who could harm her. Looking around, it seemed to him that he should go forward. In front of him was a mysterious forest. The guy ran further into the depths. This place seemed remote from people, and there was a feeling that it was hiding some kind of secret. Meanwhile, the scientist was in an incredible rage. He shouted to the young magician that he would not be able to escape and that his end would soon come. Jamie did not expect that the enemy would be able to hold out for so long. He had to fly up to avoid another attack. The mad scientist's powerful attacks unleashed multiple explosions inside the forest. At that moment, the great mage from the past gave his due strength, realizing that he would not recover if such an attack hit him. Despite the danger of the situation, he thought that his magic should be enough, and if the battle continued in the same spirit, he would emerge victorious. With incredible hatred, the scientist continued to attack his enemy. He shouted that the jokes were over. Jaime was alarmed by his reserve of strength and was forced to continue ducking, waiting for the right moment for the final attack. Calling the enemy to die, the scientist again used the power of the chimera. Many tentacles were directed at the young magician, who carefully avoided them while in the air. At one point, the scientist lost his ego. Looking around, he shouted that there was no point in hiding. Jamie decided to take a long break and jumped on a tree branch, prepared to use magic. He used a spell of the dark dimension. The scientist plunged into his trap. Seeing this, he cried out that it was useless to try to restrain him. Destroying the mage's spell, he attacked again. Jamie understood that there was no time to bow. Attacking the enemy, the mad scientist with the body of the chimera used the hurricane spell from the tentacles. The young magician barely had time to defend himself against this attack, using magical chains that could not penetrate the enemy's tentacles. He considered it amazing that the enemy was able to combine the chimera's abilities with magic. However, he did not think that this would cause problems, considering that he was not capable of more. The scientist shouted that he was genuinely surprised that his opponent had lasted so long. After that, he offered to take up the matter more seriously and end this battle. But after a moment, the magician shocked him by disappearing from the field of view and unexpectedly appeared behind his back. Anticipating the attack, he jumped back and prepared to block the attack. But at the same moment, the enemy again disappeared from his field of vision. The mysterious magician again appeared on a tree branch, and the angry scientist shouted that he was sure he saw him in front of him. In response, Jaime decided to play with his nerves even more and called him blind because he could not recognize the clone. We are talking about dark magic of the 4th rank called Double. This is magic used to create a clone that can partially use the same abilities as the host. After eye contact, the clone disappears. Gathering the mana in his hand to launch an attack, Jaime shouted that the scientist remained a fool because he did not even have the teeth to estimate the strength of his opponent. After that, he used the body decomposition spell, and the opponent's hand began to lose strength. From such pain, an unbearable pain appeared in his body, which was accompanied by trembling. In response, the scientist shouted furiously that this was a cheap trick that would end once the magician was killed. Jamie agreed with his words and added that this is why he has an ace up his sleeve. He was talking about the black layers that he managed to prepare before the next attack. While in the air, the scientist with the body of a chimera saw many targets in front of him, but did not feel their danger. After a moment, they crashed into his body. Although they did not have destructive power, but when faced with them, the scientist began to experience unbearable pain at the points of contact. The fact is that the black layer is a spell in which the pain experienced increases 3 times upon contact with it. Flying towards the enemy, the young mage wondered what it was like to experience such terrifying pain in a battle in which you felt victorious from the very beginning. He was surprised that the enemy could still respond. For educational purposes, Diablo Wolfer decided to use a gravity spell. The enemy's body crashed sharply into the surface. Having knocked the opponent to the ground, Jamie decided that he would no longer need the help of his pet. Therefore, he praised him for his help and suggested that they rest. The scientist tried to rise. His wings lost their strength, and his body trembled from exhaustion and the incredible pressure of gravity. Turning to him, Jamie was surprised that he was still conscious despite the amount of pain. He also wondered how he managed to make fun of his body so much, diluted it with many chimeras. Placing his hand on the enemy's head, he began to use his power and said that because the enemy was badly damaged, he was not sure if he would be able to use it in the form of the undead. So he decided that he would get some acquaintances. As soon as he decided to use his power, he sensed danger. He had to jump back to a safe distance because the enemy still had some trump cards up his sleeve. Jamie canceled the effect of his spells on the scientist as soon as he realized that he had miscalculated. The enemy was able to summon 2 more chimeras. The situation suddenly changed. Diablo was not ready to continue the battle and began to get nervous, as he had spent too much mana. After that, he cast a spell and delivered a powerful blow to the opponent's body. But this attack was not fatal. With a joyful expression on his face, Jamie suggested that he die because in this case, it would be easier for both of them. In fact, he was just biding his time, since he did not think that the enemy would be able to hold out for so long. Now, he didn't have many options on how to defeat the enemy. Reiki continued to walk deep into the forest. It seemed to him that he had to do it, although the closer he got, the more nauseous he began to feel, and his body trembled even more. At one point, he heard a sudden powerful explosion. Sensing danger, he thought that he should not go in that direction. But at the moment of the next explosion, he felt something familiar. Next to him fell the body of a man in a dark cloak. It was Jamie. He didn't have time to dodge an enemy attack, and another one was directed at him. Since he miscalculated the use of mana, he couldn't even use the shield. Seeing the face of the mysterious magician, Reiki recognized his friend and wondered what he was doing here. Directing a magical attack in the direction of the weakened opponent, the evil and insane scientist called him to die. Without the use of a shield, it was impossible to repel such a clot of magic, having the abilities of a 10-year-old boy. Realizing that Jamie was about to die from the attack of the madman from the laboratory, Ricky desperately rushed to his side. Keeping a certain calmness even in such a hopeless situation, Jamie was surprised to see this guy here. With the help of the chimera, the scientist delivered a powerful volley of magical energy. Despite the shouts of the young owner that the guy should not come near, Reiki covered him and said apologetically that his body moved by itself. As a result of a powerful explosion, they were both injured. Jamie was shocked by what was happening. Trembling in his body, he began to crawl towards his friend. The boy was unconscious. For the first time since the reincarnation of Diablo Wolfer was in such despair. He couldn't believe that he failed again. Fighting with the gods and their followers, he had to go through a lot of pain. Even after he found a second life, he could not avoid the mistake that haunted him in the past. Someone died because of him again. In the past, every battle had driven him to despair. Before his death, his comrades shouted that he should live on. To save him, another person sacrificed his life. Being in the body of his comrade, he begged him to come to his senses. Seeing his behavior, the vile scientist began to gloat, laugh, and shout that he enjoyed the touching scene made by his simple subject. Turning to the magician, who was immersed in the darkness of memories, the scientist shouted that now he would get rid of both of them. But Diablo Wolfer didn't even pay attention to him. Memories from the past about his beloved and loyal friends began to pop into his head. He had many followers. Before their death, they cried out for the leader to leave them, but not forget. Being in a desperate situation, Diablo began to use the primal power of rebellion against the divine. The chimeras felt the danger coming from the enemy, and the scientist began to get nervous as soon as he noticed that the magician's aura had completely changed. The mad scientist understood that he should finish the battle as quickly as possible, but he could not cope with the trembling in his body. Jamie leaned over the body of his friend. With a look filled with the thirst to kill, he asked the enemy to wait until he finished. The mage could not understand how he could forget the very first power he had created. At the same moment, skeletons began to emerge from the ground. Many undead came out in the course of using ego power. Excited by what was happening, the scientist in a panic asked who the magician was who interfered in their experiments. With the help of necromancy, Diablo Wolfer in the body of the young master summoned an army that was created to rise up against the deities and oppose the 12 gods. In response, the self-confident scientist was surprised that the guy was going to kill him with the undead, which he called weak. Hearing this, Jamie said that this is the one who suffered at the hands of the scientist. After that, he urged them to attack the killer to get back at him for all the pain he had caused. Countless numbers of undead rushed at the poor scoundrel and his chimera. Their number was simply incredible. They all rushed at the bodies of the chimeras, trying to destroy them. The chimera began to fight desperately. Destroying the body of the undead was not a problem. But it seemed like an easy task only at first glance, because the subordinates of the dark magician surpassed the concept of death. Recovering, they cornered the scientist. He began to scream in panic, but at the same moment, his mouth was closed by one of those he had hurt in the past. Extending his hand in his direction, Diablo Wolfer declared that this is his domain, where death inevitably reaps death. The undead knocked the scientist to the ground, and he began to understand what it was like to be in hell itself. As soon as the subordinates managed, the sorcerer ordered them to leave the defeated killer. Jamie was upset, realizing that most likely the enemy was already dead. But as it turned out, he found the strength to rise a little. During that movement, he spat out a mysterious sphere. Picking it up, Diablo was surprised, because in his hands fell an artifact charged with life force, known as the Bead of Life. Considering the fact that the scientist mutilated his body, the great magician of the past understood that he could not exist just like that. This meant that he was hiding something that could help him exist. The appearance of this object exceeded all Diablo's expectations, because with such an artifact, he could go beyond his child's body. Each skeleton enjoyed the sight of their killer being punished. His army continued to watch what was happening. The magician ordered them to return, said that they would be needed someday during the justice of the abominable murderers. After his words, the undead again disappeared underground. Jamie suddenly coughed up blood. He had spent too much strength, moreover. The rebellion against the divine was still a complex power over which he had not gained full control. Despite his weakness, he could not afford to lose consciousness. He managed to make sure that Reiki was still alive, but he was in a serious condition, and Diablo could not just let him die. Turning to him, he said that instead of giving his life like this, it would be better if he became his faithful servant. Calling him a sinner, he uttered a spell. But as soon as he touched the boy's body, it began to release divine power. Jaime could not believe that he had not noticed her presence with Rika earlier. After that, divine mana began to flood the area. The magician was forced to cover his face from the light, which blinded him. A female voice said that she couldn't understand what was happening. A girl in white clothes and long green hair appeared in front of Jaime, who lifted the body of his comrade injured in the battle with her own hands. Addressing the young magician, the woman called him a child and asked who he was to try to steal what belonged to her. Jamie was shocked by her sudden appearance and said her name out loud. It was the goddess Pyro, and she was surprised that the unfamiliar child recognized her. Meanwhile, the bishop, who fell under the influence of Diablo's magic, walked towards the mansion of the Walton family and announced his mission. Hearing that he was going to tell the count about everything, the archbishop's knights immediately got rid of him. Their experiments failed, so they cleaned up the tracks. Getting rid of the church on the lands of Hayes, he carried out the so-called justice on heretics. Fortunately, Ras Armetic and his companions coped with the task. He barely had time to fall asleep and was in such pain that he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Despite this, the smile did not disappear from his face. He was glad that no one was killed. The ghostly knights ran up to him to make sure that he was all right. Suddenly, Ras Armetic felt that his holy sword began to spread a huge amount of divine energy. The bright light blinded everyone around. Feeling how he was starting his body, he understood what was being said. Such was the reaction of the sacred knight to the appearance of the deity Pyro, whose power he proudly used. Meanwhile, Madame Pyro continued to ask the young man how he knew who she was. Jaime, being in an exhausted state after a heavy battle, did not understand how things could get worse so suddenly. It was unclear how she had come down to earth, and he also felt incredible pressure because of her presence. The guy with the suffering face squeezed his head at the moment when the goddess asked if he could hear her voice. Pyro ordered him to answer her question immediately. Her patience was at its limit. However, Jaime could not resist any longer, so he shouted back at her that he only knew that Rika's sanctity belonged to her. Hearing this, the goddess asked to clarify whether he really, realizing this fact, was going to turn this person into his undead. Jaime honestly replied that he just didn't want him to die. With incredible fury and an evil expression on her face, Pyro asked if he really believed that being undead meant being alive. She said that this is an act of disrespect for the dead. Diablo Wolfer couldn't help himself when she asked why he didn't understand the value of life. His patience came to an end, and in response, he shouted furiously that she is God's bitch, that she is one of those who humiliates life, after which he added that it is divine beings who are to blame for all the troubles of mankind. Pyro was shocked by his words. Moreover, he angrily asked how she dares to say such a thing after sacrificing all of humanity. Instead of anger, the goddess reacted extremely strangely and wanted to justify herself, but stopped immediately after saying that she had nothing to do with it. Before he finished his speech about the sacrifice of humanity, she warned the magician that the child in her arms would become her future apostle. She threatened that if he becomes undead, then she will not forgive him. The apostle is the one who is closest to the gods. People with such a divine title possess strength sufficient for the title of the strongest holy knight. As it turned out, Diablo really knew that he had divinity, but he did not expect that she was going to elevate him to the rank of an apostle. He assumed that it was precisely because of this that Pyro was able to descend to the ground. With a sly smile on his face, he thought that in this case, everything turned out to be much more fun than he expected. Looking at the goddess, he apologized without any fear and asked how he could atone for his guilt. The goddess didn't understand what kind of wine she was talking about, so the boy with a sweet and innocent smile replied that the darkness was already taking over the boy, and half of Rika had already become undead. Hearing this, Pyro was shocked and angrily shouted, "Does he know what he's done?" Her furious scream gave the guy a headache, and he thought that Pyro was an extremely stupid woman. With a menacing look, she asked him if he was really bringing about his own death by such actions. Experiencing some discomfort due to her pressure, the great magician in the child's body replied that if he really wanted to die, then things would take a bad turn. In confirmation, he added that if the goddess killed him, she would also destroy Rika. Pyro did not believe in his audacity and angrily asked if he really thought that such pitiful threats would help him avoid death. In response, Jaime confidently said that only one person can be an apostle, and if she misses Rika, she will have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. The goddess could not say anything in response. The impudent magician suggested that she forget about the wasted time, because the fact that the presence of the apostle guarantees the unlimited appearance of the deity on earth is much more important. Looking at Ricky, Jaime called him a friend and repeated again that he had no desire to kill the boy. Calling the mage a vicious person, Pyro said that he invented a very good story to save his miserable life. In response, he asked why she made the boy her apostle. He was interested because at this time there are no reasons for which she vitally needs an apostle, because the world exists, as planned by the 12 gods, very peacefully. He called this existence a system on which all 12 gods worked together, after which he wondered if he was right in his judgments. Biting her lip nervously, Pyro, who had been beaten by a man, asked how much he knew. Stretching his hand up, Jaime said that she is the most holy of the 12 gods, whose love reaches absolutely everyone, so filled with this feeling that she received the power to exterminate evil. With a mad and piercing look, he assumed that she had been expelled from heaven. The goddess could not contain her anger, which was visible even from the expression on her face. She wanted to call him a scumbag, but stopped in time. With a smile on his face, Jaime was not even afraid to look her straight in the eyes, realizing that this dispute is final, because she cannot lie, because this lie is against holiness, so she must remain silent. After that, he pronounced his name from the past. Shocked by the name she heard, Pyro asked how a mage from this era knew who Diablo Wolfer was. Placing his hand on his heart, Jamie declared that he was the legacy of that man. Pyro considered it impossible, remembering that after their incredibly difficult battle, that incredible human mage was sealed away. In addition, she did not understand why all this was happening at such an inconvenient time. Not afraid of the goddess, Diablo asked if she would not mind shaking hands. Disappearing, Pyro suggested that he come to her in Afton, where they would discuss everything in detail. As soon as she left, Reiki fell to the ground. Looking at the boy, Jamie thought that if everything went well, then he would have a very useful tool. After contact with Pyro, Reiki finally regained consciousness. Seeing Jamie in front of him with his usual displeased expression on his face, he was surprised that he was still around. As soon as he remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness, he shouted to his friend to ask if he was all right. He was afraid that he was hurt, because he was visibly wounded, because all his clothes were covered in blood. In addition, he noticed that the young master's eyes turned purple, and also said that he had some strange sensations in his body. In a calm tone, Jamie was surprised that even in such a state, Rika was primarily worried about someone else, and not about himself. He then explained what had happened, not forgetting to mention that he is the future apostle, while he made him half undead with the help of his dark magic. Jamie was sure that when he found out, Ricky would hate him. But as it turned out, the boy took it calmly and said with a smile that everything was clear to him now. Hearing his words, Diablo felt a little uncomfortable. Explaining his calmness, Ricky suggested that if Jamie is a dark wizard, it doesn't mean that he has to be evil. To be honest with those who consider him a friend, Diablo admitted without any doubt that he knew that Reiki would be sent to a dangerous place, after which he added the even more stunning fact that he even tried to kill his sister. Even so, the boy concluded with divine power that Jamie saved him in the end and didn't even touch Anna, so he's still a good guy. Not understanding the strange guy's feelings, Jamie nervously called Ego a simpleton. As soon as the future apostle touched his body, the magician was amazed that as soon as his divine magic spread, the incurable wounds on his body began to disappear. Ricky himself was surprised by this effect. He said that he thought it would work, so he tried it. After a moment, he felt that Brother Ras was approaching them. In response, Jamie said that in that case it was time for him to leave. As he was leaving, he asked Rika to forget what they were talking about. As it turned out, the boy understood his secrets and double life, so he agreed to fulfill the request and said a friendly goodbye. Meanwhile, Count Welton and the Knight of the World arrived at the Church of Genis of his lands, where the judge of the organization reported to him. He apologized for not being able to give his name due to certain circumstances. In response, Mr. Argino asked what the judges were doing here. The man explained that they had come at the behest of superiors to track down heretics. Further, the judge showed the Count a chimera, said that as it turned out, Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic. After he confessed to this, their knights executed the infidel. As soon as Ras heard this, he began to get angry, realizing that the Genis Church was using the bishop as a scapegoat. When the judge began to say that this was an important issue that was kept in the strictest secrecy in the church, because of which they conducted an investigation, Ras Armetic could not stand it and shouted that you are hearing all this. The excited guy did not have time to finish his speech. Mr. Welton, in a calm and pointed tone, made him understand that this was enough. With a sly smile, he said that he should praise the courage of the judges or even sympathize with them. After that, he declared with a piercing look and a malicious tone that they dared to kill someone in his possessions. He asked if indeed they are gathering to share the bishop's share. As soon as the judge realized the seriousness of his intentions, which posed a mortal danger to him, he fell on his knees in front of the master and shouted uncertainly that they simply punish sinners in the church. In response, Mr. Argino said that in these lands, he is the only one who is a judge, so no one dares to harm the people of Haisa without his permission. The judge, trembling in his body, tried to justify himself. But the count did not listen to him and said with malice that Genis's church had crossed all borders. Standing in front of one of the strongest swordmasters, the judge thought with fear that he would die at such a rate. Despite this risk, he could not retreat. Rising to his feet, he decided to demonstrate his character and called the count too self-confident because it would be unwise for him to turn his back on the Genus Church. But as soon as he raised his hand, Master Argino delivered a lightning-quick blow. With one precise movement, he cut off the brat's arm and he fell to his knees again. Squeezing his hand to stop the bleeding, the judge heard that his right hand would come next, and then his head. The count seriously said that if he wanted to stay with his head on his shoulders, he would have to leave the lands of Heis immediately. Ras Armetic was simply shocked by the thoughtful actions of the count. Although the judge did not say a word about chimeras, Master Argino skillfully drew attention, showed this servant his true place. He understood that if everything continued like this, their side of the conflict would definitely win. But the judge could not fail his mission. He bowed his head at the count's feet and apologetically promised that their church would pay compensation so that they would forgive their mistake this time. Begging the hostess to reconsider, the judge thought about his duty. He had to remember that Heis is an opportunity to expand the influence of the church in the eastern lands. Passing by the judge, the master firmly stated that he would not change his decision because the church had lost his trust. Therefore, he decided to break all ties with the Genisa church. The count left, and the ministers of different churches remained in this place. Now Ras Armetic saw with his own eyes how Master Walton conducts business. The judge had no other option but to leave. With a smile on his face, the Knight of the World was glad that everything was over. Due to the strictness of the count's decision as a result of the incident, the Genus church paid a huge compensation and disappeared from the land, and a sudden guest appeared for Rika and Anna. The holy marshal of the church, Pyro, knelt before them and introduced himself as he saw fit. Addressing the children, he said that Riki would become a symbol of the Pyro church in the role of an apostle of the goddess. At the same time, Anna will wake up as a saint, and when this happens, she will begin to observe the world with her holy eyes. Ras Armetic promised that Afton would do his best to welcome them. Riki took the Knight of the World by the hand and could not contain his feelings of joy at the fact that one day Anna will be able to see with her own eyes. The representative of the church confirmed that soon it will be able to open them. Laughing happily, Riki hugged his sister. They say that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of future troubles. But putting his hand on his heart, the marshal accepted these words with a smile. Addressing the goddess, he declared that if misfortunes beset him, then he would honorably protect such bright children. That's how these two ended up under the full protection of the Church of Pyro. At the same time, Diablo Wolfer understood that he would soon come face to face with the test of fate. At this time, the 12 gods are divided into factions, and most likely, this pushed Genus to create holy knights from chimeras. The great magician and true defender of humanity assumed that the goddess of mercy Pyro was to some extent isolated. In order to make sure of this, he had to go to Afton. In fact, he was ready for any challenge. But before that, he still had urgent business. Morally prepared, Diablo Wolfer again entered the role of loving his mother Jaime. This time, the boy's mother and sister were a little surprised. Jamie continued to play his part very diligently and rushed to hug them, said that he liked drinking tea with them very much. Mom was surprised, said that he usually finds it a boring activity. Bewildered, Jamie began to justify himself. He was surprised that this woman still guessed about his true feelings. With a sincere smile on her face, Mom suggested that he needed something from her. Jamie understood that next time he would have to try better and think through each step in more detail. In response, he said that he was just in a good mood. Hearing this, my mother asked her not to delay and offered to proceed to his request. As it turned out, he wanted to visit his mother's family in Afton. It was difficult for him to maintain the image, but still he said that he would like to see with his own eyes a mountain with huge bubbles. But Sears did not give up and decided to blackmail him, saying that she would like to see his cute behavior. Seeing that Jamie was not even trying to satisfy her desire, she said that in that case, the trip would have to be postponed. Hearing her words, Diablo Wolfer, the great dark magician of mankind, thought that he never backed down in front of any difficulties. After that, he made a heart with his fingers and sweetly said that he loves his mother. After the spoken words, Diablo began to feel depressed, while the mother replied that after what she had seen, she had no choice but to agree to the request of her beloved son. Diablo was completely absorbed when he found out that all of this was optional, because they were going to go to Afton next week anyway. Being on the verge of despair, he thought that he would kill Pyro for this as soon as she became useless to him. Then, he went out into the street, where he met the Knight of the World, who had just been walking here before leaving for Afton. Ras Armetic wondered why he was sad, even though he was at a tea party with his mother and sister. Feeling the divine power of the Night of the World, which was unpleasant for him, Jaime said that he was sad because of some incidents, so that he would not ask unnecessary questions. As soon as Raz began cheering him on and saying that everything would be fine, Diablo even thought about killing him at that very moment. In order not to come to such a premature action, he asked what he was doing, and he answered that he needed to discuss something with the Duke. As it turned out, he informed Mistress Argino that he was going back. With a smile, he said that he had a feeling that Jamie had to hear something interesting from him. It was about Reiki and Anna going with him. It was obvious to Diablo because they would become an integral part of the earthly power of the goddess Pyro, but still he had to demonstrate surprise in order not to arouse suspicion. Then Ras Armetic suddenly announced that goodbyes are not eternal, which strained the magician's moral state even more. Then the priest said that Reiki and Anna would never forget him, and that even though he didn't know when they would see each other again, it would be great to meet as adults. In response, Jamie could barely get out the question of what he was trying to say. Unexpectedly for him, Ras did one more thing for which Diablo would have wanted to kill the Night of the World in this very place. The priest suddenly hugged his ego tightly. Then Ras sincerely said that he would like their friendship to not end. He asked the young magician not to be sad because this is not the end yet. Saying goodbye, he finished off the young master with the words that he would visit them often. Diablo Wolfer began to hold an even greater grudge against Pyro due to the fact that she cannot keep her offspring in one place. Meanwhile, Count Walton and his wife decided to discuss recent events. As it turned out, the reason for their trip to Afton was the desire of their son-in-law to bring their son Jamie to him. It seemed strange, my mother remarked, that she was not sure that even her late mother would have done something similar. Mr. Argeno doubted whether his son-in-law really just wanted to see Jaime. They left the next day, but without the Count, because he could not leave the land due to tense situations inside. His wife gently hugged him and said that he should not worry about their trip because they would be accompanied by the best knight order of Count Walton. With a blush on her face, she said that no one would dare threaten them because her husband is Count Walton himself. Her pleasant and caring compliment made the man laugh with satisfaction. In addition, the fact that Ras Armetic, who turned out to be the holy marshal of Pyro's church, is going to Afton with them, even though priests of such a high rank usually do not leave the location of the main church, added even more confidence to their trip. It only said that the church took very seriously the incident with the appearance of a scientist who creates a chimera using people. Still, the Count admitted to his wife that he was worried about the fact that their son's strength was beyond his years. Last time, during a visit to Count Simon's palace, the young owner could not suppress his emotions and unleashed his terrifying, despite his age, strength. The man wasn't sure if the leader of the order would be able to stop him if something like this happened again, but the wife expressed the opinion that they should not worry about it. In confirmation, she decided to mention that embarrassing case for her son when he was forced to behave extremely cutely. After telling this story, they began to laugh, and Mr. Walton said with emotion that he would like to see it with his own eyes. Taking her husband's hand, the lady said that everyone makes mistakes, and she believes in their son. They were both happy that they could finally meet before the trip. As soon as the evening came, Jamie again left the family mansion and was incredibly glad that he was finally able to finish the long-planned business. It took more to absorb the life because it had to be ground into a powder. But the action turned out to be even better than he thought, and all thanks to his diligent and painstaking work. He could only share his success with his pet. Turning to him, he said that since they were very lucky to find such an artifact, it was now only a matter of time before they could reach the 6th rank of magic. He had a long way to go to regain his former self, but now he could easily deal with someone of the same level as that crazy scholar from the Church of Genus. Then he went to some forgotten forest hut. This was a meeting place with his wards. After they greeted each other, Jamie told the servants that he was going to Afton, and since he was far away, he would not be there for a while. Hearing about Afton, Rise was saddened, realizing that he was on the northern border of the state, and that such a journey would take a lot of time. In turn, Hazard began to feel sorry for the fact that he did not want to hump with axes in the role of woodcutter all this time. Jamie was surprised that he had any questions, so he asked in a displeased tone if there were any problems. In order not to drag on for a long time, he asked them not to worry and said that this time they would go with him. Releasing the energy of rebellion against the gods, Diablo said that he remembered something he had long forgotten. Due to the presence of this energy, the servants began to feel strange and anxiously asked what kind of terrible thing was about to appear before them. Even the more educated Riz decided to get interested in what it is. Opening the door, Jamie was surprised by the interest of the resurrected servants and said that this is his repository of the undead. Pointing at the children with his finger, he explained the situation to them in a more accessible way, informed them that now this is their new home. Looking inside, Rise was amazed by the atmosphere, and Hazard admitted that he didn't really want to live in such a scary place. Diablo was surprised by such words, because none of his undead had objected until now. Kicking the guys in the direction of the entrance, he asked them to stop chatting. The guys could not deny his orders and somehow ran inside. With a smile on his face, Diablo thought that these two servants were busy. It seemed funny how clearly their emotions were expressed. It was clear that they would be very useful if they were well brought up. While inside, Hazard, remembering that the owner called this place a storage room, noted that he did not expect much, but as it turned out, it was very good here. Except for the strange feeling, the place was more than enough. As soon as they got outside, Hazard told the hostess that while they were there, it seemed to them that something was filling them from the inside. The dark magician confirmed this, saying that this was his primary power under the name Rebellion Against Divinity. He could fully trust the undead that lived only thanks to him, so he said that the vault was created only from his power, and the undead, participating in the rebellion against the gods, absorbs this power and is strengthened thanks to it. Excited and attentive to such things, Rise worriedly asked whether such a burden was too heavy for the owner. When the young master asked if he was really worried, the extremely emotional woman bowed low, apologizing to the master for this question. Diablo replied that everything is fine, because if it was a burden, he wouldn't waste his time on something like that. As soon as Hazard intervened in the conversation and asked if the master could make them stronger at once so as not to be in a place full of bones, Rise immediately rushed to cover his mouth, knowing that he lacked education. Understanding the intentions of this impudent guy, Jamie, although he enjoyed their emotionality, with a nervous laugh suggested that he not open his mouth with such requests. The next morning it was time to leave. The great mage from the past once again felt a sense of awkwardness due to the loving nature of his parents. Count Walton lifted him into the air, but Diablo could not tell that he was not a toy, as he had to play the role of a loving son named Jaime. Looking at his son, Arjuno sincerely asked him to be responsible, because he must protect his mother, sister, and friends. Devastated by such behavior, Diablo replied that he could be relied upon. Embracing his son, the father with a kind smile asked them to return safe and sound. Nevertheless, the great magician saw great support from him, so he sincerely agreed that he would do everything to make it so. The guys went on the road together with representatives of the church. Addressing the Order of Dread, Jack O'Brien stated that it was time to move forward, so he would tell them their general plan for the journey. While in the carriage, Reiki said that he was sorry that little brother Ras was riding separately from them. But he understood his decision because the Knight of Set himself volunteered to be part of the escort. Listening to the conversation of the squad leaders, Jamie learned that they wanted to take a safe route, even though it would take a little more time. His mother was sitting next to him, and his younger sister Sarah, as usual, as soon as she got into the carriage, immediately fell asleep. It was time to leave. The Count said goodbye to his family and again wished them all the best. Turning to Jack, Ras said that he would guard their rear. Glancing at the Knight of the World, who rushed past their carriage with a smile on his face, Diablo thought about what the goddess Pyro was up to. Since nothing happened after he mentioned his present name, he decided that this woman did not say anything to the other gods. On the other hand, he was glad to suggest that maybe she just couldn't do it. Despite the fact that he did not know the exact reason for the calmness after such an action, he knew for sure that a lot would change once he returned. It seemed that the journey would pass smoothly, but Diablo was in a hurry with such an opinion. As soon as his sister woke up, Reiki decided to meet her. But seeing him in front of her, Sarah began to experience some fear and began to cry. Because of her cry, a commotion started in the carriage. The next 2 days were no different. Everything was boring, but at the same time very calm. Riki was on such a long journey for the first time. Seeing his older brother in front of him, he was very happy, while Raz noticed that he could see that they already looked a little tired. When he woke up, Jamie was surprised at how much sleep he had. Since he said these words out loud, Reiki suggested that his sleep took no more than 2 hours. Listening to their conversation, Ras Armetic said that since they must be terribly bored sitting in the carriage, he could tell them an interesting story. It was about the legend of the local Maya Mountains. Jamie immediately answered that it does not sound very exciting, but at the same moment, his answer was overruled by Ricky, who said with a sweet smile that he would very much like to hear the story. Anna was still asleep, so Russ suggested that Rika listen carefully to tell her about it later. Then he began his story, saying that at the time when dragons soared in the sky and elves roamed the forests, the Maitre Mountains were originally one rock. But one peaceful day, two winged lizards with unimaginable power found themselves in this place. The mention of dragons changed Jaime's opinion about this story, realizing that this legend could be a retelling of a real story. The legend told about the magnanimous dragon Maitre and the evil black dragon. There was a girl, a sorceress whom Maitre loved, but they were not destined to be together. The dragons, who are keenly watching this, sent a black man to kill the sorceress. In the midst of that fierce battle, the rock split into pieces and a stormy stream gushed across the valley. After everything was over, the black man, of course, was expelled, but the girl died and lost her. Maitre hid deep inside the mountains and remains there to this day. They say that since that time this place has become very rainy, and therefore the poets of that time call this weather dragon's tears. Knowing how amazing and unimaginable the past was, Jamie wondered if it could be true, even though dragons were considered mystical creatures even then. Having listened to her to the end, he decided to ask the knight about her progress. But at the same moment, a strong lightning struck near them. Everyone inside was frightened by such an unexpected natural phenomenon. Calming the daughter, the mother asked her not to worry, said that everything is fine. Jamie supported her, said that it was just rain. But at the same time, he was alert because of some unpleasant feeling that accompanied this sudden natural phenomenon. At one point, another bolt of lightning hit a tree, which broke from the strong energy and flew in the direction of the wagon. Because of the strong impact, the wagon did not stand still. She started to turn over and the mother and her daughter sitting inside could not stay still. They fell out of the wagon and flew down. Jamie began to shout their names, realizing the danger of the situation. Mom shouted that he should take his sister, but in response, the young master promised to save them both. After that, he used rope creation magic and was able to catch his mother and little sister. He barely managed to reach them because they managed to fly quite far. Everyone present was shocked because only a young magician could save the lady from such a tragedy. Returning them to the surface, Jamie wondered what had suddenly happened. He did not believe that it was a coincidence. But at one point, his rope spell suddenly stopped working. Jamie didn't understand what was happening. His mother began to panic, so he shouted that he still had the magic of flight. But as it turned out, he could no longer use this power. Falling down, he realized that they had used mana burn against him, a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, rendering the magician useless. Falling down, he heard a woman's voice asking who he was. An unknown mysterious woman asked directly if he was a dragon. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. Then he fell into a pond, which was located at the cliff edge, on the edge of which they were riding. The entire guard ran to the edge of the cliff, and the mother shouted her son's name. The wards tried to hold her, but she panicked, fearing for the life of her beloved son, who managed to save them before falling down. As it turned out, at the last moment, they were supported by the divine power of the future apostle. Ricky freed himself to help, and somehow subconsciously managed to keep them in the air so that they also did not fall into the pond. His sister Anna managed to catch Sarah, so the lady and her daughter were safe. The little girl was very worried about what happened to her brother. Turning to the lady, Ras Armetic carefully said that although his words might seem like a request to calm her down, in his opinion, Jamie is perfectly fine. Turning to her, he warned that this is only an optimistic perspective on his part, but he is sure that Jamie is incredibly strong, despite his age. He explained that the currents can be very dangerous, but as soon as Jamie's magic returns, he will get out of there in complete order. After that, he shouted that he would go down anyway, and it would not be difficult for him to return safe and sound. At the same moment, the head of the guard, Jack, shouted that this is madness, because even for the knight of the Holy Church, Pyro, the streams can be very dangerous. Leaving the detachment, Ras Armetic asked him to give him 3 hours despite the fact that it would be dangerous even with the power of the Holy Marshal. Knowing this, my lady asked him to do everything possible to save her son. She counted on his help. Kissing the hand of a woman who was equal to the title of Archbishop of their church, he promised that the order would be fulfilled. Jamie found himself in some kind of cave. His body was wrapped in chains and he was suspended in the air, not understanding where he was and how he got here. Looking around, he did not understand who could do something like this. After that, he heard a woman's voice that he was glad that he finally came to his senses. He was approached by a mysterious woman with long blue hair and dark horns on her head. She asked again if he was a dragon. In response, Jamie asked if he looked like one. The woman replied that this was not so, but then added that as soon as she saw him, she realized that he was far from dragons. But even with such a thought, she decided not to stop. At the moment of her words, Diablo felt a certain hostility.
Turning to him, asked amazement how he, an ordinary person, could have such great potential. In addition, the form of the young master's mana and its use reminded her very much of dragons.
Moreover, the breathing of the young man's whole body seemed to her similar to that used by mythical creatures. Turning to him, she declared that ordinary human breathing is terrible. People are stupid and weak, so they are not able to imitate dragons. Hearing these words, Jamie thought that those mythical creatures would walk on thin ice, being next to him in the past. Further, the stranger assumed that if he was the second one, then he was probably from the elven tribe. After these words, she corrected herself, believing that even the highest elves are no match for dragons. In response, a nervous Diablo asked her to tell what she was doing at all. The girl was surprised at his impudent behavior and asked how he had the courage to remain arrogant being bound by chains. Trying to get out, Jamie corrected her words, said that he would rather ask her why she was so despotic and arrogant that she mistook an innocent man for a dragon and shook him in front of her family. The girl began to pretend that she did not understand what he was talking about. But after that, Jamie said that the sudden downpour, the lightning that struck near the carriage, and the burning of mana were far from just a coincidence. Turning around, she nevertheless recognized his rightness and justified herself by the fact that she only wanted to drag him here in order to personally verify her assumption. Then Diablo suddenly shouted that his mother and sister almost got hurt because of her antics. But at the same moment, he wondered what had become of him if he showed anger and emotion because of such an incident. Addressing the strange but attractive girl with great force, he said that he didn't care because he still didn't know in his heart who she was. Seeing her angry look, he awkwardly replied that he would no longer pester her with stupid questions, after which he politely asked to remove the shackles from him. The girl refused, and in her justification said that she likes the way he looks very funny in such a position. Jamie got mad, which made her very happy, and she said with emotion that his facial expression was even cuter when he was angry, so she almost wanted to free him. Seeing her character, because of which she likes to make fun of people, he assumed that she is actually the blue dragon Maya. Blue dragons are the meekest. They are especially kind to people. This can be compared to human sympathy for cats or dogs. If, instead of her, he met a red or black dragon, which are known for their cruelty, or a famous cunning dragon, he would surely die. Realizing his luck, the guy asked why she shook him if she mistook him for a dragon. In response, the girl said with incredible malice that in that case she would kill him. Sensing her incredible thirst for blood, Diablo asked, with an awkward laugh, if she would let him go after she was convinced that he was human. But Maya replied that she would not let him go, so the guy asked why she did not want to do this. The girl braggadociously replied that she made such a decision because she could afford to do it. Looking at the boy, she assumed that if she used ego as an ingredient, she could make an artificial life form created with the help of dragon power. Jamie thought, because in reality, an item with a core consisting of his power would be much higher class than she had assumed. As soon as he thought about his worth, he suddenly realized that he was not thinking about what was worth thinking about, being on the verge of death. Calling her his younger sister, he sweetly asked why she wanted to kill dragons. His appeal made the girl a little angry, and she sharply replied that it did not concern him.
After that, he suggested it might be due to his love for the person.
After these words, he felt that the pressure from the dragon's side had changed. Mayatri canceled the effect of her spell, and the boy was freed from his shackles. With a terrifying look and a malicious tone, she threatened that if he blurts out something like that again, he will be dead or alive. However, his assumption was confirmed, so he said that it was due to the fact that others of his race did not accept the man about whom the legends speak. He took her out of himself, assumed that because of this, she betrayed her race to save the life of that person. At the same moment, the incredible power of Maitre began to create chaos. She shouted that his primitive mind would not understand her feelings. Being in a stream of powerful dragon energy, he shouted that she had no intention of killing him or turning him into a Sparta because everything would have been much easier if she had used the magic of brainwashing, which she did not do. After that, he sincerely shouted that she is so kind that he can't even believe that she is really a dragon. Hearing these words, she remembered that her beloved had uttered the same speech word for word. This pleasant memory, inspired by a pitiful man, made her change her mind. Freeing the boy from his spell, she said that this was his last chance, and there would be no second chance. As soon as Jamie was able to return to the surface, he was already convinced that she was serious and he should keep his mouth shut. Looking at him, Maitre said that he was a very strange person, just like him. Rising to his feet, Diablo asked who he was talking about. The dragon girl clarified that the young master reminds her of a guy from human legends. Meanwhile, Ras Armetic continued his search for the young master. The rain did not stop. The presence of mysterious energy made him worry because he did not know how to help the young owner. Maitre began her story, said that it was 700 years ago, and that guy's name was Ganon, and he was a dark wizard. Seeing Jaime's reaction, she agreed that it was strange that a creature of holy magic, a dragon, loved someone with such suspicious power. Hearing the following words, Diablo was shocked, because as it turned out, Ganon decided to use dark magic to learn the truth of this world. Being a human, but a virtuoso sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank. As soon as Jamie started talking about the fact that for thousands of years, no one among the people was able to achieve this, the girl asked him to wait until she explained why this was so. Ganon began looking for answers long before meeting her. She joined him and overcame many obstacles. Over time, they fell in love with each other. They were very good together. Maitre had never felt this way about dragons. This continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order spoken of in the legends. The ruler declared that Ganon is an evil that must be destroyed. All the dragons obeyed and began to try to kill her beloved. They escaped, but their powers were not limitless either. In despair, Maitre begged him to leave, saying that even dragons would not be able to reach him in the place they were talking about. She asked not to worry about her, said that she would not die, no matter how they punished her. The place in question was a ruin, with a strong restriction prohibiting more than one creature from entering. As a result, the wizard listened to the words of his beloved and hid in that place. From that day, Maitre was exiled for 1,000 years, but such a period is nothing for a dragon. However, after a little more than 10 years, Ganon came for her, as soon as he understood the truth of the world. Addressing her, he shouted about how she dares to continue to look at this world, asking if they really are beings who are at the top of magic among all living beings. Seeing his behavior, the Dragon King said with a smile on his face that he was sleeping. His friend agreed and said that this is a truth that the human mind cannot understand. In the end, Ganon saved her, and they hid in this huge mountain to get away from the chase. And then, Ganon died. With sadness in her voice, she said that she thought it would be better that way, because he would be calmer. Nervously biting her lip, she said that despite his death, her congregation dared to erase everything that had anything to do with the great wizard. They erased all records about him, and even killed people who saw him. Diablo knew that there was a truth that the dragons wanted to hide, and now he knew what they were talking about. Maitre explained that that is why she is in this place, to protect the remaining memory of his beloved. It became clear that the legend turned out to be true, and the dragons really did it. Now he realized why nothing about his past life was preserved. Realizing his reincarnation, Diablo first began to look for something connected with his true name. The records were obviously empty, but what's more, he couldn't even find any folk tales or legends. It seemed senseless to him, and it seemed to him that someone had deliberately buried all traces of his great existence. The enemies carefully erased all mentions, and Ganon did the same as with him. To be more precise, it was not 12 gods who did it, namely the god of dragons Brahman and his relatives. Now he learned that Ganon is a sorcerer who raised his level of magic to the 9th rank in order to find the truth of this world. but he did not understand why he had gone so far. Turning to Maitre, Jaime suggested that Ganon's tomb should be located here. The girl asked why he was asking. The young master replied that he, as a person associated with magic, would like to honor him. Hearing this, the girl began to be silent, after which she calmly offered him to follow her. After that, they came to a place where there was a small green area. Ganon was buried here. As they approached, Jaime was shocked by what he saw. On the funeral cross was a bracelet that belonged to him in the past. He was known as Absolute Immunization, the Perfect Cell. This is one of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo Wolfer to oppose the 12 gods. An artifact endowed with the ability to protect against all diseases and the cursed. Jaime could not even imagine that he would find him here. Now he understood the reason why Ganon sought the truth of this world. Putting on his artifact, he learned about the existence of Diablo Wolfer, a mage of the past who fought for humanity against the greedy gods. Looking at the dragon, he assumed that if he asked her to return the bracelet, she would surely kill him. As soon as Maitre approached the burial place of her beloved, she turned to him and said that she was nearby. Jaime decided to be careful, so he first asked what kind of bracelet it was. The girl replied that he was endowed with great power and belonged to her lover. According to her, that thing saved his life countless times. Jaime felt a little awkward. He learned that she does not even know that this is a treasure filled with the magic of purification and protection. With an awkward laugh, he wondered if this was really all that was left of her lover. Naturally, his unfortunate and ill-advised question made her angry, because of which she looked at him with incredible bloodlust and asked what he meant.
Realizing the danger, I excused himself that he was just interested because she had said earlier that Ganon understood the truth and therefore, curiously, records about it.
Maitre replied that her lover has a diary. In response, Jaime, with a cute look, asked if he could look at him, but the girl replied that she did not want to render him such a favor. After that, the charming mage of the past asked the beauty to tell him what Ganon was fighting for. The girl was alarmed as soon as he assumed that she knew the truth of this world. Demonstrating her anger, the girl threateningly said that this goes beyond all boundaries, because the truth of the world is not something that should be known to such a person as Jaime. Diablo replied that she is wrong, because in search of the truth, Ganon risked his life for the sake of humanity, and even if he failed, she protected his legacy, so she should not leave her beloved as an exhibit and help his dream come true. Maitre looked away, admitting that although Jaime is a child, he is very intelligent. Despite this, she said that he was wrong in one thing, because she did not need any souvenirs. That is why she remembered every little thing about her beloved. Hearing her words, Diablo felt that he understood her, because he had been in the same situation since the time when his beloved died. When they went further, he said that he still didn't quite understand everything. Maitre replied that it was because he was still young. As it turned out, Jaime was still able to convince her, and she decided to show him the diary. However, she noted that she doubted that it would be of any use, because nothing was written in that diary. Looking at the object, Jaime assumed that there was a seal on it. The girl confirmed his opinion, saying that it would be difficult for an ordinary person to dream of this seal. After that, she said that she should not waste time and that she would send him to the place where he came from. But Jaime suddenly asked her to wait and warned her that she should not be afraid so that she would not see. Looking at him, Maitre was alarmed. She could not believe that he is a dark magician. Moreover, she was stunned by his sinister power. In her eyes, he was on a completely different level. Even his mana suddenly changed. A few seconds later, Jaime said that he had removed the seal from Ganon's diary. The ancient magic dissipated, and while Maitre could not believe her eyes, the boy took up reading. The first entry talked about how Ganon faced a blue dragon that called her dirty because of his dark magic. Then it was said that they, in some strange way, began to explore this world together. According to him, thanks to Maitre, their journey turned out to be quite fun. The third record said that he took off on a dragon and landed in the place indicated on his map. These were lands on which a person cannot step, so it occurred to him to call this place Tlin. Events reached the period when the Dragon Lord ordered his relatives to kill Ganon, but in his records, he assured that he would manage it. He was more afraid of Maitreya because she betrayed her family for his sake. During his travels, he encountered a mysterious tombstone. The date on it was indicated as 70,000 years ago. Further, it was about how they settled in the mountains, where it was safe to hide from persecution for a while. After resting, they planned to go north to Harmon, which is the place written at the very bottom of the tombstone of a mysterious person from the past that Ganon was interested in. Addressing his predecessor in his diary, he wrote that although such lands no longer exist, he was confident that he would find something there regarding the truth of the world and the great magician. While Jaime was reading the book, Maitre could not hold back tears from memories of her beloved. Diablo, of course, understood which tombstone Ganon was writing about. Before the last war began, Diablo Wolfer, in order to strengthen his resolve, poured out his sorrows of the past and hopes of the future on the very stone in question. After more than 60,000 years, Ganon was able to find that tombstone, and 700 years after his death, Diablo was able to be reborn. Carefully returning the diary, Jamie thought about where Harmon was, where his tombstone was located. All this seemed strange, because Ganon had come across him in a slightly different way than he intended to do. And yet the event seemed beautiful to him and caused a pleasant smile. Thanks to the power of the bracelet, Ganon was able to learn the hidden truth about the 12 gods. Even if he learned the truth about the enslavement of humanity, he could not do his duty. Diablo Wolfer came down to Earth again in a new guise, only to incinerate the 12 gods, with the hope that mankind would one day be free again. With tears in her eyes, Maitre was incredibly glad that she was able to find out what her beloved wrote about. During their travels, he never once admitted that he loved her, and it also pissed him off when she clung to him. With a kind smile, Jamie said that once she realized this, then she should remember that Ganon will always live in her heart. Addressing the dragon, he declared that it would be like this until she forgot him. In response, the girl was surprised that the young man could also say nice words, despite his young age. Constantly hearing such words in his direction was not the most pleasant sight for someone who has existed for more than 60,000 years, but Jamie remained silent. Hugging the book, Maitre thought aloud how wonderful it would be if she had the opportunity to go back in time. To calm her down a little, he put his hand on her head and said that such thoughts befall everyone. At the same moment, the girl grabbed his hand and asked about his black mana. With hope in her eyes, she asked if he was a dark mage. Jamie tried to justify himself that this was ordinary magic, but the girl did not let him finish carrying this nonsense and said that she herself tried to use dark magic to remove the seal. The guy was shocked when he heard that she was able to cope with such a teaching. As it turned out, the holy being was not going to bother himself with such matters. Maitre boasted that she had just brought an expert, but it was clear that she had kidnapped the magicians. Singing, she said that their looks were quite similar, so if he didn't want to die, he had to follow her. Jaime despicably answered that this is a kidnapping with a threat. Despite all her not-so-honest efforts, she couldn't lift the seal, and it was like that until Jaime appeared in front of her. She did not want to admit it, but still said that it seemed to her that the power of her beloved was not of this world. Diablo decided that he should support her, so he suddenly announced that, if truth be told, he is a mage fulfilling Ganon's dying wishes. The girl doubted his words because all the inheritance was in her possession, so those who have never met him cannot know what his true path was. Jamie replied that although they have not met, they are pursuing the same goal, so the words that he is fulfilling his dying wish are not an exaggeration. Falling to his knees, Maitre assumed with some disappointment that he was also going to fight with the 12 gods. Hearing this, Jaime was shocked, because he did not expect Ganon to mention this. As it turned out, he did not talk about it, but Maitre realized it, read his diary. Ganon was really angry with the 12 gods and hated the dragons for cooperating with them. She wanted to warn the guy about the dangers of such plans, but Jamie resolutely replied that she was right and he was really going to challenge them. Clutching her lover's diary in her hands, Maitre said that this is impossible. She also hated dragons. She was sure that soon Jaime would be able to achieve strength comparable to mythical creatures. Clenching her teeth nervously, she asked not to be presumptuous, because there are as many as 12 creatures that possess incredible power. She asked him to live a human life for his own good. Turning to Jaime, the girl asked him to surrender, but in response, he mentioned a story about a great magician of the past.
He told that there was a man who challenged the gods, who had many followers, but they all either perished or betrayed him.
In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. But even at that moment, he did not give up. He promised that he would return, no matter what it cost him, even if such an opportunity presented itself to him in the distant future. Citing an example from this story, Jamie said that this is why he cannot give up. The girl was shocked by the seriousness of his intentions.
Diablo knew that not only he, Ganon, and someone from more ancient times, but even those born after his sealing continued his work.
And their dying wishes continued to exist until the 12 gods were destroyed. After that, not doubting the seriousness of Jaime's words, Maitre invited him to follow her. Returning to the grave of her beloved, she took the bracelet and said that she was sure that Ganon would not be against it. Jamie asked, confused, if she was sure about that. The girl replied that he should not refuse until she changed her mind. Admired by her act, the guy promised to be careful with this gift. As soon as he put on the bracelet, he felt that he was greeting his owner. However, they had not seen each other for quite some time, and the object was endowed with its own will. Using her dragon magic, the girl declared that if the moment of battle with the gods came, she would help him with all her strength. The guy thanked her for her support, realizing that the promise of the dragon is, of course, a wonderful result. After these words, the girl told him to fail and, with best wishes, kicked him into the funnel that would bring him back out. For the first time in hundreds of years, she felt so at ease. Addressing her lover, she said that his dream was still alive. Meanwhile, the Knight of the World continued to look around and noticed that the rain had suddenly stopped. After a moment, he saw that the young master appeared right in front of him in the air. Jamie asked how he was doing and what he was doing. Ras, our medic, could not believe his eyes, but he was convinced that his guesses that nothing bad would happen to the young master were justified. Taking his hand, he invited the young magician to return to the others. As soon as he returned, his mother rushed to meet him and hugged him so that he could hardly breathe. Ricky and his sister could hardly contain their joy. They felt more relief when the young master returned to them safe and sound. Bowing before the Knight of the World, the guardian of the Walton family said, "That will forever be in his debt." But in response, Mr. Ras replied in confusion that he had not actually done anything for this. Saying this, he felt awkward, because even though his search did not bring results, he even used the power of the Holy Marshal to keep his promise. In the Seldom Empire of Pierre Nesmond County, there was a mysterious school of magic in which there was a girl with a far from the best reputation. During the next experiment, the clumsy student again dropped the animal on which the experiment was to be conducted. They started yelling at her because she didn't hold the rat properly. Benny once again made a mistake, because of which she had to clean the laboratory. She wondered how long she could deal with such nonsense. At the same moment, she heard the conversations of other students, where they called her stupid and hoped that she would soon simply disappear from their school. They were in the same room. One of the girls said that she was shaking with anger because of Benna's appearance. She did not understand why the school principal was protecting her. Benny couldn't believe that they allowed themselves such rudeness behind her back. At the same moment, the fair-haired girl turned to the poor woman with pink hair and, calling her trash, asked her to bring her items from the list, which she disrespectfully threw in her direction. She furiously declared that she would have to conduct the experiment again. The shy girl did not know what to answer, while the disgruntled student shouted that she should immediately begin to carry out the assignment, as she is to blame for what happened. The girl agreed to the request, enduring all the insults. As soon as she left the room, the students again began to discuss her behavior in reaction to their rudeness. With tears in her eyes, the girl looked at the list and wondered why she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up for herself. Meanwhile, the guys had already arrived at the Count's estate and a generous meal had begun. The man with blonde hair thanked the guests for coming such a long way, then suggested they start the meal, saying that the chef tried very hard to please with his dishes. The vacation time began. Ras, Reiki, and Anna were crazy about the delicacy that was offered to them. Turning to the man, the lady thanked him for his concern. The man replied that these are trifles, because he only worries that such things will not meet the standards of the daughter of the great Bell family. After a pleasant pastime, evening came, and everyone went to their rooms to rest. Seizing the moment, Jamie went out into the streets of the city and soon realized that it was very boring here. A little earlier, he barely managed to get away from Rika because he started following him, asking what his plan was. Communicating with his pet, whose presence he continued to hide, Diablo was glad to hear that he too wanted to enjoy a pleasant and carefree walk a little longer. As it turned out, his valuable artifact on his hand attracted the attention of local thieves. Two boys, who looked more like some children of noble families, were interested in the object that the young man was carrying on the street. One of them remarked that this artifact is very remarkable and should not be owned by some jerk. His friend assumed that Jaime's nobleman and his parents had given him the bracelet without suspecting anything. Pursuing his goal, the guy with the long nose asked his friend if their director would like such an award. The bald student replied that he could probably even reward them for such a find. Jamie continued his walk, but suddenly he heard a worried squeal from his pet. He understood what he was talking about, because he himself noticed that they were being pursued by two ill-wishers. Despite his friend's concerns, Diablo said that he didn't care why they came. With a sly smile on his face, he said that with the help of those poor people, he would get rid of the boredom of this everyday day. The students continued their pursuit and came to a dead end, not noticing where the boy had disappeared. While Jamie was on the roof of one of the houses and calmly watched them, they were worried that they would lose their prey at such a rate. Snapping his fingers, Jamie told his pet that he had watched enough of the actions of those primitive thieves, and it was time for fun. After he clicked his fingers, the guy with the long nose noticed movement around the corner of the house and said that their target was in that direction. Jamie clapped his hands in satisfaction as his plan began to work. He was thinking about conducting some kind of test among the poor subjects. But in one sudden moment, he felt that a portal appeared behind him, through which hands reached out to him. He could not believe that he was careless and made such a mistake. As it turned out, it was not the work of those two students. When they turned the corner, they found that there was no one there. In fact, Jamie was kidnapped by a girl named Benna. The young master was not particularly happy with her actions and immediately kicked her aside. With a malicious and haughty look, he asked how she could even do something like that. He said that although he did not know her, she did not have long to live. In response, the insecure girl asked him to wait and begged him to listen. In response, the guy said that he was not burning with desire and directed a spell in her direction. The girl began to cover herself and scream in panic, but at the same moment she subconsciously released a certain amount of energy. Seeing this, Jamie was surprised that she was the owner of dark magic. Instinctively defending herself, she managed to soften the blow a little, but she still flew away and hit the wall hard. Approaching, Jamie remarked that he was surprised that she possessed dark magic. Seeing something similar, he agreed to listen to what kind of sudden attack it was. An insecure girl with tears on her face quietly whispered that he was too cruel. With a tremor in her voice, she said that the stranger was even too cruel because she was only trying to save him. Wiping away the tears that flowed in a stream, she said that it would be a disaster if she fell into the clutches of the dark magician, so she volunteered to help him. Now it became clear to Jaime that the two who tried to rob him or even kill him are also known as dark magicians. Continuing to cry, the girl said that despite her request for help, the stranger repaid by throwing her away after she pulled him out of trouble and also accused her. She tearfully asked if she really deserved such treatment. Throwing herself in his direction, she asked why everyone hated her. In response, Jamie, in a calm but angry tone, said that he understood, after which he asked her to shut up a little. The girl continued this performance. Her hands suddenly felt numb, and she said that this world is so cruel that it does not recognize any kindness, so it would be better if she just left for the next world. When she calmed down a little, Jamie jumped on the barrel and asked if he was right, that she was from the same school as the guys who were chasing him. The girl replied that it was, so she saved him using the warping gate she had dragged from the school. With incredible sadness, she said that even if he is a child, it would be sad if experiments were conducted on him. But as it turned out, now she was confused whether he really was as old as he looked. With a smile on his face, Jamie asked her not to show any false sadness. He said that since she is a dark mage, she probably has to take part in cruel research or something similar. Hearing this, the girl froze in place in horror, and tears appeared in her eyes again. Jamie continued to press her with facts, said that only because she saved him, he asked to see her as a person standing on the side of justice. Being in complete despair, the girl began to justify herself, saying that she did not want to become a dark magician. Continuing to press her, Jamie came closer and poked her forehead with his finger, asked her to stop making excuses, said that she was the same scum as the rest of the students at their school. In response, she said in despair that she is not like that because she does not like to condemn living creatures to torment. She said that he can't even imagine how painful it is for her, looking at what is happening in their laboratories. Every time, with her hands covered in blood, she felt as if she was cutting her heart out of her chest. Jamie listened to her emotional story and answered boringly that he understood everything. After that, he clarified that he didn't care, which increased the girl's desperation. Benny was not going to die at his hands. Thinking that the conversation was over, she was going to leave. As soon as she walked towards the door, she bumped into some invisible wall. He fell to the ground. She began to panic. What will happen next? The mysterious magician was walking in her direction, and she was locked in this square due to invisible magical walls. With a sly smile, Jamie said that he still had a lot of questions, after which he wondered where she was in such a hurry to run away to. With tears in her eyes and trembling in her body, the girl, fearing for her own life, begged to spare her. Addressing the ward, the school principal asked if they had seen Venna. The man thoughtfully replied that he had not heard about her whereabouts. With a sly smile, Mr. Harb thoughtfully said that he had no idea where she could go at a moment when there was not much time left before the end. Hearing the story, Jamie was surprised that Venny was devoted to such flawed people from her school. In her defense, she shouted that he would not understand, because no matter how angry they were, she had spent more than 10 years with them. Releasing a certain amount of mana, the young mage replied that he had no other choice but to use proven methods. The girl could not believe that he was the possessor of black mana. She couldn't move, being shocked that she didn't have any kind of discomfort or soul-killing, life-spoiling feeling from such black magic. When he brought his hand closer to her, she could not believe how the dark mana could awaken such blissful sensations in her. Before starting the mind reading, Jamie warned that if she changed her mind, she should let her know, because if something goes wrong, her brain will turn to mush. Now she was calmer. Venny asked how the mysterious mage managed to obtain such pure dark magic. Before he started, the girl suddenly grabbed his hand and said that she would like to understand how he managed to do it. Jamie immediately stepped back and asked, disgruntled, if she was really sure that if she behaved like that, he would let her go. In response, Venny suddenly began tearfully begging the young master to take her as an apprentice. Her words caught Jaime by surprise. Seeing his reaction, she repeated her request to demonstrate the seriousness of her intentions, but Jamie refused her. After that, she grabbed his clothes. The girl threw herself into his arms, demonstrating the persistence of her request. With tears in her eyes, she continued to plead with him, mentioning that her parents died 10 years ago in an accident, so she had to become a dark mage, as there was simply no second choice. Experiments in which living creatures are sacrificed seemed to her simply terrible. The guys condemned her for her pity and treated her like a scumbag, but even after that, she didn't have the courage to run away. She declared that she was a jerk and a hypocrite, so she begged him to help her end everything. She demonstrated how much she wanted to put an end to it. After listening to this whole story, Jaime, tired of her whining, asked how all this was related to training under his leadership. In response, Venny declared with admiration that the speech is in his black mane, which is pure and does not require a sacrifice for this. She wanted to get a similar power that would not disgust her. Jamie reacted to her words with a smile, believing that sometimes the purest darkness can grow into existence. But despite such a reaction, he suddenly rushed to her side and said that she was mistaken, after which he added that he had no desire to do something like that. Venny, in despair, continued to beg him to take her as a student. After this difficult conversation, Jamie decided to retire to the roof of one of the abandoned cities to think about what the students were for him. In the past, Diablo Wolfer had many wards who were also his students, and under his guidance learned magic capable of destroying gods. Many of them did everything to overcome their limits and achieve strength comparable to a teacher. But in the end, in the battle with the gods, he was left alone. From the very beginning, Diablo lost many dear people in battles, and some students who gave him hope even betrayed him. The cursed school was his legacy, according to the girl's recollections, with more than 20 students in its composition. He was interested in how much knowledge of dark magic had accumulated in his absence. As expected, the dark magicians of this era engaged in cruel experiments. The students who tried to steal the artifact from Jaime watched with pleasure how the curse of their school affects the next subject. Recently, they have become so frequent with experiments that they have no suitable test subjects left at all. Despite this, the guys talked about the fact that they will soon have many new test subjects for conducting serious experiments. Observing them, using an invisibility spell, Diablo made sure that they had the audacity to do something with dark magic within the walls of the academy. The two disgusting types who left the laboratory talked about how cool it is to do experiments on people. For them, everything else pales in comparison to this, because they enjoyed watching the speed and quality of the results. Listening to these conversations, the great magician of the past understood how low dark magic had fallen. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives, but not in order to develop dark spells, but in order to challenge the 12 gods. And yet, he believed that he had no right to condemn them. However, they all did not understand what dark magic was intended for. If they do not go deep enough, then everything is obvious. This is the power to exterminate the gods. Diablo Wolfer, in his time, left his humanity and bore all the sins upon himself. He believed that if you want to sacrifice your life, then you must be ready for such a fate. After that, he turned to the pet with the words that now they need to do something else. He mysteriously said that if the seeds he sowed in the past sprouted in a similar way and turned into monsters, then apparently it was he who needed to solve this problem. He had to reap the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, Venny regained consciousness and left the room. She was worried that a stranger with amazing magic went for a walk around the school without her escort. It seemed to her that it was worth finding and taking him outside the building, which is dangerous. At one point, some cruel student with dark hair grabbed her by the hair, who boldly asked where she was being carried and why she was walking so slowly. He considered that she fulfilled his assignment, so he called her fast enough, not counting the fact that she is a real scumbag of the school. In response, the girl apologized with a trembling voice for forgetting to find the ingredients on the list. Hearing this, the student became enraged and angrily grabbed her hair, which he had grabbed earlier. Turning to her with a terrifying look full of bloodlust, he menacingly asked if she had relaxed too much lately. After that, he led her into a dark room and threw her on the ground, seriously asked if she really thought he looked like a clown. The girl, who again fell into despair, naively asked why he would be treated like this. Releasing the magic, the madman with a sick expression on his face, full of hatred, said that at least once he needed to crush such a pathetic bug as Venna so that she would start to behave properly. Addressing him by name, the girl begged him to stop. Using a pain test spell, Hilla wondered if he should get rid of the trash that was preventing him from fulfilling the director's orders. The trembling girl bowed at his feet and begged him to spare her. She promised that this was the last time she did not fulfill the request, and she would not forget his words anymore. At the same moment, the young man's voice asked what was wrong with her. She felt the same blissful dark energy that she had met only once in her life. Looking up, she saw in front of her a dark mage in a long cape, while a nervous student asked how he got here. Jamie did not want to answer the question of a disgusting guy, so he turned to a girl suffering from the cruelty of the world. Looking around, he wanted to make sure if she was seriously afraid of someone so pitiful as the guy who was threatening her. Seeing her condition and timid reaction, he asked her to get up in a commanding tone. The body of the frightened girl began to move by itself. Then Jamie asked how much longer she was going to put up with such bullying. The girl began to release her strength. The stone surface of the room under her hand even cracked. Hill's crazy student, being arrogant, said that he did not know who appeared before him, but most likely, his mind clearly does not shine. Turning to Venna, he admitted that he did not think that she would bring such a stranger to school, after which he said that he would kill her after him. At the same moment, Jamie turned to the girl, who was standing in tears, and said that it was time to choose. After that, Hilla shouted that it was time to die. He rushed into the attack and directed a spell at them that he had prepared earlier. At the last moment, the girl showed her character and rushed forward. After fending off the student's attack and protecting the mage with dark mana, she shouted that she did not want to live like this, because she did not have the slightest desire to be a part of society in which there is a place for people like Hilla. She promised that she would change so that she would no longer allow such a situation at school. Seeing her strange, raging energy that filled her body, Jamie learned who she really was. Hilla was shocked by what she did, because she managed to deflect his powerful spell without much effort. Realizing what had happened, the girl looked at her hand in surprise, feeling awkward in a situation where she demonstrated her strength. The student of the school with crazy plans decided not to dwell on what happened, so he said that even though he does not know what happened, Ven should be prepared for what will be done to her if she even touches him with a finger. After these words, Jamie decided to intervene, saying that Venna is well done, as she has already taken her first step, which she was so afraid of all this time. After that, he decided to put the fool in his place and used a magic erasure spell, after which all of the students' mana disappeared right before his eyes. Addressing Venna, Jamie said that the first step was the most difficult, but the second would not be so. A student named Hella was shocked by what happened. He began to panic and ask who the stranger was and where he got such a strange mana from. Jaime was not going to talk to the scum. Feeling some guilt that dark magic had gained such followers, he used a destructive erasure spell. After that, the schoolboy disappeared right in front of the girl, who was shocked by the magician's power. As it turned out, the principal could observe what was happening inside the school, and it seems that he was not at all worried about the loss of one of the promising students. He was in awe of the situation, said that Venna, being a Valkyrie, had finally woken up. All this time, he created the situational conditions necessary to control the personality. He understood that they were too excessive, so he was afraid that she would never wake up. Believing that he had already obtained the strength of a Valkyrie, he thought with anticipation of future success that now he did not need to be in this boring place. Having finished the battle with the fool, Jamie decided to approach the frightened girl. Seeing him approach, Venna began to beg him to forgive her. Jaime could not believe that someone as timid as her was a Valkyrie. After all, in reality, a Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel. Their great strength is enough for the war with the gods, but this is what led them to extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction and hide in places inaccessible to the gods. Looking at the girl who understood the magician's emotions, Jamie thought that her emotional state is the work of the director, who made her so that it would be easier to deal with her. He suppressed her personality for a long time. Unlike Venna, the Valkyries are known for being a race of terribly unruly creatures, so Garb did this so that she could be easily restrained after the true awakening of her powers. Turning to her with a tired look, he said that he didn't like it. The confused girl, in response, said that although she does not understand what is wrong, she apologizes anyway. Then they heard the sound of alarm. The girl said that most likely they realized that they had an uninvited guest. The guy in the cape asked to be addressed by the name of Jaime, after which he clarified that in any case, he was not caught at all. The girl did not understand what was going on until the moment she heard the director's words that there was an assignment for all students. He asked to bring Venna to him, allowed to inflict minor damage. She was shocked by the order of the principal, who seemed to treat her better than the students. All the students who were present at the school at that time were already on their side. The girl plunged into the memories of her life, the unhappy moments connected with the treatment at the magic school. Jamie asked her to hurry, asked what she would do in such a situation. Unexpectedly for him, she gathered all her determination and shouted that now she is completely different. With a smile on his face, he said that she was right. The young master began to prepare the battlefield. He spread his mana, creating a field to control the magic. He then reminded her that the second step would not be as difficult as the first. In the meantime, the students of the school whom Garb sent to Venna came running to them. They began to ask how she dared to resist them. Jamie understood that the hypocrisy and arrogance of the students' behavior had something to do with it. Using the field of his magic, he used one of the spells on the student who screamed the most. He had guessed before, but now he was convinced that she had been brainwashed. Venna was surprised when the exhausted students began to fall one by one. Jamie explained that they have no will of their own, and it is possible that long ago that dark-haired girl would have been on the run with the director. Now Venna finally understood why the students treated her so cruelly. She came to the conclusion that all this was ordered by the school director, and she was part of his cunning plan. After that, the enemies began to use an incredible amount of curses, but all of them caused either migraines or sneezing, or a similar, not-so-significant problem. All this dark magic seemed amusing, and caused the feeling that the students either did not want to offend Ven, or simply were not trained in something more serious. Jaime decided not to waste time and immediately used Return Cursed, which caused all the students to test their spells on themselves. While he fought off their magic, Venna continued to sit on the floor. Jamie asked her to gather her thoughts and start acting. As it turned out, she was trying to hold back her anger at the realization that she had to endure all this for so long without understanding anything. Jamie, with a sly smile, began to understand that her true nature was slowly beginning to emerge. Asked if she was really angry, the mage in a cape suddenly kicked her with his foot, directed her towards the students on whom she held grudges. From the inertia of her new friend's kick, she flew straight to the detractors. Looking around, she said in despair that she shouldn't be left alone, because she doesn't even know how to fight. But it was too late. A huge guy appeared in front of her, using dark magic. She understood that there was nowhere to run, and a collision was inevitable. At that very moment, the enemy directed an itch curse at her with a look, as if it was the most brutal of the magician's possible attacks. The girl was shocked and confused when she realized that, by some miracle, she managed to reflexively evade his attack. But it was too early to relax. At that moment, she was already pounced upon by another student, using a terrifying toothache curse. The girl was afraid that she would not be able to escape his attack, but her hands reached out to meet the enemy spellcaster. She grabbed this enemy's hand, then threw him against the wall with her eyes closed. So, as it seemed, without much effort, the student of the school quickly and with a crash flew into the wall. Seeing what she was capable of, Venna could not utter a word. Holding back the enemies, Jamie told her that this is her true strength, so she should believe in herself and keep fighting. In response to her actions, one of the impudent students angrily said that it was foolish to think that brute force alone would be enough to defeat them. He said that she is still the same pitiful girl for the offended. Next, the student used the curse of blindness. But Venny was not going to fall under his influence. Her body moved where she wanted. She easily managed to evade the enemy's attack and find herself above the enemy. After that, she delivered a powerful blow that completely neutralized the enemy. Looking around, Jamie saw that some of the guys had already been eliminated. After that, he turned to the others, asking what they were going to do.
Among them were not only newcomers, but all of them finally realized.
Despite the question, Jamie asked them not to torment themselves with thoughts, said that he had long ago agreed to collect the entire sown crop. After that, he turned to his pet, which suddenly appeared above the heads of the students, catching them by surprise. With a sly and cheerful tone, he asked the black man if he had time to finish marking all the newcomers. The answer was not long in coming. A magical mark suddenly appeared on all newcomers. With a sly smile, Jamie cast his spell and announced the beginning of reaping the fruits of his mistakes. A violent riot suddenly pierced the bodies of everyone who possessed dark magic, except for Venna. As a result, all the students who came after the Valkyrie were defeated. At one point, they noticed that another person had joined them. An elderly man entered the room with a stick and said that now all his children are dead. After that, he introduced himself as the owner of this place, Garb. In response, Jamie said that judging by his skills, his appearance is deceiving. He even suggested that he has some kind of rare chronic disease that restrains his potential. Garb thought, said that's such a role. Ego's words seemed too difficult a riddle for the magician. Recognizing the power of the young mage in the cape, Garb asked what he thought about working for him. Jamie asked what he could offer him. The old man replied that he will have a plan, and if he succeeds in it, he will be able to destroy the whole nation. Next, the guy decided to find out if he has any special methods to achieve his goals. In response, the old man called him quite greedy for the fact that he maintained such a conversation, although he did not even shake hands with him. In order not to drag on, Jamie said that he was not interested. With a sly smile, the old man replied that this is a real pity.
Their conversation was interrupted by Venna with tears in her eyes. She turned to the principal to find out the orders to bring her to him using cruel methods.
Looking at the raging aura of the girl, the director declared that she was incredible because she had an unimaginable amount of life force. He then said that she would not like what she heard. He shocked her, said that he wanted to collect the fruits of his efforts after her awakening. The haughty and greedy old man asked her if she could imagine how many problems she had when she fell on his shoulders. With malice in his words, he said that he had to make a lot of efforts to suppress her true essence. He did everything so that she woke up in the form in which he wanted to see her. Looking at the students he had lost, the man shouted that he created this school personally to create a Valkyrie like her. The girl began to sink into incredible anger. Her aura began to change when she remembered that when they mocked her, the director came to console her. But now, remembering it, she understood that he never stopped them, but only said that they were doing what should be done. The old man agreed with her words, after which he said with a mad look that as soon as she remained in her essence, trembling with fear and hiding in corners, he was beside himself with joy because his plan was going as he wanted. Having plunged into incredible anger, the girl began to overflow with anger and breathe heavily, just as the director wanted. Extending his hand in her direction, the old man said that she had awakened from the anger that he had nurtured in her for the past 10 years. But suddenly, for him, the girl was surrounded by the dark mana of a magician unknown to him who entered into his plan. All the anger that Vena was unleashing began to disappear under the pressure of Jaime's magic. After that, she lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Turning to her, the young master said that now she knows how it was in reality. With a sly smile, he asked the director what he would do now, at the moment when he erased all the girl's anger that was directed at him as he had planned. The old man could not believe what had happened. He called it delusion, said that such a thing could not be easily gotten rid of. In response, Jaime arrogantly said that he was mistaken and did not even imagine how easy it was to prevent her action. Then he began to mock the enemy, assumed that for someone like him it would seem impossible. He added fuel to the fire by manipulating the enemy's feelings, saying that no matter how hard he tried, he was still a pitiful piece of shit that had not reached rank 7. Hearing these words, Garb responded to his provocation and called him a brat with incredible fury. The dark mage Garb really could not reach the 7th rank, and if someone somehow raised this topic, then the director dealt with him immediately. Having the title of Cursed Master and rising to the top in the field of studying the dark arts of his time, a wall appeared in front of him, behind which he was stuck at the 6th rank of development. That is why the guy's words had such a strong effect on ego pride. Resolutely grasping his magical spear, he shouted that the enemy's suffering will last forever and despair will not leave him even after a while. After that, the man with great hatred directed a hot hydra snake at the young wizard, which seized his body in an instant. The old man was surprised, but the young master easily got rid of his high-level spell. In the past, he had to have a conversation with one of the wards. A strange being named Dean reported that this time they needed new subjects for a new drug. The old man thought about what would become a medicine for him. He had no other option but to sacrifice one of the last Valkyries of this world. Freeing himself from the Hydra, Jaime said that he was cruel because the use of his spell meant the most savage pain that an enemy should feel. The old man replied that despite his appearance, he is the master of the cursed. In response, Jaime began to create a sphere of dark magic, said that even so the old man should not lose his vigilance. After these words, Garb found himself under the influence of Diablo's magic, which protected him from the outside world. The old man thought it was funny and interesting. He was curious to find out what his opponent was capable of. Then Garb arrogantly shouted that he could not even think that he would become a victim of some mental magic. He called on the enemy to show him even more. The horrifying voice answered that it could not be otherwise, after which the old man saw a huge and frightening look in front of him, which looked as if it was aimed directly at his soul. The old man's body began to stiffen, and the mark of a dark pet appeared nearby. But Garb was not at all worried about this. He was able to destroy the mental spell in an instant and free himself from the enemy's shackles. Watching this, Jaime wondered if the enemy was trying to show by his actions that he was capable of influencing his own mind. He admitted that his skills were impressive, but despite this, he believed that they were completely useless. Jaime decided to go into an open attack and used a spell of his own class against the master. It was the Curse of the Dark Spear. A powerful attack was directed at the director, who specialized in curses. At the last moment, the old man said that this is enough. In an instant, Garb changed the direction of the attack and it pierced the young spellcaster's body. The old man said that Jaime was defeated by the use of a counter curse, which is a rather difficult dark magic. Due to a serious wound, the young magician could not move from his place. The haughty old man came closer to him and said that, although he behaved well, it was quite easy to get out of the abyss he had created. After that, he said with a sly grin that he would now completely destroy the one who tried to laugh at his failure to develop to the 7th rank of mastery. Activating his malevolent mana, Garb applied the curse of the aesthetics of slowness. With a terrifying thirst for blood, he said that from this moment on, his enemy would live forever in 1 moment. 1 second will become a 10th of a second, then 100th, and then 1,000th. A person who fell under the influence of this force will receive an increase in all abilities to perceive. Being in such a state, it will seem to him that it will never end. The old man shouted with admiration and incredible malice that the 2nd curse of eternity is the best that his hands have ever created. He further stated that with the help of this power, the gap between the ranks does not matter, because anyone will fall from such power. But as soon as the second was over, Jaime regained consciousness and mockingly asked the old man if he was sure that he was capable of defeating him with such a trifle. The old man couldn't believe that Jamie had really freed himself from his incredible technique, which exceeded the concept of mastery ranks. Jamie, using his incredible physical skills, rushed into the attack, captured the enemy's face. After that, he cast an explosion spell. A powerful explosion from touching the enemy threw him aside. The old man could not defend himself, but was still conscious, despite the seriousness of the wound. Continuing the series of explosions, Jamie expressed hope that his opponent was strong enough. The cursed master was plunged into an abyss of despair. He could not understand how the enemy could destroy the curse that he was so proud of. Joyfully clenching his fists, Jamie decided to demonstrate the gap between them, and simultaneously used 5 spells with incredible destructive power. The incredible power, which was accompanied by a huge amount of mana, unleashed a powerful explosion. When the dust cleared, it became clear that the defeated enemy had fallen to the surface and could no longer move, even to simply run away. He no longer thought about the fact that he had lost, because he was worried about only one question. He asked the opponent how he could free himself from the aesthetics of slowness. In response, Jamie showed him his hand, said that he has an artifact of absolute immunity. With a sly smile, he pointed to a bracelet he had created in the past and called a perfect cage. The old man was shocked. He pronounced the name of the artifact out loud, asked how something like this could exist at all. Looking at the pitiful mage, Jaime replied that the world had never been logical. In the last moments of his life, the old man wondered how he could come to such an end, if before that he was the ruler of this world. In response, Jamie pressed a wound on his stomach, called his words pitiful chatter. After that, he asked with a malicious look how he could have thought that he would die so easily. Diablo opened the door of rebellion against the divine, the ego's repository of the undead. Addressing the director, he said that considering the sins committed out of his own greed and being the one who sowed the seeds, he was destined to reap them. Using the chain of primal power, Diablo declared that Garb would continue to exist as a sinner unable to live normally or die. And even though every moment would cause the desire to die, he would become a being incapable of perishing. Then he grabbed him by the neck, using a chain, and said that he was destined to become his faithful servant, that he would follow every order. The physical and spiritual body of the defeated headmaster of the School of Dark Magic began to separate at the moment when the chain began to pull him inside the repository of the undead. The old man was shocked, realizing that his soul had begun to leave his body. Addressing him, Jamie said that now he will serve him forever. With tears in his eyes, Garb had already forgotten his former pride, thinking that he could not die like this. He begged his adversary to give his soul peace, but Jamie did not pay attention to this. The cruel school principal received his punishment, and his soul, which was cursed for eternal life, received a new life. The soul of the old man acquired the name Nebro. When everything was over, the young magician called the undead to him. Meanwhile, Venna, who had previously lost consciousness, regained consciousness. Rising to her feet, she was shocked by what had happened. Addressing the servant, Jaime asked him to introduce himself properly. In response, the undead greeted the greatest and introduced himself as Nebro. Now he is the first sorcerer who has achieved immortality. In other words, he is the person Jaime created. Addressing Venna, Jamie asked how she was feeling and asked her to remember the words of the undead, created from the body of the one who gave her 10 years of living hell. In response, the girl said that she does not know how to describe the emptiness inside herself. When Jamie asked what she would do next, the girl thoughtfully said that she had no idea. But after a moment, she shouted that she wanted him to take her as his student. As expected, Jamie refused her again, and tears appeared on her face. The magician explained that this is because she is a Valkyrie. In the past, Diablo has already met with them, with creatures that are recognized as an ancient race of angels. During their battles against the gods, the Valkyries demonstrated that they are brave and never retreat. Those creatures fought to prove themselves right. He said that unfortunately, this race once disappeared. He admitted that he could not even imagine how their blood could have survived to these days. He assumed that Venna could be the last person of his ancient lineage. In response, the girl angrily shouted how her origin prevents her from becoming his student. Jaime explained that this is due to the fact that Valkyries cannot use magic. The girl could not believe it, but as it turned out, if Jamie took up her training, there would be no point in it. After some time of stay in this city, the family of Count Welton and members of the Church of Pyro set off again. Now another creature appeared in their carriage, a cute pink cat that attracted the attention of the girls. With a shiver in her body, Venna, having acquired such a form, begged the master to save her from the excess of attention from Anna and Sarah. Using a mental link, Jamie refused to interfere and asked her to be grateful that she knew how to use dark magic, because otherwise she would have no chance of going with him. Despite her race, Venna could learn some knowledge, so she even managed to use her transformation into an animal, which she began to regret. With a smile on his face, Jamie tried not to react to the awkward situation, and looking out the window, said that the weather was simply beautiful. In the meantime, they finally arrived in Afton, the town where the Pyro Church and the Bell family mansion were located. Mrs. Sears finally met her own father. 9 years have passed since their last meeting. With tears, she apologized for not seeing each other for a long time. She felt so stupid because she couldn't visit him all this time. With a smile on his face, the man reassured her, said that everything is fine because they are both happy for the long-awaited moment of meeting. Jamie watched their reunion with a smile while his younger sister was terrified by her mother's reaction. And yet the magician from the past was puzzled. A lot of time has passed since the moment of rebirth. In the past, he did not attach importance to emotions. Being a boy named Jamie, he is simply forced to demonstrate something similar. But he still believed that emotions are a useless waste of energy. Due to the fact that many times he demonstrated weakness in the form of emotions, Diablo was unhappy with himself. Even such a reaction to the reunion on the part of mother and grandfather seemed senseless to him. He had to wait an eternity to get another chance to destroy the gods, but he still considers emotions unnecessary because, in his opinion, they lead people to madness. At one point, in the sweet moment of the meeting between the father and his daughter, the granddaughter Sarah intervened and shouted so that the mother would not cry. After that, she turned to her grandfather and called him bad for making her mother cry. Hearing her words, Sears felt awkward and tried to explain to her daughter that everything was wrong and grandfather was not to blame for anything. Understanding the situation, the grandfather was confused. He never thought that he would hear such a thing from his granddaughter. Watching this whole scene, Diablo Wolfer only confirmed his guesses that he would never understand human emotions. With a slightly sad tone, the grandfather turned to his grandson and said that he hated his granddaughter. Jamie replied that Sarah will soon come to her senses because she is quite sensual and kind. The old man admitted that he was waiting for a meeting with Jama. The boy reciprocated. His positive answer and pleasant laugh made the grandfather joke that at least his grandson does not have negative feelings towards him. Jamie very sensibly replied that he had no reason for this, because after all, the old man was his own grandfather. After that, Mr. Bell pounced on his grandson and, hugging him tightly, said that he was very glad to finally meet him. Jamie could barely answer that he was also overwhelmed with happiness from the meeting. He could not expect the second behavior from his grandfather and only made sure that they were all very mad. In the evening of the same day, Sears and her father decided to drink tea and discuss their heirs. The old man noticed that Jamie is really a wonderful boy. Although the head of the Bell family had strength at the level of the 4th rank, he managed to glimpse the power that his grandson possessed. The wise man said that soon Jaime would be not just in the center of the kingdom, but even in the center of the whole world. Sears, being excited, replied that together with her husband, they perfectly understand this. The old man said that exceptional talents will awaken the selfishness of the people who surround Jamie. He promised that, together with the Count, they could stop ill-wishers, but warned that even their opportunities were not eternal. To help them, the old man gave his daughter some valuable thing, said that although she could not leave everything that might happen, he was sure that the artifact would definitely be useful. Sears admitted with a smile that it was easier for her to think that she would be able to protect her son. And yet she admitted that there is one more thing that makes her nervous. It was about her husband, because Mr. Welton had made enemies when he crossed the road to the Genus Church. Remembering those servants of the deity, the old man Bell called them monsters with distorted morals, who do not let anything and anyone get away with it. Hearing this, Sears asked if everything was really that serious. The old man replied that it was so, because even Pyro's church was in danger because of them. The master of the Bell family suddenly announced that the Church of Genisa is trying to finally destroy their patrons, the Church of Pyro. As soon as Jamie entered the room, he saw something unexpected. This brought him out of himself, and he began to get angry at what was happening. As it turned out, Venna was sleeping in his room, but what exactly brought him out of his mind was the fact that she was in human form. Jaime decided to teach her a lesson and woke her up with an electric shock spell. The girl woke up with a scream, and Jamie said in a displeased tone that he seemed to have made it clear that she should not take her true form. The excited girl, feeling disgusting, asked if her master could imagine how unpleasant it is to be in the transformation. In response, Jamie asked what she would do if she was caught. He explained to his student that as soon as they see her, they will immediately understand that she is the same cat that was actually a person and was hiding using dark magic. After that, her life will turn into a real hell because she will surely become a victim of a cruel treachery. No matter how she begged her teacher to save her, the locals tried to get rid of her by purifying her sinful soul with fire. Having heard his terrible assumptions, Venna began to take it more seriously, fearing such a cruel reprisal. Jamie impatiently said that if she was really worried about her future life, she would turn back into a cat alive. Having no other choice, Venna, disappointed in this way of life, agreed with the owner's words. As soon as she returned to her cat form, Jamie gave her a pendant of some sort. Then he asked her what it was. Venna hid behind him, remaining silent. In order to speed up the process of her thinking a little, the guy hit her on the head and she began to complain that if he didn't stop, she would lose her brain at such a rate. Enraged by her behavior, the magician asked if she had any brains at all to be afraid of losing them. Looking at the pendant, he thought that this thing is really interesting. He was sure that it was some kind of artifact, but its effect seemed to him a mystery. At one point, he felt an incredible amount of energy. This flow of energy was accompanied by an incredible desire to kill, and it came from the place where his mother was. Jaime immediately ran to her, fearing an unexpected sneak attack from the enemy. He needed to hurry, so he sped up using magic. Approaching the room where his mother is, he began to feel the stranger's energy even more strongly. The person who threatened his family appeared right in front of him. When the great mage of the past found himself behind him, he realized that the enemy was too strong and he would not be able to defeat him due to the fact that Jaime's body was too weak due to age. In that case, he decided that it would be better to grab his mother and sister and just run away. The appearance of the young master and his incredible amount of magic made the stranger understand that a very aggressive magician was approaching him. Even Master Bell, despite his rather low power rank, could feel the rampage of the heir to the Walton family. Approaching the enemy, Jaime used mixed magic, an erasing discharge spell. He hoped to use the chance of a surprise attack to slow down the enemy and save his mother and sister. But as it turned out, this attack was not enough. The stranger called his actions a good trick, then caught him by his clothes. Jamie was seized. The stranger lifted his body into the air and looked him in the eye. The nervous young magician began to shake with anger, shouted to the stranger that he should let him go. He believed that he had no other choice but to use everything he had in stock. But as soon as he tried to use dark magic, a bewildered mother and grandfather appeared in front of him, because of which he canceled the spell. Looking at the mistress, he did not understand why they behaved so safely next to a stranger, that he betrayed such an incredible thirst for murder. After a brief silent pause, the old man began to laugh and said that his grandson's abilities were truly amazing. It seemed to him that the future of their family would be so dazzling that he would not be able to open his eyes. Mrs. Sears angrily rushed to her son's side, saying that he should show respect. For the first time, the mother was so serious in relation to her beloved son. She asked, disgruntled, how he could think to act like that with someone he didn't even know. When Jamie started apologizing and told his mother that she had misunderstood everything, the lady replied that apparently she was a bad teacher. The stranger disagreed with the lady's words and asked her to calm down, explaining the situation by the fact that he had provoked the young owner's aggression. Mrs. Sears did not understand what Sir Beryl was talking about. While Jamie was feeling bad about what his mother had ordered him to do, the stranger explained that he had heard that the successor of the Walton family had exceptional abilities. As it turned out, that was exactly why Beryl Onyx decided to give him a test. Known as the Tempest Swordsman, he is one of the 5 great swordsmen of the Seldom Empire. The mistress did not understand how this was possible. The experienced warrior explained that he slightly showed his presence to this child, added a note of hostility. Hearing this, the mother, who had already managed to shout at her son, shouted the name of the great swordsman in a displeased tone. Confused by the tense situation, the old man asked his daughter to calm down, said that Beryl Onyx did not really threaten anyone. Turning to the swordsman, the lady interceded for her son and said that if he treated him like that again, she would not just leave it like that. Sir Beryl did not even expect that his trick would lead to such displeasure, so he awkwardly apologized for his behavior. Mom began to apologize to her son, while Jamie asked her not to worry, explained that no one really knew that the swordsman directed this energy only at him. Remembering what happened, Jamie was surprised that he managed to perfectly target a specific person and make his presence known. He wondered how strong the creature would have to be to not be affected by the erasing discharge. The man seemed terrifyingly strong to him, so Jamie assumed he was a swordsman. He turned out to be right. Hearing his words, the grandfather called his grandson very observant and introduced the stranger who had so excited him with his presence. One of the strongest warriors of the kingdom appeared before him. The Seldom Empire is famous for its 5 sword masters. Since none of them have fought each other, it is difficult to determine the strongest. But everyone believes that the sword master Terex, known as the King's Sword, is the most powerful. He is followed by Earl Walton, Jaime's father. In third place, according to most experts, is Sir Beryl Onyx. Having learned his real name, Jamie got up from the sofa and introduced himself to him as he liked. After the young master introduced himself, the great swordsman stared at him with a mysterious look. Mrs. Sears began to worry and impatiently asked what he planned to do. In response, the man calmly said that he wanted to teach the Marquis's grandson how to wield a sword. Hearing this, Diablo thought, because he had never possessed such a skill. Sears didn't understand what he was talking about, so she focused on the fact that her son was learning magic. The great swordsman replied that he knows this, but believes that Jaime will succeed in this direction of fighting. He believed that the young master should develop his talent, since the blood of Count Walton flows in his veins. Marquis Bell agreed with the words, believing that if the master of the sword says it, then it is true. Despite this, he repeated that Jaime's talent for magic was simply unheard of. To create some clarity, Sir Beryl admitted that he already knew that Jaime was the one who could become a 9th-rank mage. As it turned out, the source of the rumors was an old man whom the Count called to ask him to teach his son magic. He continues to spread rumors that Jaime will continue to improve his skills even if he is just breathing. But Sir Beryl believed that when it came to wielding a sword, it was a completely different story compared to magic. He explained that it will be difficult to master this art if you miss the right moment. Diablo Wolfer, remembering the past, thought that it would be nice to really master the use of the sword. But the restoration of strength still came first. Jaime sincerely apologized, said that now he needs to focus on magic. The great swordsman was surprised that his answer would be a refusal. Despite this, he treated him with understanding. After dinner, Jaime decided to check out his mother's family yard. Walking in the garden, he admitted that he was well managed, so that he looked so magnificent. Shortly before this leisurely walk, Venna took him out with her whimper, tangentially afraid that the swordmaster had come to take her away. After such a tense situation in the room, the boy enjoyed the silence of the garden. Remembering the meeting with the great swordsman, Diablo once again felt as if a huge wall was standing in front of him. He considered that he was lucky, that he restored his breathing technique and layer of life, and also returned his ideal moment. But despite all this, it was still not enough, and soon he will have to stomp on his feet. At the 7th rank of power, a mage is called an archmage. This cannot be achieved through skill training alone. When the magic item mastered by the magician himself reaches its limit, the door leading to the path of the archmage opens, which is called admission to high magic. It was quite easy for Jaime to achieve this, given his knowledge from his past life. However, he understood that he would not be able to defeat the 12 gods if he acted in exactly the same way. Because of the strategies of the past life, the ego was waiting for failure, despite the relatively huge power, due to which the gods could not destroy the ego, but only sealed it. Diablo Wolfer understood the situation very well, so he thought about how to make sex even stronger. Remembering the swordsman's advice, he wondered what he had in common with his mother, because Beryl had more than once shown a mysterious look in her direction. At one point, the silence was broken and Jaime heard a noise coming from the pond. A moment later, a huge monster burst out of the reservoir and raised a wall out of the water. The impudent creature even tried to attack Jaime, but he used a magical shield in time.
All those
Despite the fact that the enemy was significantly larger than him, Jaime did not worry, knowing that he was superior in strength. But at the moment when he was about to strike, he felt the presence of a stranger. Some mysterious master flew past him at great speed. It was a swordsman who rushed to attack the monster that appeared from the reservoir. All Jaime had to do was watch the ego's actions. He could not believe that this stranger, possessing a sword, would be able to defeat such a monster. The swordsman coped with the enemy without any problems. With a smile on his face, he asked the young master if everything was all right with him. Having destroyed the monster, he said that he had heard that an important guest from the Velton family had arrived. Due to his busy schedule, he could not meet them properly. Jamie was wary. This guy destroyed a rather huge monster in a matter of seconds. Although his strength was not comparable to Beryll's, he still seemed like a good master. Returning his sword to its scabbard, the stranger apologized for showing up late. His name is Sable, and he holds the position of assistant to the Marquis of Mistress Bell. Hearing this, Jamie was surprised that his grandfather had acquired such a talented and strong assistant. With a kind smile on his face, Sable swore that he was not to be feared, as he was the faithful servant of the young master's grandfather. Jamie, continuing to sit on the surface, was surprised that the master knew his name. And yet, he decided to be interested in why such a huge monster appeared in his grandfather's pond. With some awkwardness, Sable replied that it was the Marquis's hobby. Jamie did not understand why his grandfather was doing such strange things. Returning to the Marquis, Sable was asked if there was any progress in his case. The Marquis's assistant replied that he had found a group of demons, but could not cope with their number and lost sight of them. Mr. Bell was surprised that the Demon King's followers would appear again. The assistant shared the rumors that they are on the borders of their territories. The Society of their lands has already actively discussed these rumors. It was also suspicious that the only place where the mass murders took place was the center of the land, the city of Afton, where the Bell family building is located, as well as the central church of Pyro. Mr. Bell did not think that this would happen, but he already understood that the enemies had returned to take revenge. About half a century ago, Ego's father killed the Demon King. He tried to make them pay for their actions. The assistant was unmoved, although he understood that this was a very serious threat. He was ready to receive the following instructions from his Marquis. Mr. Bell, with serious intentions, declared that the demons would again be wiped off the face of the earth by their own forces.
Sable agreed with his words and he was waiting for further orders.
Despite the rumors, the owner offered to stop and continue his observations. Before leaving, Sable remembered that he met the young master on the way to the office. The old man was surprised that the assistant met his grandson at such a late hour of the day. Sable awkwardly said that when he met Jaime, he was attacked by a large lake monster inside the Bell family palace. As expected, this news quickly spread throughout the palace. Hearing about the incident, Sears burst into her son's room. She was excited and caught him by surprise when she began to panickily ask if everything was okay with him and if he was not injured. After her, a grandfather and his assistant appeared at the entrance to the room, so Jamie understood what was being said and answered that everything is fine because Sable saved him. The mother, upset by such an incident, admitted that she was very worried about her son's condition. After that, she threatened that if he goes out alone again, he will be punished. Jamie understood that because of the incident, which did not seem particularly dangerous to him, he was now under special attention from his mother. Mr. Bell awkwardly admitted that he had asked his men not to allow the guests to the lake with monsters, but it seems that the guard did not cope with his task. Hearing this, the daughter began to shout at her father because he continues to engage in nonsense with the collection of monsters. Together with her mother, Sears tried to stop him, saying that it was too dangerous. The old man, being in a tense situation, asked the assistant to introduce himself to the Veltonov family. When she learned that her son's savior was in front of her, Sears Bell thanked him for this and said that she was very grateful. In response, Sable thanked her for the compliment, but said that he was sure that Jamie would have done just fine with him himself. Moreover, he mentioned that he was lucky enough to see the abilities of the heir of the Walton family with his own eyes. Watching his grandfather's assistant, Jamie noticed that Sable is not just strong and witty, but also a rather well-mannered person who knows how to approach the knowledgeable. In addition, he noticed that now a completely different aura emanated from him compared to the one he felt on the evening of their acquaintance. While Jamie was thinking about what kind of person his uncle's assistant was, his mother again pounced on him with her teachings. After breakfast, Jamie managed to get out into the garden. He hid his identity and changed his recognizable hair color. Looking around Afton, he was surprised that there were no people on the streets. Seeing a lady in front of him who was anxiously walking somewhere, Jamie asked her how to get to the Pyro church. The agitated woman was frightened by his attention, after which she politely indicated the direction. He answered, she went on, not paying attention to the fact that the young man wanted to ask something else. After that, Jamie heard screams that a murder had recently taken place. He saw a crowd of onlookers at the scene of the incident. To find out what was going on, the guy tried to break through the crowd, apologizing for his rudeness. As it turned out, the victim of the demon's attack was a local guard who had a large wound in his chest. A terrifying aura reigned in this place. The guard tried to disperse the crowd. As it turned out, this was not the first victim of a demonic attack. All the victims died of heart failure. The guard decided to report this directly to the Marquis. The crowd began to discuss that this is not the first time. Ordinary people began to panic. It was uncomfortable for them to be on the street full of danger. Watching this, Jamie remembered that hearts are usually used in rituals to summon demons. Now he understood the reason why the adults in Belle's house are so uncomfortable. Most likely, they still think that Jamie didn't notice anything. The only one who noticed Jaime's observation was the Marquise's assistant, young Master Sable. And yet, without having the opportunity to discuss the situation, the magician understood from the past what was going on. He assumed that the purpose of the demons is revenge for the incident in Portsmouth, or rather, revenge on the Bell family. At that moment, the boy realized that this news had another consequence. The Church of Pyro, being a participant in those events, was also in danger, which was the reason why they kept quiet. Most likely, their forces are also in a state of combat readiness. Reiki and Anna are still unable to fight, even though they have gained incredible divine power. Jamie understood that he would again have to intervene in these events in order to facilitate the participation of the Pyro Church and the Bell family. Using invisibility and flight, he went to the church. It was not so difficult to find such a place. It was very different from what the city looks like. Watching the people inside the church palace, the boy felt incredible pressure. It came from those people who were accompanied by Ras Armetic, a knight of the world he had known for a long time. One of the priests who was next to him possessed simply incredible holy energy. It was logical to assume that he was an archbishop. Earlier, Jaime had heard that there were only 3 priests of such a high rank in the entire organization. From such an incredible, powerful force, he felt goosebumps on his skin. The holy knight Ras was talking about something with a powerful priest. Watching them, Jamie couldn't tell what they were talking about. At one point, he noticed that the archbishop looked in his direction. The old man wondered what was going on.
When Ras Armitage asked what he was distracted by, the man replied with a laugh that he most likely saw a squirrel in a tree. He had an appointment with the Marquis of Lands, Mr. Bell.
The powerful priest offered to hurry to a meeting with an important person, and also mentioned that he had not seen the young miss of the Marquis's family for a long time. Jaime barely managed to escape from the man's sight. He was dissatisfied with his carelessness and observation, but at the same time did not understand where he had such good instincts. When he learned that they were going to visit the Marquis, Jamie decided that this was a good opportunity for further action. Since all the strong fighters will leave Pyro's church, he will be able to penetrate inside. There was a man inside the church for believers. It was Reiki and his sister Anna. The ward of the goddess suddenly felt the presence. After that, he started laughing sweetly at the situation. The sister asked if something good had happened. Getting to his feet, he answered that it was so. Leaving the church, he asked his sister to rest while he left for a few minutes. When Reiki approached the door, he turned to the unexpected guest and said that this was his territory and there was nowhere to hide. After that, he turned to his friend by name with a smile. Meanwhile, Jamie continued to explore the area. He felt that a strange energy was emanating from one place in the church. He suggested that this is something like a sanctuary, a place where the goddess Pyro is celebrated. To better explore the place, Jaime used invisibility again, but at the same moment, he suddenly felt a touch. Throwing away the stranger's hand, he asked in a serious tone who he was dealing with. With some awkwardness, Reiki moved his hand to the side. Jamie was shocked that this guy with a huge amount of divine power would be able to detect him so easily. A little embarrassed, Reiki admitted that he wanted to scare his friend, but as it turned out, it was really not easy. Jamie felt awkward and wanted to say something, pointing his finger at his friend, but Rika didn't let him finish his speech. The future apostle of the goddess Pyro covered his friend's mouth with a smile on his face, said that he understood that he should not be caught inside the church. Winking, he offered to follow him to a secret place. Jamie couldn't believe that when Ricky said about the secluded place, he meant the archbishop's office. The friend replied that the archbishop is a good man, so he probably wouldn't mind. Next, the young magician asked his friend to tell about how he managed to appear behind his back without revealing himself. In response, Ricky was offended and surprised that Jamie came to him, not because he missed him very much and could not wait for the moment of meeting. Infuriated by Jaime's behavior, he nervously asked him to answer the question. According to Rika, everything turned out to be very simple, because this territory is under the jurisdiction of the goddess, and even though he has not yet reached the full power of the apostle, but here he is, gradually approaching her. Further, he clarified that most likely this place strengthens his abilities, as well as his feelings and instincts. Jamie was surprised that he really demonstrated incredible abilities. Moreover, the power of the apostle increased so much that the dark magician could not feel the power of the dead from Rika, which he had placed in him in the hope of saving him from imminent death. After that, Reiki suddenly knelt down and said that he was gathering before the epistle from the goddess Pyro. An incredible amount of powerful divine power emanates from his body. Jamie was wary. This was completely different from how he had contacted the goddess last time. As soon as the future apostle acquired the image of the helper of the goddess, the dark magician felt that a part of her nature was located right in this room. After that, Jaime heard words about the awakening of disgusting demonic energy. Jamie was wary of the words, realizing that they did not belong to his friend. Further, Reiki said that everything will start in the dark forest and it must be stopped before it spreads further. Calling on the help of the body of her ward, the goddess declared that if he could not stop the uprising of demons in time, then her territory in Afton would fall. Turning to Jaime, Pyro said that he should go to the dark forest, after which she expressed hopes that he would not lose anyone on the way. Said that he leaves it to the magician, the goddess Pyro left the body of the apostle. After some time, Reiki finally came to his senses. First of all, Jamie asked why this happened, and how the goddess has the courage to demand something and immediately leave. A little embarrassed, Reiki apologized for her, said that the goddess Pyro was not in the best shape. This was due to the fact that when she had to go down during their last meeting, it took a much greater toll on her than expected. And that's all. Jamie asked why she specifically asked for his help, despite the fact that there are a lot of believers in the church. The great magician of the past could not even think that God would ask a person for help. Pointing his finger at his comrade, Reiki confidently answered that everything was simple. He said that the young master is the only one who can do that. The goddess said that he, as the successor of the mysterious man of the past, was given an understanding of what was being said. In response, Jamie asked if there was anything else she mentioned, but Ricky replied that he had no connection with the goddess now. Calling the goddess's behavior selfish, the young master turned and headed toward the window. He said that he needed to leave before the owner of this room returned. Glancing at his friend, Jamie offered to meet later. Without waiting for the answer of the divine apostle, the dark magician flew away in an unknown direction. Turning to the goddess, Ricky nervously asked if his friend would be okay. The young master returned to his grandfather's mansion. In order not to draw attention to himself, he acted quietly. He was glad that he had fulfilled his plan and was not even late. But at one point, he heard the appeal of the Marquis's assistant. He assumed that the young master was going somewhere. Jamie awkwardly replied that he just decided to take a walk. Although he did not look his grandfather's assistant in the eyes, he felt uncomfortable. Still, he asked if something had happened in his absence. Sable answered that an important person was visiting them. It was about the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, a priest named Sephir. With smiles on their faces, they continued their awkward conversation in which Sable revealed that Mrs. Sears was looking for her beloved son. At that moment, Jamie felt the tension but admitted that it was very much expected. On his way out, Jaime asked where Master Beryl Onyx had gone, but Sable replied that he didn't know. Further, he advised the young master not to be interested in that person, admitting that he was saying this for his own good. Without waiting for Jaime's answer, the Marquis's assistant said that he would come after him when Mr. Sephir arrived. In addition, he warned the heir of the Walton family that if he decides to go for a walk again, he should avoid the side where the Myrene Forest is located. With a mysterious smile, he called that place extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, terrifying events were indeed taking place in that mysterious forest. In such a dark place was a sphere of red color containing a demonic fruit inside. The followers of the cult, turning to that fetus, asked to wait a little longer until the moment when it could get out. The madman's eyes were filled with mad passion. Placing his hand on the sphere, the follower of demonic scientists pronounced that the day of the awakening of this creature would be the moment when they would complete their summons. The mysterious being within the sphere was at one of the last stages of development. During one of the tea parties with his mother and sister, Jamie asked if he could ask her a question. With a smile on her face, the lady said that she was open to his interests. But when she heard the question about what connects her with the swordsman Anik, she felt that she underestimated the seriousness of her son. Noticing her intense reaction, Jamie replied that if she can't answer this question, then she shouldn't. In response, the woman said that she did not mind. She began her story from the moment from childhood, where she first met the future great swordsman. As expected, at the time when Sears was curious as a girl, even little Beryl was not particularly interested in her. Even at that time, Beryl was distinguished by the fact that, due to his daily training with the sword, it was unusual for him to be in society. His father was worried about the fact that he could not find a single worthy teacher for the young talent. Mr. Marcus Bell offered them his help in finding a mentor. While the two mistresses of the great families were discussing matters, little Sears suddenly clung to Beryl's clothes. With a sincere smile, she suddenly invited him to walk outside, said that there were many butterflies. Mr. Bell saw this and began to laugh, saying that it seems that his daughter is interested in the son of the Onyx family. Mr. Onyx offered his son to go for a walk with Sears. Beryl, feeling uncomfortable, still could not refuse. While walking in the garden, the energetic and joyful Sears suddenly climbed a tree and began to pick apples. Seeing how high she had climbed, the excited Beryl urged her to get down from the tree. It was not the first time the girl had climbed this tree, and did not understand why she was afraid. But as it turned out, Beryl was worried for good reason. Little Sears slipped on a branch and fell right on top of the heir of the Onyx family. Even in spite of this, she quickly rose to her feet and with an admiring look shouted that she was having a lot of fun. Beryl urged her not to be foolish, because otherwise they would both suffer. In the end, they picked some apples and went inside the mansion. There, the young swordsman demonstrated his strength and easily tore the apple in two, surprising the sincere and joyful lady. She was extremely unpredictable and decided to check if he was really that strong, so she suggested that he try this trick with all the apples. Time passed. They saw each other quite often because the Onyx and Bell families were close to each other. With a smile on her face, she continued to delight the swordsman with her attention, and once even declared that she wanted to learn fencing. He waved his stick, and she wondered how Beryl could rate her skills. Of course, the boring guy took it too seriously, which made the girl laugh out loud. The childhood of Sierra and Beryl seemed simply fabulous. But the good times came to an end when Mr. Bell found out that the head of the Onyx family had broken his promise. He was forced to do this in order to defend the honor of his family. Despite this, Marcus was beside himself, saying that there would be no sense in honor if he lost his family because of his actions. Seeing the reaction of the young swordsman, Sears was worried and tried to support him in every possible way. However, those events were the beginning of the end. One morning, the young master learned that the head of their family, his father, had decided to solve all his problems by drinking poison. After Master Onyx committed suicide, their family fell. Trying to somehow support the young man who had lost everything in one moment, Mr. Bell offered him to be with them. Sears was nearby, trying to help Beryl somehow. Looking at him, she did not see despair, but saw a cold and purposeful look. He told her that there was no need to worry about him. From that moment, Beryl changed a lot. Sears always asked to be next to him, being his support. But despite this, he did not pay attention to her presence. Beryl became trained in his sword art in the name of revenge. 3 years passed, and Sears could not stand it. Beryl did not immediately notice that she was no longer around. He was so engrossed in training that he did not even notice that he was not paying attention to her, gradually moving away from the girl for whom he had feelings. A few more years passed and the guys became quite mature. As befits representatives of large families, they began to attend balls. Being in the hall with an irresistible appearance as always, Sears continued to attract strangers who offered her a walk. She didn't like the extra attention from strange guys, so she politely refused them. One day, Beryl noticed how 2 guys encouraged their friend to meet Sears, treating her personality as if it were a toy. As expected, he took it too personally. Having beaten the offenders, he threatened them that he would cut out all their tongues so that they could no longer fool with Sears. The anger in his eyes was so terrible that the guys could not say anything in their defense. The hooligans, trembling with fear, could only apologize endlessly, promising that such a thing would never happen again. But at one point, Sears found out what was happening outside the hall. Beryl did not expect her to know what he had done. Seeing his cruelty, Sears realized that he was not at all the man she knew before. Being in despair, the heir of the Onyx family thought about how to return the love of Sears. But at the same time, young Argino Walton appeared on the horizon, who was already the head of his family. Sears looked quite happy for the first time since she had walked with Beryl until her father's death. She liked the politeness of the young master of the Hyzalance. Argino understood that it was love at first sight. Adding fuel to the fire was Mr. Bell, who mentioned during their meeting that Count Walton is quite famous for his sword skills and, according to rumors, will soon become the next master of the kingdom. Confused and shy, Argino replied that this was an exaggeration, and in fact he was just trying to learn the family technique of handling weapons. Another compliment from the mistress of the Bell family made him feel even more uncomfortable. Besides, Sears continued to look at him with such a sweet look. Argino, being a very shy young man, hid his gaze, said that he was flattered. Seeing how his beloved was trying to establish a romantic relationship with the owner of the Walton family, Beryl tried to stop Sears, but she refused to support the conversation, seeing no point in it. Calling Argino a bastard, he could not believe that she wanted to meet him. But Sears, not wanting to hear such words, asked him not to call an excellent guy such a rude word. The bewildered Beryl asked her directly why she stopped liking him, even though before she only looked at him. In response, Sears said that the man she treated as a brother did not behave the way he did. She said that he no longer listens to her and tries to bind her to herself using brute force. Beryl was shocked when she shouted that he was suffering enough with her. Unable to stand such treatment, he suddenly grabbed her hand, shouted that she had no idea how much he was doing to be worthy of her heart. At the same moment, Mr. Argino, who was passing by, intervened in their conflict. He could not stand the swordmaster's rudeness, so he nervously asked what he was allowing himself. Hearing his words, Beryl shouted that this does not concern him and he must go away. But Mr. Welton was not going to back down. He said that he could not allow himself to turn a blind eye to it. He continued to hold the hand of the rough craftsman, trying with all his might to prove his love for the Marquise. Dissatisfied with his actions, Beryl shouted that he was a bastard. Sears could not believe that Sir Onyx would come to such a situation. Mr. Walton demanded that he immediately apologize to Miss Sears. Overwhelmed with anger, the swordsman could not give in, realizing that his beloved's heart was at stake. At that moment, he could do nothing else but challenge Mistress Argino to a duel. Sears was shocked by such a sudden turn of events. She was afraid that this conflict could turn into a tragedy. Realizing that his wife's safety was at stake, Argino Velton accepted the challenge to a duel without hesitation. After that, Mrs. Sears went to see her father. She begged the head of her family to calm the fury of Beryl and Argino. In response, the man admitted that he was actually thinking of marrying her off to Beryl. The girl nervously answered that this would never happen. After all these events, she no longer saw in him the beautiful and shy guy as before. Now Beryl reminded her of a demon wielding a sword or of a human being, that he was only doing that he was following her to find out if she was dating another man. Naturally, a sensitive and tender girl could not tolerate such a relationship. Her father tried to change her opinion, said that Beryl only acts like that because he loves her. Slamming his hand on the table, the daughter of the head of the family, Belle, shouted that this was not the case at all. She felt incredible tension because of this situation. Her body began to tremble. With tears in her eyes, she said that the former kindness and care on the part of Mistress Beryl was gone. Realizing that he would not change her opinion in any way, Mr. Bell inquired what she knew about Count Welton. The daughter did not understand what he was talking about, so he replied that he fully understood her feelings, after which he suggested that they go to his room and rest. As soon as Sears left, her father could not find his place, realizing what the outcome of this conflict would be. Looking at the sunset, he turned to his old friend, the head of the Onyx family, and apologized for allowing such a situation. In the evening, it began to rain, under which a duel between the heirs of two great families took place. As a result, Beryl was defeated. He lay on the ground and looked longingly at the sky, realizing that although he had been training all this time for revenge, this strength was not enough to defend his right to the heart of his beloved lady. Mr. Welton, victorious, could not stand on his feet. He became the one who in a fair duel left a very recognizable scar on the face of the future great swordsman of the kingdom. At one point, Sears rushed to their side asking if everything was okay. Hearing her voice, Beryl, lying on the ground, wanted to answer that everything is fine, but did not finish his sentence. He swallowed his words when he saw that the lady of his heart was not addressing him at all. Embracing his mistress, Argino Velton replied with a smile on his face that she should not worry, because he is much stronger than she thinks. At that moment, Beryl realized that he had lost her forever. On the same night, Master Marcus Bell learned that Sir Beryl had left their mansion and gone in an unknown direction in the middle of the night. Despite the promises, the Marquis understood that it would be better for everyone. 3 years later, Mrs. Sears and Mr. Argino were married. They lived together and the lady was pregnant. One day, her husband came with the news that Sir Beryl, with whom she had previously been closely related, had become the swordmaster of the kingdom. But this was not all the news about him. As it turned out, he wanted to take revenge on the 3 families that caused his Onyx family to go bankrupt. With some sadness, Sears remembered the events of the past, but decided to continue living. Hugging her beloved, she said that she also has interesting news. Argino was ready for anything, but, as it turned out, the question for discussion was very difficult. Having a lot of free time, Mrs. Sears spent it thinking about what to name the children. With sweet smiles, they decided that if they had a boy, then his name would be Jamie, and if it was a daughter, then she would be Sarah. The story about the shared past of Beryl and Mrs. Sears turned out to be very tense. By the end of the story, Sarah no longer paid attention to her older brother's emotions and began to eat his pink cat, which was actually a Valkyrie in disguise. Despite the difficult times in her past, Sears asked with a smile why Jamie had decided to bring up the subject. Jamie didn't even know how to answer. He did not expect that he would have to listen to such a long story. And yet, he could not even imagine that his father would be able to defeat such a strong person as Mr. Onyx. Their tea drinking was forced to end prematurely because the butler informed that Mr. Saphir had finally come to visit them. Seeing Mrs. Sears, the Archbishop mockingly called her a tomboy and was surprised that she had changed so much since their last meeting. He continued to laugh with the Count's daughter, whom he remembered as a child, while Marcus Bell, enjoying their pleasant conversation, reminded her that she was already the mother of 2 children. Being next to them, Jamie presented himself to the Archbishop with an interestingly powerful divine power. Hiding behind his back, Sarah awkwardly said her name, trying not to attract the attention of the strange uncle. Sears noticed her daughter's behavior, so she took her in her arms and asked how Anna and Reiki were doing. Mr. Saphir replied that the young apostle talked a lot about the heir of the Walton family and even mentioned that they were the best of friends. With a sincere and kind smile, Raz Armetic mentioned that Ricky had asked him to convey that he wanted to see Jaime as soon as possible. Jamie awkwardly replied that he couldn't wait for this moment either, although he actually thought that he was not particularly interested in dealing with a representative of the deity. The Marquis' assistant offered to take the guests inside, but Master Marcus Bell replied that they would go there later, as he needed to speak with the Archbishop alone. Saying goodbye, Mr. Saphir folded his hands in front of him and said that he was praying for the blessing of their goddess to descend on the lady and her children. Hugging her beloved daughter, the lady thought about what they would do next. At one point, she remembered that Jamie had said that he would like to go to a place where there is a large drop of water known throughout the kingdom. But Jaime, realizing that he would not be able to survive such a boring family walk, decided to change the subject and asked what the Miranek Forest was. He mentioned that he heard about this place because the assistant told him not to visit it. As soon as Sears found out that his son was interested in such a place, she asked with a serious and cold look how they even started such a conversation with the assistant and whether he did not leave the castle, despite her warnings. Realizing that the reservation turned out to be dangerous, Jamie began to excuse himself with an awkward laugh. He explained that Mr. Sable only wanted to warn him. In response, the mother reminded him that she constantly repeats that he should not go anywhere without his knowledge. She said that although he is a good wizard, he is still a child whose parents worry about him. Then she pointed with her finger in the direction where the Miranek Forest is located. What she was thinking at that moment remains a mystery. Seeing the direction, Jamie decided to get some more information and provocatively said that the place looked like an ordinary forest and could hardly be dangerous. Mom explained that Marinik is part of Aryajad, one of the 6 prohibited zones in the world. Hearing this, Jamie realized that the probability that this is the same dark forest that Pyro was talking about is extremely high. After explaining all the details to my son and showing him the way, my mother seriously warned Jamie that he should not go in that direction. Demonstrating awkwardness, the young magician demonstrated that he was not going to do something like that, although he himself was only thinking about how to find an opportunity to leave the castle of the Bell family. In the evening of the same day, he broke his promise and again went in search of an adventurer. Venna was with him. As soon as they entered the forest, they felt that this place was really mysterious. In truth, a terrible aura warned them of the approach of monsters. Jamie decided not to be trifled with, and resorted to using huge and powerful magical explosions, as well as chain lightning, to get rid of a large number of weak monsters in one attack. Having finished the work, he concluded that this work is very troublesome, since it is impossible to use black mana in this forest. At one point, the guy let his guard down. A monster appeared behind him, and Venna was forced to help him. Despite the lack of experience in using the true strength of the Valkyrie, she instinctively rushed to help her master, threw his ego aside, and simultaneously struck the monster. Looking around, she asked her teacher to stop yawning during the battle. Jamie was infuriated by her behavior. But after a moment, he noticed that Venna was right and the monster was really after him. As it turned out, Venna also lost the ability to use black magic inside this forest. Despite this, she enjoyed her stay in this place, said that she feels better than ever. She explained this by the fact that her body became light as a feather, and the flow of the forest's power overwhelmed her from the inside. Jamie replied that in that case, it is good. He understood that everything is in order, because she is one of the tribe of forest Valkyries. Therefore, like the elves, she is fueled by the energy of this place. Then she began to pester him with questions about what they were going to do. She understood that it was a request from the goddess, but she wanted to hear more details. Jamie was about to share his immediate plans with her, but they suddenly fell into a trap. A dark seal appeared around them, which was hidden earlier. Although both of them were aware of the danger of the forest, they could not predict such an outcome of events. The guys flew down to hold on. Jamie tried to use magic. To his surprise, he could not use flight magic. Lee's caused him more and more questions. Being in free flight, he understood that if he fell to the ground at such a speed, he would not survive. To his surprise, the speed of the fall and the height of the trap turned out to be nothing more than an illusion. Once on the surface, Venna questioned whether they really survived. She began to panic, asking the master where they were. Looking around, Jamie saw a world familiar to him for a long time, realizing that they had fallen into ancient ruins. The mysterious inscriptions on the walls seemed familiar to him. The great mage of the past read them aloud. After that, the mechanism started working. A huge stone door opened. Venna was simply delighted with how the master coped with this mysterious mechanism. Jamie replied that although he did not know who created it, he thought it was very interesting. In addition, the place seemed very ancient, because at the entrance to the ruins, he saw symbols that were used in his past life. Meanwhile, everything was also restless in Afton. An experienced fighter with a scar on his left eye continued to patrol the area when he suddenly smelled blood. After a moment, the ward turned to him in a panic, saying that they had found a man lying unconscious. As it turned out, it was another victim of the demon's followers. Seeing the body, the head of the guard asked his comrade to report this incident to the Marquis's assistant. After examining the victim, he found it strange that he looked as if he had been killed about 4 hours ago. Looking at the patrol map, he followed the path along which the soldiers passed during the changing of the guard. It seemed strange that in 4 hours no one had reported the body lying on the floor. The head of the guard really didn't want to point the finger at the wards, but he had no other choice but to check the patrol schedule. But after a moment, a mad and unexpected attack was made on him. Behind him appeared one of those who were engaged in the revival of the demon. The madman pierced the guard's body and took out his heart. He began to laugh at the subjects who were trying to track him down, but at the same moment, a man with a terrifying aura appeared behind him. It was the Swordmaster Sable, he said with a smile on his face that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Turning to the follower of the demonic cult, he took out his curved sword and scabbard and said that he was in a very awkward position because of some of their actions. The man with demonic energy began to smile, asking if he had met the chief advisor, but after a moment, Sable was behind him. After that, the killer felt incredible pain all over his body. He didn't even notice when the Swordmaster inflicted multiple wounds on him. Turning around, he called him a bastard for what he had done. Sable decided to attack again, and with a mad look, said that he had forgotten that bodies infected with demonic energy should not be cut easily. The demon's follower begged him to stop, but since he crossed the path of such a skilled swordsman, it was the end for him. Meanwhile, Jaime and Venna had gone through most of the ancient Rui. It turned out not to be so simple, and the magician understood that there were moments when he could really die. He used life bead healing to speed up the healing process. Confused and scared, Venna sighed heavily, said that she thought that their song was being sung. Their journey began with a meeting with giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic. After that, they suddenly fell under automatic rapid-fire traps, which were not easy to avoid without using dark magic. In the end, there were far from the most pleasant battle scorpions. In the end, they reached another door. Jamie read the inscription again in the ancient language. The place where terror slumbers has opened its gates. As soon as the door opened, Jaime's reaction did not change, but Venna began to act extremely active. First, a huge paw appeared in front of them. As it turned out, a huge teddy bear was sleeping here, which looked displeased in the direction of its unexpected guests. The guys froze in place when they saw something so unusual. As expected, Venna, being a girl, felt an incredible rush of joy and tenderness at the sight of a beautiful teddy bear. Addressing the teacher, she said that it was the first time she saw such a cute teddy mouse. But at the same moment, a huge paw of a far from the friendliest animal came towards her. Jamie yelled for her to dodge. A powerful blow destroyed the stone surface of the floor of the ruins. Addressing them, Furious Mouse said that they are really brave to appear before him in this place. Jamie was surprised that this creature understands human language. In response, the mouse squeezed a huge stone, turning the ego into small fragments. He threw them in his direction with deadly speed. Not having time to turn around, Jaime used a magical barrier. But the ego of ordinary magic was not enough to withstand such an attack. The barrier began to crumble and one of the stones broke through. The stone flew into his chest with incredible speed. Unable to defend himself, he flew away. The great magician of magic fell to the ground and could not move from his place. He was surprised that he survived and escaped with only a fracture of most of his ribs. Venna immediately rushed to her master's side, trying to make sure that everything was in order. As it turned out, everything could have been much worse, but he was saved by a bead of life that restored his vital forces. Watching them, the bear mentioned that he did not feel any resistance, as he canceled their evil power of dark magic. Jamie didn't even suspect that it was his handiwork, so he wondered how he managed it. In response, the teddy mouse rushed into the attack and shouted furiously that it was not their business. The young mage was unable to defend himself, so Venna took it upon herself. She clenched her fist furiously, thinking that she would be able to protect her master. Returning to the events in the city, it turned out that Sable still did not finish off the demon follower. He gave him a warning, said that he crossed all the boundaries and spoiled his plan. As it turned out, he has something to do with the revival of the demon and asked the ward to leave the soldiers alone. But he again continued talking about the master of the sword, whom they were ordered to destroy. Sable said with a gloating smile that he should clarify the situation a little. After that, he injured him again, and 2 crosscuts appeared on the demon follower's face. The ward fell to his knees and began to tremble. Sable told him that he didn't want to hear about the swordsman because he didn't care about him at all. He reminded him that the most important thing for such dirty demonic parasites like him is obedience. With a cold look, he said that everything should go according to the plan of their master. Venna was still able to stop the fierce attack of the enemy. Moreover, she even managed to stay on her feet. She could not afford to lose until she was sure that the master was safe. As it turned out, Jamie was able to recover a little and thanked the student for her help, began to use the magic of the 6-color torrential rain. Seeing this, the teddy bear was in no hurry to hide or defend himself. The guys were shocked when they saw that this terrible attack did not cause him any harm. They wondered if it was even possible to overpower such a monster. Mishka replied that this is due to the fact that they are not rationally assessing the danger. He did not understand why they still did not give up. Jamie couldn't believe his audacity, so he shouted nervously that they couldn't just accept death. Venna began to complain that he attacked them just like that, even though they weren't going to fight. In response, the mouse explained that he attacked them because they left a disgusting object in his forest. Calling them criminals, he declared that they should be punished. Despite the excuses of his guests, he was sure that the dark power protecting the demonic egg definitely belonged to Jaime. Hearing this, Jamie was shocked, because now he knew that there was indeed a demonic egg somewhere nearby. Clenching his fist furiously, the mouse called the boys liars and declared that he would kill all the followers of the demon. After that, he again rushed to the attack. But Jamie, hoping to the last for his understanding, stood motionless and shouted that he also came to this place to get rid of the demonic egg at the request of the goddess Pyro. Hearing the name of the deity, the teddy mouse stopped his paw at the last moment. He asked with a naive look if it was true. In response, Jamie swore everything he had. Turning around, he said that if the bear does not believe, then he should go with him to see it with his own eyes. And yet, the bear humbled himself, realizing that since this forest is the territory of the goddess, if the young mage lied and defamed her name, he would immediately be punished by the heavens. On the other hand, it seemed strange to him that he did not feel any divine presence emanating from the boy. In addition, he was sure that his power, which he suppressed, was definitely not holy. Jaime answered that it was, clarified that he was not following Pyro, but only made a temporary deal with her. He explained that Pyro had asked him to go to the forest and prevent the awakening of the hideous dark magic. The goddess said that in time he would understand why she wanted to send him, and not one of her followers. After thinking about it, the bear replied that it was difficult for him to believe all of this, but it was also not possible to deny this fact. Before leaving, Venna asked the bear to tell them about the demonic egg and the power that protects it. According to the teddy bear, the egg appeared about a month ago. He immediately went to get rid of it, but he did not expect that that ominous object would be protected by a dark force. According to him, this is incredibly dark, deep, and powerful mana. Of course, he could not but try to correct the situation. But no matter what he did, he could not break through the barrier. Therefore, he had to block the energy that surrounded the egg. Hearing this, Jamie said that he did not feel any divine power from him, and therefore wondered how he managed to block the dark force. With a smart look, the bear replied that he did it thanks to an artifact that looked like rubble. As it turned out, all these ruins are an artifact. Venna began to praise such a thing, saying that it must be very valuable. But Jamie covered her mouth and asked how the teddy bear knew the ancient language and for what purpose he needed this artifact. The mouse replied that he has no idea, but he knows that this place was created about 600 years ago. Jamie decided on one more question. He was interested in why the teddy mouse continues to limit the dark power of the district. Mishka did not understand what he was talking about. Remembering what the toy animal had said, Jamie reminded him of his words that he had blocked the force protecting the egg, after which he assumed that he must have broken the egg on the spot. Based on this logic, he could not understand why the bear still kept this black mana in an unusable state. In response, the mouse admitted that the egg was still intact. Answering the question about whether there were any obstacles, he awkwardly looked away, said that in order to block the dark force with the help of the artifact, the spellcaster must be in the ruins. The mouse has not yet met anyone who could help him destroy that ominous demonic egg. As it turned out, this plush misunderstanding is named Tiburon. Seeing disappointed looks, the bear admitted that he agreed with the opinion that he was just a plush toy with a lot of ideas, but no plans to achieve them. His long tongue did not allow him to finish what he started, but he continued to say that everything around him is pitiful. Jaime wondered if Tiburon could sense Venna's power. Looking closely, the bear was surprised, realizing that she had a huge amount of Valkyrie's life force. But Jaime had in mind a completely different power. He said that it is similar to his mana and is also blocked. In response, Tiburon called the energy that surrounded the egg something else. And yet, he was sure that the power that he had blocked exactly corresponded to that possessed by the young mage. Jamie understood that this was possible, because there were many valuable artifacts left after his past life. So it is possible that someone could get some of his dark mana. Turning to the bear, he asked him to remove the limitations of his power and release them so that they would go down to the egg and look at it with their own eyes. Tiburon doubted if he would listen to him, because he still did not trust the owner of dark mana. And besides, if he did so, the barrier protecting the egg would return again. With a cheerful look, Venna suddenly asked him to trust them, saying that if her master managed to use his power, then he would handle the egg in a matter of seconds. The pressure continued to grow. The girl mentioned another argument, said that the goddess Pyro, whose domain is this part of the forest, sent them on this task. The plush mouse had no other option but to listen to their request. As soon as he clapped his hands, the dark mana returned to Jaime's disposal, and he began to use it again. But as it turned out, he decided to act very insidiously. The guy immediately released a huge amount of his energy and spread it throughout the room. Excited, Tiburon asked what he was doing. Even Venna was worried, as she did not understand the cunning plan of her master. Jamie was very serious. he said with a sly look that no one dares to interfere with him. The teddy bear, thinking about how to stop him, asked what he was up to. Jaime flew up, embedding himself in the artifact system. He decided to take everything under his control. At one point, he suddenly felt great pressure and started coughing up blood. The bear attacked, asking how he could do such a thing. Wiping away the blood, Jaime haughtily declared that the bear should not act rashly. The beast stopped as soon as he heard that if he did not stop raging, then nothing would remain of the ruins. Calming his student, Jaime thought that the mental barrier of this artifact was quite good. But even so, he was not going to stop. The bear suddenly felt that his connection with the ruins was lost. He understood that this was the work of a young magician, but it seemed a mystery to him how he was able to penetrate such an advanced and reliable system so quickly. Jaime replied that he had appointed him as an assistant to the owner of the artifact, after which he warned that, to his knowledge, his owner is not the only one who understands artifacts well. The businessman admitted that he could not leave alone the object blocking his powers. Although he could not call it a real restriction, he was not going to leave such a thing in the open. Mishka didn't understand what was going on, while Jaime was thinking about how they managed to block his dark energy, a power capable of absorbing even holy energy. He continued to press the teddy bear, calling the restriction some kind of clever trick. As soon as Jaime regained full control, he stopped the long conversation and grabbed the student's hand. Turning to the bear, the boy asked him not to pursue them. Disappearing, he mockingly said that even if the bear wanted to, he would hardly be able to leave the ruins. After these words, Jaime disappeared right in front of him. Meanwhile, in the mansion of the Bell family, a report on what happened during the night began. Mr. Marcus could not believe what was happening. At that time, while he was peacefully sleeping, the guard of his city lost 9 fighters. In addition, the wards had one more disappointing news, and it concerned his assistant. According to the guards, no one has seen him since last night. The master could not believe that everything was so bad. While he was thinking about how to avoid the tragedy, his ward, who was hiding his true intentions, got to the church of Pyro. Having climbed onto the roof, he waited for the appearance of his victim. Being next to the marquise, he heard an important detail for him. According to the archbishop, they received a call from the head of the spiritual region. That man sent the holy guards to Afton. Besides, one of the gentlemen was going to visit them. Such a decision seemed very responsible and risky, but the Pyro Church was ready to do anything to protect its territories. Sable, being next to them, absorbed information about what the next steps of his enemies would be. He was in anticipation of when the enemies would arrive at the Pyro Church in the city of Afton.
Having learned the time of the arrival of the priests, he was going to finish Rika and Anna before serious opponents appeared.
Meanwhile, Jaime and Venna arrived at the egg the bear was talking about. They were surprised that the barrier protecting the egg actually consisted of energy that belonged to the young magician. Even Jaime himself did not understand that his black mana had been forgotten in such a place. Ancient symbols were depicted on the barrier that only Diablo could read. Touching it, he began to read the spell written on the barrier itself. As soon as he began to interact with the energy, he realized its occurrence. This black mana really belonged to him, but it was preserved from his past life. The item protecting the egg is an artifact called the Leviathan. This confirmed everything, because it is a grimoire that was an integral part of Diablo Wolfer's existence. Jaime couldn't understand how he could forget something like that. It only meant that his memories were incomplete. In addition, it should be said that I remembered the rebellion against divinity quite by accident. The strange thing was that he did not have any discomfort because of the holes in his memory. Venna wondered what he could understand. Jaime made it clear that now was not the time to talk, after which he suggested that she take some artifact in the form of a ring. Putting it on her finger, the girl learned that her master had received this object inside the ruins. He asked her to fill the ring with mana in order to use his true power. As soon as Venna did this, the ring turned into a big hammer. Seeing such an interesting object, the girl began to rejoice, and her master asked her to take the situation seriously and continue to monitor the area. In order to deal with the power of his own grimoire, Jaime was forced to count on her power because he needed to linger in the process. As soon as he began to interact with the dark mana of the barrier, he shouted to Levifian that he must return to his owner. While the boy was trying to return an object from his past life, an enemy approached them. Overwhelmed with malice, the girl who was responsible for the safety of the egg was furious that they had invaded her territory. She immediately rushed in their direction and launched a powerful attack. Jamie yelled at the student that she should block this blow. Judging by her face, she was very excited by the incredible power of the enemy. Gripping her hammer tightly, Venna gathered her spirit and decided to test her ego. She sent a strong blow in the direction of the enemy attack. A powerful explosion spread throughout the forest. Despite the incredible power of the enemy's attack, she managed to defend herself, but now she could barely stand on her feet. Looking around, Jamie felt the holy power of the stranger, after which he assumed that she was from the Church of Janus. The stranger with blue hair replied that he had a good sense of taste. Jaime could have fought her, but he was trying to buy some time to get his grimoire back from the past. Distracting the enemy to talk, he asked what the Janisa church had forgotten in a similar place. Looking at her, he assumed that she had hardly come to try to destroy the demon's egg. The stranger, who was a knight of the Church of Janisa, had a special interest in the girl that she was able to block her attack. Addressing her, she called her a freak with pink hair and a ridiculous hammer. Attacking, she stated that Venna was able to put together a combo because she hates girls with pink hair and similar weapons more than anything. Launching a furious attack that Venna barely had time to block, she shouted that she would finish her off first. The enemy was really strong. Despite the fact that the young Valkyrie was strengthened by the energy of the forest, it was not easy for her to withstand enemy attacks. Venna did not yet have enough experience fighting with a weapon, using the power of a Valkyrie. Seeing the movement of the enemy, Jamie shouted that she should be careful. At the last moment, she noticed that the fist of the enemy's left hand was aimed at her. Still, she managed to react in time. Her wide hammer attack made the enemy jump back. Venna was filled with anger at the impudent girl for continuing to talk during their battle, so she took the initiative and attacked. Defending herself, the knight of the church, Janus, continued to chatter and made a provocation, saying that she did not feel the blows of the pink-haired girl at all. Desperately attacking, Venna shouted that she still wasn't done. After that, the experienced and deadly knight decided to take up the matter seriously. She wondered if the Valkyrie would be able to withstand her next attack. A moment later, the knight appeared behind the pink-haired girl. Venna didn't even have time to notice how she missed several sword blows. After a moment, her wounds opened. Jamie, shouting her name, understood that he could not intervene, because even though he could defeat the enemy, in this case, he would lose too much valuable time to destroy the demon's egg. Despite severe injuries, Venna did not give up. She shouted to her master that he should not move. She convinced him that he still had the strength to continue the battle. The haughty knight continued to treat her like a toy. She began to laugh at her pain, then wondered if she was really going to fight in such a state. In response, Venna said that she has no second option because the main priority is the protection of the hostess. Calling her a slave, the knight of the Janisa church said that children like her sometimes need to think with their head and analyze the danger. Ignoring the stupid provocations of the enemy, Venna with a sly smile began to use black magic. The knight of the church, Janus, could not believe that this girl possessed such power. The cursed reversal of feelings gave time for a maneuver. While the knight resisted the mental black magic, Venna charged. At the last moment, the knight managed to raise his hand. She managed to put up a defense and block a powerful hammer blow that was directed at her head. Venna noticed that the curse suddenly stopped working. This was her last chance to deal with the enemy in one blow. Overwhelmed with rage, the knight was about to deliver a powerful blow. She gripped her sword tightly and began pouring a huge amount of divine energy into it. After that, she struck a devastating blow in the direction of the Valkyrie. Venna understood that her time was running out. She invested all the rest of her strength to stop the enemy attack. As soon as their attacks collided, a powerful and loud explosion occurred throughout the forest. Trees around the epicenter of the impact began to burn. As a result, Venna could not cope with the enemy. She did not understand what happened. The powers suddenly left her body. Losing consciousness, the girl tried to pull herself together to protect her master. Her eyes began to close at the moment when the enemy approached her and began to whine that the black sorceress had wounded her blessed body. Looking at the girl with pink hair, the knight threatened with hatred that he would deal with her master in a matter of seconds right in front of her. At the same moment, Jamie appeared near her and asked if she was sure of her words. Rising into the air, he said that he did not understand her hatred because he had not yet managed to offend her. The time that Venna won was more than enough for the magician to return his grimoire. Using Leviathan, Jaime began to absorb the enemy's power. It was the black magic of gluttony that turns any substance into food. Absorbing the enemy's holy power, Jamie felt a certain disgust. Despite this, he was going to completely get rid of the enemy. After that, the magician descended to the ground and turning to the ward, thanked her for her self-sacrifice. Thanks to her desperate fight, he managed to overcome the barrier of the egg. When she heard that she could no longer worry about the mistress, Venna felt a blissful calmness. But as it turned out, the battle was not over yet. Their opponent was able to resist and avoid complete absorption. Looking at her, Jamie confirmed his guesses that this was not a simple priest of the Church of Janissa. The angry girl was not going to stop. She released her true form using the power of the divine sanctuary. The atmosphere began to heat up. The magician realized that the opponent's holy power was even greater than that of the bishop with whom he had fought earlier. Moreover, it was distinguished by the fact that it has a significant combat capability. The Knight of Janissa's church could cause problems.
Having released her true form, the blue-haired girl turned to the magician. She did not expect that with the help of such a force, it would be possible to force her to show her true strength.
Approaching Jaime, she assumed that he was also a black sorcerer. Hearing the confirmation, she resolutely clutched her weapon. Making the first attack, she shouted that she was forced to finish off the dark sorcerer who had defiled their divine power. Jaime remained calm, believing that in this case it would be better to use his wards. After that, he called his repository of the undead, and an unholy gate appeared behind him. With a sly smile, he told the knight that he would have to meet a special being. After that, Jaime summoned Nebro, and the unholy gates opened. Together with the face of the 6th level, Rise and Hazard got out. The possessor of divine power called the dark mage a disgusting brat for the fact that he dares to summon the undead right in front of her. Filled with rage, she delivered a powerful blow towards Jaime. The powerful flow of divine energy was stopped by the dark magic belonging to the undead. The Holy Knight could not believe that some undead was able to stop her attack. Meanwhile, the demon's follower returned to his master's egg. His face was horrified. He couldn't understand how the egg could grow so much. While he was wondering where the maturing demon could get so much strength to evolve, Jaime sneaked up on him. The young magician said that his dark energy is excellent for speeding up the process. Hearing his voice, Damon jumped to a safe distance and frantically asked who he was dealing with. While Jaime asked why the enemies decided to bring the demon back to life on Pyro's church property, Hazard brought a wounded Valkyrie. Snapping his fingers, the young magician offered to finish what he had started. After that, Rise suddenly appeared in front of them and dealt with the demon's follower with one attack. His strength was more than enough to deal with the enemy. The follower of the dark creature fell to the ground. He continued to reach with his trembling hand towards the egg in which his master was. After that, he lost consciousness. But at one point, the egg cracked. Looking around, Riz sensed danger, and his master ordered them to jump further. Tentacles began to spread out of the egg, but Rise managed to dodge. When the boy jumped back and began to watch, he was shocked by what was happening. The tentacles of the demonic egg grabbed the body of its ward and pulled it to itself. Jaime believed that this was inevitable, after which he warned his servants that now the demon should have enough life force to be reborn. Despite the danger of the situation, he was not going to change it. The shell of the egg began to collapse. The demon completed its development. Meanwhile, the battle between Nebro and the Knight of the Genny's church continued. The skeleton could easily stop her furious attacks using a shield. He even laughed at the fact that she threatened the undead with death, that she had overcome such a concept by herself. The blue-haired girl jumped back. She understood that she was wasting a lot of time, so she was afraid that her mistress would not like it if everything did not go according to plan. But after a moment, the participants of the battle felt a powerful energy. Nebro began to feel great pressure, and even his dead body began to tremble. The Knight of the Janissa church rejoiced, realizing that the demon had finally appeared. Looking around, the Lich was worried about his master, thinking that such a terrifying monster could suppress even death itself. The presence of the demon threatened everyone in the area. But the Knight of the Janus church was not going to back down. She resolutely declared that if she was destined to give up her spirit in this place, then she would take the dark magician with her. Continuing to fight, the faithful Lich Nebro hoped that the master will be able to escape from the frightening power of the demon. Meanwhile, Riki felt something was wrong. Being nearby, Anna noticed his anxiety and asked what was the matter. He replied with horror that if they did not do anything, then everything dear to them people would perish. Saint Anna did not understand what was being said. At the same moment, a ward burst into their room without knocking and shouted that they needed to leave the church slowly. Taking his sister's hand, Riki urged her to hurry. He understood that if they remained in the church, they would only be a burden to their comrades. News about what is happening in the lands reached the Marquis. One of the guards burst into his office and shouted that a terrifying force had awakened in the Miranek forest. In response, the determined man gave the order to prepare the army. He was going to wait for the arrival of the demon and strike first. At the same moment, his daughter ran to him. Marcus Bell began to convince her that despite the situation, she should not worry. No sooner had he finished talking about their evacuation plan than Sears reported that Jamie was missing. The master could not believe that this could happen. With tears in her eyes, the frightened mother said that she thought that he had gone to the Myrenic forest. Her assumption was correct, because she herself told Jamie in which direction the most dangerous, forbidden zone of these lands is located. The demon was a moment before awakening. The unprepared body of the young magician began to tremble. Although he did not feel fear, he understood that a battle with such a creature would be a real challenge for him. Demons are something that harms all living things by their mere existence. Even his dead servants could not hide their fear. Their bodies trembled, and they called their master to be saved. Jamie understood that if the demon was completely freed, even he, the owner of a perfect cage, would have a hard time. The first thing he did was send Rise back to the vault. Then he decided to ask Azard to carry Venna as far as possible. But as soon as he began the phrase, that cowardly servant did not even listen to the end and ran in the direction of the exit from the forest. But after a moment, Jaime completely forgot about the impudence of his ward. An ominous demon's voice addressed him, wondering if the young mage was really confident that he would be able to do it himself. He believed that it would not be so interesting if his first enemy simply surrendered. Having appeared in the human dimension in a similar way, he angrily declared that this situation annoys him. The power of the enemy exceeded all Jaime's expectations because a noble demon appeared before him. Approaching the 10-year-old magician, the demon was surprised that he knew something about their species. When he learned that the guy was so knowledgeable, he promised that he would eat him later. An arrogant monster introduced himself, asked to glorify an ego named Rivetta. This demon is a baron possessed by a great devil. Realizing the high status of this demon, Jaime understood that he had at least the rank of a master. Addressing a man whom he considered pitiful, Rivetta asked him not to be afraid and to understand one truth, that once he appeared on Earth, there would be no salvation for mankind. Despite the fact that at his current level of strength, Jaime is not ready to fight the masters, he did not run away. The monster began to approach him. The great magician of the past, prepared for battle, activated the absolute invulnerability of the ideal cell artifact. Seeing such an interesting thing, the demon promised that if he gave it to him, he would die quickly and painlessly. In response, Jamie awkwardly said that he was not crazy enough to agree to his own death. After these words, the monster decided to start his favorite business. Releasing a huge amount of power, he was in anticipation of how long his opponent would be able to hold out. Jaime decided to take action and took off into the sky, using his Leviathan grimoire. Observing the events in the forest, Sable felt some annoyance. The demon they summoned did not meet his expectations, because it was the weakest of the 5 nobles, Baron Rivet. And yet, he understood that even this option is not bad, because for ordinary people, it will turn out to be a real disaster. The knights of Count Bell and the allied detachments were already heading to the forest to destroy the monster. Realizing this, Sable began to think that the enemies had made a huge mistake, leaving no one to defend their own home. Meanwhile, Hazard was pushing his legs with all his might, feeling an incredibly powerful force behind him that came from the demon. He could not believe that his master decided to fight with such a monster. And yet, he understood that if he was still alive, then it means that the owner is fine. When Venna woke up, Hazard explained to her that the boss ordered to take her and run to a safe place, since the demon had already woken up. As soon as the girl realized that she was in the arms of some man, she started screaming for him to let her go. Leaning against a tree, she felt weak after the previous battle. She was afraid of just the sight of the demon's powerful aura, even though he was quite far away. Azard explained that Jaime's master was going to fight this monster. Understanding the intentions of the young Valkyrie, he warned her that if she went there, she would only interfere. The devoted student excitedly declared that if she interfered, she would be able to buy some time before her death so that the master could escape. But seeing the Valkyrie's state, Hazard said that she had no chance of helping in such a state. After a moment, he began to suddenly disappear. After that, her hammer fell in its place. Fearing for the life of her mistress, Vena was seriously determined to attack the demon against whom she had no chance of victory. The summoning of the undead was cancelled, and it just so happened that the explosion behind her happened at the same time. The girl began to remember all the kindness she received from her master. She began to be consumed by rage at the mere thought that she could not continue to fight. After a moment, she suddenly heard that the hammer started talking to her. The mysterious artifact addressed the girl, calling her a young Valkyrie with strong and pure blood. Hammer, overwhelmed with power, said that Vena should remember this feeling. Although she had not matured like a Valkyrie, he allowed her to use his ego power. As it turned out, this weapon was forged by a legendary blacksmith for the Valkyrie Queen. This hammer is called Filion. Despite attempts to win, Jaime could not cope, and he even ran out of strength to fly. He had lost too much blood, and the last beat of life could no longer help him. Besides, he couldn't even summon blacks to buy himself some time to use higher rank magic. He understood that he was still too weak. But at one point, he landed not on the cold and hard ground, but directly in a huge plush paw of a bear. Jaime was just shocked. When he asked how Tiburon ended up here, the bear replied that he was perfectly oriented to the area in which he spent about 600 years. Looking at the disgruntled boy, he admitted that he could never have thought that he would stay and fight the demon alone. He only confirmed his opinion that Jaime has a noble heart, worthy of the one chosen by the goddess. Then he lowered the mage to the ground. Jaime was sad because he didn't want to accept the words of some teddy bear. At that moment, a demonic baron appeared behind them. Rivetta gave the bear a strong, splitting blow with his claws and asked him not to interfere with his meal. The power of this monster was enough to break through the thick skin of the animal, which could not be hurt by Jaime's magic. The demon was pleasantly surprised and said that he actually tried to cut off his arm with one blow. He recognized that for a creature in the surface world, the teddy bear Tiburon is very strong. With a purposeful and serious look, the bear took the compliment for granted. After that, he clarified that he is also very fast and delivered a strong blow. Rivetta was severely injured for the first time and coughed up blood. As it turned out, Tiburon did not come to the battlefield alone. A moment later, Vena appeared in front of them and delivered an incredibly powerful hammer blow. The demon, unable to resist such successful teamwork, crashed into the surface with a crash. Winking at her mistress, Vena said that she could not leave him in such a situation. Jaime confusedly asked what was wrong with her hair, but the girl took it as a compliment and began to smile sweetly. Addressing the red-haired Valkyrie, Tiburon asked her not to be distracted. At one point, Rivetta appeared right under his feet. With a sly smile, the monster directed a powerful beam of dark energy in the direction of the bear, said that this is not the end yet. Powerful demonic energy spread throughout the forest. Due to this amount of power, most of the fighters lost their fighting ability and could barely contain their nausea. The Marquis's assistant did not understand why they did not wait for reinforcements from the Pyro Church to receive their blessing, which would give them at least some chance. Marcus Bell was alarmed, realizing that even though the demon was so far away from them, its energy had disabled most of their powers. Only the soldiers of the Order of Fear, who were the escort detachment of the Walton family, held on confidently. The Marquis understood that if they did not manage here, then his daughter and grandchildren would be in danger. At one point, he felt an unexpected strong gust of wind. A letter suddenly flew to him. An incredibly fast force, the speed of which was comparable to the wind, was heading towards the epicenter of the events. As soon as Jaime canceled the summon to save some energy for the battle with the demon, the Knight of the Janissa Church broke free from the battle and began to run from the forest. She felt real disgust at the demonic energy that surrounded her. And yet, she was not bothered by further events because her task was simply to summon a demon. He fulfilled the order. She felt relieved, believing that the boss would not punish her for some mistakes. She was right, because there is no need for the boss to punish a dead ward. Along with a powerful gust of wind, her head was blown off her shoulders. At the time of these events, the bear Tiburon could no longer resist. The young Valkyrie completely lost consciousness after another enemy attack. The haughty demon began to laugh, said that he did not expect that the pitiful people from the surface would be able to surprise him. He didn't even think that he would have to try hard to fight in this world. Sensing the power capable of destruction that emanated from Jaime's spell, he wondered what he called this attack. At the last moment, Diablo used the road to destruction, a dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by the grimoire at once. This spell has the power to cause large-scale destruction. Despite this, the last hope that Venna and the bear gave to the young master was wasted. The destructive power was not enough, and the enemy lost only an arm. Rivetta quickly recovered, after which he said that the time had come to put an end to it. Soared into the sky, he began to gather an incredible amount of magic into a sphere, which he was going to direct at the enemy. Considering this an appropriate moment for a relevant question, Rivetta asked if the mage had any last words. Jamie, resigned to such an end, asked to finish it faster. But at the same moment, he felt a powerful flow of wind. A moment later, a swordmaster appeared in front of him, which cut down the demonic baron and his huge sphere of dark energy. This incredible master of the sword turned out to be Master Beryl Onyx. In the letter that he left to Mistress Bell, he asked him not to let anyone into the forest, as this would lead to more losses. One of the 5 sword masters of the kingdom promised that he would take care of the demon with his own strength. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest came to the archbishop's office.
With a sly smile on his face, Sable inquired where the apostle of the goddess Pyro was.
The archbishop carefully replied that if the marquise's assistant worships the goddess, he must leave the premises immediately. With a defiant look, Sable asked if he could stay if he didn't honor the goddess. Looking up, Mr. Saphir seriously replied that in that case, he would have to take measures. Unsheathing his blade, Sable wondered if he was really confident that he would be able to withstand the first sword of the Church of Genis. Hearing this, Mr. Sephir realized that all this time there was a terrible traitor among them. Raising his blade aloft, Sable declared that eternal peace would be engraved on the edge of his sword. Putting his hand on his heart, he told the archbishop that on this doomsday, the goddess Pyro would suffer great losses, which would be followed by the complete destruction of her presence on earth. In the meantime, the detachments of the Genis Church went to a safer place. Ricky and Anna were among them. The apostle of the church, Pyro, felt that the strength of the archbishop suddenly weakened. A battle that Jaime, Tiburon, and Venna couldn't handle was ended in an instant by the swordmaster. Jaime didn't have time to follow up on such a quick strike with the strangely large sword. In addition, incredible speed was combined with a terrifying level of strength. The guy realized that the power of the wind looked extremely frightening. Turning to the young magician, Sir Beryl wondered what he had forgotten here. Jamie awkwardly began to make excuses, said that he was interested because everyone told him not to go to this place. He said that he did not think that he would meet a demon here. As it turned out, his lie did not succeed. Beryl said that he saw everything with his own eyes. Turning, he asked the young master not to worry, said that everyone has some secrets that no one wants to talk about. Jamie nervously bit his lip, not knowing how many of his ego's secrets this man managed to see. After that, the guy asked the great swordsman what he was doing here. Mr. Beryl mysteriously answered that he took this job because it suited him perfectly. As soon as Tiburon came to his senses, he wondered who such a strong swordsman was. Sir Beryl presented himself to him as one of the truth-seekers of this world, who had come to the forest to retrieve an object entrusted to this region at the request of Isis. After these words, the bear immediately understood that we were talking about the border. Beryl Onyx replied that he wanted to ask the creature responsible for the artifact to open the gates of the Gremia. Listening to all these conversations, Jamie did not understand what was being said, because the mention of the truth of peace, borders, and Gremi seemed to him something unknown. Tiburon demonstrated that he was very happy to help, but apologized, saying that he was not responsible for the borders at the moment. After that, he looked at the young mage, and he realized that it was the ruins that he was trying to get. Jaime was forced to move them inside the artifact in question. Having learned such a strange detail, Beryl said with surprise that he did not even think that apart from the battle with the demon, Jaime would also contact the guild. In response, the young magician began to laugh awkwardly. Before starting, the bear, in anticipation of such a historical event, clenched his fists. Extending his fist to the young magician, he asked to hand over the power over the ruins to him. Jaime, who tried to protect himself from the power that could limit his dark power, did not want to lose the ruins. And yet, Beryl seemed to him a convincing argument to go against his principles. Feeling some awkwardness, he fulfilled the condition. Hitting Tiburon's fist, he released a magical resonance and thereby transferred the right to control the artifact. After that, the teddy bear opened the borders without delay. Unexpectedly for Jaime, he also interacted with this artifact. His consciousness was transferred to a mysterious place, where an unfamiliar voice greeted him, calling him the mysterious owner of black mana. Seeing a strange old man, Jamie assumed that he was the one who prevented the capture of the artifact system. Jamie guessed that he was not just an ordinary protection, but most likely the creator of this artifact. He turned out to be right. In front of him stood a brilliant creator of artifacts named Armion. In the past, he was a wizard of the 9th rank, which was a very rare phenomenon for that time. Jamie was surprised at the amount of vanity in Ego's words. Being an old-fashioned and modest magician, Diablo could afford such a remark. After that, he suggested that Armion is the so-called boarder. In response, the old man replied that although he is close to Isis, he is not a boarder. Pointing to the sword, he said that at the request of the lightning-bearing dragon, he is guarding this object.
With a sincere smile, he pointed out that the Gremia artifact is not just a place to observe the valuable lightning dragon sword. He created this incredible object for the benefit of the one he was waiting for.
Hearing this, Jamie asked him not to speak in riddles and to tell who he was talking about. The Grand Master replied that he was waiting for the possessor of black mana, who wields power capable of destroying 12 gods. According to him, he was waiting for someone who could handle such power. Nervously straightening his fingers, Jamie asked how he knew the ancient language and other trifles that should have been forgotten long ago. It seemed strange to him, because even Ganon did not know about the power capable of killing gods. With a serious look, the young dark mage warned the creator of the artifacts that if his answer did not satisfy his interest, then he would be destroyed immediately. With the same calm smile, Armion answered that in this world, that incredible creature left traces, and he learned the ancient language while following these marks. Jaime was shocked and asked if there really were traces of Diablo Wolfer in this world. The old man was surprised when he heard the real name of the one for whom he had made such a difficult journey. He admitted that he had never been able to recognize that person, even though he had been looking for him all his life. After that, he said that it was only clear that the young magician had inherited his mana. Extending his hand towards the young magician, he said that in that case he wanted to give him something valuable. After this gesture, Jaime felt a surge of incredible energy. Even the bead of life was completely filled, while it would take him a very long time to replenish its reserves normally. Holding the true core of Gremia in his hands, Armion said that this is an artifact that can change its form. According to him, this is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of the owner. Being helpless before the truth, he created it, invested everything he had in anticipation of this day. Having met a man who inherited the will of a great wizard from the past, Master Armion transferred all the power of the artifact into Jaime's hands. Sensing the incredible potential of this item, Diablo Wolfer was delighted. Having obtained such amazing power, he thought that this artifact was on par with the 3 divine weapons he had created. In a sense, Gremia's artifact even surpassed his own creations, as it had an incredible potential that depended only on him. All the priests have already left the Pyro Church in the town of Afton, except for one. Ras Armetic hurriedly ran back as he felt that the divine power of Mistress Saphira was beginning to fade. Running inside his office, he shouted his name. The Archbishop barely remained conscious. His whole body was wounded by the blows of the first sword of the Janus Church. With incredible horror, the trembling knight of the world said that the mistress must get help as soon as possible. But as soon as he tried to heal the wounds of the Archbishop, he felt that it was impossible, since another sacred power interfered with his healing. The dying Master Sephir asked not to worry about him and ordered to protect the apostle and the saint. The man said that this was the Janus Church, and one of their strongest fighters had already gone after their squad to destroy Reiki and Anna. With tears in his eyes, Ras shouted that he could not leave his teacher to die like this. Extending his trembling hand towards the student, Mr. Sephir said that he understood his feelings. When he laid his hand on the head of the devastated knight of the world, he said that his last request was to protect the future generation of the Pyro Church. Biting his lip, Ras said with tears on his face that he would definitely take revenge for him. But despite this, the master asked him not to take revenge. He really had to hurry, as Sable had already launched an attack on Pyro's priest squad. Finally, the Archbishop said that he was grateful to the knight for fighting in the name of their church. When asked by the Swordmaster if everything was okay, Jaime replied that everything was fine, but admitted that he felt a little discomfort. After that, he wondered if he got what he came for. Holding a dragon sword in his hand, Sir Beryl answered that his mission was accomplished. Looking at the guy, Tiburon wondered what happened to the artifact. He wasn't sure if the mage knew that he had returned a little later than they did. In addition, he was worried about the fact that his connection with the board was completely broken. He wanted them to hear what had happened during their absence. Showed the artifact, Jamie answered that he met with the spiritual matter of Master Armion and received a Gramea as a gift. As soon as the magician released the power of the artifact, the guys were convinced that it was true. Looking up, Beryl recognized that this object was much more valuable than the Gram sword he had come to fetch. The bear could not believe that Armion had actually given him this item. The dark magician, hiding his artifact, replied that this idea belonged to the master himself. At the moment when the Gram was taken away, he gave him all the power over the management of the object. Looking at the boy, the bear asked why he made such a decision. Not to be verbose, Jamie demonstrated strength by touching the bear. After that, something similar to healing happened and Tiburon's wound began to heal thanks to the properties of Gramea. Saying that Sears was certainly not finding his place, Sir Beryl offered to return. Jamie agreed with his words, realizing that he would have to justify himself to her because of his insane concession. But at one point, he felt something was wrong. Having at his disposal a piece of his friend that had turned into an undead, he realized that he was in danger. Seeing his sudden trembling, Beryl asked what happened. The young magician answered that the apostle of the goddess is in danger. Sir Beryl decided to clarify if he meant his friend Rika. In response, Jamie shouted that they had no time to discuss, as Pyro's church was about to lose its saints. Without thinking long, Beryl grabbed the boy and threw himself on his shoulder. He asked where the group of priests of the Pyro church was located. Hearing that it was in the southeast of the church, he immediately rushed forward. His incredible wind power allowed him to literally soar. Looking at the sky, Tiburon said sadly that they didn't even have time to say goodbye. As soon as he thought that he should return to his home, he heard the whining of the Valkyrie, which the boys had forgotten to take with them. The Lords Marcus Bell and the captain of the land squad Hayes, who were near the forest, had already stopped feeling the demonic source of energy, so they decided that the danger had passed and Beryl had dealt with the terrifying demon. But as it turned out, their problems were not over yet, because a frightened guard came running to them. Wards reported that groups of demons appeared on the territory of their city and began to attack everyone indiscriminately. Although the knights who remained behind were able to stop the enemies, it turned out that some of the demons were disguised as local residents or soldiers. Hearing this, Mr. Bell began to regret that he was too late to solve this incident. But after that, he learned no less terrifying news that Archbishop Suffer was killed during an enemy attack. In addition, based on the testimony of eyewitnesses, the guard could confidently say that Sir Sable was in the church at the time of the incident. They did not even guess that after eliminating the archbishop, he went after the saints. Ras Armedicus tried with all his might to protect the apostle and the saint. However, he could not even imagine that their opponent would be such a powerful swordsman. A trembling Anna and Reiki stood behind him, asking if their older brother was okay. Answering that they should not worry, Ras Armedic turned to the enemy and asked how long they had been planning this attack. His hypocritical adversary, formerly known as the Marquis's assistant, continued to smile. He confidently stepped forward, saying that he did not even expect that the opportunity to get rid of the apostle of the goddess would be served on a plate. After that, he rushed to the attack and delivered a direct blow with his sword. Ras Armedic managed to sweep a shot from the right and moved away at the last moment. But despite this, he suddenly felt a wound from the other side. Seeing the blood of his older brother, Reiki screamed his name in fear. In response, Ras Armedic shouted that they should not move. This happened not for the first time. The Knight of the World was sure that he dodged, but he was wounded again. Swinging his sword, Sable told Pyro's church warrior that he would not be stopped. Clutching the wound, Raz wondered if he was a swordsman. In response, Sable arrogantly asked why the knight understood this only now. After that, he said that his power is the change of causality. Therefore, if he strikes, the enemy will definitely be wounded. The terrifying truth was that he could delay receiving damage after he had wounded the enemy. That is, Ras Armedic may notice a wound, but will feel the pain only after a time when it is convenient for the swordsman. Hearing these details, Reiki thought that this was some kind of nonsense. Ras Armedic could not believe that there is a power capable of negating logic. Taking out his sword from its scabbard, Sable prepared to strike and said that this world is full of monsters. A moment later, he appeared behind the Knight of the World with a smile. Looking at him, he said that, unfortunately, he considers himself one of the highest-ranking monsters. After these words, many deep wounds appeared on the body of the Knight of the World. Fearing for his older brother's life, Reiki rushed to his side.
Ras, our medic, could not move from his place due to the weight of the wounded, and Sable, understanding the situation, already anticipated the elimination of the apostle, the goddess Pyro.
Overwhelmed with emotion, Ricky again began to use his divine power without realizing it. As soon as he approached the elder brother, there was a powerful burst of divine energy that began to destroy everything around. After that, Ras Armetic suddenly found himself on a hill and said that he did not expect that the first blade of Genesis Church would be able to repel him. Looking at him with a sly look, Sable wondered what kind of holy power it was. Sir Ras Armetic fully recovered his fighting ability and rushed into a furious attack. Overwhelmed with anger, he was not going to answer the enemy and said that if he wanted to know the answer, he should ask Janus. After that, he delivered many powerful blows with divine energy, but Sable was able to dodge each of them. The first blade of Janus jumped back and said that his father couldn't stand it when he was asked questions. He rushed into the attack, said that it would be better to cut the enemy with a sword instead of wasting time on questions. Ras Armetic barely managed to block his attack. The Knight of the World could hardly resist. The haughty Sable said that he would confess if he thought he could stop him. At the moment when Sable once again used the power of changing causality, Ras Armetic replied that he should not look down on them. Reiki, being on the sidelines, used his divine power, and the swordsman of the Church of Janus was unexpectedly wounded. The apostle of the Church Pyro joined the battle. The first blade of the Church of Janus fell to the ground because of the punishment of canceling the change of causality. If the causality, which cannot be dealt with, does not work, then damage is returned to the user of the ability. Using the body of her apostle, Pyro said that the swordsman is just a pitiful little man, unable to resist God's power. Despite the injury, Sable continued to laugh. With a malicious look, he said that the awakening of the apostle's powers at such a moment is too trivial a thing. Rising to his feet, the wounded swordsman of the Church of Janus recognized the magnificence of the divine power of the apostle and was amazed that it revived Sir Ras and nullified the ability to change causality. Unwilling to hear his high-minded speech, Ras shouted that he should shut up, after which he rushed to attack using the ability of justice. Despite the amount of released divine power, Sable was able to stop his attack with his bare fist. After that, he began to release his own energy, and from its power, the sword of the Knight of the World began to break. With a haughty smile, the swordsman of the Church of Janissa said that if the goddess Pyro could not come down to earth, then they all remain insignificant people who are not considered a hindrance to him. Due to ego pressure, Ras Armetic suddenly lost his blade. Seeing this, the Knight of the World could count only on the support of the apostle. With trembling hands, Reiki tried to use the ability of divine power, concentrating on the enemy. But at one point, Sable suddenly disappeared. He jumped up to deliver a powerful attack. While in the air, Sable gloats that this time the apostle will not be able to put up a protective block. Anna felt the danger and desperately shouted her older brother's name. But at the same moment, they heard a familiar voice that loudly uttered spells of intense pain and merging with lightning. Jamie suddenly joined the battle and delivered a crushing blow to the enemy who was in the air. After that, he shouted that Reiki must finish him off right now. The enemy was immobilized, and the apostle rushed to attack. Using divine power, he struck him with an incredibly powerful punch. The enemy flew tens of meters away from the strength of the trembling fist of the apostle. Reiki couldn't believe that he managed to do it. After that, Ras Armetic excitedly rushed towards the saint of the church. They did not expect that Jamie would come to their aid. Turning to Ricky, Jaime worriedly said that he thought things were going badly, and that's why he intervened. Ras Armetic explained that all this happened because of Sable. Hearing this name, Beryl asked if it was really the Marcus's assistant. Jaime also couldn't believe it, saying that it didn't occur to him even after using magic. At the same moment, a line appeared on the dark mage's neck that only Sir Beryl could see. In an instant, he realized that this was an enemy attack. He immediately pushed Jamie away from the attack site. Sable could still keep fighting. He gloatingly said that he was unlucky, because he had already aimed for the boy's neck and hoped to get rid of his problems. Due to the fact that Beryl was able to notice his attack, he admitted that the title of Swordmaster is not easily obtained. Reiki and Ras Armetic were simply shocked by the fact that their enemy survived such powerful attacks and even looked as if he was not wounded. With an insane smile, Sable pointed his terrifying blade at them and said that changing causality can be used not only to harm someone. Pointing to his broken hand, he said that he had to pay a big price to avoid death. At that moment, Sir Beryl thrust his sword into the surface and ordered everyone to step aside. The great swordsman lost his left arm while rescuing Jaime, but he was still going to finish off the enemy with his own strength. Looking at him, Sable said sadly that it would be boring, because without a second hand, Beryl would not be able to demonstrate his true strength. Restoring his body with the divine energy of Genis, Sable asked if Beryl really thought he could handle him in such a state. In response, Sir Onyx, confidently holding his sword, declared that he did not care, because his wind would cut any enemy to pieces. Jaime and the others left the battlefield due to danger and began to observe. Looking at the swordmaster, he realized that if it weren't for Beryl Onyx, they would all be dead by now. Ras Armetic came closer to him and asked if their comrade could make it. Jaime himself did not know what the outcome of the battle would be, so he replied that they would only have to watch. In any case, they had no chance to intervene in the battle of the swordmasters. The powerful energies of Beryl and Sable clashed in a fierce battle. Watching the enemy, Ras continued to think about how such an incredible ability as changing causality could exist. They already understood that Sir Beryl had learned something about the physical form of the power of changing causality, but even for him to resist such a force would not be easy. It was clear that if Sable can use this ability both defensively and offensively, then this power has infinite potential for use in battle. It was not known what the weaknesses of the power of the first swordsman Genis were. The situation on the battlefield began to clear up. Jaime understood that he could not sit quietly and watch. Demonstrating his superiority, the haughty Sable asked his opponent if he really believed that if he was also a master of the sword, he had at least some chance of victory.
Despite the chatter of the enemy, Beryl continued his attempts to launch a successful and deadly attack.
But at these moments, wounds began to appear on his body. Sable suddenly made a powerful attack, saying that Onyx had surrendered, as he had not considered their huge gap in experience. As it turned out, the appearance of the first sword of the Church of Genis was deceptive. It was difficult to tell its real age. But the fact remained that he was significantly superior to the Wind Swordsman and emerged victorious from their duel. Seeing his severe injuries, the guys decided that it would be a great idea to ask if everything was okay. Glancing at them, Sable warned that it was their turn. Jaime realized that now they could only rely on themselves. The enemy rushed to attack, and Rika, using divine power, shouted that he would stop him. Sable struck, but he failed to reach the apostle. He had to face the goddess barrier that Rika had applied. Addressing the saints and the dark magician, he asked if they had not forgotten that he also had access to divine power. Using divine power, he pronounced Pyro's pitiful barrier useless against his father's power. At the same moment, Jaime unleashed the power of the artifact he had obtained in the forest. Releasing a huge amount of Genis's divine power, he released the power of the sanctuary. Using the true power of the Knight Genis, he said with a mad look that everything should go according to his father's will. After that, he struck with terrifying destructive power. Reiki, with all his strength, resisted the unimaginable power of the enemy. Although he had awakened, his experience and abilities were still insufficient to create a barrier capable of withstanding such pressure. Pointing his sword in the direction of the young apostle, the haughty swordsman of the Genisa Church shouted that it was pointless to resist. As soon as he was able to overcome the barrier of the apostle of the Pyro Church, Ras Armetic, seeing the situation and not having a weapon in his hands, could only desperately shout the name of his younger brother. A moment before the barrier was broken and blood was spilled, Beryl Onyx was lying on the ground with severe injuries. In the cold rain, he apologized to Seers for not being able to make it. Suddenly for him, he heard a mental appeal where the young magician assumed that the swordsman of the wind at this moment was remembering someone's mother. Having risen a little, Beryl Onyx looked around with confusion. Strength appeared in his body again, and some unknown aura reigned around him. Jaime approached him. He asked him not to be afraid, and called it something similar to healing magic. At the last moment, before the destruction of the divine barrier, he contacted the swordsman with the help of his new artifact, and helped him regain a small amount of strength, and also said that he would save the swordsman's secret. Using the power of the guild, he called on the great swordsman to help them escape, saying that if he did not intervene, they would only be left with a wet place. Beryl Onyx became the one who spilled the blood of the enemy after the divine barrier was destroyed. When Sable asked how he managed to do this, the Wind Swordsman, enjoying his revenge, said that he had no idea. This attack exhausted all his strength and he lost consciousness. At the same moment, the wounded Sable saw that another attack was directed at him. Jamie, using the power of the artifact, created many cannons and fired charges of dark magic directly at the enemy. A powerful volley was directed at Sable from a safe distance, the magical force destroying everything in its path. Defending himself, Sable did not understand what kind of unimaginable power was causing him strange feelings. Despite this attack, he shouted that such tricks would not work with him. In response, Jamie increased his attack even more and shouted that his power should not be underestimated, as it was created to destroy people like him. Faced with the unimaginable power of dark energy, Sable, despite the demand for protection, began to lose control, and his divine power began to dissipate, and he lost his form as a Knight of Genus. After that, a powerful explosion occurred. When it seemed that everything was over, the guys no longer felt the presence of the enemy, but they could not find where Jamie had disappeared. Despite the fact that Jaime put all the rest of his strength into this attack, Sable survived again. Standing in front of the Dark Mage, he said with incredible malice that he was glad to be able to finish off such a threatening enemy right now. Seeing the condition of his comrade, Reiki rushed to his aid with a cry. Jamie, being also wounded and exhausted, could not even move. It seemed that it was simply impossible to help the Dark Magician at such a moment. Pointing his sword at Jaime, Sable bid him farewell with incredible bloodlust. This was the last thing the young magician saw before he woke up again in his grandfather's house. Next to him were his mother and sister, who, seeing that he had regained consciousness, excitedly shouted his name. Mrs. Sears hugged her son tightly and said in a trembling voice that if he ran away from home one more time, she would kill him. Even little Sarah repeated her words, which sounded extremely threatening. Apologizing, Jamie began to think about what had happened at the last moment. As it turned out, at the moment when Sable strikes, an impenetrable barrier appeared around the Dark Mage, from the collision with which the legendary sword of the Church of Genus was destroyed. At that moment, the Dark Magician noticed the glow of his artifact, which was given to him by his grandfather. He understood that that object really could be the thing that saved his life. While he was hiding from his mother and sister, who continued to call and scold him, he thought about where his grandfather got such an artifact. Turning to his mother, he asked if she had seen his necklace. As it turned out, when he was brought to the mansion, the necklace was on his neck. Mom took off the ego before putting the ego to bed. Everything became clear when he learned that this necklace was a gift from his grandmother, who had passed away before he was born. According to the mother, the grandmother's ego could predict the future. Meanwhile, in the southern region, the Bryan Desert, located more than 1,000 kilometers from Afton, Sable, who was trying to kill Jaime, suddenly found himself in this place. The unexpected light emitted by the necklace threw him from the northern region to the southern one. When he tried to deliver the last blow to the young Dark Magician who threatened their divinity, a strange girl and an impenetrable barrier created by her artifact appeared in front of him. At that moment, the swordsman of Genesa's church heard her voice, which asked him to stop offending her child. A girl unknown to him gently touched him and asked him to disappear somewhere further. After this touch, he began to fly with incredible speed in an unknown direction, after which he found himself in a desert far from Afton. She said that no matter what power he possessed, he would not escape this fate, as it had already been paid for. The worst circumstance was that he ended up in a place that was the territory of his old enemy. He began to run away, realizing that fighting in such a state was not an option. His failure was that his presence was calculated. A man with dark hair greeted the swordsman of the Church of Genus and addressed him using his real name. Sable, aka Cryan, saw in front of him his old enemy, surrounded by his followers, standing on a hill. With incredible tension, he realized that the worst had happened and Master Blazer caught him. Blazer is the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of the Sun God Ra. He looked directly into the eyes of his opponent and wondered why such a busy person like him decided to appear in such a remote place. After these words, he began to release his fiery power with the help of his incredible spear. He warned the enemy that if he did not begin to hide the truth, he would die quickly and painlessly. Seeing his incredible power, Cryan showed fear for the first time in a while, calling the enemy a real monster. The further fate of the first sword of the Church of Janus is unknown. Meanwhile, the funeral of Archbishop Seifer was held in Afton. To all present, he was a good-natured and polite man whose loss brought tears to their faces. Jamie, although he looked very sad, was thinking about something that would frighten everyone present. He wondered if he could turn the Archbishop into an undead, which would add to his team. With a smile on his face, he decided that he would not tarnish the precious memories of his comrades. Returning to his family and friends from church, he knew that he was no longer who he was before. Addressing Jaime, the apostle said that their goddess wanted to see him. Opening the door to the basement, he said that no light should be allowed from this place, which is their law. As soon as they entered, Jamie wondered what had become of their enemy. Reiki was surprised that he did not remember anything. All they saw was that Sable had disappeared instead of the young mage's glowing necklace. The apostle wondered if it was an artifact. Jaime answered that he himself did not fully understand, but he knows that he got it from his grandmother, who saw the future. Descending, they came to a place where a statue of the goddess Pyro was in the middle of a small pool. This place was called the Sanctuary of the Birth. Disgruntled Jamie wondered if she would really appear again for a couple of minutes, and then disappear like last time. Trying to create a connection with the goddess, Reiki asked him to show some respect to their patron. A few minutes later, the goddess appeared before Jaime, and her apostle left the sanctuary. At the time when Pyro wanted to start the conversation with words of gratitude, he felt incredible disgust. With a slightly tense and strange expression on her face, the goddess of mercy thanked the dark mage for the fact that with his help, they managed to strike Genis. At that moment, Jaime unexpectedly asked her to give him some of her power, because otherwise, his ego would be torn apart and he would die right in front of her. Only after his words did the goddess realize that she was not particularly attentive. She said that she completely forgot that people are such vicious creatures. Despite this, she convinced him that he should be proud of himself, because he is a man recognized by God himself. Jamie, listening to her thanks, could hardly contain himself, feeling the incredible discomfort of the presence of so much divine energy, which he sincerely hated. Meanwhile, real indignation was growing in the center of Janice's church. The high-ranking priest could not believe that their plan had failed, and Sir Cryan was missing, although he received incredible support in the form of a sword from their church treasury. His subject did not know how to answer, so he clarified that they searched every corner of Afton's territory, but did not find a trace of their first swordsman. The only thing they managed to find was the body of their knight Canna. The high-ranking priest was beside himself with rage, realizing what a terrible situation they were in. The divine object of the spirals of the battlefield, which triggers all kinds of simulations, showed that if they start a war without Sir Cryan, they will lose a lot of time. Also, instead of gaining an advantage by getting rid of Mistress Bell in the vast territory of Pyro's church, they gained even more political pressure from making a contract with demons. Clenching his fist angrily, he thought that according to their plan, success awaited them, after which they should take control of the situation into their own hands. But now they had no other choice but to wait for the return of their strongest swordsman. With incredible fury in his eyes, he ordered his charges to find Sir Creon and bring him back at any cost. While Master Bell and his daughter said goodbye to the Archbishop, Jamie continued his dialogue with the goddess. Pyro doubted his words, that he accidentally became Diablo Wolfer's heir while in the mysterious mountains. Jamie replied that he had nothing to add, as it happened by chance. The goddess was surprised that he claims that she should believe this nonsense. Despite this, she decided to humble herself, as she had something more important to do. This time, Jamie decided to ask the question first. He said that he knew that his spiritual teacher, Diablo, was her sworn enemy. Thinking about whether the other gods knew about his transmigration into the body of this boy, he wondered what had happened to his teacher. Leaning back, Pyro replied that she had no idea, but she saw that he was sealed in the realm of eternity, which is known as the primordial darkness. According to her, even the gods are not subject to anything in this space. When asked if he could escape, the goddess said that it was impossible and that they did not even think of leaving a deadly enemy where he could escape. Hearing this, Jamie covered his mouth so as not to show his gloating smile, because now it became clear that the enemies did not know anything, and they did not know that he was reborn. At the same moment, the goddess noticed a bracelet on his arm and said that she had not seen this item for a long time. She mentioned that she didn't expect the artifact that had caused them so much trouble to reappear in this world. Jamie replied that he was trying to find two more lost objects of his teacher. It is about the unbreakable alienation of the Almighty, as well as about the object called the God Slayer. Looking away, Pyro said that he can do what he wants, while she herself will pretend that she knows nothing about his plans. Jamie asked if she had really been expelled, and the goddess, seeing that he was not laughing, answered him. As it turned out, Genis formed an alliance with Lilia and Brahman. Drian cooperated with Hulan, Tantyrus, and Arbolado formed an alliance. Jillian and Oblivion also. Jaime was most tense when he heard that Ah-Ra, the Flame Emperor, and Pyro Goddess in their own right. According to the goddess, the Flame Emperor has always been a loner, but he rules more like an absolute god than a loner. The young mage replied that, judging by her words, she should hardly worry about the fact that she was left alone. In response, he heard her words full of hatred for Genis. She said that that god thinks that he is the hunting dog of the sun god, and he thinks that Ra abandoned him, and she was the one to blame. He plans to steal her power and rebel against the one he considered his master. Biting her lip from hatred, the goddess began to look incredibly frightening, saying that she did not believe that the poor puppy dared to cross all the borders. Feeling such rage, not only her facial expressions changed, but also the color of her hair. It became black. Jamie was concerned about her rage, but decided to continue the conversation by asking if this was the reason why she needed his power, despite the fact that he was a black mage. Sitting down in front of him, she said that his black mana is original and pure, unlike the evil power of pitiful creatures. Jaime was surprised at the change in her attitude because in the past she despised his dark magic. To make sure of her intentions, he reminded that he is the receiver of the worst enemy of the gods. Pyro took this as saying that he could not cooperate with her due to her being one of the 12 gods, then called it nonsense.
He put his fingers on Mayin's forehead. She reminded him as he himself had appeared before her, speaking of the name of Diablo Wolferi. Jamie, feeling her divine energy explain, it leads to the fact that
After his words, Pyro came to the conclusion that they must earn each other's trust. Holding his head, he asked how it could be done. Pyro suggested that he look at her palm. Taking off his glove, Jamie was shocked when he saw her symbol of promise. The news about this quickly spread among the holy servants of the Pyro Church, and they, with incredible joy, testified their sincere respect for the newly elected saint. Jamie felt extremely uncomfortable because instead of destroying the church, he continued to get closer to her and even got the goddess's promise. He said with difficulty that he was looking forward to working with them. A saint is someone chosen by God who received a mark on his body, because of which they begin to address him as a bishop. Although such people have no power in the world, they are not affected by any influence, as they are inviolable. At one point, Jamie is thanked for doing an incredible job protecting the sacred territory. When Sears heard about the danger, her son began to feel the pressure, and the priest decided to visit him a second time. Looking around, the young magician decided to change the topic of conversation and remarked with an awkward laugh that he had become a bishop, and now he could choose where to live, instead of sitting in any one church. Mrs. Sears shook her head, said that even though he and Walton joined the Pyro Church, he would have the hardest time believing that her son had become a saint at the age of 9. Hearing the mention of the holiday, little Sarah immediately wondered what it meant. With a sweet expression on his face, the grandfather said that he would explain to her the meaning of this mysterious word. But at the same moment, a subordinate came to them, saying that Sir Beryl had finally woken up. Sears immediately went to her father and said that she must go to him. Hitting his son on the head, she warned that everything is in order, as she should thank the swordsman for saving her unsupervised son. When she came, Sir Beryl was astonished. Fortunately, he managed to sew back the arm that he lost during the battle with the strongest swordsman of the Church of Genis. With some tension, but with a kind smile, Sarah sat down next to him and started a conversation. Their pleasant conversation touched not only on gratitude for his courageous concessions. Jamie heard that there was no more conflict between them. They talked as if they remembered their carefree childhood. Hearing what Sir Beryl answered, Jamie was only convinced that he really didn't know anything about emotions. After that, the young magician himself went to visit him and jumped on the bed, cheerfully and carelessly said that he was glad that his hand was able to grow back normally. Sir Beryl was amazed at his words and asked what kind of nonsense the impudent kid was throwing in the victim's face. Just as nonchalantly, Jamie replied that he was hardly a baby. After that, he suddenly heard words of thanks from the wind swordsman. Getting up, Jamie replied that he was not thanking him for anything, then asked what he wanted to tell him about. Sir Beryl wanted to know what the young mage knew about the frontier. He replied that he had heard that this was a suspicious organization seeking the truth of the world. Unexpectedly for him, the swordsman offered to go with him, said that there is a wizard of the 9th rank in the frontier. When he learned that he could teach him, Jamie assumed that the wizard was not human, and he was right. Despite this, Beryl was confident that with his help, he would be able to develop his talent. Feeling some discomfort, Diablo looked at the swordsman and thought that he could not believe that he was being offered to learn magic from someone who is an even more disgusting being. And yet, the dark mage could not call it stupidity, since Beryl did not know who he was. In response, Jamie surprised him with a phrase that he could do it himself. Beryl Onyx thought that he would think twice. He said that such a chance to learn from a great being, capable of single-handedly changing the whole world, is very rare. Jamie agreed that the 9th class of magical abilities is cool, but shared the opinion that he does not think that the being is so powerful that it will give him great prospects. With a sincere smile on his face, he explained that he didn't think that a 9th rank mage was that much stronger than him. After that, he thanked the swordsman with a stupid smile for the offer, after which he said that when the opportunity arose, they could meet again and have fun. He also admitted that he would be interested to learn about their leader, Isis. Hearing this, Beryl Onyx did not know how to respond. Having relaxed a little, he began to laugh and said that he would not mind having fun one day, after which he offered to visit them, where he would introduce him to their amazing leader. When Jamie returned, he saw a squirrel that was a reincarnated Valkyrie. She tearfully complained that her master had made a gross mistake when he forgot her in the forest. Jamie tried to explain that he had not abandoned her, but the nervous girl showed her character and furiously assumed that Jamie had already forgotten about her. Importantly, he put his hands on his sides. She asked him to honestly confess whether he had forgotten her or not. Making excuses, Jamie looked away and awkwardly said again that it wasn't so. He understood that if Venna was so evil, then she had managed to fully recover from the recent battles. Looking at her, he realized that the scarf around her neck, from which mana can be felt, is most likely an artifact that she received from him. Venna continued to complain about her hard lot, asking if he could guess how long it took to get home. Looking at her, Jamie was surprised that she could not fly, after which he assumed that her awakening was not complete. After these words, the artifact on Venna's neck began to release. A huge hammer of the Valkyrie Queen appeared in front of them and said that it would be better if he explained everything himself. As it turned out, at that moment, her blood temporarily awakened to save the hostess, and this happened as a result of her strong desire and the help of the artifact. Turning to the dark magician, the hammer called him a pitiful person and said that it would be better if he sincerely thanked her, because thanks to their work, he did not die at the hands of demons. Grasping the hammer by the handle, Jamie began to apply pressure and asked the student what was wrong with this artifact, saying that it must be possessed by a spirit if it suddenly disorganized itself. In response, Filion called him a baby and declared that he was not some kind of third-rate spirit. As soon as he continued to demonstrate his character, Jamie continued to taunt him and he fell awkwardly silent. Earlier, Venna thought that only she could hear his voice. Jamie returned to his original form again, said that this crackling sound came from her weapon, but he did not understand what it was about. Venna began to cry, thinking that she had lost her weapon, but Filion assured her that everything was fine. With a thoughtful face, Jamie concluded that since the previous awakening was temporary, then in order for her to be able to use her full potential and fully awaken, she needed to train hard. An equally important detail was that he managed to find a secret base of surviving Valkyries. Hearing that she was not alone, Venna could not hide her violent reaction. According to Tiburon, the secret base of the Valkyries is located in the deepest part of the great forest of Aryajad. When talking about that place, the hammer Filion called it the spring in which time flows.
I may warn the student that it would be very difficult to go there now. After all, in the great forest, it is difficult even for sword masters, not to mention that their level of abilities is still low.
After these events, time went much faster. To protect the personalities of Rika and Anna, as well as the fact that they are studying with priests, they moved to the Great Order of the Pyro Church. And also the Veltanov family also went on their way. In parting, Jamie again experienced the awkwardness of his relatives' loving kindness. And this time his grandfather was such a person. Sir Arak of the Church of Pyro, who was responsible for working with the Velton family, joined them and went to Hayes. Half a month later, they finally returned home. Joyful Master Argino could not contain his emotions at the reunion with his family. Sears and Sarah threw themselves into each other's arms. After that, Jamie appeared and solemnly announced that he had finally returned home. When Mr. Argino saw him, he could not contain his admiration and pride. When he came closer to his son, he noticed that he had changed noticeably and even grown a little. As the family enjoyed their reunion and slept happily, Jamie recalled the important lessons he had learned during his time at Afton. After all the events, when he visited Beryl Onyx, he wondered what the sword meant to him. Jamie wanted to know what a sword means to a swordsman. In response, Beryl remembered that he had been called a demon in the past. For him, the sword of his ego is self-reflection. Only after repeated regrets and self-pity did it occur to him that he was not just brandishing a sword, but displacing hatred. According to him, only after such realization was he able to become a master of the sword. During a conversation with the goddess Pyro, he asked if she could tell him about the forgotten history of mankind. In response, the goddess said that she might still be able to. But the problem was that there is a key word in this story, because of which she cannot tell about it now. Once he uttered this word, all the gods will know about the situation, and no one will be able to prevent what should happen. If someone hears this secret, then the gods will know immediately. And when it happens, the supporters of the hardline will send a detachment of enslavement to kill the culprits. Jaime assumed that revenge would be carried out by the dragon god Brahman. He turned out to be right, and the goddess answered that his children, i.e. dragons, would set in motion that would irreversibly change the world. Clenching his fist angrily, Jaime realized that this was a repeat of the situation Ganon faced. If he talks about how the great Diablo Wolfer is now, one can definitely say that he still cannot stand even against one god. Remembering the past, he thought that despite all his efforts and incredible power, he had no chance to win against all the gods. Therefore, he decided that he should change his approach and this time make sure that he did everything possible to not give the enemy a chance to survive. The next morning, Jamie came to his father's training ground. Mr. Argino was surprised, because it was rare for his son to be on the training ground. Jamie replied that he wanted to say something important. What was being talked about in such a context was a mystery, and the father offered to tell him. To everyone's surprise, Jamie enthusiastically announced that he wanted to learn swordsmanship. Meanwhile, standing in front of the picture of his beloved, Mr. Bell remembered her words that she hated force. She said that all her family members died because of this senseless power. The grandfather of the dark magician promised that he would be able to protect her so that she would not have to use this power again. Now he began to understand what she was talking about when she received her prediction about their grandson. She did not predict betrayal on the part of the mercenary who saved him every time he needed his strength. This was his personal assistant, but he understood that Tina, his wife, had no opportunity to say that he was a traitor, because she had no need to risk what was left of her life after creating a protective artifact, for which she paid with part of her time. Having created a necklace, Tina gave it to her husband and said that he would immediately understand when the one to whom it would be given would appear. At that moment, he did not understand why she needed to be responsible for what would happen in the distant future. She did not keep her promise, in which she renounced the use of family power. Turning to her husband, Tina asked him not to cry, because for the first time she felt pride in her strength. Handing over the necklace, she mysteriously asked Marcus to believe her and look after the child. Her last words were a request that her husband not give a child that would continue their family line and become a catastrophe for this world. Sir Arak from the Pyro Church, who is responsible for working with the Veltanov family, when meeting with the head of the family, admitted that it was a great honor for him to be a guest of the royal swordmaster. Mr. Argino thanked him for the journey he had made to their lands and said that it was sad for him that Archbishop Saphir had passed away. With a serious look, he admitted that he did not expect that the Genus Church would involve the demonic clan in its devilish plans. With a smile on his face, Master Tedra thanked him for his concern and declared that their church would not forget the Count's help. Clenching his teeth nervously, Argino angrily said that if only his hands had not been tied, he would have attacked Jenna's church without delay. Sears was surprised to see such anger on her husband's face. Mr. Welton promised that for the fact that they involved his family in all this, the scoundrels from the genie's church would definitely pay. Folding his hands in front of him, Mr. Isaac promised that their church would provide all possible support if he began to act. According to him, such responsiveness is their cooperation. After these words, they said goodbye. Mr. Isaac left the hall, and Mr. Argino continued to think anxiously about the situation and the impending danger from the Genus Church, from which anything could be expected. At one point, Sears distracted him by asking him what he was thinking. He replied that he was worried not only about the danger from the enemies, but also that he did not expect that Jamie would become a saint of the Pyro Church. It was also surprising that their organization allowed him to work without being connected to the church. In response, Sears suddenly began apologizing, feeling guilty, saying that she should have watched her son better. Trying to calm her down, Mr. Argino said that hardly anyone would be able to stop the 9-year-old magician of the 6th grade. Despite this, it was not possible not to worry about what was happening. Pyro's church was on the verge of war with Janus, and at the same time, Jaime became a saint. With a worried smile, Sears asked if he was worried that the war would swallow their boy. She remembered that before they left the Bell family's estate, her father had told her that, most likely, Jamie had been chosen because of the war. It was more logical to assume that he himself could put forward his candidacy for the sake of his friend Rika, who became an apostle. Placing his hand on his wife's hands, Mr. Argino said that he was worried about her condition. The lady suddenly began to tremble, and with tears in her eyes, said that she was very afraid if something happened to her son. Argino tried to calm her down, said that he would definitely return him in case of disaster. Despite this, Sears continued to cry, saying that even so, the situation scared her. Wiping her tears, she remembered that her mother had told her that despite her fear, she should continue to believe in her son until the very end. In response, the caring Master Argino asked her to rely on her husband. He promised her that no one would hurt their child, not even the gods would dare. After this conversation, Jaime's words about wanting to learn swordsmanship were extremely unexpected. Mr. Argino, not believing his ears, asked him to repeat. Jamie had already managed to find a training wooden sword. Standing in front of his father, he asked to teach him the family sword techniques. Realizing that he was not going to give up magic, Argino awkwardly suggested that his son would learn to wield a sword for self-defense. But in response, Jamie confidently said that this is not the case because he wants to fully master the family sword techniques. It was very difficult to hear such a thing for the head of the family, which from the very beginning relied only on the power of the sword. Turning around, Mr. Argino refused his son, said that he did not take the sword seriously. Jamie tried to convince his father otherwise, but he said that it would not be possible to learn their sword techniques at the same time as magic. Knowing his son's talent for magic, he thought that Jamie thought it would be just as easy for him with a sword. Therefore, the master said that the sword must be taken seriously, while Jamie does not have such an attitude, which is why it simply cannot be learned. In response, the son said that he sincerely wanted to learn this art. All this time, Mr. Welton was walking towards the training wooden swords. Taking one of them in his hands, he directed it towards his son and seriously said that if Jamie is firm in his intentions, then he should prove it. Of course, the swordmaster seemed like a serious opponent, but Master Argino promised that he would not use aura. On the other hand, he allowed his son to use whatever he wanted and also encouraged him to accept the blows of his sword. Jamie, focusing on his energy, specified that in this case he would resort to using magic. After that, he called a black man, who looked as if he was ready for any challenges of fate. With a serious look, Mr. Walton said that Jamie could use all the techniques at his disposal. He declared that he would take up his son's studies if he managed to block at least one of his blows. Seeing what was happening, Master Welton's students began to discuss the situation, saying that Lady Sarah had been practicing swords for a long time, while it was too late for the young master to take up such a thing. Jamie heard their conversations, but thought that he did not expect anything else from his father. Glancing at Mistress Welton, she was once again convinced that his skill level could be compared to Sable's abilities, if not higher. but it became more frightening at the moment when he realized that he did not feel his energy. Mr. Walton and his son agreed to start a battle. Jaime planned to break his father's wooden sword, knowing that since he was not using aura, it was possible. A moment later, the great swordsman charged. Diablo Wolfer was surprised by his speed and did not understand whether he was seriously planning to kill his child. At the same moment, Jamie ordered the black man to attack. But Mr. Welton, possessing incredible reflexes, did not feel any danger. The magic arrow launched by Chernish could not follow the trajectory of the moving swordmaster. Approaching point blank to his son, Mr. Walton instructively said that the sword is not so simple. Before the blow, he warned Jamie with a serious look that it would hurt. With a determined look, the dark mage replied that he had already said that he was serious. After that, he rushed forward using the magic of the Hand of Destruction. In an instant, Mistress Walton's sword was destroyed, just as Jaime had planned. Despite the success, the young magician was not going to stop. Using the magic of destruction, and on the second hand, he aimed a blow at his father, realizing that this was the only way to prove to him that he was determined. At the last moment, Mr. Welton easily stopped his ego attack. The duel was over, and the father asked with admiration where Jamie had learned such magic. The guy replied that he created it himself. After these words, Mr. Welton finally understood the words of Grandmaster Marcus that his child did not need a teacher. Now the conversation changed because Argino was convinced that his son was serious about his intentions. And yet, based on the success of his battle, he called his talent for magic incredible and once again asked if he really wanted to learn swordsmanship. Jamie answered with a sincere look that he was firm in his decision and never underestimated fencing. He firmly stated that education was important to him not just to be cool, but for the sake of his future. The father excitedly asked what kind of future he was talking about. Jamie replied that he probably guessed what he was talking about. As an argument, he said that he learned a lot after the incident in Afton, especially that magic alone is not enough. It was necessary to become stronger in order to be ready to face what fate had in store. He was sure that his father understood this very well. Mr. Walton began to understand that his dear family life was changing, because even though his son was young, he had long ceased to be a child. At the end, Jamie shouted that he was determined to meet the challenges that fate had in store for him. Having such a son is an honor for any father. Mr. Walton treated this with respect, and turning around, warned his son that classes would begin the next day at 6 o'clock in the morning. Jamie received this news with incredible joy. Meanwhile, lovely ladies were driving to their mansion. Rebecca, looking out of the window of her carriage, smiled and thought about how she wanted to meet the young master. Despite the fact that the day was productive, Jamie did not stop. Putting on gloves, he was about to leave the mansion to attend to his own affairs. At that moment, he wanted to take the Valkyrie with him, but she, having transformed into a squirrel, continued to sleep. Trying to hide from Sarah's attention, she made her cry when she suddenly disappeared, although in reality she turned into a sheet of paper. Jamie decided that this time he would leave the mansion without her, and yet he could not let her go just like that, and decided to teach her a lesson for her ridiculous behavior. Touching her, he sent her to the bed where her younger sister slept. Venna did not even suspect what kind of torture awaited her after sleep. The next morning, as his father had said, Jamie left the house at 6 in the morning. He wondered what his training would be like. In fact, he did not think to immediately start learning the secret techniques of the family. Although he is the youngest patriarch of the family, he understood that even so, it would still be difficult for him to learn something without knowing the basics. Resolutely clutching the sword, he headed for the platform, confident that he would succeed with the sword in the blink of an eye. More important was the confidence that the physical abilities of this body are extremely clear. In his veins flowed the blood of a famous family of swordsmen, so he also had strength thanks to the beat of life. He was determined to surprise his father, but when he arrived at the site, he saw the vice-captain of the Knightly Order of Fear. Mr. Hamilton Leonardo declared that starting from this day, he would be engaged in his training. With an awkward smile, Jamie, not understanding what was happening, decided to check whether his father should teach him. In response, the master, with a brutal scar on his face, angrily asked how a child who had just begun to master the sword could think of training with the swordmaster himself. It was clear that for the first time his training would be done by Master Leonardo. Meeting him in such a situation for the first time, Jamie began to understand that he was hardly a cheerful interlocutor. First of all, he wondered why his teacher did not bring a wooden sword with him. In response, Mr. Leonardo suddenly said that he would not need it. Pointing to the field, he said that Jamie was going to run on the training field.
As Jaime awkwardly started thinking about how he came to learn how to wield a sword, Master Leonardo shut up.
Putting a ridiculous cap on his head, he called Jamie a new recruit and solemnly declared that he would be his instructor from now on. Jamie could not believe that now he would have to obey his father's word. Moreover, the instructor Leonardo even paid attention to the rules of subordination, and now their training has acquired a truly official character. Jamie begrudgingly agreed with the rules. As soon as the instructor noticed that he did not hear his determination, Jamie shouted with all his might that he would try. After these words, the instructor suddenly put on sunglasses and, trying to look cool, said that he was happy to start training. 3 hours later, Jamie continued to run in circles, despite the fact that he was under the scorching sun. Watching his son's training from the window, Mr. Walton noted with a smile that he considered Hamilton the best among instructors. As expected, Sears, who also observed the training, complained that his methods were too strict. The master, although he felt regret for the fact that he had unleashed the discontent of his beloved wife, replied that the instructor must be like that if they do not want to tarnish the name of their family. In addition, he was confident that similar methods are only a little strict. In addition, according to him, this was only the beginning, because when the son begins to master the sword, he will not let go of everything, despite his status. When his mother asked if it was possible to be gentler, Argino awkwardly replied that his father had never been gentle with him. After that, he said in a sweet tone that he had forgotten to warn her about some sudden event. When Mrs. Sears found out that Viscount Valle's family was heading to them, she was simply shocked. Making excuses, Mr. Argino decided to relax the situation, said that they still had a whole day to prepare a solemn reception for the named brother. Hurrying to her room, Sears replied that this is why they need to prepare even better. She angrily said that she would go first because she didn't even know where to start. As soon as she left the room, Mr. Argino was left in uncomfortable solitude. He understood that, judging by the reaction of his beloved wife, he would have to be easier with his son if she asked him again. On the other hand, he understood that if this happened, it would only make things worse for Jaime. After another 2 hours, nothing has changed. Jamie had been running nonstop for 5 hours straight. The instructor, not losing his vigilance, considered his endurance impressive. He also could not ignore the fact that the young hostess was only 9 years old. As he continued to run, Jamie was ready for anything. But by this time, he never had to use mana or holy energy. He ran only thanks to his physical strength. Observing this, Hamilton Leonardo remembered the Count's words that he, despite a slight disappointment, could not refuse his son to study the magic he had chosen. Seeing the abilities of the young master with his own eyes, he was sure that Jamie was talented not only in magic. At that moment, he shouted to the recruit and allowed him to stop. But Jamie did not react and continued to run with all his might. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the instructor asked him to stop in a calmer tone. Feeling his hand, Jaime looked around with an incredibly creepy look. The instructor was shocked to see so much power in his eyes. Recognizing Mistress Leonardo, Jamie stopped. An exhausted guy asked the instructor if this was the end of training. Bewildered, Leonardo could not hide his surprise and said that that was all for the day. With the words that this is a relief, Jamie said that now they can relax. After these words, he fell to the ground. Taking off his glasses, the surprised instructor did not know what he should write in the report about the moment when he saw the look of the young master. In the evening, Jamie woke up in his own bed, not knowing who he was and where he was. As soon as he looked around, he saw Sarah and asked why she was standing here with tears in her eyes. The girl answered with incredible sadness and trembling in her voice that she thought her little brother was gone. Taking her by the hand and putting his head to her forehead, he sweetly said that everything is fine now. Venna was in Sarah's other hand. Turning to the teacher, she tearfully said that it was an incredible test and now she wants to rest. With some mockery, Jamie replied that it was much more difficult for him, so the squirrel should suffer a little more. To help his sister, he suggested that she calm down, played with a squirrel. After that, Mr. Walton came into their room and with a kind smile was surprised that his son had recovered. Jamie, as befits a loving son, greeted him with a kind and pleasant smile. Sarah's emotions were the same, but at the same time, Venna, who was in her mouth, experienced incredible discomfort. Raising his daughter in his arms, Mr. Walton said that he was proud of her because she had been watching her brother all this time. After that, he offered her to taste the cookies that the nanny had baked for her. Together with the squirrel and the babysitter, joyful Sarah went to eat cookies. Closing the door, Mr. Welton said that he thought that Jamie would not even be able to move after such loads. Jamie answered that fortunately, everything is fine. In fact, he couldn't thank the bead of life for helping him recover. The artifact that stores the life force that he absorbed long before going to Afton, all this time helps him recover and physically develop. Sitting down on the bed, Walton said that Jamie must have been surprised when he saw Mistress Leonardo on the playground, because he expected that he would be the one to teach him.
Pleasantly hitting his son on the head, the swordmaster said that before he could learn from him, his son still had a lot to learn.
After that, he praised him for his efforts and called him incredible. A little confused, Jamie asked what happened at the end of his training. He said that he was definitely running, but from a certain moment, he does not remember anything. Mistress Leonardo's report said that the young mistress ran for more than 5 hours. This result was much more than expected. The instructor noted the incredible endurance and amazing strength of the student's spirit. Remembering this, Mr. Welton said that he should not worry, as he had successfully passed the training. Jamie was glad to hear this and asked what would happen next. Looking at his son, the Count experienced strange sensations. When Mr. Walton trained like Jamie, being the most talented in the history of the family, he could set the record in only 3.5 hours. With a joyful laugh, he told his son that from the next day he would start training with the sword. Jaime happily said that in that case he didn't have to run anymore. So that he would not relax, Mr. Welton explained that to maintain his stamina, he would still have to do something similar. Seeing his son's sad reaction, he said that if he doesn't want to, then they can pretend that he didn't start sword training. Having made sure that his son is full of determination and is not afraid of such tests, Mr. Welton warned him that while studying the basics, he would spend some time with Hamilton. According to him, if the student takes it lightly, then it will go sideways. The father warned that when Hamilton begins to study, he becomes a terrible person. Jamie felt uncomfortable, realizing that he would have to see that hat and glasses again. To encourage his son, the swordmaster said that if he succeeds, then he will receive training in his vision of the dagger, one of the styles of their family. Jamie was incredibly happy to hear that. Hugging his son, the caring father warned that it would be difficult, but he said that he was confident that he would definitely manage. At the next lesson, Mr. Leonardo tried to find holes in his student's determination, said that he was probably upset, that his instructor was some kind of expert and not a master of the sword, which his father was. Jamie tried his best to hide his emotions, but it was difficult for him. His body was beginning to tremble due to the fact that he had gone a little overboard with his individual training a few hours before he came to the instructor. Using the Gremia artifact, later that night, he created a training center right above his father's territory. Together with himself, he took a Valkyrie, that she could not believe that after a hard day of torture with the younger sister of the hostess, they were going to train. Despite her tears, Jamie reminded them that they should remember what he said earlier. The world was changing rapidly, and he understood that they would be at the center of all events. The girl was surprised by his determination. Clenching his fist, Jaime thought that in order to stand up to the gods, he needed to become much stronger. At the same moment, he was surprised by Venna, who suddenly jumped up and shouted that she would make every effort to meet the expectations of the hostess. After saying that the training would be hellish, her enthusiasm suddenly ended. In fact, this is how their training began within the confines of the building created by his powerful artifact. After a truly hellish training session, they could not stand up and were on the verge of losing consciousness. Looking at the trembling in the body of the young master, the instructor considered it his own merit, thought that yesterday's run had exhausted him a lot. But even so, he was not going to indulge him. To begin with, he handed the young mistress a training sword. Leonardo, the instructor, began teaching the basics by saying that blows are divided into cutting and stabbing. After that, he demonstrated all possible directions of the sword when delivering slashing and stabbing blows. Seeing this, Jamie realized that learning each stroke was going to be much more difficult than he expected. After the demonstration, the teacher asked what the young master's opinion was. Jamie answered with a happy face that Master Leonardo has a great sword. In response, the stern instructor scared the boy that if he answered clumsily, he would continue to run in circles. To correct the situation, Jamie said that he was most impressed with his leg movement. Jamie explained that he watched the master's steps connect all the movements together as he uses his muscles incredibly. The instructor was incredibly surprised when he heard from the young student that, although he does not put much force into his movements, he thereby significantly increases the power of his blows. Seeing the instructor's reaction, Jamie did not understand why he was so surprised. Even 60,000 years ago, Diablo Wolfer heard from one of the masters of the sword the phrase that all movements begin with steps. The instructor began to be silent, and Jaime was surprised to ask if everything was okay. When Leonardo came to himself, he replied that the assumptions of the young master were correct. I changed the topic a little. The instructor said that despite all these details, the agenda is much simpler. Jamie was shocked when he heard that he was being asked to repeat all his movements 1,000 times. Accepting the order, the young master set to work and began diligently to repeat the movements of the teacher. Watching the student, Instructor Hamilton thought about planning to kill him with the basics of swordsmanship within a year. But now he understood that even 3 months would be a lot, given the student's incredible talent. At one point, Hamilton asked the ego to stop. The instructor warned the student that he had to leave and he had to finish the repetitions before his return. Hearing this, the young master sighed with relief, thinking that at last there was an opportunity to rest. Everything was fine, but it was uncomfortable for him to work under the instructor's gaze. And yet he did not regret starting this training. Now it seemed to him that the sword could be very funny. The more attempts he made, the more ideas with a combination of magic and sword came to his head. Stepping forward, he began to move a little more aggressively and a little more carefully. Jaime began to improve his understanding, making his swings stronger and more violent. Looking at the sword, he assumed with a smile that in the near future it would lead him to a new direction. All this time, the black man recorded his movements so that Jamie could use the recording for further training. Having done enough exercise, he offered his pet to finish. But in one moment, he felt the presence of a person right in front of the training ground. The vital energy of the uninvited guest was strange, and he thought that it might be an intruder. Without any delay, the guy used the teleport skill and in the blink of an eye appeared behind the stranger. After that, he rushed towards the intruder with a shout about how he dared to enter the territory of the Walton family. Addressing the stranger, he called his audacious act extremely brave. But after a moment, he saw in front of him a frightened Ash, who began to fear that her life had come to an end. Jamie stopped, not understanding what she was doing here. Sitting down on the bench, Ash sighed heavily, said that she thought she was going to die because of the sudden thirst for blood. In response, Jamie asked if she was a wind spirit. Looking at her, he thought that if she can keep spirits up in the current world, then she is at least a mid-level summoner. Jamie was surprised that she must not have been fooling around since they last saw each other. In response, the girl joyfully shouted that she had been training hard and a high-level spirit had come to her. Sensing her energy, Jamie doubted that she had a contract with just such a being. According to her, it is a high-level wind spirit called Rapid. This is a well-known spirit that helps the king with the wind spirit Sylphide. But as it turned out, when Ripid came to her, he simply looked and disappeared. But the next day, she was able to summon Sylph. Bragging, she declared that her sister is much cooler in terms of enlistment. Jamie was surprised when he heard that Rebecca could already summon high-level spirits. Ash cheerfully continued the conversation, said that she knew that the young Master Walton would be surprised. Their Vicomte Vale was also amazed. During the meeting with the high-level spirit of his daughter, he even lost the gift of speech. Realizing this, Jamie thought that Mistress Visconte's reaction was not surprising. The fact that Rebecca summoned a high-level spirit at such an age meant that she was as talented as Jamie himself. It was clear that this is due to the fact that Mrs. Vale is the reincarnation of his beloved from the past. The King of Spirits, Elkines, was attentive to the soul of the one with whom he entered into a contract. At the same moment, Ash suddenly started screaming. She said with fear that she had forgotten that her father had asked her not to tell anyone about it. Hearing this, Jamie breathed a sigh of relief. The heads of two families met in the hospitable Velton estate. There was no news from the Genus Church yet, but Mr. Arjuna was sure that they would soon make a decision whether to dissolve their religion or start a war. Moreover, according to the information obtained by Mr. Vale, it became known that the leader of the Seven Knights Genus is still missing. According to the Tigers, the secret intelligence organization of the Eastern Nobles, Cryan has not yet returned to the main temple of Genus. Mr. Walton understood that when this monster returns, Janus Church will start a bloody war. Having received a report on the events in Afton, Mr. Welton learned that even the master of the sword and his first serious opponent in duels, Beryl Onyx, could not become an opponent of Cryon. He wondered if he himself would be able to cope with such an enemy. During the meeting of the two families, Jamie came late and apologized. Sir Viscount replied that everything was fine, as he had heard that the young master was learning the art of the sword of the Walton family. The head of the Volley family asked him to try, said that there were big hopes for him. Jamie was truly grateful for Ego's words of encouragement. At the same moment, Ash turned to him and hit her older sister on the head. Seeing the young master's gaze on her, she tried to praise him, but at the moment, she was overcome by feelings, and she could not finish her speech. She lowered her eyes to the table. Diablo Wolfer, being deprived of feelings since ancient times, did not understand what was happening to her. Her behavior seemed a little strange, and this feeling did not let him go even during training. He saw her for the first time after the ball, and did not understand why she seemed to be avoiding him. Seeing how Jamie's student continued to think about something, the instructor shouted that he was asking him to clear his head and concentrate. As soon as the guy started making excuses, Leonardo asked him not to joke and made him stand up. After that, he made sure that he finished the repetitions practiced with the sword. Taking a wooden sword in his hands, the young master prepared himself before demonstrating his skills. He seemed simply incredible because in one day he mastered everything that his instructor told him about. His movements were precise and strong. Even the blows he demonstrated showed that he had succeeded in mastering the sword in just one day. Mr. Leonardo could not utter a word. He did not understand how the young master achieved such an ideal hitting technique in just one day. When Jamie finished, he whispered to himself with some disappointment that he thought it was terrible, but in response, the instructor, confused by his behavior, said that everything is fine, and now he can start learning the steps. According to him, the former head of the clan created these movements for masters of their technique. It was Cherbyl Velton, grandfather of the young magician. After that, Leonardo demonstrated a skill called 100 Cs. Jamie was surprised, and the instructor remarked that he was probably wondering if they were real. Demonstrating leg movements, the instructor showed the application of this great skill. Jamie froze, realizing that it was like a resonance corresponding to someone's movements. It was clear to him that using the steps of 100 Cs, Mana controls space. 4 hours later, the young master continued to practice this ability, but could not figure out how to do it. It seemed to him that Hamilton was doing exactly the same thing, but despite this, there was no result. Looking down at his feet, the boy decided that his mana was not working as it should. Ego was not very encouraged by the instructor's words that every knight of the family is capable of using 100 Cs. The taunt that Jamie would be the first to fail only plunged him into despair even more. Seeing the impudent face of the instructor who mocked his failure, Jamie went crazy. For the first time, he was so stuck at the training stage, even including the past life, in which everything went smoothly. The mana used for martial arts is different from the mana used for magic. At one point, he saw drops of water and realized that they belonged to the owner of the spirit of water. Jamie ran forward and saw a shy Rebecca around the corner, who was afraid to come closer to him. Addressing her, he said that there was no point in hiding, as her presence was easy to determine. The shy girl looked out from around the corner and started laughing awkwardly. Using her power, she summoned some water and shared it with Jaime. Quenching his thirst, the boy thanked the shy daughter of the Volley family for her concern. Seeing that she was afraid of his eye contact, he continued to wonder why she was behaving like that. Leaning even closer to her, he said that he could see that she wanted to tell him something. The girl began to feel even more embarrassed, not knowing what to answer. In the end, she still admitted that she thought about him a lot. After that, she asked him for his opinion, why she starts to feel shy when she sees him, and her heart seems to jump. In response, the ridiculous Jamie replied that he did not understand what the matter was. In fact, although he was deprived of most emotions, he understood that during that small conversation during the ball of the Simon family, she most likely managed to fall in love with him due to the fact that he is the reincarnation of his beloved. In order not to aggravate the situation, he decided to change the subject and said that he had heard that she was calling high-level spirits. The girl, experiencing awkwardness, realized that Ash had told everything. She admitted that it was true, but she was only able to summon them for a short time. After that, he said that he was surprised that the promising magician began to practice with the sword, studying the skills of his family. Jamie explained that magic alone is not enough for him, but with weapons it is quite difficult. Unexpectedly for him, the girl noticed that his movements looked as if it was unpleasant for him to do this. In fact, that's what Indairan said, a high-level spirit she can talk to without summoning him. Although the spirits do not know much about human techniques, she mentioned that Indairan said that the movements should be natural, as the right hand goes in rhythm with the left foot. It seemed to them that Jamie was doing exercises because of strength. Hearing this, the young magician thought that their words were true. After that, dear Rebecca advised him to try to trust the flow, to follow the direction of the wind and water. She was sure that he would definitely succeed. After thinking about her words, Jamie came to the conclusion that he was too clever with the use of the steps of 100 Cs. After that, he silently got up from the bench and went towards the training ground. The girl was surprised that he decided to silently leave her alone. But as it turned out, he could not allow himself to be distracted, as he understood an important truth thanks to her words of support. Heading to the training ground, he thought that martial arts were not the same as magic. Since he could not control his mana, he decided to trust the natural flow, as advised by the girl who was the reincarnation of his beloved. After a moment, the result appeared, and he had the feeling that he was not walking, but dancing with pleasure. An incredible amount of mana appeared around him, and he wondered if he could use a similar approach with magic. Focusing on magic, Jamie combined the use of 2 different types of mana. Watching him, the spirit noted that the guy is very talented, but added that there are hundreds of such talents all over the world. But at one point, he swallowed his words about it when he saw how incredible the control of his power turned out to be. Sensing danger, he turned to Rebecca and asked her to leave further. A powerful energy began to rage around Jaime, and his steps turned into something incredibly threatening. A large pool of mana began to spread across the entire site. Watching him, Rebecca was forced to create a water shield around herself. Due to the strong pressure from the young master, she could barely stay on her feet. She had to call the spirit of water for help, fearing to get hit. While under protection, she excitedly shouted at Jaime, fearing that he might suffer from his own power. Hearing her voice, Jamie stopped. The surface under his feet was destroyed, and he realized that he had gone a little too far with the combination of 2 different types of mana. Sensing the terrifying power from the site, the agitated father rushed to his side. When he came, he asked with fear in his eyes if everything was all right. Looking around, he thought angrily about who had dared to cause this burst of energy and where the presumptuous intruder had gone. At the same moment, he saw his named brother. The Viscount ran towards his daughter, who was near the epicenter of the events. Rebecca was safe, thanks to the power of her water spirit. The worried father hugged her, showing how afraid he was that she might get hurt. Turning to his son, the angry father asked where the offender had gone. Feeling considerable awkwardness, Jamie pointed a finger at himself and admitted that it was his hands, because he used 100 Cs and unconsciously strengthened this technique. Hearing this, the Count could not believe that he was able to use such advanced and heavy equipment that his father had created. But even so, he did not understand how this technique could cause such an explosion of energy, because the training field was created from a special alloy capable of withstanding the aura of swordsmen. Apologizing, Jaime explained that this happened because he thoughtlessly tried to combine the ability of 100 Cs with magic. Mr. Welton was wary. The technique of the 100 Cs was finished, and even he himself could not improve it. He could not believe that his son had thought of combining 100 Cs with magic to increase its power so much that it would destroy an alloy capable of withstanding the aura of a swordsman. Looking at his son, he understood that this was possible only thanks to the fact that he chose both magic and a sword. At the same moment, the instructor appeared in front of them in his ridiculous hat and sunglasses. Master Leonardo turned to the mistress and said that now he was convinced that the young master's training was completed. He stated that Jaime was ready to learn the dimension-splitting sword. We are talking about a secret family technique capable of dividing space. Jamie couldn't believe his words because he only started studying the base a few days ago. But at the same moment, the father explained that only a couple of chosen knights possess the technique of 100 Cs. Hearing this, the young magician looked at the instructor in disbelief that he had deceived him and made him feel disgusting. The father awkwardly explained that when the Walton Knights cannot master this technique, they often simply leave the order. With some tension in his eyes, Jaime looked at Master Leonardo and said that now it is not surprising to him why the technique turned out to be so complicated. Trying to relax the situation, he turned to the young master and said that their order was truly incredible. As expected, the father understood that his son's great success had consequences. He thought for a long time about whether it was a coincidence that such a talented child was born in such unstable times. Nevertheless, he decided not to worry in vain and continue his studies. He praised his son and warned that from the next day, he would take over his education. Jamie was overwhelmed with joy and could not contain his emotions when he heard the long-awaited words from his father. After that, the instructor turned to his student. He admitted that he didn't know how to train a dimension-splitting sword, but warned him that it would be incredibly difficult. Jamie resolutely replied that there would be no problems. Master Leonardo liked this attitude and praised him for his aspiration. After that, he gave him a gift in the form of his red hat and said that it was a sign that he had successfully completed his training. He hoped that Jaime could become a great knight. After hearing his instructions, the young master thanked him for his care and said that he was grateful because he had taught him a lot. With a smile on his face, Leonardo admitted that he also managed to note something for himself. Enjoying a snack, the young owner decided to renew his energy, being on the balcony. He was thinking that although his father did not want to distract him from training, it was hard to believe that he was silent about such a meeting until the last. It was obvious to him that for everyone, it was just a welcome banquet for Viscount Vale, but the real goal was hidden behind a veil of secrecy. While addressing the important guests, Sir Walton said that they are all certainly aware of the tense situation in the kingdom. He said that the Janus Church attacked his wife's hometown and put his family in danger. Addressing the crowd, he warned them that the disgusting concessions of the Janus Church would not end there and that a war would soon begin that would involve the entire continent. That is why Count Richter Simon came to their ball to discuss a plan to fight against the Janus Church. Addressing his allies, he declared that they, the nobles of the East, would participate in this battle, and this banquet would become the stumbling block of this future. Secluded on the balcony, Jamie suspected that the real purpose of the meeting was to prepare for the inevitable conflict. At the same moment, the ego was suddenly interrupted by Ash, appearing out of nowhere. Jamie wondered why she was without Rebecca. In response, the girl asked why he addressed her especially, but addressed her as usual. The guy explained that this was due to the fact that they had not yet discussed such a relationship with her. With some tension, Ash assumed that it was because she looked more like an adult girl. Hearing these words, Jamie suddenly assumed that Ash was jealous of his older sister. At such a sudden phrase, Ash hesitated and nervously said that he was not talking about it. After that, she assumed that Jamie likes her older sister. Jamie coldly replied that it was not true. He thought about the fact that he, a 60,000-year-old dark magus, would not have liked a child. In fact, it was a question to himself, because he was not sure of his feelings. Hearing his words, Ash leaned against the railing of the balcony and sighed with relief. Looking at her behavior, Jamie realized that both sisters had feelings for him. After that, he asked where Miss Rebecca had gone. According to Ash, she suddenly felt sick, so Jaime decided to visit her. Firmly clenching his fist, he came to the door of her room and knocked. He thought about the fact that he did not expect that the day would come when he would have to use the holy energy given by the goddess Pyro. When he was allowed to enter, he saw Rebecca lying in bed, who could not believe that it was he who decided to visit her. Embarrassed, she asked why he decided to come to her. Looking into her eyes, Jamie suddenly realized that everything was fine with her, and she was just suffering from love. Turning to her, he shared Ash's words that she was already better. Excused, Rebecca awkwardly said that it was. After that, Jamie asked her to give him her hand. Seeing her behavior, he understood that she reminded him of his beloved from the past, that she behaved exactly the same way when she tried to calm him down. The shy girl hesitated when she heard his request. Taking her hand, Jamie began to release holy energy, said that soon it would be easier for her. In response, the girl mysteriously asked why she was bored and thinking about him all the time. In fact, he was also worried about her more than the others, but he believed that these were all the feelings he was experiencing. Diablo Wolfer was sure that he would not be able to return the feelings from the past, believing that he was no longer capable of something like love. He was very sorry to see her in such a state. Removing his hand, he warned her that they would not be able to see each other for a while, and it was hard to even think when they would see each other again. With a kind smile, he promised that he would not forget her, no matter how many years passed. Addressing her as he would address his beloved from the past, he assured her that he would always remember her, after which he asked not to get stuck in the present. The excited girl asked if she could write to him all the time. Hearing his agreement, she, with a blush on her face and sincere tears, extended her little finger in his direction as a sign of promise. The next day, their families said goodbye. As parting, Ash suggested that Jaime should not be bored. Rebecca, turning to the young hostess for whom she had feelings, promised that they would definitely meet. After that, their carriage left, and the family continued to look after them with a sweet expression on their faces. At the same moment, Mom unexpectedly asked Jama if he was sure that he was not popular among girls. With a good laugh, the father put him in an awkward position, noticing that his son was able to make both daughters of Viscount Vale frown. After that, he asked the guy not to relax. Although they were detained for a day, he was not going to be dragged away with training. 4 months later, a mysterious man appeared near their land. Sitting on a stone, he chewed dry bread and dreamed of a glass of milk. At the same moment, a disgruntled bandit appeared behind him and began to ask the stranger how he dared to make fun of his guys like that. Being an incredibly strong wielder of the sword, he rushed into the attack, threatening the enemy that now he would catch him in full. In response, the powerful mage snapped his fingers and used spatial soul extraction magic. The mountain bandit froze in place at the moment when a magical seal appeared around him. He did not manage to avoid this attack and began to scream from the incredible power of the powerful spell. Having dealt with the enemy with just one spell, the mysterious master thought that he had wasted too much time when he decided to play with the mountain bandits. With incredible anticipation, he hurried to the capital of the Heist lands. The white-haired mage in question wanted to meet Jaime in person. He is known as Spatial Siegfried, the 7th elder of the magical world. After these 4 months, the talented magician, known to the whole world, who was only 10 years old, was no longer what he was before. Swinging his sword, he was able to use the incredible technique of his family, cutting through space itself. Looking at the amazing aura of his sword, he asked his father if he had done everything right. Mr. Walton could not hide his surprise. A blade is a skill that is more difficult to repeat than to master ideally. It took him 2 years to perfectly learn the basics, but his incredible son did it in just 4 months. With a kind smile, he acknowledged the growth of his son and admitted that he could no longer attend to his education. Jaime was surprised because he was only able to repeat what his father demonstrated. Mr. Welton explained that if a student can cut space, it means that he has ideally mastered the base and now only new discoveries are ahead of him. Having mastered the basis of family technique, it turns out to cut space, and the higher the level, the greater the shape. Instead of a dedication ceremony, the Walton family hands over 10 forms of their blade. This is the technique of the Ghost Sword Walton. Looking at his blade, Diablo understood that if he mastered the technique to the end, he would be able to cut intangible things. There were no such techniques in his past life, so he understood that such a skill is an incredible advancement of the power of his arsenal. While they were talking, a subordinate suddenly came to them. He informed the master that the 7th elder of the magical world came to visit him unexpectedly. Jaime understood that this was expected. The elder arrived at the moment when he reached the age at which he could enter the magical world. Realizing that this was the 7th elder, the boy assumed that he was probably an even greater genius than himself. With a sweet smile, he wanted to ask if he could attend their meeting. But when he saw the serious expression on his father's face, he realized that this was out of the question. While inside the office, Siegfried admired the wealth of a large, noble family and wondered how much all the antiques he saw inside their estate were worth. Each item seemed incredibly precious to him. Remembering the words of the great magician Marcus, he reminded himself that Count Welton was picky about his child. He asked him to try to survive at the mention of the young master, but Siegfried was sure that the old man had frightened him in vain. Thinking that the Count was an obedient person, he doubted that he would go far in order to protect his son from the magical world. But when the door opened, he felt his incredible aura. With a serious look, the Count introduced himself, and his speech made the young man understand that the rumors about his obedience were not entirely true. Extending his hand to him, Siegfried called himself the representative of the magical world, the seventh elder. It is known that initially he was an ordinary slave, and a magician who recognized his talent took him as an apprentice. At the age of 15, he reached the 6th rank, and at the age of 20, he moved to the 7th and was recognized as the youngest elder. This guy is the most talented person in the magical world. Although this was before Jaime showed up, he was clearly someone to be reckoned with. Looking at the guest, Argeno understood that the magical world was up to something. When he asked the reason for his sudden visit, Siegfried felt uncomfortable, thinking that such a look could kill. In response, the elder said that he had come to welcome the young talent. He apologized for his rudeness, saying that if he had notified the Count about his arrival, he would hardly have received permission to visit. Rudely throwing a cup of tea on a plate, the Count demonstrated his character and said that in this case, the elder is well aware of the situation. With a serious look, Mr. Welton said that although he practically does not affect the magical world, he knows perfectly well what this place is. The magical world is divided into 3 forces. Imperialists, the head of which is the first elder Open Ginger. The nobles, the head of which is the elder Linmer. And also equals, headed by Luke Pretzel. Because of their rule in magic, there is a struggle for power, mired in dirty tricks. Suddenly for everyone, Jaime appeared, possessing an incredible talent and a noble origin. Realizing that the elders wanted to gain an advantage in the form of such a master, Walton asked if they really thought that they could take his son to such a place. Realizing that there are no normal people in the magical world, Siegfried took his harsh speech for granted. After that, he clarified the other side of the problem, saying that the old men will not be able to control someone with incredible talent. According to him, those who try to win, walking on thin ice, cannot take such risks. Seeing that Mr. Welton did not change his attitude, the elder only made sure that he would not be able to convince him with such words. He dealt with the solution of the problem from the other side and agreed with the Count's position, saying that in his place he would not want to let his son into the magical world either. Using a kind of contrast in his speech, he clarified that an immeasurable amount of knowledge is stored there. Happily clapping his hands, he mentioned that Jaime probably wants to try the crown of omnipotence, because great magicians get the chance to wear the crown only once in a lifetime. The crown of omnipotence is a key part of the magical world, as it stores knowledge. He made a bet that the Count would not interfere with his son's potential. He was not wrong, because Mr. Walton replied that he would ask Jaime for his opinion. As expected, the young magician gladly accepted such a proposal. He understood that it is about the ability to interact with the wisdom that contains all the knowledge of this world. Diablo assumed that he might even be able to learn about lost pieces of history. While on the street, Jaime met an elder. Siegfried awkwardly held his head and said that he did not expect that the child would meet him in such a way. When Jaime saw him with his own eyes, he admitted that he was very lucky with his appearance. In response, the 10-year-old boy said that it would be better for them if they could talk in a calm environment. Evaluating the elder, he recognized that he deserves to be called a genius. He could see the 3 cores of mana inside his body and was surprised when he noticed that he was trying to do one more. Diablo understood that he had a body created for the manifestation of magic. Seeing such an ability, he assumed that she could pass to him from a past life. Noticing the young master's gaze, Siegfried began to behave shyly, saying that if Jaime continued to examine him so intently, he would burn a hole in him. Jaime awkwardly began to apologize, saying that the elder was more beautiful than expected. Winking, Siegfried thanked him for the compliment, said that he was honored to hear such words from someone who, according to rumors, is the greatest genius in history. After these words, Jaime with a serious look asked if he really trusted the rumors. In response, Siegfried remained silent, because he was enjoying the incredible power of the young magician. He thought that the words about his talent were an exaggeration, but now he was convinced that this was indeed the case. He saw that Jaime's body was filled to the brim with mana. The confirmation of his incredible talent was the observation that the young magician was able to improve the breathing technique of Marquis Linmer. At that moment, he felt a sincere pity for Count Welton, realizing that the elders of the magical world would not leave the future mage of the 9th rank alone. He understood that if they get this child, then when Jaime becomes a 9th rank mage in the future, the others will not be able to oppose anything, and their power will become unconditional. Siegfried could not bear to see such events. With a close look, He asked the young magician whether he was afraid of the magical world, in which the bloodthirsty elders would not leave him alone. Suddenly for him, Jamie, without even turning around, confidently said that if they came for him, he would take good care of them. With a sly smile, he said that if the matter was difficult, he would agree. He was confident in his words and said that the famous people of the magical world will not allow themselves to depend on the child. Smiling awkwardly, the seventh elder was only convinced that further events with the participation of this talented young man would be very tense. When Jamie returned to the room, he shocked Venna by saying that they were going to the magical world together. He warned her that they had little time and that she should gather all her belongings in advance. Remembering that the magical world is the holy land of white magic, the girl began to worry that it would be difficult for her, as a dark creature, to remain unnoticed. In response, Jamie began to laugh at her words, saying that she can't even use a second-rank spell. Seeing her indecision, Jamie asked if she wanted to stay with his younger sister. Remembering all the torture she went through because of the Sari, Venna demonstrated her determination before new adventures. With a sly smile, the young master decided to cheer her up, said that he would make sure that she quickly forgot about the troubles associated with living together with Sarah. Venna received the news with incredible longing that the teacher was going to double the amount of training on the way to the magical capital. Sending his beloved son on his way, Master Argono gave him a delightful magical sword called Scud. He wished him to return alive and well, said that it is okay if he gets hurt, because the main thing is to come back stronger than now. Saying goodbye, younger sister Sarah suggested that he take her Chenna Teddy, which she cherished very much, with him. Jamie thanked her for her concern and promised that he would always think of her. Their conversation was interrupted by the mother, who threw her arms around her son. Showing incredible moral pressure, she asked him to return alive and well, and also forced him to write a letter as soon as he arrived in the magical capital. Suddenly for Jaime, she began to complain that she would not be able to see him for half a month. The guy was surprised, realizing that this trip would take him at least 2 years. He looked at his father. He saw that he began to give desperate signals with his hands. Awkwardly waving his hand, he wanted to say that he would make sure that his mother let him go easily. After saying goodbye to his family, the determined young magician headed for the exit. Having met the elder at the entrance, he asked what their path would be. As it turned out, they were heading straight to the magical world. But before that, Mr. Siegfried was going to drop by one interesting place, saying that the young magician would definitely like it. Jamie asked what it was all about, and the seventh elder cryptically replied that it would be the city of the magic stones of Saint-Germain. According to him, a huge market for magic stones will soon open there. As it turned out, Jamie had already heard of such a place and understood that it was a city with the largest mine of magical stones in the entire kingdom of Seldom. Seeing the reaction of the young Mr. Welton, Mr. Siegfried was glad that he liked the offer. They set off on foot, and their first location was a rocky, snowy forest. The first question from the elder was why Jaime had a sword. He assumed that he took it for self-defense. In response, Jamie said that he was well managed. Siegfried was surprised because he believed that because of this, his magic would surely begin to fade. Jamie assured that it is continuously developing and therefore there is no need to worry about it. Further, he admitted that he wanted to get to Saint-Germain with impatience, because it is the center of concentration of power in the north. Looking around, he knew that this place is the artery of the north, because the local deposits of crystals provide 6 large families. After listening to his observations, the joyful Siegfried asked if he wanted to hear an interesting story about these mountains. He provocatively said that children like to listen to such things. Although Jamie heard his last words, he did not give up his fairy tales. According to the elder, thousands of years ago there was a huge, constantly erupting volcano here, and the lava covered the nearby villages from time to time, and nothing could be done about it. But one day, an unknown magician appeared and went to the volcano alone. The next day after the ego appeared, the volcano stopped erupting, as if the ego had been blocked. The magician who did this disappeared without a trace, leaving only parting words. He said that when the sleeping monster wakes up, the disaster will start again. Jamie replied that the words about the monster in the volcano sounded absurd. Siegfried agreed with him, but the magical community to some extent believes in this story, as some evidence was found. At the same moment, a mountain bandit aimed at them. His arrows went in their direction. At the last moment, Sigmund noticed them nearby and shouted to his younger comrade that danger was approaching. Jamie managed to jump back and 5 arrows fell on the place where he was earlier. All this looked as if the enemy had prepared an ambush in advance. After that, he heard how the bandit, who was on one of the rocks, shouted the name of the 7th elder, calling him a scumbag. The man who was in front of the group of armed bandits shouted that he had come to avenge his elder brother. He swore to get rid of the magician who had caused him pain. Hearing similar words addressed to the 7th elder, Jamie wondered if they really knew each other. As it turned out, it was about the man he destroyed on the way to the Walton estate. Despite this, he began to make excuses that he could not remember their acquaintance. The attention from his enemies infuriated him, but he understood that he had an excellent opportunity to test the young magician, about whom there were so many incredible rumors. Mr. Siegfried suddenly began to behave like a sweet girl, begging his friend to help him get rid of his problems. Jamie confusedly asked why he had to clean up after the 7th elder. Manipulating the opinion of the young master, he suggested that he use a sword for this. At that moment, Jamie realized that he had never actually used his martial arts abilities in a real battle. In fact, he perfectly understood that the 7th elder just wanted to take a look at his abilities. And yet, cunning Siegfried got his way. Jaime was not averse to following his lead and put his hand on his sword, thinking that he would deal with them quickly. As soon as the enemies rushed in his direction, he thought that it would be a pity to use the blade that cuts the sky against such poor people. One of the bandits, who was the closest, turned to him as if to a child and asked him not to blame him for his own death. After a moment, Jamie instantly gained control over the environment and was ready to destroy anyone who came near. Sensing the spread of his martial arts mana, Siegfried was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated his abilities as a swordsman. The mana of the young master was raging and made even the bandits who rushed forward for revenge tremble. An excellent opportunity presented itself for him to use the transformed white ocean skill. With incredible concentration, Jaime swung his sword, used the pressure skill. When such a formidable force fell on the enemies, they, unable to resist, fell on their faces to the ground. Everyone who was under the influence of this ability was wounded and could not even respond to him in any way. Raising his head, the trembling bandit called the young master a scumbag. After that, the wounded bandits began to rise to their feet and said that the young magician should not wait for mercy. But Jaime wasn't going to stop. He moved without further ado. He used the first movement of the 10 forms of Walton's sword skill, called Curved Cut. This attack was incredibly effective, but even so, the young mage supplemented it with lightning magic. All opponents were neutralized in an instant. Returning his sword to its scabbard, Jamie asked the 7th elder if he had any questions. With a sly smile, Siegfried thought that before him was a real mage swordsman, as well as a merciless one. He understood that in 10 years there would be no equal to him. Clapping his hands, he said as if nothing had happened, that he looked as if there were no enemies. He admired the actions of the young master and called them incredible. With a serious look, Jamie replied that he was just throwing around words, although he really wanted to test him. Jamie was about to go further, but Siegfried suddenly asked him to take his time. As it turned out, he was going to collect the buns that were left after the bandits. After a few hours, they arrived in a strange but beautiful city. It was Saint-Germain. As it turned out, first of all, they were going to the store, where the thing ordered by Mr. Siegfried was supposed to arrive. Jamie expected to see some incredible building, but they came to a rather shabby hut. When Siegfried went inside, he invited Jaime to follow him, reminding him that such traitors should not be shy. But Jamie didn't really listen to him because he couldn't breathe properly because of the dust. When they went inside, he was surprised that he did not feel any presence. Unexpectedly for him, some female voice said that he was not happy to see the elder in his pew. The height of the owner of the bench was extremely short, so Jamie could not see his ego from the high counter. As it turned out, the thing that Siegfried was waiting for had not yet been delivered. Trying to look at the mysterious mage, Jaime stood on tiptoes, but it still wasn't enough. After that, the guy decided to use flight magic. But at the same moment, the old woman shouted that magic was forbidden in her bench, after which she pointed her staff in his direction. Jamie was surprised that she was a dwarf. At the last moment, he set up a shield. Suddenly, for him, his magic shield was easily destroyed, and the old woman hit him on the head with a staff. The important woman turned to him as if to a child, said that her magical artifact was capable of dispelling even a spell of the 5th rank. Having heard that she had real anti-magic in her hands, Jamie could not believe that an artifact of the level of a national treasure would be in the possession of the owner of such a terrible bench. Before Siegfried left, the old woman said that his goods would arrive in 2 days. After that, she warned that she would not give him the thing just like that. The elder resentfully reminded her of his words, that she would give him the thing as soon as she found it. Jamie, being a smarter negotiator, asked what her terms were. The woman replied that she wanted Siegfried to return the shadow sheep's heart to her from the secret auction, which would begin in 2 days. She was ready to pay as much as needed. When it comes to the heart of the shadow sheep, it is worth mentioning that this animal lives in the shadows and appears only in the full moon, so it is a very rare material for alchemy. The woman said that if he brought her this thing, he would be able to pick up his goods much cheaper than they had agreed. Having no other choice, Siegfried accepted her conditions, said that she should keep her promise. When they left the bench, Jamie tried to find out what kind of product it was. Since it was a secret, he decided to inquire about who the mysterious grandmother was. Siegfried explained that Miss Kyrielle is known as a great alchemist, and she also has shops all over the world. She is a very business lady, and all her benches are connected by warp tunnels created by her personally. The fact that she managed to make such incredible portals is explained by the fact that she is an 8th-rank magician who does not cooperate with any of the countries. Next, they came to the hotel, which, in Jaime's opinion, looked very tolerable. But at one point, he looked at his friend with some contempt, asking if he had booked different rooms. Siegfried began to laugh merrily, said that there was no problem living in one, because in that case, they would pay half as much. Late at night, in the dark alleys of the city of Monostones, a gathering of unknown people who were hiding their identity began. They were interested in a secret auction that would begin in the basement of the Lydium Museum. They were sure that there would be the thing they needed, even though they kept the list of goods in the strictest secrecy. Everything went according to their plan. They considered it God's will, because they were led to this place by some mysterious old book. When their leader joined their conversation, he asked them to cool down and not lose their heads because of these successes. They considered it a debt to get this item. After that, their leader went in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Jamie left the hotel and was on the streets of the city. Venna finally felt freedom and jumped out. Grabbing her by the scarf, the master asked her to use the skill of the wind, said that they needed to hide in the gremia. He was afraid that Siegfried would catch them. At the same moment, Venna noticed the incredible stones that were passed by them. Despite the fact that the student interrupted him, he decided to explain to her that these people bring stones in the open because they are of low quality. Venna could not even imagine how high-quality stones were brought in such a case. Jamie revealed a big secret to her, said that they probably do it a little more secretly. He said that they are hidden so that no one understands what it is, or they are dragged somewhere in a dark, remote place. At the same moment, a heavy wooden box, which was closed, was carried past them. Jamie felt an incredible energy emanating from that box. In addition, the ego artifact of the ideal cell began to demonstrate an excellent response. He understood that the bracelet reacted to what was being carried inside that box. The mysterious box attracted even more attention. Looking closely, he noticed that there are at least 3 seals on it, and possibly even more than 6. He believed that if the bracelet reacted in a similar way to an object that was nearby, then that object was probably one of his lost 3 great divine weapons from his past life. Watching the strangers, he heard that they were complaining about the large weight of the object inside. When the box was brought to the place, the workers began to whisper that the contents would be put up for sale at a secret auction, which is why they were asked to handle it carefully. Earlier, it didn't concern Jaime because he just wanted to know what they were carrying. But now he understood that he had a chance to get this thing. But for this, he needed money.
Meanwhile, Miss Kyrielle was at home.
On this day, she said that she misses her son more than anything. As it turned out, Finn, her son, was the one who fought the disease for many years. With tears in her eyes, she recalled that she could not save him, no matter how hard she asked. Even a mage of the 8th rank is not subject to everything, especially when it comes to life. But now she was sure that if she gets the heart of the dark sheep, then everything will be different. At one point, she noticed in her crystal layer the approach of the young man with whom the 7th elder was coming. Letting him in, she asked what brought him to her bench so late at night. Jamie, with a cute look, suddenly announced that he just wanted to borrow a little money. Miss Kyrielle was stunned by his words. When she asked to clarify the amount, Jamie asked her in response how much it would be. Hearing his insolence, which he covered with a cute demeanor, Kiriel hit him on the head with a staff, trying to drive away the impudent boy. But in response, the sensible Jamie said that he just needed something to repay. The woman was shocked when she heard his suggestion that she was planning to go to the world of shadows. Jamie hit the bull's eye. People rarely know that the heart of a dark sheep is one of the items that can be used to open the door to the world of shadows. This is an unexplored territory that the everyday world has not yet reached. The ruler of that world is the queen of the spirits of darkness, Venutro, and you can enter there only with her permission. Addressing the lady, he sat down to be at her height. Trying to demonstrate the usefulness of this contract, he said that you will not get there, he simply gathered all the materials. He convinced her that he knew the exact way to fulfill all the conditions. In response, Miss Kiriel asked why she would trust an unfamiliar and impudent young man. She was stunned again when Jamie suggested that she enter into a spiritual contract. Spiritual contact is very dangerous because during its use, the souls of the participants are recognized as the price of exchange, which is preserved even after the death of one of them. Jamie himself understood that this was madness, but he had no other way out. Firmly clutching the portrait of her beloved son, the woman asked what the terms of the contract were. Jaime answered that the condition would be the payment before the contract is fulfilled by both. 2 days later, the guys arrived in the basement of the Lightum Museum. The guys put on masks, but Siegfried still asked his younger comrade to be careful so as not to reveal himself. Although the mask hid their mana, they should not have behaved defiantly. At one point, Jamie smelled the smell of the forest coming from a stranger who walked past them. When asked why the young magician began to behave strangely, Jamie replied that he was simply mistaken when he thought he saw someone he knew. Miss Kiriel had given them good seats, so they didn't have to worry about missing anything important. Looking ahead, Jamie was only convinced that the person who smelled like a forest was sitting in front of him. But when they took their places, he stopped feeling his power, which resembled the power of an elf. He was confident that this person did not come alone. In the meantime, the auction started and the first item was displayed. The mysterious power that was hidden by the curtain appeared after a moment. These were slaves from the elf race. The auction started with a small sum of 100,000. After a moment, the price increased and exceeded 1,000,000. Watching this, Siegfried felt real anger, knowing what it was like to be in slavery. The price rose incredibly quickly. Although the elder hid his emotions with a mask, Jamie understood that it would be uncomfortable for him to watch such a thing. Seeing the behavior of the guys ahead, he was only convinced that their nervous reaction was connected with the fact that they were still elves. After a few unremarkable goods, they came to the main event, which was the heart of the dark sheep. The guys finally waited for the moment when they could start implementing their plan. The presenter suggested that everyone present start bidding with the price they consider appropriate. A few minutes later, the price rose to 43 million. Observing the active interest of those present, Jamie turned to the elder and said that he should join. But Siegfried behaved judiciously and asked the young magician to be more patient. At the last moment before the highest bid was accepted, he suddenly offered 1 billion, which was 20 times more than the highest bid at that time. Everyone was shocked, including Jamie. While Siegfried hummed some cheerful melody, the young magician worriedly thought that such money would be enough to subjugate the whole of Heiss for an hour. As expected, no one could offer more, and the heart of the dark sheep was sold to a mysterious mistress in a crow mask, who was Siegfried. Calling the auction a real storm, the presenter suggested paying attention to the next lot, which he called no less valuable. Jaime was stunned when he heard that this was the limit stone, which is known as the all-powerful one. The great magician of the past could not believe that his divine weapon had retained its former name. According to the presenter, the object, which he called a stone, has enough energy to support an area the size of Saint-Germain for 10 years. For Diablo Wolfer, it seemed barbaric that the presenter gives such examples, not knowing that the stone is stupid to use for such purposes. As soon as the bidding began, a mysterious girl with pink hair announced that she was bidding as much as 8 billion. Everyone present was simply shocked by such an amount. The limit stone was successfully sold at the first bid, which turned out to be too much for the other participants. Venna, not understanding what she had done, mentally turned to the hostess, asking if she had tried well. Crossing one leg over the other, Siegfried remarked that that lady must be very rich. Jamie awkwardly agreed, thinking that his stupid student didn't understand anything at all about bargaining and spent a lot of money from Mistress Kyriel, which was enough for 8 years of Heiss's life. After seeing everything that was worth it, they agreed that they should take theirs and leave the auction. On his way out, Jamie heard that the next item would be a relic found near a volcano in the Calton Mountains. Seeing the object that was carried next to him, Diablo noticed that something was written on it in an ancient language. He read the words about a dream that should never end. In an instant, an unexpected event occurred, and the seventh elder asked the young mage to stay behind him. Jamie asked uncertainly what had happened. Being near the main trader of the event, they heard that an emergency had happened to them. Someone stole all the goods that were in their underground warehouse. As expected, it was the handiwork of mysterious elves. One girl who took part in it demonstrated her indignation at the fact that her people became slaves at the auction. Fortunately, their friend Alex went in search of them. Finishing this matter, he asked her to calm down before they met with Master Khan. They had to leave before people from the auction show up and ask to return their property. But at the same moment, a magician filled with rage suddenly appeared in front of them, who asked how they dared to touch his things. It was Jaime who came behind them with the seventh elder. Stretching out his hand in their direction, he, with a malicious look, ordered them to return what they had stolen before he killed them all. Restless elves prepared to fight and took out their daggers. The girl with green hair began to use magic. Seeing this, Siegfried came to the conclusion that it would not be possible to resolve the conflict through ordinary conversation. In order not to waste time, he used a spell to attack first. After a moment, the blades of the elves began to lose their shape. Filled with anger, the girl with green hair asked her friends to move away. Calling them bastards from the auction, she applied magic to the surface and plants sprung out. She directed her attack at the seventh elder, who did not even try to bow. Confident magician used the magic of teleportation. At the same moment, the plants that were directed at him fell into the cracks. The attack of the elves suddenly turned on them. An elf with red hair rushed to attack the elder, but at the same moment, Siegfried, without even changing his position, again attacked those who remained behind. Turning to their comrade, the guys shouted that he should be careful. Siegfried suddenly appeared above him. He directed magic at Ija, who was instantly filled with a sense of fear and could not move from his place. While the girl was trying to help him, their friend again rushed to attack, using a sword. But at the same moment, he ran into Jaime. The young mage decided to use his sword, and as soon as he met the enemy, he declared that he was much weaker than expected. With one blow, he threw him away from his comrade. The elf jumped to a safe distance, realizing that they did not have enough strength to deal with such monsters. Pointing daggers of deadly emotion at him, Jaime angrily asked how dare they touch his things. All the elves were on the ground, unable to resist. Siegfried was ready to deal them a fatal blow, but at the same moment they heard the sound of bells. After that, the spells they cast on the elves were instantly destroyed. A stranger began to walk towards the trembling elves, who was surprised that his comrades were walking so long to their meeting place. This was their boss. The elves greeted him with tears of joy, realizing that now they were saved. Jaime was wary as the stranger easily destroyed their high-level magic. The seventh elder, turning to the young man, said that just by looking at the stranger, one could understand that he was a master of his craft. After these words, he ridiculously asked the young magician if they would be able to survive such a meeting. Ignoring the elder's stupid speech, Jaime asked if they needed to fight if they had only come to collect their belongings. Siegfried agreed, saying that he saw no point in starting a hunt for elves. Jaime offered to start negotiations, and the mysterious stranger, who looked like a shaman, cheerfully replied that he was glad that he would not have to worry about the chase. After that, he asked what exactly the guys from the auction needed. Raising his finger, the elder said that they would leave if they received the heart of the black sheep that they had bought. Unexpectedly for him, Jaime added that they also need the Almighty. Siegfried agreed with his words, but realizing this, awkwardly turned to the young magician to find out why he needed an object that they did not buy. With some discomfort, young Mr. Walton suggested that this conversation be postponed until later. After listening to their conditions, the stranger decided not to refuse. Returning, one of the elves allowed himself to boldly say that they did not fight with all their strength. Addressing the boys, a shaman they did not know suddenly used magic, said that although he trusted them, he would like to check something. At the moment when Jamie checked the appropriateness of the auction lot, his hair returned to its former color. He couldn't understand how his magic could be released if the mana streams weren't even moving. Seeing the emerald color of the hair, the stranger began to laugh happily, assuming that Jamie Walton himself was in front of him. He mentioned that he had heard about him from a friend named Beryl Onyx. When Siegfried asked if they knew each other, Jamie awkwardly apologized that he had never seen him before. The stranger was shocked when Jaime, calling him Mr., asked if he really knew the wind swordsman. Thinking that a talented guy is capable of such behavior, the young magician brazenly repeated his question again. Letting go of his impudence, the jovial shaman proudly replied that they knew each other, since both recognized frontiersmen. Hearing this, the seventh elder sensed danger. He pushed the young master back and seriously said that there was a dangerous man in front of them. He explained that frontiersmen are called rebel leaders, who want to conquer the entire Kingdom of Harmony on the Western continent. When it comes to the Kingdom of Harmony, all Jaime knew was that they had a rebellion due to corruption. Now it became clear that the frontiersmen are recognized as the leaders of that uprising. Seeing the tension of the magicians, the stranger offered them to go to a safe place where they could listen to his explanations. With a serious and incredulous look, Siegfried agreed to the proposal and asked him to try to explain everything. Meanwhile, the auction organizer was furious. Turning to his guard, he asked how he could let the thief go. Addressing a tall, dark-skinned man in a formal suit and sunglasses, he reminded him of his words that he was a master of battles, then asked if he knew how much he had to pay for it. Unfolding, the guarantor of their safety decided to satisfy the desire of the head of the auction. He said that it was time to fulfill their contract. In the meantime, the guys, with the help of spatial magic, moved to the wasteland, which was located among high rocks. A man from the Liberation Army began to laugh merrily, saying that it was the first time he had seen such incredible teleportation without the use of a magic circle. With an equally serious look, Siegfried asked him to stop talking and asked what brought the rebels to the Kingdom of Seldom. He was afraid that they were planning to do the same things here as in the Kingdom of Harmony. In response, the stranger clarified that they are not rebels, but forces of freedom. According to him, they came to Seldom for some witch. After that, he asked why Beryl, their manager, was returning to his hometown. When Jamie asked what kind of thing he was talking about, Ejak decided to answer on his own. He demonstrated a golden cube with the inscription that it was a mysterious key. The elf said that a long time ago, the monster under the Calton volcano, which is located nearby, was sealed by the frontiers. This cube is the key to freeing Vechimos. At that moment, Jamie remembered the demons he had created in his past life to fight the 12 gods. Among them was Chernish, a tech-supporting being that he brought back from the very moment of rebirth, as well as Jormungand and Vechimos. Now he was convinced that Vechimos was still alive and had not died on the battlefield. At that moment, it seemed even more strange to him that traces of his past life were constantly being found in Seldom. He understood that this could hardly be called a coincidence, because more than 60,000 years had passed since the moment of his last life. Having explained the details of his mission, the frontiersman received permission to leave. He began to say goodbye cheerfully, offering young Mistress Welton to meet again. At the same moment, a man with an incredible aura landed behind them with a huge crash. The security guard of the auction, who landed next to them, called them bad thieves. At the same moment, he began to evaluate the guys and pronounce some numbers. He looked at the seventh elder. He said that he had 120 points. Frontier from the Army of Freedom was rated at 147 points. Having explained that it was about the level of strength, the man with terrifying strength rushed to attack the strongest among those present. Despite the use of a shield, the Frontier could not withstand this blow and flew to the side. The stranger with terrifying power introduced himself as Darius and added that he had as many as 210 power points. The elves could not sit still and rushed to the attack. The green-haired girl was the first, but Darius easily got behind her and hit her on the neck, saying that she should intervene, having only 55 points of strength. Braha lost consciousness and her comrades rushed to her aid. But after a moment, Darius grabbed them by the heads and hit each other with the words that such weaklings as them should not interfere. Frontier understood that the battle would be really serious. He did not expect that the workers of the underground auction would catch them. Resolutely clutching his staff, he decided to answer the enemy with dignity. Having said that it was his turn to attack, he said in a serious tone that the enemy should prepare. Using his staff, he directed an empathy attack at the enemy, a reverse skill that returns all the damage received to the enemy. Without wasting time, Darius rushed into the attack. Directing a blow at the enemy, the frontiersman shouted that everything would end here. Darius made a mistake and was forced to defend himself. He took a blow of incredible destructive power. Seeing such a battle, Jaime could not believe that not only Beryl Onyx but also the rest of the frontiers were such strong warriors. Looking in the direction of the enemy, the mage thought about whether he managed to finish this battle. But Darius survived. With a smile anticipating a good battle, he noted that the frontier's strength statistics had suddenly increased to 170 points. He suggested that he uses power that alters reality. Although he recognized his strength, he noted that Cryon was much stronger. The magician was unpleasantly surprised to see that his powerful and unexpected attack had no effect. Darius resorted to threats and offered him to give back everything he had stolen and die peacefully. At the same moment, Gifrid awkwardly intervened in their conversation, saying that he was a simple buyer who should be let go. But despite his words, the security guarantor of the auction refused him. Now the wizards understood that they needed to join the battle in order to unite their efforts. JB understood that he had a chance to pay off his debts to the frontiersman for the fact that Beryl Onyx once saved his life. Turning to the young master, Siegfried asked him to be more careful. He clarified that their opponent is Darius, nicknamed the Invisible Iron Fist.
According to her, he servicing spin of 10-year-old underground base. There are rumors that he defeated sword masters.
At the sight of a real master, Jamie began to feel a certain excitement. A mage from the Liberation Army asked Jaime to go to a safe place. But the young master asked them not to worry, after which he used the power of his artifact. Jamie explained that this is his thunder artifact, which is capable of creating dimensions. Their opponent was surprised, realizing that the young magician created this space in order to control the surrounding objects, gaining an advantage over the enemy. He was right, because the user can detect everything within reach and determine the composition, even if something is invisible to the eye. Rushing into the attack, Darius declared that the magician with long white hair would be the first. Using the power of the Grimaya, Jaime moved them to the other end of the space, and the defeated master hit the floor instead of the mage. Looking around, Darius felt the presence of another enemy and called him a rat. A mage from the Liberation Army suddenly appeared behind him and directed a divine battle spear skill in his direction. But at the same moment, Darius dodged his formidable attack with incredible speed and found himself right in front of his face. At the same time, Siegfried used the field of magic, which can control space and time without reading spells. While his comrade evaded the attack, the seventh elder directed a blow at the enemy. Using 2 teleports, Siegfried closed the distance for the attack, and Darius did not have time to dodge and took the blow with his back. At the same moment, Jaime supported their attacks by using Gremia's property called 5-Layer Wall. Everything around began to collapse, but Darius managed to escape. He observed changes in space. After that, the seventh elder of the magical world pounced on him again. Siegfried used Omega Effect, a spell of great destruction that compresses space in a designated area. Experiencing incredible pressure, Darius decided to weaken the enemy's equipment, using his aura as a shield. Observing a similar method of neutralizing his technique, the seventh elder felt tension, realizing the incredible level of the battle master's abilities. Jaime couldn't just stand and watch, so he once again used the power of his artifact. Due to the use of the Deep Void skill, a funnel appeared under Darius's feet, which began to pull him into the abyss. Calling Jaime a sucker, Darius was enraged that he so successfully controls space, causing him considerable trouble. At the same moment, he suddenly appeared in front of the young master and said that killing children is against his morals, but this is a special case. Darius's blow turned out to be so powerful and destructive that the space of the Gremia did not have time to recover.
Siegfried and the mage of the Liberation Army did not have time to protect their and were shocked by what happened.
But when the dust subsided, they saw a shocking picture. Jaime was not hurt at all. He stopped the blow with his own forehead and said that even a defeated master should not weaken his defenses. The fact that he survived was not just a miracle, but the effect of his omnipotence artifact, which reduces all physical damage to 0. The Omnipotent Stone is one of the 3 great divine artifacts created by Diablo Wolfer. Having neutralized the formidable attack of the enemy, Jaime decided to use his sword. He struck first using the style of the Walton family. The circular version of the space-slicing sword was combined with the power of his almighty artifact. Despite this, Darius's aura was able to neutralize his slice of space. The defeated master did not expect to see sword techniques performed by a magician. Jaime understood that this was not enough, and he should conduct another attack. Being close to the enemy, he struck, using the reverse movement of the White Sea. But unexpectedly for him, the opponent managed to catch his blade with his bare hand. As soon as Jaime tried to get away from him, using the power of Gremia, the artifact began to tremble, and Darius seriously said that it was time to finish. After these words, Jaime felt incredible pressure, and his artifact stopped working. Jaime was simply shocked to realize that their terrifying opponent was able to deactivate his incredible artifact by sheer force. Realizing the danger of the situation in which the young master was, the magicians rushed to his aid. But at the same moment, Darius, with a smile on his face, said that he would never have thought that he would meet the young magician in such a way. A little embarrassed, he said that he was pleased to meet the grandson of his good friend. Hearing this, the magicians and Jaime were so shocked that they could not utter a word. Importantly, folding his hands in front of him, Darius with a kind smile told that 10 years ago he met Cherbil in Lang's bar. Mr. Cherbil Welton visited the place, where the strongest fighters gathered. Seeing each other, Cherbil and Darius realized that it was love at first sight. Instinctively, they understood each other's skills and therefore met every day and sparred almost to the death.
However, according to Darius, he was troubled with the fact that Cherbil had at his disposal one technique that he never used. After another battle, a black man called Mrs. Walton his brother and asked if it was time to show the technique.
Turning to him, Cherbil suddenly said that he could trust him and demonstrate similar strength. Mr. Welton told his friend that he will soon have a grandson, and this technique is intended for him. Demonstrating his exceptional strength, he asked his friend to watch carefully so that he could then hand it to Jaime. It was the ultimate creation technique. Darius showed it to the heir of the Walton family, as grandfather Cherbil had planned. It was the same power that allowed him to stop the sword-style space cuts that Jaime used. In the eyes of all mages, Darius was able not only to cut, but even to remove the very space within the attack radius. Jaime was shocked when he heard that Cherbil had reached the level of Grandmaster with the help of this technique. Grandmaster is the last stage of martial arts mastery. Recalling the power of the great organizations we saw earlier, it is worth noting that the techniques of the Sword of the Sun and Space were almost achieved, but not a single Grandmaster was known. Seeing the reaction of the young master, Darius realized that he was beginning to understand the incredible power of his family. Firmly clenching his fist, Jaime declared that if he continued the path of the sword, he would definitely be able to follow his grandfather's skill. Darius replied that he was right, then said that he would look forward to their next meeting, during which he would be able to see how much the heir to the Walton family had grown. Having listened to his story to the end, one of the frontiersmen was surprised, said that he thought that he had come for their souls. At the same moment, the displeased Siegfried called him a madman because he had said something that should not have been mentioned at a time when they were so lucky. Darius noticed his dissatisfaction but asked not to worry, said that he would forgive them because he had met Cherbil's grandson. After that, he said goodbye. After an inappropriate phrase from the frontiersman, Siegfried awkwardly said that thanks to him, the opinion about the Army of Freedom only worsened. The magician with the cane still did not understand where exactly he had committed a stupidity. Remembering the dialogue of the elves, Jaime began to think about how to get in touch with his pet from the past. He was sure that they were talking about wanting to destroy the seal of Vechimos. While the magicians were distracted, he decided to make friends with the elves and took the opportunity to heal the guy with red hair. As it turned out, during the treatment, the cunning Jaime used a dark personality control spell and told the elf to grant him his request. Seeing that Jaime was treating his friend, the magician thanked him for his help. Jaime replied that words do not matter, and if they are really grateful, then they should show him Vechimos. When the red-haired boy came to his senses, he thought that he would do this under no circumstances. But unexpectedly for himself, he agreed to his request, not understanding what the hell he did. With a certain feeling of awkwardness, he was forced to continue and say that if the young mage wants to go with them, then they are not against it. With a sly smile, Jaime accepted their offer. His plan worked perfectly, and he got the opportunity to finally see Vechimos. Addressing her boss, the green-haired elf asked if they had received word from Alex that he was going to free the captive elves. Ajak contacted them, and Alex reported that she managed to find the sold elves. But at the same moment, she asked to call back later, and a woman's disgruntled speech could be heard in the background. When Jamie heard that voice in the background, he realized that it was his ridiculous ward. A few hours ago, after the end of the auction, Venna managed to escape from all the fuss, realizing that the owner himself would take care of the lost stone of the Almighty. At that moment, she suddenly heard a scream, but did not understand why it caused such strong feelings of compassion in her. Her hammer explained that it was an elf, and a real Valkyrie should be ashamed of the fact that she did not feel his presence. Venna understood that if it was the cry of the elves, then it was surely the poor people who were being sold at the auction. He nervously bit his lip. She was still afraid to do something, but the thought that they were being treated badly gave her much more determination. Turning to the hammer, she asked him to help her, said that she wanted to save the elves. Filion, as the weapon of the Valkyrie Queen, could not refuse such a request. As a result, the ridiculous girl met Alex inside the place where the elves were kept, but considered her a thief and shouted that she should let the poor guy go from the auction. Alex angrily replied that she should have said that, then asked where the stranger was doing with the elves. At the same moment, she felt that water began to drip on her. He raised his head. She screamed in terror, realizing that it was not water, but the saliva of a huge hound that guarded this prison. But after the battle with demons and hard training, Venna considered her nothing more than a mutt. Despite Alex's warning that it was dangerous, the young Valkyrie attacked the huge dog, saying that she should be taught a lesson in politeness. Sitting with a scream, she hit the hound on the head with a hammer with all her might. While Alex was awkwardly apologizing, Venna was talking to the hammer and found out that she was an elf, but she was not alone. Watching her conversations with the hammer, Alex felt uncomfortable. Moreover, she did not understand who the amazing girl was, that she appeared here so unexpectedly, pursued the same goal, and even managed to knock out the hound with one blow. Thanks to the sense of the hammer, Venna, being a not yet awakened Valkyrie, found the elves. The cage was closed and she could not let them out. After that, Alex suddenly approached her and asked her to move away while she removed the seal. While Venna was wondering that they were on the same side, they suddenly heard the furious cry of a stranger. The owner of this prison turned to his ward named Vane and asked him to bring the heads of the impudent offenders. Quite a good wielder of the sword rushed into the attack. Blocking his first attack, Venna realized that even in Valkyrie form, they were not strong enough to deal with such an opponent. Brash Vane called her weak, after which he said that she should not have interfered in her business. The girl's hammer began to tremble and she understood that it would not last long. But at the same moment, there was an unexpected, powerful explosion, from which Vane lost consciousness. With a smile on his face, Jamie asked the student if she really still couldn't handle such enemies. The young master has already managed to capture the owner of this prison. Venna was overwhelmed with joy when she saw him. Jamie said that she should take the elves and leaves, while he will take care of the rest himself. The trembling owner of this underground prison said that he knows the emerald hair of the Walton family. Addressing him, Jamie promised that he would reward him for the fact that he grasps information quickly. Using dark magic, he declared that he should be proud of his fate. Jaime filled him with Leviathan nutrients to make him a puppet. When the green-haired Braha came to them, she could not contain her emotions of joy at the fact that the elves were freed. Venna was glad that they managed to free their comrades. With tears in her eyes, a sentimental Braha said that she didn't even know how to thank the girl for helping them escape. At one point, she suddenly asked where the Valkyrie came from. Venna was surprised that she knew who the Valkyries were. As it turned out, it was not difficult for an elf to recognize a girl with red hair. The young Valkyrie did not even know that during the rescue of her comrades from the tribe of elves, she reawakened her powers. An even bigger surprise was the moment when Braha suddenly grabbed her by the hands and, with a blush on her face, began to rejoice that the Valkyrie princess was alive. Barely holding back tears, she said that she thought the princess was dead when she disappeared 10 years ago. After that, she suggested that she go with him and return to her hometown. But Jaime, displeased with standing next to them, warned that she was her subordinate and the elves should not try to steal her. Braha, understanding the importance of the princess for the Valkyries, sharply replied that this concerns the fate of the entire race and therefore a person should not interfere. Their dialogue was stopped by the frontier mage, who loudly hit the ground with his staff and said that they could no longer delay the fulfillment of their mission. He assigned Braha and Alex to lead the rescued elves to their temporary shelter. In turn, Jamie ordered his student to return home. As parting, Braha gave Venna a mysterious sphere. Leaving, she put a hood on her head and said that if the princess wanted to see her family, she could contact her through the sphere. Venna sat down on the ground again, thinking that she had an opportunity to contact her real family. The next day, the guys went together to the volcano, where one of Jaime's demons was sealed. Seeing how they were going to free him with the key, Diablo thought that he missed him forever. When the key touched the box, Vechimos was released. At the same moment, a powerful volcanic eruption occurred, which did not threaten them in any way, but only served as a kind of salute in honor of the end of Vechimos's long sleep. Having freed himself, the little pet, who clearly did not look like a terrible demon, joyfully shouted that if he was awakened, it means that his deal is over. When he woke up, the guys who were looking at him were surprised at how cute and small the creature turned out to be, which could make an entire volcano erupt. When Vechimos asked the magician if the day of revelation had come, he, having no idea what he was talking about, awkwardly explained that they had come to ask him for help on the contract of their ancestors. In response, the impudent pet called them pitiful fools for waking him up, knowing nothing. He explained that his deal with Shior provided for his awakening after 66,000 years on the day of revelation. At the same moment, he heard a mental appeal from the young man, who called him Behemoth, and happily said that he had been waiting for this meeting for all eternity. With tears of joy in his eyes, Vechimos could not contain his emotions, seeing the teacher. Even though Diablo Wolfer didn't look like he used to, he couldn't mistake his pure and noble dark energy. Vehemos once again tenderly said that he was glad to see the teacher. But unexpectedly for him, Jamie began to stretch his ears, admiring how cute he is. Seeing his strange behavior, the frontiersman asked to release the demon, said that they needed to talk to the little cow about something. While everyone thought that Jamie was just fooling around, he turned to his pet and asked him to play along, and also play with them a little. Jamie promised his pet that he would return later, after which he went back to the city together with the seventh elder. Vechimos could not hold back tears of joy at the long-awaited reunion with his teacher. The demon Vechimos was nicknamed Behemoth among his comrades. When he woke up, Jormungand sensed this and also left his shelter. The guy with long hair, who was the last of the three demons of the great magician of the past, was surprised that everything turned out the way Behemoth said. Now he decided to appear to the world after 66,000 years of sleep in order to be reunited with his master. When Venna returned home, holding the sphere in her hands to connect with the elf, she thought for a long time about what family means to her. But at the same time, she tried to distract herself from such a thought, thinking that she has a favorite teacher who saved her from the hellish school of Garba. At the moment of her anxious thought, Jaime suddenly came to her, and she hastily hid the sphere so as not to cause him to doubt her loyalty. With a happy look, she said that she had been waiting for a long time for the moment when they would finally leave Saint-Germain and go to the capital of the magical world. But suddenly for her, the teacher coldly said that from this moment she can be free. She didn't understand why he was letting her go so suddenly. She considered the only explanation to be that she is still weak and will become a burden in his further journey. The girl was shocked by the false realization that she had disappointed the teacher. Jamie suddenly asked her to go east, said that he would leave her a place where she could return. He asked her to leave together with the elves and restore the strength of the Valkyrie, being the true princess of her race. The confused girl tried to dissuade him, but the teacher was firm in his intentions and said that she should know how to contact the elves of the Liberation Army. After that, he suggested that she rest before starting a new life. As soon as Jamie left her room, she bowed carefully and thanked him for being with her all this time. Jamie accepted these words with a sincere smile, which he could not show in her presence. Venna promised that she would return when she was stronger. After saying goodbye to his first student after reincarnation, Jamie went to the volcano to meet his pet. When Behemoth answered him in the same informal style, Jamie pinned him to the ground, asking why he had suddenly raised his head and spoken to his master in such a tone. When the powerful demon felt like a cake, he was convinced that he was indeed a teacher, because his actions and methods of education are the same as before. Regarding how the powerful creature turned into a harmless cow, it is worth mentioning that it is connected with Diablo Wolfer's words after the final battle. Leaving for the last battle, he left his pets behind and said that they should not follow him, as he will definitely return. A couple of days later, the demon sensed that his presence was gone. The wise serpent Jormungand, seeing Behemoth's sadness, said that the master would definitely return, so they should hide from the eyes of the 12 gods until they feel Diablo's presence. The hippopotamus lay down at the bottom of the volcano and waited for the teacher, but he waited too long. Once an elf came to him and promised to put him to sleep and save him from pain. In return, he asked to promise him that he would help the Liberation Army in the future. According to Behemoth, when he fell asleep, his body shrank and his speech changed. After hearing his story, Jamie wondered what happened to the wise snake. As it turned out, he did not know where his friend was, but he was sure that he was alive. As for their third comrade, he mentioned his name, but then paused thoughtfully. Remembering that they are quite close, Jamie called Chernish. Seeing his beloved friend, Behemoth was overjoyed and began to hug him. When they calmed down a little, the master said that he had an errand. Jamie asked Ego to follow the frontier to find out about the person named Isis. Satisfied with the meeting with the master, the pet accepted his mission with a joyful expression on his face. After that, he warned him that there is one more detail in this mission. Jamie mentioned that a girl named Venna, who is his student and close friend, would go with them. He asked his pet to follow her. Joyful Vechimos replied that there is no need to worry about it. Thinking about demons and Valkyries, he wished them to become stronger so that they could be relied on in the war that would come someday. The next day, he and the elder went to Miss Curiel's bench, where she was finally able to get the long-awaited artifact. Without showing her emotions, she handed him the item he had been waiting for so long. Siegfried, with his usual sly and smiling expression on his face, said that he would use the check that she had given him last time. Miss answered that if there are no problems with the subject in the future, then she doesn't care. Seeing the object that Siegfried received, Jamie surprised him, said that he recognized the fragment of Ion. Asteroid Ion is part of a meteorite that fell on the continent several hundred years ago, so there were some records about it inside the Walton family library. It condenses eternal mana, obtained from the natural world and amplified 2,000 times. When Jamie asked why the elder had such an object, he laughed and answered that it would remain a secret. The young master was dissatisfied with his answer, but at the same moment, Miss Kyriel asked the seventh elder to leave the bench, as she had something to say to the boy. When Siegfried asked what their business was, Jamie decided to play it safe and brazenly replied that it was a secret. Realizing that he would not learn anything and would not be able to avoid the anger of the old woman, the seventh elder headed towards the exit. When the door closed, Miss Kyriel asked Jaime to lead her into the world of shadows. They went to the ruins, to which the enchantress had a path. Here it was convenient to open the portal that we were talking about. When the preparations were finished, Jamie said that he would start the gate himself. Miss Kyriel trusted him, not paying attention to the spellcaster's young age. Jamie began to read the spell, asked the king who rules in the world of shadows to allow him to open the door to his world. When the gate was opened, a boundless space of shadows appeared in front of them, reminiscent of space overflowing with stars. Miss Kyriel was overjoyed and began to run hastily forward, but Jaime begged her not to hurry. She did not understand his intentions, but at that moment, the guy replied that he received the item for which he borrowed money for free, so he cannot allow her to fulfill the part of the contract where he did not fulfill his condition. He returned the check. Jamie canceled the spiritual contract and could no longer fear the consequences of violating the terms. After that, he warned the old woman that she could enter only when he personally received permission from the king. Diablo Wolfer had already forgotten what it was like to visit the world of shadows. As the young mage said, Miss Kyriel, despite her incredible desire to see her son, remained at the entrance to the portal, waiting for Jaime's signal. The mage went forward alone to meet again with the Queen of the Dark Elements. Feeling his energy and strength, Venus, the Queen of the Dark Elements, admitted that she felt nostalgia. In response, Diablo said that it had been a long time since their last meeting. With a foreboding laugh, the Queen quietly asked if Diablo Wolfer had indeed returned for revenge. A long time ago, Venus, traveling the world in human form, met the young Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. For her, he was a rare person, the personification of a real hero, which seemed surprising. However, in the end, he lost in the Great Fourth War and lost all his comrades with whom he came to battle. Venus escaped the gaze of the 12 gods and led the ego into her world and allowed her to use part of the shadow dimension. Thanks to her help, Diablo was able to bring his power to perfection. This is how a new power source called Black Mana was created. Remembering the rumors that he fell at the hands of the 12 gods, Venus asked Diablo why he had such a cute, childlike appearance. The great magician answered that he did not die but was sealed, and when he woke up, he found himself in this body. All this seemed funny to her, but she returned to the previous question about what brought him to visit after 66,000 years. Jamie replied that someone wants to come to her world. Venus gave permission, and Jaime, returning to peace, allowed the lady to enter inside. Before entering, she mentioned that she left him a very useful gift, which is the Beyond of Avalon. She said that this thing was made from a magical stone from the Tarink Fountain. The Tarink Fountain is one of the 6 forbidden places in the world. The center of this fountain contains a huge amount of mana, but no one could approach it due to the endless gurgling of the deadly poisonous water. Hearing this, Jamie called the artifact quite expensive and asked why she was giving it to him. In response, Miss said that her son Finn was the same age as him. After these words, Jamie realized that she so badly wanted to get into the world of shadows to see her son.
He thought that what she would see there would be only an illusion of the deceased.
Closing his eyes and humbled himself, he understood that that hell would become her eternal consolation. When Jamie took the artifact in question, he went outside and offered the 7th elder to continue their journey. It was time to say goodbye to Saint-Germain, because now they could go to their destination, the magical world, with peace of mind. But on the way, Siegfried suddenly asked him to tell about the story that connects him with the Almighty Stone and the princess. Although Jamie had hoped that he would not broach the subject, questions continued to arise for 2 weeks until they finally arrived at the Wizarding World. Looking at the garden from a bird's-eye view, Jamie said with surprise that the magical world looked even cooler than he expected. Siegfried reacted to his words with a sincere smile, said that this is a city that the first king of Magi built personally. The young magician noticed that the garden creates a magic circle, but Siegfried replied that if he told more about it, it would be too boring and easy. It was surprising not only the buildings of the city, but also the fact that there were flying ships in the sky, reporting some news. Even advertisements commissioned by a local pharmacy, which tried to spread the news about the best potion of the new generation, were spread like this. Looking around, Jamie recognized that the magic technique used in this place was simply incredible. The elder agreed with him and said that the technique is so incredible that it is not inferior to the one in the magical kingdom. Then Siegfried said that he was going to go to the store. He held out a leaflet to Jaime and suggested that he look around the city. Jamie felt uncomfortable when he realized that this is a magic map for people who suffer from topographical cretinism. Such a gift was a kind of concern on the part of the elder, who did not want to lose his dear guest. Meanwhile, Anna Mayer, a diligent student of the Phoenix Academy, who was afraid of being late, was running nearby. Their vacation was over, and she couldn't wait for the opening ceremony to begin. She was not interested in new students, but in the fact that she could see the director and teacher Siegfried, to whom she could show her new magic. She dreamed of the moment when Mr. Siegfried would tell her the cherished words that he regrets that he could not recognize her talent earlier, and later he would start begging her to become his student. Dreaming of something like that, she happily ran towards the academy. But at one point, she suddenly saw a guy who appeared to be her child, who was a new student, but got lost on the road. A strange circumstance was that it was about Jaime. Remembering her first year of study, she thought with some tension that she understood him, since she had also been lost in this place before. Unsuspecting, Jamie enjoyed the technology of this city, wondering if it was possible to use something similar in his father's lands. At one point, he felt that a stranger put her hand on his shoulder and called him baby. Her address was too personal, and he looked in her direction with a cold look. Anna was scared for a moment and carefully removed her hand from his shoulder. After that, Jamie politely asked what she wanted. The girl remained silent, thinking that she felt an incredibly cold energy. She felt a little better when she remembered that in front of her was just a child, which means that, most likely, a strange feeling just seemed to her. Turning, Jamie said that if she didn't need anything, then he would go on. But Anna, feeling responsible for the new students, assumed that he was looking for a way to Fennis Academy. Without waiting for an answer, she grabbed his hand and said that they did not have time, because the induction ceremony would begin soon. Jamie did not understand what was happening, but despite this, he did not resist her. He was dragged along only because he had nothing to do. Finding himself in front of the entrance to the prestigious school of the magical world, Jamie was surprised that such an ignorant girl was studying in such a place. As a result, Anna brought Ego to the Amel Hall, where the Phoenix Academy's induction ceremony was to take place. It was interesting that she liked the new student in his new educational institution, but Jamie gradually began to tire of her. The girl solemnly congratulated him on his admission. At the moment when Jamie said that he was not a student, the girl quickly changed the topic to the fact that she had to perform some errand. She left the unfamiliar boy whom she had brought to the academy and ran to the other students. Jamie was tired of this situation and thought that he would soon have to meet with the seventh elder. But as soon as he decided to leave this hall, he heard a rude address in which Lennon Simon asked with a shiver in his body what he had forgotten here. Looking around, Jamie wondered who he was. Lennon was simply shocked that he had forgotten him after what he had done to him in the family's mansion. The youngest son of the family, Simon, still had nightmares because of the illusion used by the young Master Walton. But after that incident, his affairs unexpectedly improved. For some reason, Ego's father decided to personally train Ego. After some time, Lennon heard his father's praise for the first time. Recognizing his abilities, Richter Simon sent his son to the prestigious Academy of the Magical World. Jamie again repeated the question of who he was. Lennon introduced himself uncertainly, fearing that he would again face the horrifying illusion of a madman. Hearing his name, young Mr. Walton remembered him and said that he did not expect to see such an ignorant fool in such a place. Looking at the frightened boy, it became clear that he had already reached the third rank of magical power. Jamie remembered that he had asked Count Simon to train him. The result seemed quite good to him. Pointing a finger at Jamie, Lennon tentatively asked if he had also entered Phoenix Academy. In response, Jamie said that if he entered such an educational institution, it would look like a mockery. At the same moment, the seventh headman approached him, asking what the young master had forgotten in the hall for new students. Seeing Siegfried, the whole crowd turned their attention to him, and Anna even started running in his direction. The young teacher, who was a favorite of the students, was tired of their constant attention and wanted to disappear from their sight. Jamie was surprised that Siegfried had a student, but the seventh elder began to excuse himself with an awkward laugh and asked him to hurry to the meeting. A moment before Anna ran up to them, they suddenly teleported. The student felt incredible sadness because she had been waiting so long for this opportunity to show herself from the best side. When her teacher left, she heard one of the students calling Jamie a reckless scoundrel. Anna approached Lennon and asked if he was talking about the guy who left with Mr. Siegfried. The heir of the Simon family was surprised that she did not know who he was. Lennon presented Jamie as the heir of the Walton family, which is a real monster and has already been called the greatest talent of the human world. Hearing this, the girl repeated the given name and began to smile, trying to remember who it was. At the moment of realization, she felt awkward, realizing that she had dragged such an incredible person by the hand into the Amel Hall, thinking that he was a new student who got lost in a magical city. Meanwhile, 6 elders gathered at one round table, eagerly awaiting a meeting with the most talented guy of their time. The 4th elder, Raymond Flores Sean, who belongs to the faction of the nobility, sincerely stated that he was looking forward to the moment of meeting the greatest genius of the continent. In turn, the 3rd elder serpent Harold, who was a loyalist, answered with a serious look that everything was exaggerating, and Jamie Walton would obviously disappoint them. Pointing a finger at the 3rd elder, the 6th elder of the Equalizers, Adelhart Vivian, said that he looked as if he was afraid that a 10-year-old child would surpass him. 5th elder Luca Friesel, who is the head of the Equalizers, awkwardly said that Mrs. Vivian was too frank. But Miss Adelhart Vivian, provoking Master Harold, replied that she only said what she thought necessary. The most authoritative among those present intervened in their conversation. A man with a long beard and luxurious mustache asked them to calm down, said that they could not expose the guest in a shameful light. Earlier, the 2nd elder Marcus Lindmel, who was sitting silently, who is the head of the faction of the nobility, suddenly said that their dear guest was already close. After these words, Jamie entered the conference hall, who politely introduced himself and declared that it was an honor for him to be present in the same hall with such influential people in the magical world. Seeing him, all the elders were surprised, and Mrs. Vivian even said with her mouth open that the young talent was a magician of at least the 6th rank. With a smile on his face, Marcus Linmo thought that Jamie had grown so much that it was now hard to compare him to the young man he was asked to train. Looking around, Jamie was convinced that there were elders in front of him, because they were all of a higher level than himself. But at one point, he noticed a wickedly trembling old man who could hardly be a worthy competition for him. Jamie immediately calculated that he was the 6th rank and assumed that he could not rise higher because of his inferiority complex. Cheerfully waving his hand, the smiling Master Marcus greeted the young Master Welton, saying that he was glad to see him in excellent shape. Jamie greeted him in return and said that he was able to become better thanks to his breathing technique. Linmo was surprised that the young talent not only studied magic, but also began to practice with a sword. The talented guy thanked him for the praise, then said that he would like to ask him for sparring someday. Hearing their conversation, the envious serpent Harold mockingly said that since Jaime is a wizard who practices swordsmanship, he is most likely a modest person who only uses his body. In response, Jamie said with a serious look that the elder should be more careful with his words, because his father is one of those who trains physically. When the elder answered uncertainly that he did not mean that, Jamie replied with a mock cheerful tone that now it became clear to him that Master Serpent Harold was simply overthinking his words. Seeing this altercation, Siegfried covered his face, barely holding back his laughter. When the 3rd elder was filled with anger and tried to find an answer, a man with a beautiful beard interceded for him, saying that Master Serpent Harold had made a mistake. Often Ginger, a man with the most beautiful beard, explained that his colleague meant well. This mage is the royal teacher, as well as one of the 2 official grand mages of the kingdom. He is also known as the Sorcerer of the Sky, a name he got because of his ability to control the weather. With a cold look and a serious tone, he turned to Jaime and, calling him a young wizard, thanked him for accepting their offer and also welcomed him into the magical world of the kingdom. Hearing the words about the young wizard, Siegfried interceded for the young master, asking whether such an appeal to a really strong master of magic was not rude. After these words, Mr. Ofen immediately admitted his mistake and apologized to Jaime. Speaking about the possibilities of the magical world, he said that if he could have his way, he would immediately support him in gaining access to the research center. But as it turned out, the magical world works according to the principle that those who do not take part in their development do not have the right to use their advantages. Calling it a basic rule of the magical world, the royal teacher was interested in Jaime's opinion. While the boy was silent with a surprised look, often Ginger suddenly wondered if he could become a man of the magical world. When they left the conference hall, Siegfried, looking at the tired and suffering expression of the young master's face, thought that Ofen was too rude when he called him a young wizard and proposed something unexpected. As it turned out, turning to the 7th elder, the royal teacher mentioned that their academy always needed talented people. He meant that he would like Jamie to temporarily become a professor for a month. Since there were no objections, he took it as an agreement and asked Director Siegfried to help the young talent settle in a new place. Remembering this, Siegfried, with a determined mood, decided to return to the elders to explain to them the current state of affairs. Seeing him in anger, Jaime awkwardly began to make excuses, saying that everything was fine. Seeing that everything was not so sad, Siegfried carefully asked him to let him know when it would become difficult for him. He asked not to perceive him as before, because now he has returned to the position of director of the academy. With a smile on his face, Jamie replied that he was a very strange director, as he had forgotten about the induction ceremony of his academy. Remembering his past, Diablo thought about the fact that he once swore that he would never have a second student. In the distant past, when he was not a great threat to the 12 gods, he taught children, whom he called his students. But most of all, he paid attention to the guy with red hair, who, experiencing failures, was afraid that he was not good for anything. Diablo Wolfer, being a caring teacher, taught him not to rush but to develop his skills gradually and diligently. After some time, that boy with red hair began to make progress and became a special student, to whom Diablo became very attached. Thinking about those times, the great magician of the past thought that those children should be able to see him leave. He hoped that he would no longer have to experience feelings of attachment to people, as it was with the students in his past. But he didn't have a second choice. So he decided that he would give up his promise just for a month, but he wouldn't think too much about what he was doing. Meanwhile, a loud scream was heard in the female dormitory of the Phoenix Academy. It was the cry of the red-haired student, who was shocked when she found out that Anna did not recognize the mistress of Jama, that she stood out from the rest with her emerald hair. Feeling some awkwardness, Anna remembered that she had grabbed his hand on the street and dragged him to the academy with her because she thought he was a lost student. Hearing this, her friend began to think about a love story, imagining how Jaime's father was holding her hand. Anna asked why her friend refers to him as a mistress, despite the fact that they are the same age. In response, the red-haired girl was displeasedly surprised that her friend had asked something so stupid. She explained that Jaime's cheese is considered their real star, being the personification of the best qualities, the greatest genius of all time, the saint of the goddess Pyro, and the only son of the Walton family at the same time. Sighing heavily, Anna said that she didn't know this before. Then she said that she would rather study. Calling her boring, the red-haired girl mentioned that Evan from the parallel class started getting high grades when he started taking supplements. It was about the guy who had previously wanted to drop out of school because of the lack of growth in magical power. After such news, the naive girl also decided to buy supplements and even said that she was ready to share. Anna, being a supporter of classical methods, refused. As the average obnoxious teenager, her black-haired friend began to judge her for refusing, saying that she never liked model students. After that, she offered her to go to the cafeteria, but the studious student refused, reminding herself that she was going to study. Speaking about the place where Jaime was going to practice as a professor, it is worth mentioning that the Phoenix Academy is an institution for magicians, which was founded by Amalfestus, a great wizard who helped found the kingdom of Seldom itself. The Phoenix Academy is considered the most famous in the magical world. It has a long history spanning several hundred years. This is the best academy, producing thousands of wizards worthy of its name. After not a long thought, Jaime decided to visit the academy at the request of the elders. Deputy Director Javelin Cater met his new colleague with a smile and said that it would be an honor for him to be sent such a famous young man. Jaime sincerely answered that it was an honor for him to be a part of their team. When he entered the teacher's room, he shocked everyone present by announcing that he would temporarily work with them, after which he asked them to take care of him with a sincere smile. That's how the youngest professor in the entire history of the Phoenix Academy was born. All the teachers were surprised when they learned that a genius from the family of Count Walton would become a part of their team, albeit temporarily. After this warm acquaintance, the deputy director saved the young professor from excessive attention and took him to the consultation office. Here he said that in their academy, they practiced the distribution of classes depending on skills. Thus, regardless of age, young wizards were divided into 3 classes: elementary, middle, and higher, which in turn were divided into alpha, beta, and gamma classes. Professor Jaime was appointed as the teacher of the elementary alpha class. After that, he suggested that Jaime choose a subject that he would teach. While the young professor was puzzled by the difficult choice, Master Javelin mentioned that since he was an outstanding wizard, it would be good if he took a difficult subject. Looking at the lists, Jaime thought that he was most confident in black magic, but unfortunately, such a subject was not taught. Before him was a really difficult choice, which prompted him to think about returning to his origins. Before learning black magic in his past life, Diablo was known as an infinite wizard. Based on this, he developed an appropriate training plan, and the deputy director pointed out that his choice was very interesting. He eagerly awaited the results of his work. They were getting close to meeting time, so he said he would say hello to Mistress Silver. Looking around, Jaime thought that for a building that was already 500 years old, the amenities were pretty good. At that moment, the workers of the academy who were interested in his personality looked at him. A professor of the academy named Sophia, who turned out to be the bravest among her colleagues, wondered if the young man was really the person who is called the most talented magician of mankind. When the guys entered the consultation office, they began to talk about their admiration for his exploits, mentioning that they were shocked by the fact that he is the best friend of the apostle of the goddess Pyro. Sophia could not hide her emotions when she mentioned his beautiful emerald hair. The professors admired his personality so much that they begged to give him an autograph. Jamie felt uncomfortable, not understanding why they were behaving like that. At the same moment, Master Javelin and Professor Silver entered. To their surprise, it was impossible to approach the young wizard, as many teachers gathered around him, wanting to get his autograph. Addressing them, Master Javelin awkwardly stated that it would be difficult for the young master to cope with his duties if they prevented him from working in such a way. In response, Sophia and the rest of the fans of the talented magician began to frown in his direction. As a result, Jamie escaped from them with the help of the teleportation technique and again met with the deputy director. The man explained that the professors are excited and will continue to pay a lot of attention to him because of his popularity. Accepting this inconvenient fact for him, Jamie went to the primary wing, where he was assigned his first lesson with Class Alpha. All the students were already in place. Finn Bartik, who was only 16 years old, sat next to Anna. He assumed that the girl, as usual, studied all night, as she is an exemplary student. Anna answered that she is doing everything in order to move to the middle level. Hearing this, Finn said that he also wants to go to the middle level, no matter what the price. Proof of this was the drink in his hands, which was a popular drug that enhances magical power. The girl was surprised that he also began to use a similar unconventional method of development. At the same moment, she was distracted by the appearance of a young and rather talented magician who walked between the rows with incredible self-confidence. As expected, it was connected with his self-love. He thought that no one present could compare with his talent. He thought that he would quickly show his superiority and move to the middle level, forgetting all these losers. But in one moment, his self-love came to an end as soon as Anna turned to him, calling him red-haired. After that, a friendly student offered to meet him. Being in the first year of study, he first appeared among these students and proudly pronounced his family name, which immediately began to be discussed among those present. With a confident smile, he thought that it would only be better for him if everyone else envied the fact that he was the heir of a noble family. Now it seemed to him that he should immediately go not to the middle, but to the senior level of students. Having learned that he is the son of Count Simon, Anna continued the conversation and, no matter what happened, suggested that they ask him everything that he did not know. Their awkward conversation was interrupted at the moment when Mr. Silver entered the hall. To the surprise of all present, he announced that he had not come alone. After these words, young Mr. Velton appeared in front of them. Seeing him, Lennon Simon was worried because he did not understand that he had forgotten here. Everyone present recognized his emerald hair, realizing that he is the guy who is called the most outstanding talent of our time. The students were shocked when they found out that he was their new professor. The guys were delighted when they learned that Jamie Walton himself was in front of them. As soon as they started running in his direction to get a better look at him, even Master Silver couldn't stop them. Sighing heavily, Jaime used magic, creating silence inside the room. Everyone present felt that the sounds around them disappeared. They were stunned by what happened. Jamie, trying to shame them, asked if the standards in the Alpha class were so low that they allowed to arrange something like this in the Sacred Academy, even in front of a respected professor. Hearing his speech, Lennon could not believe that he was so official and behaved like a boomer. In a way, the heir to the family, Simon, was right, because Jamie continued to communicate as if he was much older than they were. The greatest talent of the era said that despite his disappointment in their behavior, he would give them a chance to correct themselves, after which he asked them to guess the subject that he would lead. The guys began to raise their hands uncertainly, assuming various disciplines, but they were all wrong. Moreover, Jamie was surprised that such useless items, which they called, still existed in such an advanced academy. After the unsuccessful attempts of the students to guess the object, a determined girl stepped into the matter. Anna, turning to the professor, said that since he is a wizard of the 6th rank, he will teach them a non-standard subject. As an example, she called understanding all sides of attributes and magic circles. Remembering that energy is studied at the middle level, she settled on the second option. Seeing her, Jamie remembered that she was exactly that strange student who led him by the hand to the entrance ceremony. Taking a closer look, he noticed that she didn't have very much mana, but despite that, she was an Alpha class student. Everyone present could not believe that she was right. Moreover, Jamie praised her, saying that her analytical skills are very good. Anna could not contain her joy when she heard that she was right. Simon was filled with anger, realizing that Jaime had recognized her. He could not understand how she managed to overshadow his glory. Clapping his hands, Mr. Silver announced the end of the meeting, after which he suggested those present to work hard in class. When Jamie returned to the teacher's room, he sighed heavily, realizing that he was in for a difficult time. Looking at the schedule, he learned that his subject would be taught the next day. He learned from the deputy director that the first lesson would be conducted with the previous professor. The professor leading the magic circles was Kiniak Azier. He was a magician of the 5th rank, as well as the author of many articles. Seeing him, he assumed that he was a student of the elder Serpent Herald, with whom he had a very tense acquaintance. At the same moment, Mrs. Sophia unexpectedly approached him, and seeing in his hands the information about the teacher of magic circles, said that he should be more careful with that person. She secretly said that that professor had an inferiority complex, and several teachers fell for it without being aware of the situation. With a smile on his face, Jamie thanked her advice. After that, Sophia decided to take advantage of the moment and again asked him for an autograph. But at the same moment, Mr. Kiniak himself entered the teacher's room and first of all said that he expected the popularity of the young magician to make itself felt. The professor tried to shame Jamie for signing his autographs in such an inappropriate place. As soon as Sophia tried to justify herself, Kiniak refused to listen to her and asked her to leave the young magician. With a smile on his face, Jamie asked to meet him, but the professor decided to skip the formalities and immediately told him that he had heard rumors that the young magician had mastered the sword at the age of 10. After that, he suggested that being so talented is great. Having uttered these envious words, he grabbed the young mage by the shoulder and with a predatory look said that he should prepare himself, as he would not be a nice companion for him. Throwing his hand away, Jamie confidently replied that it was exactly what he expected. The next day they went to the classroom, where classes were held in Class Alpha. Hearing their footsteps, one of the students shouted that everyone should take their seats as a ghost is approaching. Hearing the professor's nickname, Jamie could barely contain his laughter. Mr. Kiniak was not happy with such jokes, so he turned to Hamill, who shouted about his approach, and said that if she calls him a ghost one more time, she will not get away with it. Placing the prepared material on the teacher's desk, the professor mockingly called Jamie big and announced that from this moment on, he would temporarily teach the course of magic circles. Picking up the paper from the table, he asked the students to understand that teaching is a difficult science even for a genius. He hinted that Jamie might not be able to cope with his task. After these words, Mr. Kiniak said that he was going to test the students. Using magic, he distributed paper with test exercises to all the students and announced that in this lesson, they would learn to create a 6-star magic cycle. Looking at one of the prepared materials, Jamie admitted that Professor Kiniak had prepared well for the lesson and really knew how to teach. He was interested to see how good he was in action. Kiniak Azier began the lesson by saying that magic cycles usually contain a formula. The sun, moon, and stars were needed to create a 6-star circle. Releasing the magic, he explained that the stars are the universe, the sun is peace, and the moon is night. After that, he made a huge demonstration that all the students could consider and said that they should combine all these symbols and form a single galaxy, which would be a centralized magical cycle. All the teachers listened attentively to his speech, which only confirmed that the professor was good at teaching. He clarified that depending on what kind of magic they wished to receive, the components and their arrangement may change. Dispersing the demonstration, he asked them to remember that once they have distributed the components, they will no longer be able to change their position, so they should proceed carefully from the very beginning, since there is still no exact method for discovering the most efficient configuration. Hearing this, Jamie interrupted him, asking if they really didn't know about it. Dissatisfied with his arrogance, the professor decided to embarrass the guy by asking if the genius had a real offer. With a cheeky sneer, the young mage suggested using guidelines. As soon as the professor tried to say that it is a well-known truth that it violates the rules of creating circles, Jamie decided not to listen to him to the end and created a demonstration. In front of the eyes of all the students, he drew the guiding lines, after which he set the specific locations of the sun and the moon. Professor Kiniak said that the magic circle will collapse. Then he asked how a genius could not know the basics of the chosen skill. Unexpectedly for everyone, Jamie snapped his fingers and said that he was going to wipe them all out. He suggested that students divide the key components of the magic cycle so that it would be easier to work with them. He added that it is possible to arrange the elements where they are convenient, after which it is necessary to erase the lines and combine the components. According to him, using his technique of layering, every magician can easily change the cycle instead of creating him from scratch. Seeing the demonstration of an incredible theory, all the students were shocked, saying that they had never seen such madness. Anna realized that the young and talented magician had done the impossible, destroyed everything they had previously known about magic circles. Looking at the magic circle that Jaime had created, the shocked Keniak realized that this discovery would shake the entire magical world. Having learned about such a possibility, the professor, who previously conducted studies on magic circles, decided to test one of his hypotheses. By moving the elements, he surprised all the students because he managed to turn an ordinary magic cycle into a three-dimensional one. Jamie accepted his actions with a smile on his face, as he was pleasantly surprised that the professor managed to change his demonstration immediately after he learned something new about the theory of magic circles. With a wave of his hand, he decided to challenge the modern basics of creating magic circles even more, and demonstrated even more insane changes. Seeing this, all the students were so shocked that they could not utter a word.
As a result of his actions, one magic circle became part of another. He was able to do this because if the space allows the magician to do it, then he can infinitely expand his own spell.
It was about a three-dimensional, super complex magic cycle, which was previously known as the Infinity Mage technique, Diablo Wolfer's personal magic. Having done things that destroyed the modern understanding of magic circles, Jamie looked at the professor and asked his opinion. Despite his incredible research experience and dozens of scientific articles, Keniak Azir could not utter a word. He had never heard of such methods and was shocked at the thought of the potential of this talented magician. Having seen Jaime's incredible power once again, Lennon Simon thought that the heir of the Walton family had lost his mind to call something crazy just a visual demonstration. The young professor was wondering if anyone could handle the task. But to his surprise, no one even wanted to try. The exception was only a few students who were worth paying attention to. Most of the guys from the Alpha class started discussing the extraordinary approach of the brilliant young magician, which changed the very concept of creating magic circles. They saw that even Professor Azir was shocked by the demonstration he saw. Meanwhile, Lennon Simon did not sit idly by, but started trying to perform the magic circle that Jamie Walton had demonstrated to them. The guy was concentrating on the task with all his might, and as befits the arrogant son of a large family, he tried to ignore the attention of the girl sitting next to him, who was shocked when she saw the layering of elements in his performance. When the magic circle collapsed, he paid attention to a compulsive student who was also trying to complete this difficult task. He could not believe that she was trying to perform a complex magic circle, missing the layering stage of elements. Lennon, despite his narcissistic nature, decided to help her and put his hand on her shoulder, tried to explain the essence of her mistake. But as it turned out, Anna did not even notice his presence. She was so focused that after the failure, she threw her head back hard, hit the young heir of the Simon family in the face, and loudly shouted words of dissatisfaction. The girl rushed after the young professor to find out what exactly she was doing wrong. Shocked by what was happening, Lennon Simon felt like a loser, not understanding how such a simpleton could ignore him. When the first lesson came to an end, Jamie and Keniak returned to the teacher's room and met Mistress Javelin on the way. The deputy director, with a pleasant smile, asked how their first lesson went. In response, Professor Keniak, unexpectedly for the young magician, said that the lesson was excellent. Jamie couldn't believe that he could even say something good, like praise. Hearing his words, Master Javelin began to laugh, saying that it was the first time he heard Professor Azir praise someone. In response, the researcher of magic circles walked past him and coldly said goodbye. As soon as the deputy director saw that the professor was leaving, he rushed after him, saying that he should not hurry to leave the academy, as he had to come to the daytime meeting. After such words from the professor, Jamie thought about the fact that, most likely, he does not have any inferiority complex. Moreover, he noticed that Mr. Azir's lessons are very good, as well as his teaching methods. He did not have time to enter the teacher's room when he was caught by his students. Anna ran to him, followed by Len and Simon. The student asked to help her. Demonstrating her magic circle, she said that she tried to create such a technique as the young professor showed them. But at the moment of combining the elements, her technique collapsed. Looking at her magic circle, the young professor immediately noticed a mistake. He told her that the two elements were in conflict, then pointed at them with his finger. All that remained was to believe that she would understand what was being said. Anna turned out to be very smart. She immediately erased unnecessary things and combined elements. After a moment, she screamed with joy as she managed to perform a complex magic circle as the professor showed it. The guys could not believe their eyes. She really coped with the task after one hint. Although she became the first student who managed to do this, her magic circle was unstable and quickly collapsed. Seeing her success, Lennon immediately rushed to her side to find out how she managed it. He nervously asked her to tell, step by step, exactly what she was doing. With an awkward laugh, she said she was just repeating Professor Welton. Lennon could not believe that she managed to do this after seeing the demonstration only once. He was shocked, realizing that there is still someone so talented in his class. Not paying attention to their dialogue, Jamie was interested in her abilities, because although not perfect, she was able to copy his three-dimensional, super complex magic cycle. It was hard not to recognize her talent, so he began to think about talking to the director. For the first time since the beginning of his work as a professor, he decided to visit the seventh elder. Director Siegfried was glad to see the young magician, with whom he had been somewhat smitten. Glancing at the elder's desk, Jamie asked what he was planning to do with the iron fragments of the meteorite. Grateful for the attention, Siegfried replied that he was engaged in experiments, but carefully, because this is too valuable material to waste it in vain. After that, he wondered why the young professor had come to him. In response, Jamie said that he wanted to show him something. He created a magic circle and added that he demonstrated it to students in class. Seeing a three-dimensional magic circle, Siegfried was simply shocked. Jamie immediately warned that he was not going to brag. He came not for the sake of telling about what is ahead of the entire magical world, but to tell that Anna Mayer managed to build this circle. Although he did not go into theory, Siegfried understood what it was all about. Seeing his reaction, Jamie wondered why he wasn't still teaching such an incredibly gifted student. In response, the director admitted that she was indeed smart, but noted with a sad look that she had no talent for magic. Therefore, he advised her to follow in the footsteps of a magical scientist, where she would have the opportunity to realize herself. Despite his words, she resolutely answered that she wanted to become a magician. That is why she is looking for a teacher who can reveal her potential. However, all teachers refused, realizing that talent does not guarantee strength. Based on his words, Jamie realized that she was following Siegfried to become his student. Siegfried asked for his understanding, said that there is a cruel truth, that the magical world is the basis of their kingdom. Therefore, they could not invest in unreliable students. Sighing heavily, Jamie thanked the headmaster for taking the time to talk to him. Siegfried felt his concern about the student. He decided on a provocation and said that if he is really interested in whether she can succeed, then he should take up her training himself. As another argument, the director said that a teacher and a student with such a small age difference sounds very unusual. Hearing his words, Jamie refused and left the office, slamming the door loudly. When he went outside and was alone, he began to think about what was happening. His promises to himself began to be destroyed one by one, because not only was he forced to become a professor, they also began to force him to be a student. He did not want to repeat his mistake of the past, when he lost all his followers because of the conspiracy of the 12 gods. From that moment, he decided to end this struggle on his own. It seemed to him that he should not interfere, because Anna would be able to cope with her ingenuity on her own. Looking at the sky, he thought that she had nothing to do with him, because it would lead her to unfavorable consequences. A week later, all the students of the Alpha class went to the training hall, where Professor Silver was responsible for measuring mana. He said that according to rumors, many students from the Beta class had good performance. Therefore, he expected that his class would also demonstrate good results. The students themselves had heard something similar and had already started a discussion. Recalling a student named Becca, Finn noted that she took first place in her class.
Len and Simon to check.
In order to conduct the test, all the students created a magic bow, the arrow of which was aimed at the target. Lenin surprised everyone when he launched a very strong attack. A powerful blast of his concentrated mana was so dense that it hid the mannequin from view. The ego indicator was higher than 2,000 points. Professor Silver did not expect such a result and realized that if his mana were a little stronger, he would easily destroy their dummy. The students present in the training hall saw such a result for the first time in their lives and were amazed. Looking at Anna, who couldn't move out of surprise, Lenin forgot about his pride, thought that she seemed stupid to him, since he would certainly be able to demonstrate skills at an even higher level than he himself. With some awkwardness, Professor Silver asked to give him some time to change the target. Finn was next in line. He was confident in his abilities and said that the students should watch his testing carefully, as he is in great shape. Even more self-confidence was added to him by the fact that from the very morning he took a drug called Apophis X, which enhances his magic. At the same moment, Anna noticed his predatory look, not understanding when he managed to change so much. For the first time in his life, Finn was able to perform such a powerful shot with magic. His first test result was 160 points of strength, while now he found out that he increased his strength by 700 units. The boy began to be very happy, while the other students began to praise him, saying that if he tried, he would quickly be able to pass to the middle class. Seeing his triumph, Anna was puzzled, as she was the only one who saw his strange look before using the force. Next in line was a talented student with blue hair. Excited, Anna waited a long time for the moment when she could find out her results. She worked hard and hoped that she would receive the fruits of her labor. But to her surprise, she had to experience some awkwardness because she learned that her indicator has not changed since last year and amounted to 245 units of strength. The girl felt incredible darkness and decided to leave the eyes of the other students. Lenin did not understand how this was possible. When Jamie left the teacher's room, Mr. Javelin noticed him and immediately started a conversation. The deputy director decided to support him and put his hand on the young professor's shoulder and said that he was doing great. Javelin Cutter said that if Jamie needed anything, then he could turn to him for help. At that moment, the young professor did not pay much attention to his polite thing, because the artifact that was on his hand seemed more interesting. Noticing his look, the deputy director awkwardly removed his hand and said that he should hurry to the third elder. Jamie immediately remembered that this was most likely a hysterical man who, despite his status, was at a lower level than he was.
According to the deputy director, he even found out that Mr. Serpent-Girol is the head of the academy.
Yawning a little, Jamie thought about how tight this world was, since he still had to meet the ridiculous third elder. At the same moment, a student passed by him who was constantly muttering to himself the rules for the arrangement of magic circles. Looking at him, Jamie was worried, as he noticed that he looked very sick. Seeing his eyes, the young professor assumed that he was straining himself too much because of his studies. It seemed to him that there was no sense in this, therefore, most likely, he simply does not have a talent for magic. Thinking that it was none of his business at all, Jamie turned around and walked on. Meanwhile, Master Javelin came to the office of the head of the academy and asked for permission to enter. At the same moment, the door opened, but Professor Azier appeared in front of him. The man looked at the deputy director with a very cold look, then silently passed by. The deputy director wanted to know what brought him to the manager, but he never heard an answer. Looking around, he thought that it was hard to understand what was going on in his head. Despite Kenyak's rudeness, he thought that since they were both professors, they should get along. As it turned out, Professor Azier decided to take some documents about a student of his class from his friend, who was the supervisor. When he was leaving the office, a leaf fell out of his folder. It was a picture of Anna. Based on this, it is logical to assume that the documents that interested him belonged to her. While all the students happily discussed the results of the measurements, Anna stood alone on the sidelines. She thought with sadness that everyone had become stronger, while she alone continued to stomp in place. Remembering all her efforts, the girl began to worry because this was her maximum. After talking with other students, she even began to think that she should try magic power amplifiers. Seeing her in such a state, Jamie could not understand what had happened. Fearing that he would be infected by her sadness, he turned around and decided that he would just pass by. And yet, he had to return to her, as he felt the desire to help. When he approached the excited student, he asked what was bothering her. Anna sadly answered that their mana level was measured again, and her indicator had not changed at all in the last hour. Hearing that it was only 247 points, Jamie thought that she really had no talent for magic. But after that, she surprised him with her words. With tears in her eyes, she firmly declared that she would not give up, because she had sworn to become an archmage and restore the honorable name of her family. Her steadfastness seemed familiar to Jamie. He understood that the past might repeat itself, because similar words were spoken by one of his students. Despite this, leaving the student, he thought that it was still worth trying. Stopping, he praised her for her perseverance and said that if she is confident that she will be able to save him until the very end, then she should come to his office for a conversation. After this conversation, Jamie left the academy and visited the Blue Magic Tower. As it turned out, at the very top of this tower was the laboratory of Marcus Linmull, the elder who first noticed his talent. When Jamie went inside, one of the women was surprised and asked what the baby forgot in this place. When the young magician replied that he needed to see the master of the tower, the lovely lady replied that, unfortunately, Marcus Linmull does not accept children. After that, Jamie asked to convey that Mr. Walton had come to them. As soon as she heard his name, she stopped calling him baby and, feeling guilty, led him to the owner's office and apologized for her ignorance. When Jamie went inside, he was surprised that this office really belonged to a great magician. Looking around, he saw countless books scattered around the office. After that, he suddenly heard the voice of the magician, who said that he apologizes for his disorder. Jamie couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. It seemed to him that the magician controlled the whole room with the help of mana. After Marcus uttered words about disorder, his guest said that this is its beauty. After these words, the elder suddenly appeared on one of the bookcases. Looking at his desk, Jamie said with admiration that he was glad to see a great magician immersed in research. With a pleasant laugh, Marcus Linmull sweetly replied that he would find time for his dear guest in any case. The old man understood what he was talking about, asked Jamie if he believed that Anna could become an archmage. In response, Marcus said that the young man's words are presumptuous, because the theory of magic is not available to everyone. He said that he recognized Jaime's talent, but to turn a girl into an archmage is a crazy task when you yourself are only at the 6th rank of magic. In response, Jamie suddenly announced that he had already mastered the magic theory. Moreover, he boasted that it was not enough for him, and therefore he decided to create a new magic. Marcus Linmull was shocked by his statement, said that he could not believe that Jamie was going to do something that even a dragon could not do. But looking at the young man, the great master of magic could not understand why he could feel such incredible pressure from him. However, he reconsidered his attitude to the situation and said that if Jamie is so confident in himself, then he should consider the offer. Taking the magic staff in his hands, the old man began to release his mana, offering the young man to fight with him. He stated that if Jamie could impress him, then he would give him the rights to his body-breathing technique. Jaime agreed to his offer with a satisfied smile on his face and grabbed his sword. Seeing his determination, Marcus Linmull moved himself and the young man into the battle dimension and allowed him to attack first. With a confident look, Jamie warned the elder that he might regret it. At his will, the young magician began his first attack, which he was going to carry out with the help of a combination of magic and martial arts. Releasing a large amount of mana, he focused on a transformation skill called the White Ocean. Rushing into the attack, he warned the old man that the battle was about to begin. A moment before Jaime was about to strike, the old man began to create a shield. He was surprised that the young mage could instantly appear right in front of him, using only martial arts. Jaime's blade stopped the moment it made contact with the elder's magical shield. Marcus Linmull watched his swordsmanship with interest, but warned the boy that he would not be able to break through his defenses. After these words, Jaime suddenly began to use magic. Channeling the power of his blade and the magic of the Hand of Destruction at the same time, he completely destroyed the shield. A moment before he collided with the young magician's hand, Marcus was surprised that his actions had been read. After that, the elder suddenly appeared behind the young man and said that he really had a worthy opponent. Jamie was surprised that he managed to restore his shield in such a short period of time. He had no other option but to use Churnish to strengthen his techniques. In addition, he decided to hide his presence and summoned him to his ghostly dimension. After that, Jamie used teleport magic and suddenly found himself above Marcus. For the next attack, he decided to create several astral bodies at the same time, which will strengthen the overall power. Together with his clones, he attacked using a plasma cutter, an arrow blast, a lightning bolt, and a magma blade. An incredible amount of mana fell on the Elder's shield. A crack appeared in one place of ego protection. In the last moment, the magician saw that the main body of the young man was already ready to strike him with a serious blade. Hitting with all his might, Jaime destroyed the shield and sent the Elder flying. After he dealt a serious blow to the Elder, he decided to dispel the instant effect, which is melee magic using astral bodies and teleportation. By the end of his combo, he was completely exhausted, as this melee magic requires too much energy. As soon as the dust cleared, old Lin Mel appeared, laughing and saying that Jaime had made a very nice attack. He said that despite this, his collar is still intact. Not listening to his speech to the end, the young magician noted that despite this, he was still unable to restore the back of his mantle. After looking around, Marcus Linmo was convinced that the talented young man was right. The Elder was surprised by this and replied that he was in too much of a hurry and made a mistake. Hearing these words, Jaime felt some discomfort from the realization that their battle was not over yet. With a serious look, Marcus Linmel said that it was a bit of a shame to receive only blows. After these words, he suggested that the young man try to repel his attack. Despite his exhaustion, Jaime decided not to back down. He turned to the use of an artifact obtained during a journey to the magical world. Taking the limitless Avalon in his hands and pointing the sword at the opponent, he confidently said that he was looking forward to the Elder's counterattack. Seeing the artifact, the old man was surprised that he was able to get such a valuable speech. As it turned out, he himself tried to buy it, but Miss Kyriel refused and even kicked him out of her shop. The old man suggested that Jaime must be hiding a few more good artifacts in stock. Hearing his words, the young magician thought that the old man was acting very greedily. The second stage of the battle began, and now Marcus Linmel felt freer. With the help of his staff, he formed an incredible amount of energy, which he directed at the young mage. With an anticipatory smile, Jaime began to use his artifact, filling up with energy. Having used this source, he felt as fresh as ever. He was genuinely amazed at the thought that the boundless Avalon contains the forces of the real and other worlds. Having stopped the enemy's attack with the help of several astral bodies, Jaime admitted that the old man's magic was quite good. Despite this, he asked the Elder to demonstrate something more amazing. Hearing the old man's attitude, he asked if he was really sure that the same trick would work against him twice. Creating a powerful shield around himself, he said that a young man should be more serious about their sparring. Without saying anything in response, Jaime charged, using his sword. After this attack, which did not affect the shield in any way, Marcus asked the young man if he really wanted to see his capabilities. Jaime jumped back and replied that he would be glad to see his technique if the Elder decided to use his true power. After the young man agreed, the great magician became much more serious. Before carrying out a serious attack, he said that his gift was like lightning that struck everywhere, hail that fell from the sky and a flow of lava from hell itself. Confident in his incredible magic, Linmel said that the power of his technique significantly exceeds natural phenomena, and it will be difficult for a young man to accept such power. After that, Jaime barely had time to defend himself against the powerful flow of ego magic. After a moment, the old man's magic dissipated. Just when Jaime thought that nothing had happened, he began to notice something strange. In his eyes, the whole world turned upside down. While fending off a sudden magical attack with the help of a sword, Jaime encountered cognitive dissonance, the magical perspective of the great magician Marcus Linmel. The guy continued to fend off attacks that appeared in front of him quite unexpectedly. In fact, he already realized that even though from the outside it seems that he has encountered natural magic, but in reality, it is just an attack on the mind itself. The great magician of the past, Diablo Wolfer, knew that if a magician cannot control the world of the mind, then the resistance against such a technique will be useless. The problem was that he couldn't get rid of this magic in his current state. But he understood that if he could not break these shackles, he would not receive permission from the Elder to use his body-breathing technique. Based on this, he had no other option but to start analyzing the enemy's mana. Using the martial art of 100 Cs, he decided to distract the old man's attention. His real tactic was to completely absorb Linmel's magic. In this unequal battle, he resorted to using the black magic of his grimoire, which is capable of absorbing the enemy's mana. Looking at Jamie, who was under the influence of cognitive dissonance, the old man thought that although he looked calm on the outside, a terrible storm was surely raging inside him. Despite the situation, Jamie found himself using black mana, even though he understood that it would be difficult to break the mental shackles in the second way. Mr. Marcus said that he was going to end this party because he was afraid of the young man's father. But after a moment, he saw how Jaime suddenly delivered a powerful splitting blow which destroyed the technique of interfering with his mind. Crossing his sword and boundless Avalon in front of him, he looked truly menacing. After that, Jamie began to fight like a real monster. He delivered a deflecting blow in the direction of the old man, after which he rushed to attack. The old man was shocked when he saw Jamie using his mana. In the end, Jamie was still able to overcome the power of his magic and get him with his attack. The old man freed himself quite quickly, after which he asked the young magician how he managed to do this. Rejecting the use of black mana, Jamie turned to the use of his blade and martial arts. To his surprise, everything did not work at all as he expected. Looking at his sword, he admitted that his original plan was to absorb mana in order to free himself from illusions. But suddenly for him, Marcus's power also began to be absorbed. The worried old man asked if he really thought it was just a coincidence. Lowering his eyes, Jamie understood that if he chalked it all up to ordinary luck, then everything would be pointless. Returning the sword to the scabbard, the boy thought that the perspective of the great Lin Mel was absorbed by his weapon. With a smile on his face, he thought that this could become his new magic. Rejoicing at his success, Jamie asked the old man's opinion with a sweet smile. He awkwardly replied that it was time to end their battle. Placing his hand on the young man's head, Marcus Linmel proudly announced that he was allowing him to teach his student breathing techniques. After that, he said goodbye to Jamie, and he went home. When Marcus returned to his office, Raymond Flores Shan was already there, watching the dimension in which the sparring took place all this time. The head of the faction of the nobility was interested in the opinion of his comrade. The man replied that he was genuinely amazed that Jamie Walton was able to find a balance in the art of swords and magic. He had never seen such a weapon. Moreover, it seemed surprising that Jamie turned it into his perspective, which confirmed his greatness. After listening to his words, Marcus Linmel admitted that Jamie Walton was a natural-born genius. Moreover, he pointed out that what they saw is not the only reason to think so. He believed that the skills that can be compared to a great magician are skillful swordsmanship. In addition, it was also about his blessing of the goddess Pyro, which he did not reveal at all. Mr. Raymond wondered if an ordinary person could achieve something like this, especially at such an age. He worriedly began to wonder if Jaime was a superhuman created by someone on purpose. Hearing such troubling thoughts of his friend, Marcus Linmel asked him to be more careful with his words, reminded him that even the walls have ears. He offered to continue watching, wondering how Walton could change this world. Meanwhile, there was a furious knocking at the front door of Jamie's temporary home. It was young Master Simon, who did not even notice how the professor approached his back. Jamie asked the bewildered Lennon what he had forgotten at his house so late. Remembering Anna's emotional words about Professor Walton's plans to make her his student, he wanted to personally ask if he would really do it. Displeased, Jaime hit him on the back of the head with a magical fist, asking what was the informal tone with the professor. Leaning a little, Lennon assumed that this news was true. Jamie clarified that this is still not certain. Placing his hand on his chest, Lennon, with sincere intentions, began to beg to take his disciples as well. Returning to his house, Jamie replied that he wondered why Lennon decided to come to him in the middle of the night. After that, he asked the heir of the Simon family whether his father knew that he was going to change his mentor. Without waiting for an answer, he asked the red-haired boy to think about what people would say when they found out that the young professor was teaching the heir of the Simon family instead of his father. After that, he firmly stated that he would not take someone so short-sighted as a student and asked him to return to his dormitory. Lennon looked as if he had lost the meaning of his life. Closing the door, Jamie was able to show his emotions of dissatisfaction with the behavior of the obsessive student. Unable to stand it, he opened the door again, asking what Lennon allowed himself. But when he saw his face, he froze in place, being truly stunned. Lennon, being at the entrance to his house, began to cry, and these emotions were sincere. Turning to the professor with tears in his eyes, the young heir of the family, Simon, confidently said that he would not survive if Anna overtook him like a magician. He again began to beg Jamie to accept him as a student. Confused, Jamie responded by wondering whether he really seemed to them a prize worth competing for. He could not even imagine that students would fight for the opportunity to study under his mentorship. Taking a close look at the red-haired youth, Diablo thought that he was quite good at magic and would certainly be useful in terms of control. Still, good-natured Jamie gave him hope. A fire of hope appeared in Lennon's eyes when he heard that the professor was asking the Earl's permission for such changes in his education. Jamie explained that this was how he expressed respect to the current mentor of the stupid young man. In response, Lennon began to tirelessly thank his ego for such an opportunity and returned home at the professor's request. Returning to the house, Jamie threw his hands behind his head and thought with some tension that he would not be surprised if his father kicked him out of the house for such ungrateful antics. As expected, the next morning Lennon went to Count Simon's study to discuss the sudden news with him. As before, his father met him with a cold and piercing look. Mr. Richter asked his son why he decided to meet so unexpectedly. Unconfident in himself, Lennon endured a short pause, and when he gathered all his determination together, he said that he wanted to become a student of Professor Welton. Looking at him even more closely, Richter asked him to explain what he was talking about. Lennon expected a similar reaction, realizing that his father would not like such an idea. With an uncertain tone and trembling in his whole body, the heir of the family admitted that he had already gone to the young professor and personally asked him to become his student. Mr. Richter did not expect that such a thing could happen. Knowing the arrogance of his child, he was surprised that he sacrificed his pride in exchange for knowledge. In response, the father pronounced the covenant and asked him not to tarnish the honest name of the Simon family. With tears of joy in his eyes, Lennon took his words as a real gift of fate. Meanwhile, in one of the alleys of the magical community, very unexpected events took place. The existence of magical enhancement began to bear fruit. Standing in front of the professor, the mysterious man in the green robe could not believe that even such people could experience such a strong thirst for his drug. It was Professor Silver who begged to give him at least one more bottle of the drug Apophis X. Looking at him, the stranger said that the man was experiencing incredibly severe consequences of addiction, from which his blood vessels were destroyed, and his heart could not withstand it. With a smile on his face, the cruel man with a scar on his face said that he liked such a sight. At the same moment, a man in a blue hood turned to him with a threatening tone, asking him to stop it. The one who was involved in the distribution of the magic amplifier said that he was leaving. The man in the blue robe was the one who cleaned up such incidents. Using his magic, he got rid of the traces of the crime, and Professor Silver, being a victim of the drug, disappeared without a trace. The next morning, Jamie Walton went into the teacher's room again. He was very sleepy and, as usual, greeted everyone inside, not noticing what they were puzzled about. The guys were actively discussing something, and when they saw him, they worriedly asked if he had seen Professor Silver. His disappearance began to worry everyone, because he did not show up at work for the second day. Jamie suspected something was wrong, knowing that he wouldn't just skip work. Grasping the young professor by the shoulders, Director Javelin assured him that he should not worry, because he would personally visit him to find out what happened. After that, he asked Sophia to become the temporary head of the Alpha class to replace Mistress Silver. Realizing that she would be working with Jaime, the attractive lady immediately accepted the offer and happily replied that she could be relied on. With a smile on her face, she continued a pleasant conversation with the deputy director. Being sure of their responsibility, Jamie thought that he had nothing to worry about. At the same moment, his students burst into the teacher's room. Anna, with a bewildered look, wanted to know if the professor really accepted Lennon as one of his students. The heir of the family, Simon, folded his hands in front of him and resentfully repeated the speech that he had received his father's consent. Feeling discomfort due to their behavior, Jamie sighed heavily and clarified that they did not understand something. Unexpectedly for the guys, he said that they still don't recognize their students. He explained that they still had to take a test, so they would have to come see him after school. He warned them that if they fail, there will be no second chance. Despite the ultimatum, they did not lose their temper and simultaneously shouted that they would not let him down. After they left, Jamie started checking the schedule to see what subject he would be teaching this time. At that moment, Professor Kiniak suddenly came to him and frightened him with his address. Jamie really couldn't feel his presence, so he thought he was in the teacher's room alone.
Jamie awkwardly asked why going up so suddenly. In response, Mr. Keniak asked whether the young professor was really going to take Anna Mayer as one of his students.
With a certain reflection, the young Master Welton answered that he had not yet decided for sure, after which he asked the reason for such an unexpected interest on the part of the teacher of magic circles. Leaning over and looking him straight in the eyes, Professor Keniak pointedly asked him to leave that student, saying that he did not want Jamie to waste all her potential. When the astonished Diablo asked to know why he heard something like that, the professor replied that he should listen to his words. In the meantime, Sophia finished the meeting with the students and finally asked them to work well and wished them to get home safely. Anna did not listen to her words at all. She was worried about the condition of Finn, who was sitting next to her. Despite the fact that he looked very bad, he replied that everything is fine as long as he drinks the magic booster. When the girl reached for his bottle with the words that he should stop it, Finn sharply slapped her hand away and rudely shouted that it was none of her business. Seeing this conversation, Lennon approached Anna and asked what was happening with this student. The girl would be confused and not know what to answer him. When Simon suddenly decided to leave, she asked him to wait and followed him. Sighing heavily, Len and Simon thought that studying with her would be a real test. After looking around, I asked her how I should stop and pamper his rival. Having opened the window, he flew up and urged her to do the same. Seeing how he began to disappear from her field of vision, the girl was shocked by his rude behavior. Despite this, she was not going to give in. The guys decided to fly together and even began to compete in speed despite the huge gap in the amount of their magical power. Meanwhile, Finn finished the 4th bottle of Apophis X. After this, he finally felt relief, realizing that he could not live without this drink. After that, he thought that his supplies were running out and he should meet Ivan. He could not miss the rare opportunity that she was awarded for her loyalty to the club, so he went with him. Turning to Finn, Ivan said with a sly smile that he had no idea how lucky he was. After these words, he decided to start manipulating his sense of the value of the offer, saying that he was making a rare exception for him. A little embarrassed, Finn took this invitation as an honor and began to thank him. A few cells of his brain that continued to function forced him to remember that Ivan is a rare, arrogant jerk. Approaching the mysterious scene, he thought that now he has to endure all the difficulties because his goal is to transfer to the middle level of the academy. The purpose of his visit to the man inside a well-guarded building far from the magical community was to obtain a new batch of the drug Apophis X. When they approached the building, haughty Ivan winked at the guard and showed him the ticket, which he called his special invitation. Glancing at him, the emotionless man allowed them to enter. As soon as they got inside, Finn began to look closely at the place where he believed his key to happiness was. A man with gray hair and scars on his face greeted them with a sly smile, calling them his dear customers. Continuing to smile, he introduced himself as the head of the Trinity research group named Ashtar. In the meantime, his disciples arrived at Mistress Welton's temporary residence. Anna, who was very tired after these competitions, asked Simon to wait, but he rudely replied that he did not have the slightest desire to talk to his rival. At the moment of their ridiculous argument, textbooks with a red cover suddenly flew into their heads. Looking at the confused students, Jamie said with a serious look that he doesn't care what kind of relationship they have, so he doesn't want to witness their showdown. Feeling awkward, they both simultaneously replied that they would not allow such a situation to happen again. In this class, Jamie wanted to introduce them to the body breathing technique. Since they could not even imagine what it was about, he explained to them that it was a breathing technique created by Elder Marcus. Relaxingly sipping tea, he said it would be an easy task for them, then asked them to master this skill by the end of the day. Hearing this, the guys were in an indescribable shock. Confused Lennon, turning to the professor, assumed that he was joking when he asked them to master the technique of the great archmage in just one day. With a cold look and serious tone, Jamie replied that they must do this if they want to become his disciples. After that, he warned that if they have objections, then they shouldn't waste his time, because in that case you have to say goodbye. In response, Anna demonstrated her determination and shouted that she could do it. Sighing heavily, Lennon hesitantly raised his hand and said that he would also do his best. After these words, Jamie praised them for their persistence and took out 2 artifacts. After that, he used the power of Grimia and Limitless Avalon together. After a moment, the guys felt some discomfort from the change in measurement. Looking around, they could not understand where they had gotten to. Addressing them, Jamie explained that this is a subspace created by his artifact. He explained that 24 hours in this place is equal to 12 hours in the real world. As it turned out, Jamie used these two artifacts at the same time for a reason. The fact is that thunder can create various forms, while the Limitless Avalon made it possible to control time and space. Having sent his students to a place where time goes twice as slowly, Jamie praised himself for a job well done. He described the first student as a boy with great magical potential, unable to see and hear. He characterized Anna as a girl gifted with a lively mind, but devoid of magical talent. Crossing one leg over another, he anxiously thought about whether they would be able to master the technique of body breathing during this experiment. Meanwhile, Finn and the rest of the students, accompanied by Ashtar, went to Trinity's laboratory. The student noted that it was unfortunate that Professor Silver was absent during their visit. Ashtar agreed with his words and asked to make sure that Ivan copes well with his task. After these words, the twins turned to the haughty scoundrel, asking if he had been here often. Tot praised himself, saying that Professor Silver really appreciates him. Meanwhile, Finn slowed down a bit behind, because his ego was beginning to feel numb again. A short guy grabbed his hand and asked him to hurry, encouraging him with words that they would finally be able to wipe the noses of those students who dared to look down on them. Next, they went inside the laboratory itself, where there were many components for preparations. The sight of them took the children's breath away. Ashtar, addressing the students, said that since they had honored them with their visit, they deserved to see their special product. After these words, he demonstrated to them a new magic-enhancing drug called Apophis EX. The arrogant student was simply delighted and excitedly said that it was excellent. Seeing the ominous expression on the face of the representative of the pharmaceutical company, the twins sensed something was wrong and became a little wary. They were shocked when they heard that the mana absorption rate of this drug is twice as powerful as the previous one. With a sly smile, Ashtar turned his attention to the bottle and said that Apophis EX was still in the experimental stage due to minor side effects. After these words, Finn hesitantly raised his hand and asked if there were any side effects from the previous amplifier. In response, understanding what he was talking about, Ashtar rudely asked what he was talking about, keeping his hypocritical smile. Finn, feeling the pressure, answered awkwardly that he was a little dizzy and very weak. Ashtar explained to him that such symptoms are similar to exhaustion, after which he clarified that when a magician takes Apophis X, the amount of absorbed mana increases, putting pressure on the heart. In order to receive such a large flow of energy, their body spends a lot of energy. He assured that sometimes magicians can feel tired, but as soon as their body gets used to it, they feel relief. Hearing his words, Finn thought that Anna was in vain worried about his well-being and that these were only temporary side effects. After these words, Ashtar said that he would present them with a small gift and said goodbye. Leaving the children in Trinity's laboratory, he slammed the door from the other side and, calling them naive idiots, took out a pipe. He was unhappy that he had to serve these losers. But at the same moment, the ego's cradle was destroyed by some man's magic. A mysterious magician in a blue robe said that smoking is not allowed in their building. Sighing heavily, Ashtar asked not to irritate the ego with his rules. When the girl asked if he was sure that he had the right to complain, receiving big money, Ashtar could not stand it and grabbed her by the clothes. Pulling her to him, he declared with incredible anger that he did not follow blood for the sake of money. As he was leaving, he disgruntledly declared that he would no longer pay attention to how she was acting out this entire theater, because soon something really interesting would begin. A lady named Mary understood that although he is good, he is too unmanageable. Therefore, she thought that she should talk to the professor. It turned out that Silver is not the only one involved in this dirty business. Meanwhile, Anna continued to study Archmage Linmel's book on bodily breathing. She needed to distribute mana and soak every particle of her body, and then direct the energy, thereby increasing the rate of absorption. Thanks to an excellent understanding of the essence, her clever mind was able to master the first part of the task. She could already feel how mana began to fill her body with unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, Leno could not find his place. He hit the table. He was furious that he could not understand how to use this technique correctly. Moreover, some jokes were even written in his book by a young professor who asked him to endure insults and not stop. Because of all this, Lenin felt even more uncomfortable. Not understanding the material to be studied, Lenin thought that most likely Anna already understood the meaning of the technique. He thought about the fact that he knew that she was much better than him, especially in terms of studying magic. Despite such thoughts, he continued to try his best. He understood that as the successor of the Simon family, he could not allow himself to be frightened. He already did not care about envy and feelings of inferiority. Hoping that it would help him become stronger, he wanted to use the knowledge to surpass all expectations. Watching their behavior from his office, Jamie assumed that Lenin was up to something. From the tense expression on the red-haired student's face, it was clear that he had some guesses. Anna was on the other side. She was one step ahead thanks to her insightful mind. However, she did not have enough strength to control the flow of mana. Her training was special. She had to overcome the pain to be able to direct the energy in the right direction. At the same time, it is difficult for Lenin to understand the very essence of the bodily breathing technique. But since he is talented, the results will be excellent. Jamie changed the technique in advance, adjusted it to everyone's abilities. That was the only way he could help them, and the rest depended on them. After 12 hours, Anna felt her heart begin to tremble from such a large amount of mana. She could not believe that she was able to reach such a state and level of mana control. The student wondered whether her body would be able to withstand such loads. Sometimes she wanted to give up, but one thought haunted her. The whole world, mentioning their family, called their head an infamous magician, since he has only the 4th level of power. Anna tried her best to restore the name of her family and became an archmage. Jaime continued to monitor their progress with his magic. He saw that Anna was barely holding on, but it was clear that only after overcoming her limits would she be able to step on the path of a great magician. Concentrating on his goal, Lenin already understood how to split the mana, but he still had to work hard to achieve the desired result. After a few hours, Anna began to feel incredible fatigue and pain in her heart.
Lenin, continuing to study his head, realizing that he had reached a dead end.
When the time was up, Jamie snapped his fingers and shut down his artifacts. The confused guys returned to their place, not understanding what was happening. Their mentor appeared in front of them and said that the day of their preparation had passed and the test was over. Hard training during all this time had a great effect on the well-being of the students. They looked very tired. With a horrified look, Jaime declared that they had both failed. The guys were expecting similar words. Anna started apologizing, and Lenin added that if they had been given more time, then they would surely have finished the task. With a menacing look, Jaime wondered what would have changed if he had given them more time. Seeing his cruelty, Lenin was confused, not knowing how to answer him. But after these words, the young professor began to smile, thinking that he would no longer annoy them. Addressing the students, he surprised them by saying that it was a joke, because in fact, he passed the test. With a pleasant smile, he clarified that this test was to assess their potential, and according to its results, they become his students. Filled with joy, Anna suddenly hugged Lenin with a cry that she couldn't believe what they had done. After that, the shy Lenin began to ask her to do this, while the obsessive Anna tried to find out why he was so tense. Seeing their carefree behavior, Jamie thought with a smile on his face that they did not have much time left to rejoice. Putting on his instructor's cap, he thought that the students would soon know all the torments of hell. The girl in the blue robe who worked at the table with the samples contacted the management to report the results of the experiment. Picking up the documents of one of the students, who was Ivan, she said that in the course of the studies, strong side effects from the adoption of a new generation amplifier are observed. Judging by the fact that he failed, most likely the same thing happened to him as to Silver. The mysterious man called her Mary, while she addressed him as a professor. The professor asked if she was able to solve the problem with the side effects of the drug. Kinyak Azir suddenly appeared behind her. As it turned out, he also took part in the research of the Trinity Laboratory. He said that he is working on it with the doctor, but there are no results yet. The professor in charge of the process asked them to work harder and also asked them to hand over the product to the doctor, which would soon arrive. After these words, he shocked the researchers with the words that certain people are gifted. A girl in a blue robe, who resembled Sophia, said that they should hurry and finally lure the student mayor. Keniak emphatically replied that she is too smart, so there is hardly any point in trying. Hearing his speech, with which he tried to divert her interest, Mary asked incredulously if he was planning to destroy their plans because of some feelings for the student. Passing by, she slapped his hand and mockingly said that Keniak could not experience human feelings. The professor teaching magic circles was left alone. Looking at Anna's documents again, he thought about whether he should associate her with this terrible case. Meanwhile, morning came. When Anna woke up, she could not understand where she was. She barely managed to recover during her sleep after a difficult time studying Archmage Linmo's body-breathing technique while inside Jaime's artifact. Anna and Lennon stayed overnight at Jaime's. The end of their testing came at night, so the polite professor allowed them to stay at his house. After that, she thought for a while. Looking at the clock, she realized that she had woken up too late and was running late. She had to hurry, getting dressed. She ran to the corridor, where she saw Lennon, who had even had breakfast. The guy started to make fun of her, said that she was sleeping too long. After that, he suddenly noticed that she had been snoring all night. Hearing his taunts, Jaime instructively hit him with his magical fist and asked him to stop making up nonsense. Snapping his fingers, he offered the guys to accept his gift. Pendants suddenly appeared in the hands of the guys to look the same. Jaime said that this was a sign that they had become his disciples. Winking at the grateful students, he asked them not to lose this item. As it turned out, he himself owned a pendant with the same stone. Now they looked like they were a team. Addressing the students, he decided to make fun of them, saying that since these pendants have the same design, they can tell everyone that this is a double witch. The provocation worked with a bang, and Lennon began to rage, causing riots among the guys. As he was leaving, Lennon tried to hide his blush, and a disgruntled Anna shouted that she didn't like him either. Seeing this, Jaime began to laugh, seeing how much they liked his gift. Surprisingly, the busy Finn looked pretty good at the beginning. Unlike him, Anna asked not to sleep and seemed very tired. Moreover, it seemed surprising that the excellent student was late for classes for the first time in her life. The girl wanted to explain the reason for her tardiness, but at the same moment, the girls around drew attention to her beautiful pendant. Hearing their compliments, Anna proudly took the jewel in her hand. After that, he boasted that this pendant was given to her by Professor Walton as a sign that she was his student. Everyone present was shocked and immediately started a discussion. No one could believe that she managed to become his student. Feeling incredible sympathy for the young professor, the girl pounced on Anna to take a closer look at the precious stone on her neck. Seeing her suffering, Lennon realized that he should hide his pendant to avoid such inconveniences. Finn silently observed the behavior of the students, listening to conversations about the fact that Anna is so smart that even Professor Walton recognized it and made her his student. It became so noisy in their classroom that one of the teachers was forced to enter them and make a remark that they should observe silence. When the students returned to their seats, the teacher asked them to do their own work, since Professor Silver could not come to them again. Anna was worried about this, thinking that he must have fallen ill. After that, she asked about Finn's well-being with a smile on her face. The guy coldly replied that he was already better, and also shared words about the fact that the drug to increase magical power at first can cause pressure on the heart. Hearing this, the girl was surprised, said that food additives should not have such an effect. Her words that maybe he should stop it released a burst of anger from the student. Finn hit the table and angrily yelled at the entire audience to shut up. He could not stand it and shouted that he had been a failure for 6 years, and now, when he succeeded, he was told that he should stop. The girl tried to explain that she did not mean it, but Finn asked her to end this dialogue and left the audience. Anna did not understand what was happening to him. She was genuinely concerned about his condition. When the guy left, he went to the window, being overwhelmed with all kinds of thoughts. Filled with anger, Finn angrily said that she was a mean girl without an ounce of sympathy, that she began to envy him because he became better, even though she herself became a student of Professor Welton. Filled with anger, the guy began to clutch his clothes angrily, thinking that his health problems were only temporary side effects of the drug. At that moment, Professor Sophia approached him and carefully asked if everything was all right. Touching his face, she noted in a friendly way that he looked pale. When he looked away from her, she thought with displeasure that the side effects of the new generation drug had begun to manifest themselves. Finn replied that he had a fight with Anna because she said that he should stop taking the dietary supplement. Hearing about this, Sophia clarified whether he was talking about the same Anna Mayer. Most likely, Professor Sophia is the same Mary who is responsible for some tasks in Trinity's laboratory. With a smile on her face, she asked the unsure young man if the drug he mentioned was the Apophis X enhancer. Finn was surprised that she also knew about it. Trying to hide her anger at the fact that everything is not going according to plan, she admitted that she is well versed in this food supplement. After these words, she put her hand on his back and said that she was going to give a lecture to the students about the possibilities of this drug in the Trinity laboratory. She asked if he could visit them with his friends. After his joyful agreement, she decided to please him with an unexpected gift. Sophia held out the drug in his direction, and the young man's eyes showed an insane thirst. The professor working in the laboratory thought that soon their mice would be completely out of order. But if one of the students died during the experiment, then the investigation would begin. After saying goodbye, Finn happily returned to the audience. With a determined look, Sophia, who took part in terrifying experiments, thought that they needed to achieve success in the experiment as soon as possible for the sake of a world in which there is no place for the unsettled. Meanwhile, one of the leading researchers of the laboratory was on the verge of a discovery important for their business. Looking at the mice that did not survive his experiment, he shouted with glee that he would soon create a medicine that would turn the whole world upside down. The next day, Anna could not concentrate on her studies again. She thought about how she would apologize to her friend because she never managed to explain to him the essence of her words. Suddenly for her, this time, Finn came in a very good mood. A little embarrassed, he apologized to her for yelling at her. Seeing him in a good mood, Anna felt relieved and sweetly replied that everything was fine. After that, Finn told her that Professor Sophia had invited him to a special lecture and offered to join her. Anna was surprised when she heard about the lecture, which was not announced. She said that they should have something to do with Professor Walton. Shaking his hand, she agreed to the proposal, saying that it would be okay if she was away for a while. The girl could not refuse him because in that case, he would be upset. In order to make it to Professor Walton's lecture, she was not going to stay there until the end. With a blush on his face, the shy guy thanked her for her agreement, said that he was sure she would like it. Walking around the Trinity laboratory, Professor Sophia hummed a cheerful melody. Professor Kiniak was walking behind her. He addressed her by the code name of Mary and asked if she had really invited Anna. The girl resolutely and maliciously answered that it was so. Ignoring the professor's concerns about side effects, she firmly stated that Anna Mayer was valuable research material that should have been in their hands long ago. Despite the fact that the drug Apophis was far from ideal, she was confident that the materials that the secret partners would send them would be much better than the previous ones, so the doctor would finally be able to solve the problem with side effects. Before the guys came to the laboratory, Sophia told the professor that he should be proud to see such a thing, because it is a huge honor. But Professor Kiniak was worried not only because he got acquainted with Anna's materials. He knew that Jamie Walton had taken her under his wing. It also seemed dangerous that in case of trouble, they would have to deal with two elders and the father of the young professor. Kiniak Azir informed her that Jamie Walton was too dangerous an opponent for them. Proceeding from this, he tried to convince Sophia to abandon the use of Anna, and even assured that he himself would dissuade the doctor from abandoning this plan. In response, the woman with a malicious look said that it was already too late to abandon such plans. To quell his doubts a little, she said that the side effects manifest themselves after a week of taking the pills, so the problem will be solved if they manage to find a solution by that time. Realizing that Sophia was not going to back down, Professor Kiniak was extremely unhappy when he realized how insane their plan was. Such participants of the experiment as Ivan were greedy people who are eager to get success, relying only on pills. In the end, they destroyed themselves when they became eternal slaves of the drug to enhance magical power. But for him, Anna Mayer was a rare ray of hope among all these greedy students. When she could not understand something during the lesson, she asked him to spend some time discussing the material. From time to time, passing by the training hall, he noticed that, despite the fact that classes had long ended, someone continued to train hard. Of course, this student was again Anna Mayer. Professor Kiniak Azir, despite the terrible things he was engaged in, was not an insensitive scumbag, so he felt incredible irritation from the situation. Watching him, Sophia felt a certain danger on his part for their project, considering him too suspicious. Turning to Ashtar, she asked him to be ready, saying that they might need his strength. In response, A dangerous man with a lot of experience was defeated and replied that he was right when he said that they would not be able to do without him. Meanwhile, Jamie came to the academy director's office. As it turned out, this time Siegfried himself took the initiative and asked the ego to come to him. When he went inside, he immediately wondered why he was called. Cold communication on the part of the young professor forced the director to start a ridiculous conversation, but Jamie asked him to hurry, saying that he had a lesson. After these words, Siegfried wondered if the rumors about the young professor becoming a mentor for several students were true. Jaime replied that he decided to engage in personal training of Anna and Lennon. The seventh elder was moved by the fact that his young friend listened to his request, despite the fact that his character is similar to a real miser. Feeling awkward, Jamie asked if the headmaster was done with their conversation. Having finished fooling around, Siegfried put the folder with the collected documents on the table and admitted that he had invited him in order to ask for a favor. These were documents on which there were images of their students and Professor Silver. The director said that at the moment the school is managed by Professor Cater, so he is not aware of everything that is happening, but he has to figure it all out. Reaching into his pocket, he clarified the details of the case, said that before Professor Silver disappeared, he often contacted the lagging students from the beta class. Taking out a bottle with an amplifier from his pocket, he said with a serious look that students who were on the verge of expulsion suddenly improved their results when they drank this drug. He also shared the information that all the students on the list were absent from the last classes. Hearing these details, Jamie suddenly realized that Anna had told him about something similar. While Siegfried explained that he could not take care of this matter himself, Jamie began to experience a bad premonition. In an instant, he realized that his fears about Anna getting into trouble were true. Jamie suddenly burst out of his seat and shouted that he had to go. The medallions he gave Anna and Lennon let him know if the boys were in danger. To speed up, as soon as he left the director's office, he began to use teleportation. A few moments ago, in the research laboratory of Trinity, Professor Sophia began a lecture. Addressing the students, she said that over the past 3 years, their team had put a lot of effort into changing the magical society. She confidently said that for the benefit of those who lack talent, they will give hope to the alienated. Anna was in real admiration for her words, which seemed to her to be honest and sincere. Seeing the grace and incredible power of the professor's words, the student perceived her as an amazing woman. But unlike her, Finn could hardly listen to her words, as his well-being was simply terrifying. The guy began to breathe heavily and could barely understand what was happening around him. Sophia reminded that everyone knows that magical talent is something that is given to them from birth. After citing this well-known fact, she furiously hit the podium with her hands and shouted that the luckiest get everything, but some don't even get a chance. While the professor tried to convey her dissatisfaction, saying that a world in which there is no place for the oppressed is a pitiful sight, Anna finally began to notice the strange behavior of her friend. After a moment, Finn could not stand it and tried to get up, but at the same moment he collapsed on the floor, feeling incredible exhaustion. Seeing this, Anna began to panic and immediately turned to the professor. But the lady behaved coldly and did not even want to pay attention to what was happening. Anna rushed to help her friend, while Professor Sophia began to approach them, continuing to talk about how unfair the world is. She said that this is why they created a medicine that could change society. Looking into the eyes of the young student, Sophia said with a crazy look that Apophis would be able to help her. Anna was shocked by her behavior and the fact that she does not even pay attention to Finn, who is suffering from unimaginable pain and weakness in his body right before her eyes. Extending her hand to the student, the professor said that the drug Apophis is the key that will allow anyone to reach the heights, even if he was not gifted with innate talent. Realizing that Finn's well-being is connected precisely with the drug in question, Anna shouted that this is crazy and too dangerous an undertaking. In response, Sophia asked her opinion about it, on the condition that they would be able to avoid side effects. Anna was sure that her words were just blatant lies, because everything has to be paid for. Believing that this was beyond human capabilities, the talented student began to think about how they were going to do it. After that, she realized that for this, she needed a being capable of withstanding such a great load. Turning to the professor, Anna said that it had something to do with God. Seeing Sophia's alarmed reaction, the girl shouted that the church would not forgive them for this. After these words, the disgruntled professor grabbed her face and said that she was wrong, but since her thought managed to go so far, then she is really smart. Looking into her eyes with a crazy look, Sophia said that the fact that others dare to look down on her only because of the lack of talent upsets her very much. He showed her the drug. The crazy professor shouted that everything will change soon. He said that Apophis would save her. She tried to pour the medicine directly into her mouth. But after a moment, she was stopped by a powerful explosion against one of the walls of the lecture hall. Professor Keniak suddenly appeared in front of them, who, addressing Sophia by her real name, asked her to stop. Furiously shouting that he betrayed them, Mary directed a magic arrow, strengthened by a magic circle, directly at her friend. But her magic was destroyed without much trouble. Professor Keniak did not even move from his place. He destroyed the arrow of Mrs. Mary. Turning to Mary, he said that she herself knows that she has no chance of winning. After these words, he suggested that she surrender. Thanks to the appearance of the ego, Anna was able to free herself. She worriedly shouted to the professor that he was in danger. Mr. Keniak did not feel the approach of the enemy armed with a blade. It was too late. He missed the cut that injured his back. While Anna screamed the professor's name in fear, Mary called the hired killer to her. Stepping on the back of the wounded Master Keniak, Ashtir caused him even more pain. With an insane thirst for blood, he maliciously said that the professor would have to try hard to dispel his boredom. Meanwhile, Finn began to regain consciousness, but still could not understand what was happening around him. Seeing that he was starting to rise, the man whom he believed to be the manager started walking in his direction. Ashtir said with a mad look that Finn is defective. As soon as he began to approach the student, his leg was suddenly grabbed by a magical thread. Looking back, Ashtir could not believe that Keniak was still conscious, despite the severe injury and blood loss. The man continued to fight and, turning to the cruel opponent, declared that he would be his opponent. His body trembled violently. He could not get up, but still holding the thread, he said that the manager should not turn away. But a moment after these words, Ashtir dealt him another blow. He kicked him in the face. The professor flew away. With a mad look, Ashtir said that if he wants to die soon, then he will help him fulfill his cherished desire. Anna continued to turn around and resist, not wanting to see what was happening. Furious, Mary shouted that they still hadn't finished, then hit the girl's head on the table. Taking the drug Apophis in his hand, he offered Anna to be a good girl, because in that case she would get everything as soon as she drank the medicine. He grabbed her by the head. She said that this way she would be the happiest and no one would dare to look down on her. At one point, the one whom the participants of the experiment were most afraid to see appeared in the hall. Addressing Mary, Jamie said that if they dared to touch his student, then they were certainly prepared for the consequences. Shocked, Mary could not believe that he suspected something was wrong. Jamie said that she had no business knowing how he got here, then used a combination of magic and martial arts to send Mary flying with one swing of his sword. The beautiful girl flew into the wall with incredible force. Addressing the student, Jamie said that she should rest in safety, being inside his artifact. Seeing her concern for a friend, he sent him inside as well. A moment later, Ashtir appeared above his head. Turning to Mary, he said that she disappointed him when she lost to some boy. Jamie was surprised because the movement of the enemy was unexpected. Despite this, he managed to dodge his first attack without much effort. Having a sword with him, he was not going to spar with such an opponent. Instead, he dodged all the blows and jumped to a safe distance. The crazy swordsman called him a kid who likes to play cards. Hearing his words, Jamie felt incredible irritation and said that he should not be so self-confidently scattered with words. With a smile on his face, he presented him with his repository of undead. Summoning Reese, Jaime ordered him to deal with the nothingness. The servant immediately began to carry out the order. The swordsman could barely hold his small dagger. With a trembling hand, Ashtir wondered how weak his opponent was, since he was crouching in front of some child. In response, Rise powerfully swung his dagger and sent him flying with ease, saying that the impudent would pay for the fact that he dared to insult his mistress. Despite the mockery of Mary, Ashtir himself suffered during the battle, because he also flew into one of the walls with a crash. Addressing the enemy, Rice said that he recognized the red eyes of the enemy as belonging to barbarians from the western continent of Arisha. After these words, the educated servant assumed that Ashtir is from the tribe of bloody fighters. After that, he decided to make a bold provocation and said that he thought that the members of the tribe of bloody warriors had long since sighed. Ashtar was very annoyed by his words and with incredible fury rushed into the attack, shouting that he would destroy the enemy. While Reese fought the mad swordsman, Jaime continued to watch over Mary. As soon as the woman came to her senses, she began to collect magic with incredible anger and shouted that the devil's child would pay for his insolence. Rushing into the attack, she shouted that she would destroy him in the name of their cause. But Jaime was steadfast. With a haughty and self-confident look, he wondered if she was really going to kill him with such insignificant abilities. At that moment, Mary felt the incredible pressure of a person who, despite his age, is called a genius master. Her legs began to tremble, and she could not move from her place because of the power of the greatest magician from the past. She could not resist in any way when Jaime told her to be a good girl and sit still. Touching her forehead, Jaime said that from this moment on, her mind and body belonged to him. Shocked by what happened, Mary understood that this was the end. At that moment, Jaime had to stop for a moment to clarify the order for Reese. Jaime clarified that a servant should not behead a defeated opponent, even if he insulted his master. When asked if the master really wants to save the scoundrel's life, Jaime replied that they might need him. Demonstrating the seriousness of his words, the young mage decided to give Raiz some freedom and asked him to try to explain to the swordsman how he should behave. Sighing heavily, Rice accepted the order. After the battle with the crazy man, he was not even injured. His level increased so much during training and increasing the level due to black mana. Carrying out the order was not a problem for him. Rice knew very well how to conduct such conversations, so he immediately dragged the poor man into the undead storage. When the door closed, the screaming stopped. Jaime said cheerfully that he had a new pet. After that, he was going to solemnly announce the next stage of the investigation, but Professor Azier suddenly turned to him and spoiled the moment. The man asked what he saw behind the door. Jaime had completely forgotten that he was in this room. Aiming a limitless Avalon at him, Jaime apologized and offered him a rest, after which he erased his memories of the last time. The second stage of the investigation was the continuation of communication with Mary. Jaime gained control over her mind. Calling her his pet, he asked her to reveal her origin. The obedient girl answered her hostess that her name is Mary Valentine and that she is the manager of Trinity's research laboratory. Jaime guessed that the name Sophia was just a pseudonym. Mary then explained that they strive for equality in the magical community, so they were ordered to infiltrate the ranks of the Phoenix Academy to reduce the gap in magical abilities with the help of a drug. Diablo understood that when it comes to something of this scale, there is a possibility that high-ranking magicians are involved. He then asked how they planned to solve the problem of side effects from taking the drug and whether this was their goal. As soon as Mary began to answer, her body resisted. She began to experience unbearable pain that began to destroy her body. Jaime was surprised when he realized that it was a curse that was used to prevent information about their mission from being leaked. Using the power of his artifact, Diablo Wolfer said that they underestimate him too much. The Grand Mage used full immunity, an artifact ability of the perfect cell, one of Jaime's 3 great divine items. This artifact is capable of neutralizing the effect of any ailment, including curses. Using the Force, he was going to clear her mind of all the curses obtained after brainwashing. Mary Valentine's body continued to resist. Although Jaime wasted a lot of mana, he was able to stop the enemy's information leakage prevention technique. Returning her to her previous state, Jaime again asked how they planned to solve the problem of the side effects of the drug Apophis X. Mary replied that they had teamed up with demons for this. Hearing this, the great magician thought that this must be a difficult demon, since he is capable of such a task. It was about a creature of at least a higher class. After that, he asked what kind of demon he was talking about. The girl, experiencing relief from the pressure from the curse, replied that this is the king of greed. Jaime had never heard of him before, not even in a past life. He understood that the world was changing rapidly, or that it was about some upstart. On the other hand, he could confidently assume that Janice's church might be involved in this incident. Later, he learned that Professor Silver and Kiniak were also involved in this case. When asked who is their leader, Mary answered that there was a man named Doctor, who invested most of all in the development of the drug. However, the majority of those indicated came from a person they called a professor. Jaime asked if she knew their real names, but was told that low-level members of Trinity's lab were not allowed to contact them directly, but only through the sphere she had shown him. Looking at the object, the magician realized that it was an artifact through which it was impossible to trace the second person. His expectations that someone from high society was involved here turned out to be true. Moreover, the enemy took good care to make it difficult to find him. Leaving, Jamie allowed her to be free and asked her to behave naturally and to contact her in case her management contacted her. Having gone inside his artifact, Jamie decided to listen to what another participant of the experiment could tell him. Seeing her mentor, Anna rushed to him with questions about whether everything was in order with him. Putting his hand on her head, the magician said that she should not worry. Looking at the shivering guy, he was convinced that he was not feeling well.
Healing him with Pyro's power, he saw that his core had collapsed.
Turning to Anna, Jamie asked her to take his friend to another room and rest. When the guys left, he was left alone with the professor. Keniak noticed that Jamie was possessed by a very interesting witch, who was a thunderbolt. Jamie showed his intentions with a serious look and replied that he would like to show off, but he doesn't have time for that. Grasping the ego with his magic chains, Jaime told about what had happened. After that, he clarified that Mary had told about the fact that he had a hand in the study of Apophis X. Azier replied that he did not know anything about the professor, but he worked with the doctor. When Jaime asked him to tell him who the doctor was, Keniak's body began to resist, but it was not like a curse. With a menacing look, Jamie said that since he didn't want to talk, then he should just read his memoirs. Putting his hand to his head, he realized that he could not influence him in the same way as Mary. After that, Jamie pressed the skin of the emu's forehead. Made a small wound, it became clear that Professor Keniak Azier is a homunculus.